Chapter 1. The Menial Disciple Who Plants Spirit Rice. Another year of recruitment begins. I wonder how many talented disciples we'll attract this time. That's a matter for the inner sect elders and grandmasters to worry about. Why are you, a mere handyman disciple, concerning yourself with so much? Isn't it because I hope we can recruit more handyman disciples to take over our duties, so we can escape the sea of suffering sooner and go attend to those inner and outer sect senior brothers and sisters? I don't want to farm these damned spirit rice for even one more day. It is the largest cultivation sect in this world, with no equal. Outer sect disciples number over 10,000, inner sect disciples over 1,000, and menial disciples are too numerous to count. Every year, the Spirit Void sect dispatches disciples to various parts of the world to recruit new members. Recruiting disciples with decent talent, those who ascend the immortal ascension ladder become inner disciples, while those who fail become outer disciples. Apart from inner and outer disciples, the Lingxu Sect also recruits menial disciples, those with false 5-element spiritual roots or 4-element spiritual roots. It cannot be said they have no affinity with immortality, but their fortune is truly meager. In the Spirit Void Sect, even the menial disciples were ranked in a hierarchy. If you came from a good background, were well educated, and had some skill in music, chess, calligraphy, or painting, you would be assigned as an acolyte to a senior brother or sister. If you met all these requirements, had decent looks, and your talent wasn't at the lowest tier, you could even be assigned to serve an inner sect disciple. But if you come from a poor background, your family scratching a living from the soil, illiterate, and not particularly striking in appearance, you'll be assigned to various spirit fields to grow spirit rice. It's a life exactly like that of a tenant farmer under a landlord. The only hope for an easier time is if luck strikes one day, when the elders of the Spirit Herb Garden or the 100 Flowers Garden are short-handed and come to pick you out. Unfortunately, Wanqing was exactly that kind of person. Although she had been a college student in her previous life, in this life, she was truly someone who scratched a living from the soil. In this life, Wanqing was born in a rural village. Her father was a poor, pedantic scholar who never passed the imperial exams and could neither lift a hand nor bear a burden on his shoulders. Her mother, however, was a capable homemaker who tended to the family's small plot of land. If they had relied on her father, the 5 mouths in the household would have starved long ago. Wanqing was born into this world through reincarnation. As the eldest daughter, although her father was somewhat disappointed that she wasn't a boy, he was still happy as a first-time parent. It took him 3 days to give his eldest daughter the name Wanqing. When she first crossed over, Wanqing was in a daze. It wasn't until she turned 2, when her mother died from complications during childbirth, that she began to feel a sense of reality. She realized that she had truly died from overwork while rushing to finish her thesis, and then transmigrated into an ignorant and backward ancient era. The true pillar of the household was gone, leaving behind a hungry little baby. The father, who had once spent his days immersed in classical texts, went to the town to work as an accountant just to put food on the table. And Wanqing, from the age of 3, began cooking around the stove and working in the fields. Thus, by the time she turned 6, her father came home and said that people from the Immortal Sect had arrived in town to recruit new disciples, and that both she and her younger brother should go and try out. Only then did she realize that she had not been transported to a purely ancient world, but to a world of immortal heroes. Who in this world does not wish to become an immortal? Wanqing naturally wanted to as well. Moreover, in recent years, her father had grown increasingly partial to her younger brother and more distant toward her. Now there were even signs he was considering remarrying. If the stepmother turned out to be unkind, her brother, being a boy, would be fine at worst. He might be raised into a useless good-for-nothing. But she was a girl, what the villagers called a money-losing burden. What might happen to her in the future was truly too dreadful to even imagine. Taking advantage of her father not changing his mind, she packed up overnight and took her younger brother to town with him. Her father was puzzled. Nowadays, when children learned their parents were sending them away, they would cry and scream, refusing to go. How come his daughter, on the contrary, looked absolutely delighted? Wanqing was naturally delighted at the prospect of going to town to play, and she dispelled her father's doubts. The immortal sect that came to recruit disciples was the Lingxu Sect. Her younger brother was found to have no spiritual roots, while she was diagnosed as having a false 5-element spiritual root. At the moment of the test, she resolved that, even if she remained at the chi refining stage for her entire life, she would still pursue immortality. The Lingxu Sect might not want her, but some smaller sects would still take her in. Unexpectedly, the Lingxu Sect kept her, giving her father 10 taels of silver. She became a menial disciple of the sect and was assigned to the spirit fields at the foot of Lingxu Mountain to tend the crops. Now 8 years have passed since she came to the Lingxu Sect. When they first arrived at Lingxu Sect, the steward handed each of them a beginner's cultivation manual and mentioned that there was a school in the estate where they could attend classes if they were illiterate. In truth, Wanqing could read. The characters of her past life were identical to those here. Though she found this somewhat puzzling, she didn't dwell on it. Perhaps because she had been a university student before her death, attending classes had become ingrained in Wanqing's very nature. Even though tending to the fields on the estate was exhausting, she still insisted on going to the estate schoolhouse to listen to one history lesson and one culture lesson. The teacher at the estate schoolhouse was hardly the kind of reclusive master from the novels Wanqing had read in her past life. He was merely an ordinary tutor, deeply entrenched in the belief of male superiority over women. And he did not hold Wanqing in high regard. But as Wanqing went there more and more often, the teachers at the school also began to look at him with newfound respect. Even if he was really only coming to listen to stories, he had still persisted for 6 years, hadn't he? This was no longer something an ordinary person could achieve. At 14, Wanqing was not very tall, and her skin had been darkened by the sun from tending to the spirit fields, though since she had already entered the qi refining stage, the tan was not particularly severe. For convenience while working, she tied her hair back in a simple ponytail. Her features, though regular, were not striking. In short, she was the kind of background figure who would blend into a crowd and be impossible to pick out. After Zhuangzi's class ended, Wanqing packed up his brush, ink, paper, and inkstone and headed toward his humble dwelling, encountering many people along the way. Hey, our literary star is back from the lecture. What did you learn today? Haha, look at you, all eager. They won't take you up the mountain just because you study hard. I'm just going to listen to the stories. Wanqing wore a smile, unfazed by the teasing from others. She insisted on attending the lectures not out of any ulterior motive. In her past life, she was 23 years old, having started school at 6 and studied for 17 years. She was merely subconsciously seeking common ground with her former life in this world. Is that so? What did he talk about? Did he mention the Spirit Abyss Immortal Lord? Does the Spirit Abyss Immortal Lord's deeds still need to be recounted by the gentleman? Today's lecture was on ancient history. The young man who had been speaking to Wanqing curled his lip. What happened in ancient times? Why would people today bother to understand it? I couldn't care less. I say you shouldn't go either. Isn't it better to just have fun and play around? Wanqing didn't argue with him. No thanks. I'm exhausted every day just tending to the spirit fields. I really don't have the energy to goof around. Sitting in on lectures suits me better. Seeing that Wanqing wouldn't listen, the young man's smile faded as he let out a light snort. Putting on airs. The young man's sudden hostility didn't anger Wanqing. That was just her nature, to put it nicely, magnanimous, to put it bluntly, carefree and thick-skinned. Wanqing turned and left, but she didn't see the regret on the young man's face behind her. In the cultivation world, influenced by the secular realm, there are more men than women, yet the notion of male superiority and female inferiority is not prevalent. As a result, female cultivators have always been highly sought after. In the toilsome spiritual farm villages, female cultivators are naturally even rarer. In such an environment, Wanqing, with her quiet and elegant demeanor and her daily attendance at the schoolhouse, naturally draws attention. Although his appearance is not outstanding, his personality is really good. Quite a few young men who feel they are no longer young have set their sights on Wanqing. I don't know what these people are thinking. Returning to her small hut, Wanqing set down her backpack, only 14 or 15, and already thinking about finding a wife. Are you really here to cultivate immortality? Wanqing closed the door, then shut the windows for ventilation as well. After confirming that no one could see her, she vanished in a flash within the room. Chapter 2. The Mysterious Farming Space. As a transmigrator, she had a golden finger. She had a farming space, formed from the jade bracelet passed down through her previous life's ancestors. She first discovered the space when she was 3 years old. At that time, her father was working as an accountant in the town, when a leopard came down from the mountains and dashed into their home. She tied her younger brother to the roof beam with a rope, but had no place to hide herself. In her moment of peril, as she sought a safe spot to take cover, she was directly teleported into the space. At that time, the space consisted of only one move of land and a single ancient-style solid wood house. After being transported to the space, a bracelet from her past life's ancestral heirloom appeared on her wrist, which could be used to open the door of the house. Inside the house, there was only a low wooden table, on which lay a small booklet explaining that this space was created by an ancient great power, and that the spiritual energy here was so rich it could accelerate the growth of plants. Moreover, the holder could nourish themselves by planting different kinds of plants. At that time, what Wanqing thought of as nourishing was simply being able to harvest fruits and vegetables to eat for themselves. At that time, Wanqing, still unaware of the miraculous nature of the farming space, secretly grumbled to herself that other transmigrators with golden fingers could defy fate and change their lives, while she alone had to farm even after obtaining a space. At just 3 years old, the only crop Wanqing could find at home back then was grain seeds. After planting a moo of grain seeds, it only took 2 months to harvest. When she cut down the last stalk of wheat in the space, Wanqing clearly felt that her young, malnourished body had become much healthier. It was then that Wanqing realized what it meant for the holder to be nourished by planting crops. The farming space had changed dramatically compared to when she first entered it. The farmland in the farming space had directly expanded to 10 acres when she successfully guided chi into her body a year after entering the spiritual farm estate, and she had also replaced the grain seeds in the farming space with spiritual rice seeds. Once the spirit rice matured and was harvested, its effect differed from that of the grain seeds. It provided Wanqing with spiritual power. Thanks to the blessing of the planting space, Wanqing, who possessed a pseudo-Five element spiritual root, spent 8 years in the spirit field manor. Excluding the 2 years it took to draw chi into her body, she achieved a cultivation level of the 6th layer of chi refining in just 6 years. This level of cultivation was absolutely top tier within the spirit field manor. Even some of the older handyman disciples did not have a higher rank than Wanqing. To avoid drawing attention, Wanqing usually displayed a cultivation level of the 3rd layer of chi refining when out in public. Wanqing appeared in the farming space. The 10-acre farming space was no longer as cramped as it had been before. If it weren't for Wanqing having learned some techniques for summoning clouds and rain, as well as sowing and fertilizing, at the Lingxu manor, she truly would have been hard-pressed to manage everything. Wanqing touched the rice leaves growing in the field. Once this batch of spirit rice grows, I should be able to reach the 7th level of chi refining. If only I could leave Lingxu village. In truth, Lingxu village was not large. The cultivation world placed little importance on culinary desires. At most, they would occasionally eat some spirit congee to satisfy a craving. However, the population of the Spirit Void sect was truly vast, and new disciples joined every year. Since these newcomers had not yet achieved anidia, they naturally needed to consume spirit rice to stave off hunger. The true mainstay of cultivation in the immortal realm was spiritual herbs. The largest cultivation base of the Spirit Ruin sect was precisely the Spirit Herb Garden. However, the Spirit Herb Garden did not often recruit people, as tending to spirit herbs was a technical task. The temperature, humidity, and spiritual energy environment all required careful control by the menial disciples. Different herbs have their own preferences, and not just anyone can handle them. When a menial from the Spirit Herb Garden encounters a menial from the Spirit Rice Manor, they always hold their heads high. Wanqing wanted to go to the Spirit Herb Garden mainly to come into contact with more varieties of plants, thereby providing herself with different enhancements. Although the spiritual rice's enhancement of spiritual power was very good, it only treated the symptoms, not the root cause. However, as a 5 spirit root cultivator, Wanqing required too much spiritual power. The chi refining stage was manageable, but once Wanqing reached foundation establishment, the spiritual power boosted by the spirit rice would be nothing more than a drop in the bucket. Wanqing raised her hand and formed a seal, performing a set of rain summoning spells before leaving the farming space. The Spirit Rice Manor was located at the foot of the front mountain of the Lingxu Sect, while the Spirit Herb Garden sat at the base of the back mountain. The two places were separated by the entire Lingxu Sect, so people from the Spirit Herb Garden were rarely seen at the Spirit Rice Manor. Yet today, a steward from the Spirit Herb Garden arrived at the Spirit Rice Manor by light boat. What a rare guest. Manager Wang of the Spirit Field Estate hurried out to greet him. What wind has blown you here, Manager Song? You truly grace my humble abode with your presence. Although Manager Wang and Manager Song were both stewards in name, there was still a difference between one who managed the Spirit Field Estate and one who oversaw the Spirit Herb Garden. Manager Song appeared to be in his 30s, with a goatee that gave him an air of scholarly refinement and easygoing charm. The elder wants to expand the Spirit Gathering Herb Garden, but I'm short on manpower. I came to see if you have a few clever and capable hands to spare. Good news. I wonder how many people Manager Song wants. Manager Wang led the man back to his own room for tea. For will do. All right, I'll summon them for you right away. With that, Steward Wang picked up his brush and wrote, transforming the paper into a paper crane, which he sent to summon his sister-in-law. He picked up his brush and wrote another note, sending it to summon Xiaoyang, who was always bustling around him. As he was about to write the third note, Steward Wang paused. Steward Song needed someone clever and capable, and he already knew the first two men well. His own sister-in-law was nowhere near clever or capable. Xiaoyang could call her clever, but capable she was not. Manager Song wanted someone clever and capable. He couldn't just give him none at all, could he? How unsightly that would be. Thinking this, Steward Wang picked up his brush and wrote another note, transforming it into a paper crane and sending it off to find Wanqing. Manager Song's instructions had been carried out. Who should receive this last one? Perhaps it should go to little Wang. Though he's not much to speak of, he is still a member of the same clan, isn't he? Wanqing was pounding spirit rice in the courtyard, preparing her evening meal, when she saw a paper crane wobbling unsteadily toward her. Wanqing paused her movements. The steward is looking for me? It's almost evening, what could possibly happen? Wanqing reached out her hand, letting the paper crane land in her palm, and opened it to take a look. The steward of the elixir garden is asking for someone. Come quickly. I can't believe such a good opportunity actually fell to me. She and Steward Wang were only nodding acquaintances, unlike others who would go to great lengths to curry favor with him. The fact that Steward Wang had recommended her came as quite a surprise to Wanqing. Forgetting all about dinner, Wanqing immediately set off for Manager Wang's house, channeling spiritual energy to perform the lightness technique, and arrived in just a quarter of an hour. When Wanqing arrived, 2 menial disciples were already in Manager Wang's house. Not being familiar with them, Wanqing did not greet them. Manager Wang. Wanqing bowed in greeting. Wanqing, this is Manager Song from the Spirit Herb Garden. Steward Song, good day. Wanqing lifted her head slightly to glance at him. Steward Song appeared to be quite advanced in years. In the cultivation world, looking old meant he was likely even older. Steward Song nodded slightly. This one seemed acceptable. She understood proper etiquette and wouldn't offend the elders at the Spirit Herb Garden. Her eyes were also lively and bright, making her appear clever. Her skin was also darker, likely from being exposed to wind and sun in the rice paddies, and she looked like a capable worker. When the 4 had all arrived, Steward Song set down his teacup. He decided not to find fault with these people, just to do Steward Wang a favor. If anything really happens in the Spirit Herb Garden, in the end it's themselves who will suffer the consequences. Spirit herbs are not like spirit rice. If you're careless with them, you'll be punished. Chapter 3. Entering the Herb Garden. Wanqing rode in Steward Song's light skiff, flying around the boundary of Lingxu Sect toward the herb garden. Why doesn't the steward go directly, but instead take such a long detour? Upon hearing this, Wanqing looked over. A girl with her hair tied in double loop buns, delicate and charming, asked with some confusion. The 4 menial disciples had briefly introduced themselves earlier, and Wanqing already knew that this young girl was Steward Wang's sister-in-law, named Qianwei. Steward Song let out a light snort, initially unwilling to answer, but fearing that these clueless ones might truly cause trouble and bring it upon him, he said. Flying straight from the Spirit Field Estate to the herb garden will pass by the disciple plaza of both the inner and outer sections. At this hour, many disciples from both the inner and outer sects are cultivating in the plaza. A slight bump or scrape, and with our level of cultivation, death would surely come swiftly. Qianwei was frightened, stammering and afraid to speak. Originally, she had thought to take this opportunity to glimpse the full view of the Lingxu Sect. Besides that, we'll also pass by the sect leader's hall. Is that a place for the likes of you and me? I don't care what you do in the spirit fields and estates, but once we reach the Shirong realm, dying is far easier than living. All of you, be careful. Yes, X4. Wanqing had once heard the scholar on the estate speak of it. The place within the Lingxu Sect responsible for cultivating spiritual plants was called the Shirong realm. It is said that an ancient great power once found the innate spiritual treasure Shirong here. Although Shirong has been taken away, this place remains a rare blessed cave heaven suitable for plant growth. The Lingxu Sect thus designated this area as a planting zone. Located at the back mountain of the Lingxu Sect, it is divided into 3 main areas: the herb garden, the flower garden, and the spirit plant garden. As for their destination, it was naturally the herb garden, which was responsible for cultivating various medicinal herbs. As soon as they landed, someone came and took the light boat away. Only then did Wanqing realize that the light boat Steward Song had been riding was not his own, but a public means of transport belonging to the herb garden. You will be responsible for planting spirit-gathering grass here. Spirit-gathering grass is the main ingredient for spirit-gathering pills, which are in short supply. The herb garden has opened a new plot specifically for cultivating spirit-gathering grass. Manager Song led them to the newly built garden, which was located in a relatively remote area of the herb garden. The group walked for quite a while before arriving. During this time, they also took a tour of the entire herb garden. Because it was located on the rugged terrain of the back mountain, with a spiritual spring winding through, clouds and mist swirling around, birds soaring in the sky, and vast terraced fields stretching beyond the horizon, only small paths were available for walking. Various spirit herbs were growing under the care of the menial disciples, and Wanqing noticed that faint spiritual energy vortices hovered above many of the medicinal plants. Wanqing had occasionally seen this phenomenon in her farming space as well. Spirit plants with spiritual energy vortices above them absorbed spiritual energy faster and grew more quickly. The time it takes for an ordinary spirit herb to absorb spiritual energy and grow for 10 years would be enough for such a herb to grow for 20 or even 30 years, and with better quality. The newly built garden for cultivating spirit-gathering herbs was still rather barren, with only terraced fields exposing the yellowish soil, and houses for the menial disciples to live in. Steward song. The sound of several people entering startled the person tidying up in the garden. An old man with graying hair, a slightly hunched back, and dressed in a blue linen robe emerged from within. "I've brought the person to you. Do with them as you please, just make sure the garden's task is completed." The old man nodded with a beaming smile, expressing his agreement. Having brought the people there, Steward Song left directly without even drinking a cup of tea. "My surname is Liu. Just call me Old Liu. For the first few days, you'll learn from me how to care for the spirit-gathering grass. Once you've all gotten the hang of it, I'll assign you plots of land in the garden." Spirit-gathering grass is different from spirit rice. Spirit rice was artificially cultivated from ordinary rice grains by cultivators to satisfy their culinary desires, whereas spirit-gathering grass is a spiritual plant nurtured by heaven and earth. The two absorb spiritual energy at different rates, so spirit-gathering grass actually matures earlier than spirit rice. Outside, spirit rice matures once every 4 months, while spirit-gathering grass takes only 2 months. Wanqing mused that if placed in the farming space, the spirit-gathering grass would likely mature even faster, taking about a month or even less. Caring for spirit-gathering grass doesn't require much meticulousness, but one must control the rainwater. The grass prefers shade and loves water, needing 2 rounds of cloud-bringing and rainmaking each day. Wanqing carefully noted the rainfall amount from Old Lu's rainmaking technique, feeling that if she were to do it herself, she would probably need to water it 3 times. 3 days passed, and Old Lu told them to choose a plot of land. Wanqing saw that a terraced field had fertile soil and was a good spot, so she selected it. However, this place was the most remote, even bordering the 100 Flowers garden next to the herb garden, which shows just how isolated it was. Moreover, the terraced fields here are quite large in acreage, making them rather labor-intensive to tend to. Naturally, no one competed with Wanqing for this spot. Qian Wei chose a location close to Old Qian, and the other 2 also selected spots not far from them, making Wanqing appear isolated. "Are you sure? Not changing your mind?" Old Lu asked with his hands behind his back. "It's settled. No changes." After spending a few days together, Qian Wei's charming and adorable demeanor made Old Lu feel as if he were looking at his own granddaughter. He was fond of her. As for the honest and quiet Wanqing, he could also tell that this girl had a hidden depth of character, and he quite admired her. Liking and admiring are 2 different feelings, and which one you favor is immediately clear to anyone. "Are you sure you won't change it? Once I put the brush down, it's final." Old Lu wanted Qian Wei to choose her land. Wanqing saw through it. "Oh, Grandpa Lu, don't dawdle. I just want to stay by your side. You wouldn't say no, would you?" Qian Wei pouted and whined. "All right then." Old Lu put his pen down on the atlas, writing the largest and farthest plot of land in the name of Wanqing, while the names of the others were arranged around Old Lu's own plot. "Then let me explain it to you. The spirit-gathering grass matures once every 2 months. After it's ripe, I'll come to you to collect it. 1 spirit-gathering grass will earn you 1 low-grade spirit stone, and double for good quality." Wanqing hadn't expected that growing herbs in the medicinal garden would earn spirit stones. This was different from the spirit field estate, which provided food, lodging, and schooling, but no money. "Elder Lu, why didn't you say so earlier?" "If you'd said so earlier, I would have definitely chosen Sister Wanqing's plot of land." Wanqing, who had marked the largest plot of land, instantly became the target of everyone's criticism. Wanqing lifted her eyes to look at Qian Wei. If she remembered correctly, Qian Wei was already 16, 2 years older than her. Yet when the 2 stood together, Wanqing did indeed appear more weathered. "All right, enough messing around. Saying it's tradition after the division is just to prevent you sly ones from cutting corners." Old Lu's aura, honed over most of a lifetime in the qi condensation stage, was not something a teenager in his teens could match. Old Lu turned to Wanqing. "Taking care of such a large plot of land won't be easy. If you can't manage it well, I'll have to take it back." "Yes, I humbly accept your teachings, Elder Lu. You little girl, speaking so elegantly, if you were a bit prettier, you might even be able to serve those proper immortal cultivators. All right, stop standing around here. Pack up your things and head over. Someone will bring the seedlings to you shortly." "Humph." The others left sullenly, and Qian Wei even let out a snort in her direction. Wanqing was helpless. Had they forgotten that she was nominally at the 3rd level of qi refining, the highest among them? They simply couldn't afford to provoke her. No wonder everyone said that while miscellaneous disciples had some measure of immortal fortune, they were more like mortals. Chapter 4. So this is a transmigration novel. Just as Wanqing was tidying up her small bamboo hut, she saw from a distance 2 menial disciples each carrying a bundle of seedlings approaching. Walking and talking at the same time, their cheerful demeanor suggesting they were in the midst of an enjoyable conversation. I heard that girl has an extremely rare water spirit root, and in the mortal world she was the daughter of a prime minister. Even the immortal Lord Lingxu was stirred, and after she ascended the immortal stairway, she was taken on as his personal disciple. Spirit Abyss Immortal Lord is the sect leader's martial uncle, so she's of the same generation as the sect leader. Good heavens, that's really a meteoric rise. Exactly. I heard the menial disciples were practically breaking each other's heads for the chance to be her acolyte. You've been talking for ages, and I still don't know the name of this new young grandmaster. I think it's Lingxu. What a lovely name. It sounds like a real charmer. Don't go spreading this around, but someone like that, we can't afford to mess with them. I'm not stupid. The two of them, having talked to their heart's content, simply tossed aside the spirit-gathering seedlings and left, leaving Wanqing without even a chance to thank them. Wanqing watched the two retreating figures. Lingxu? Top-tier water spirit root? The Prime Minister's daughter? Why does this setup sound so familiar? The memories of her past life were already somewhat hazy. Wanqing shook her head. Forget it, I won't dwell on it. I'll just focus on living my own life peacefully. A disciple of the venerable immortal Lingxu, such a figure was simply beyond her reach. Wanqing sorted through the 2 bundles of seedlings delivered by the menial disciples, preparing to plant them, only to discover that the 2 bundles were entirely different things. The other bundle looked more like flower branches than grass seedlings. Could it have been delivered to the wrong place? Chatting really does lead to mistakes. Wanqing picked up the spirit-gathering herb from her memory, intending to plant it today. The herb preferred shade. If she waited another day to plant it, it might get sunburned. With a set of incantations for hoeing and digging holes, the spirit field was neatly arranged by Wanqing. First, she lightly moistened the ground with the rain-spreading art, and only then did Wanqing plant the spirit-gathering grass. By the time Wanqing finished, it was nearly evening. There were still 2 small handfuls of spirit-gathering grass left unplanted, presumably the planting loss allowance set aside for the herb garden. If my flower branch isn't found soon, you'll be waiting for punishment. A fierce female voice came from afar. Wanqing guessed that the owner of the other bundle of seedlings had arrived. Don't be angry, young miss. It's just ahead, I promise I left it right ahead. You said the same thing before. This time, I'm sure of it. A man and 2 women shoved their way in, and Wanqing stood by the spirit field watching. My flowers. One of the girls spotted her belongings as soon as she entered and rushed over to check them. The other girl put her hands on her hips. Good thing we found them, or you'd be waiting for punishment. I told you it was here, but you didn't believe me, the male menial worker said, also letting out a sigh of relief. If he had lost it, he would definitely have been punished. Then the male menial worker's gaze fell on Wanqing. Noticing the dirt accidentally smeared on her clothes, he asked, Is this plot of land your responsibility? Wanqing nodded. It's me. Then why didn't you remind me when I brought you things before? Wanqing raised an eyebrow. Was he trying to shift the blame onto her? You and your companion put down the stuff and left, chatting and laughing. I didn't even have time to check. The man opened his mouth as if to argue, then glanced at Hua Miao. Hurry and count to see if any are missing. This marrow-cleansing flower is far more valuable than spirit-gathering grass. Count quickly and make sure none have been stolen. Wanqing wanted to roll her eyes. He was beating around the bush to insinuate that she might steal. Yes, count quickly and make sure none are actually missing. It's time to count. The 2 girls crouched on the ground, counting the flower seedlings. Wanqing stood quietly by the side, watching, while the male laborer had already left. Not missing any. The girl picked up the flower seedlings with satisfaction. Let's go. We'll go back and plant them. Wanqing noticed a few flower seedlings left on the ground and asked, You left these behind. The girl turned her head upon hearing this. These few are already ruined. Marrow-washing flowers love sunlight. These must have accidentally come into contact with water and been spoiled by soaking. They can't be planted anymore. With her heart no longer in her throat, the young girl found the mood to joke with her companions. I heard that among the new disciples recruited this time, there's a sword cultivation prodigy who possesses a sword bone. They say his name is Qin Siyu, and he grew up as childhood sweethearts with a new personal disciple taken in by immortal Lord Lingxu. If only I could win the favor of someone like that, how wonderful it would be. Then you'll die while I'm still young. You're such a killjoy. If someone like that could truly fall in love with me, they'd definitely rack their brains to find ways to prolong my life. You're just too fond of daydreaming. Can't a person even be allowed to dream? Granted, granted. Wasn't this the male lead from a cultivation novel about a universally adored protagonist that she had read before her transmigration? Wanqing remembered everything now. The Lingxu she had found familiar earlier was none other than the female protagonist of this novel. As the two had mentioned before, Lin Sairu was the daughter of the prime minister, but she was born to a concubine kept outside the household. Only after her mother was brought into the residence was she officially registered under the prime minister's name. In the eyes of those in the household, she wasn't even considered the prime minister's biological daughter. It was only after being discovered to possess an extreme-grade water spirit root that Lin Sairu finally held her head high in the prime minister's residence. In truth, Lin Sairu was not only blessed with an extreme-grade water spirit root, but also an extreme-grade pure Yin constitution, allowing both parties to benefit from dual cultivation. The Spirit Void sect was a reputable orthodox sect, so naturally they would not specifically investigate whether a woman possessed such a constitution. However, Lin Sairu possessed extraordinary charm, and under her mother's tutelage, she could effortlessly handle men, making her a white lotus flower who was universally adored. After entering the Spirit Void sect, Lin Sairu breezed through everything, collecting countless handsome men along the way, and finally ascended to become an immortal. The biggest flaw in the story is that aside from the female lead, not a single female character has a good ending. The more screen time they get, the worse their fate, and the prettier they are, the more deeply they suffer. When Wanqing had watched this while writing her thesis to clear her mind, 12 years had passed, and she had long since forgotten most of the plot. The reason she could recall it was because she had heard the name Qin Siyu. Because the male lead Qin Siyu is so tragic. At first, Qin Siyu and Lin Sairu didn't know each other, but for some reason, everyone in the sect was spreading rumors that the two had grown up together. Over time, Qin Siyu began to take an interest in Lin Sairu. The female lead, Lin Sairu, was a heartbreaker. Once someone set their sights on her, they were not far from falling head over heels. Qin Siyu was naturally no exception. But Lin Sairu was surrounded by many men, and Qin Siyu's possessiveness was absurdly strong. He couldn't bear to see her getting close to other men, and for this, he suffered greatly. His cultivation regressed, and his sword bones were damaged. In the end, he even became obsessed to the point of falling into the demonic path and was expelled from the sect. Lin Sairu endured countless hardships and sufferings, going through a cycle of love and conflict with Qin Siyu before finally saving him. After this ordeal, Qin Siyu, moved by Lin Sairu's ordeal, stopped causing trouble, peacefully becoming one of the fish in Lin Sairu's pond. As for her, Wanqing did not appear in the original novel, presumably just a background passerby in the story. Now that I think about it, which cultivation world would use simplified Chinese characters? They don't even write in classical Chinese, it's all vernacular. It only wrote a bit about the introductory techniques. Although this is a world made up of novels, her experiences are always real. As a background extra, she just needs to live her life as an extra. Wanqing picked up the few marrow cleansing flower seedlings that the girl had condemned to death. Looking at their branch-like shapes, she thought they should be propagated by cuttings. There were 5 flower seedlings in total. Wanqing cleared out one bed of soil in the farming space, planting spirit-gathering grass at one end and the flower seedlings at the other. She took out spirit rice from the house to prepare a meal for herself. The herbal garden would not provide food for free like the spirit field estate. Here, only fasting pills exchanged for spirit stones were available. Although food is not scarce, she has gradually started to practice fasting, reducing from 3 meals a day to just 1. Chapter 5. The Extra meets the leading lady for the first time. The days in the herb garden were peaceful and tranquil. Although Qian Wei would occasionally come to pick faults over the farmland, after she made quite a few friends in the herb garden, she gradually stopped coming. Only when the spirit herbs ripen does the area become a bit livelier. 543 plants. The quality is all good. Old Lu counted Wanqing's successes with his hands behind his back. You've taken very good care of him, much better than those others who work in fits and starts. You flatter me, Elder Lu. I'm merely doing what's within my duty. Wanqing naturally knew what the others were like. After Qian Wei made friends, she ran off every day with them to the outer sect to watch the disciples practice. The Shirong realm was far from the outer sect, but close to the inner sect. However, as menial disciples like them, they couldn't enter the inner sect, so they had no choice but to go to the outer sect. The round trip took so long that by the time they returned, it was already evening. Among these, many of the spirit-gathering herbs are of excellent quality. I'll double the spirit stones for you. Old Lu took away the spirit-gathering herbs and left the spirit stones behind. Wanqing obtained 5 mid-grade spirit stones and 73 low-grade spirit stones. In just 2 months, this was already a considerable harvest. No wonder everyone at the spirit field estate wanted to come here. In the farming space, the quantities of spirit-gathering grass and marrow-washing flowers were too small, and Wanqing had yet to experience what their enhancement effects were. The marrow-washing flower can survive simply by inserting a cutting into the soil, and Wanqing can even propagate more from the branches, accumulating a little at a time. As for the spirit-gathering grass, She had no choice but to wait for the herbal garden to send seedlings over. The spiritual rice in the farming space had already been harvested, leaving the fields idle. Wanqing had already decided to plant some things in the garden to throw others off the scent, and the rest would all be planted in the farmland of the farming space. The spirit-gathering herbs in the field had been collected by Old Lu, and the next batch of seedlings wouldn't arrive until the afternoon. During this time, Wanqing planned to take a stroll around the area. The Shirong realm was abundant with spiritual energy, and being located in the remote back mountain where few people ever ventured, aside from the spiritual fields cultivated by the sect. The rest of the area was overgrown with all kinds of rare and exotic herbs. When Wanqing had nothing to do in her spare time, she liked to take a stroll there, hoping that with a bit of luck, she might find some seeds of spiritual medicines. Wanqing strolled through the forest with a complete collection of spirit plants in hand, carefully comparing the plants around her as she read. Suddenly, she heard the sound of someone flying past on a sword. "Brother, see you. It's right here. This is where I saw the green jade bamboo before." A girl's sweet voice came from above. Even though the wind made it sound a bit distorted, one could still detect the excessive sugariness in that voice. That girl must be Lingxu then? Although she knew that they might be the male and female leads, Wanqing remained unmoved, as if she hadn't heard a thing. She is just a background character. A background character just needs to live her own life well. However, they had only just entered the sect not long ago, yet they could already fly on swords. The minimum requirement for sword flight is at least the 5th level of chi refining, but even that is a privilege reserved only for disciples. For menial disciples like them, if they fail to achieve foundation establishment and become outer disciples, they will spend their entire lives only knowing minor spells like rain calling and dust removal. Qin Xiu flew on his sword, carrying Lingxu. Today, Lingxu had suddenly come to him, saying that she had spotted several century-old green jade bamboos in the Shirong realm behind the mountain earlier, but she was not skilled in flying on objects, so she hoped he would take her there. The recent rumors spreading through the inner sect had been troubling him, but Lingxu was a disciple of the Lingwan Immortal Lord, so he found it hard to refuse and agreed. While flying, Qin Xiu vaguely caught sight of figures passing below them. Judging by their attire, they appeared to be menial disciples from the Shirong realm. Dressed in a coarse gray cloth robe, he walked unhurriedly, like a slow-moving mouse. Withdrawing his gaze, Qin Xiu focused on his sword flight. The unpleasant mood of the past few days had been considerably lifted by the mountain and river scenery of the rear hills. Wanqing noticed that the landing spot of Qin Xiu and Lingxu was not far from where she was. The two didn't linger long before they mounted their swords and flew back. Although she could no longer recall the plot clearly, when the protagonists appeared before her, Wanqing could still remember bits and pieces of it. She remembered that azure jade bamboo was an extremely rare material for artifact refinement. Its stalks were slender and long, green as fine jade, and mature bamboo was harder than ordinary dark iron, often used to craft spirit swords. In the early part of the story, the female lead had always used the green bamboo sword. It wasn't until she reached foundation establishment that her master, Spirit Abyss Immortal Lord, took notice and replaced it with a high-grade spirit sword. Holding on to the thought that finding a branch wouldn't be bad either, Wanqing still set off toward the place where they had stopped earlier. The green jade bamboo grew on a hillside. The mature bamboo had already been collected by Lingxu and Qin Xiu. After searching for a long time, Wanqing only found a few small shoots that had just emerged from the soil. Using magic to dig away the soil around the bamboo shoots, she followed their positions to find the bamboo roots, then dug up both the roots and shoots together. Repeating the process, she unearthed the remaining shoots. Wanqing confirmed no one was around and tossed everything into the farming space, planning to replant them once she returned. On the way back, Wanqing also encountered a patch of spirit-connecting flowers. These flowers have the effect of clearing the mind and calming the spirit, and are an ingredient in the clarity pill. Whether it was precious or not, Wanqing didn't care. She only wanted to know if there were seeds. Heaven helps those who help themselves. Wanqing found the fruit of the spirit-connecting flower among the blossoms. According to the complete collection of spiritual plants, simply burying the fruit of the spirit-connecting flower in the soil would make it sprout. Wanqing picked the ripe fruit, then suddenly felt the ground shake and the mountains tremble. Wanqing's face drained of all color in fright, thinking that there must be high-level cultivators dueling nearby, so she quickly packed up her things and hurried down the mountain. What was that noise? Let's have a contest of magic. But this is just an earthquake. I didn't hear any thunderclap either. When have the disciples of the Immortal Sect ever had a magical duel without it sounding like a thunderbolt? Have you forgotten? 1,000 years ago, the Immortal Lord Lingwan sealed the Demon Lord in the back mountain. Good heavens, is this the commotion caused by the Demon Lord? I heard it happens once every 100 years. He won't escape, will he? What's there to fear? With Lord Lingxuan the Immortal here, even a dragon must coil, even a tiger must lie low. Spirit Abyss Immortal Lord is practically the pillar of our Spirit Void sect. When Wanqing returned, she happened to hear others discussing the commotion from the back mountain. Only then did he recall that Sung Moling, the demon lord of the demon race, had led the demons to invade the cultivation world 1,000 years ago. Even the combined forces of the cultivation world failed to stop him, and it was only Lingxuan Immortal Lord who sealed him away behind the Lingxu Sect using the 24 perilous peaks of the sect's inner sect as a formation. After that battle, the Lingxu Sect established its position as the foremost sect in the cultivation world, and it was only then that the Lingxu Sect came to enjoy its current prosperity. As for the demon clan, having lost their demon lord and suffered heavy losses on the battlefield, they can now only hole up in the South Sea, biding their time. Over the years, the demon clan has never ceased sending spies into the Lingxu Sect, attempting to rescue their demon lord, Song Moling. To this end, the Lingxu Sect even established a discipline hall specifically to identify those within the sect who acted suspiciously, behaved furtively, and might be demon spies. Chapter 6. The farming space's effect is remarkable. Are you planning to send the spirit gathering grass over? Yes, the last batch of spirit gathering grass was already harvested this morning, so I need to deliver the seedlings quickly. Why is this bundle especially large? Look, most of the seedlings in this bundle are wilted, they might not survive. The overall condition isn't great, so I added a few extra. Then, could you deliver this bundle of seedlings to the woman who lives in the most remote part of the new spirit gathering herb garden? How could you have a grudge against her? It's not me, it's just that someone close to me has taken a dislike to her. Everyone in the new garden is a novice. Planting seedlings like this might not work out. If she can't grow them, that's her problem. We've already harvested one crop, and she's not completely clueless. TSK, are we brothers or not? Can't even help with such a small favor. Fine, I'll take you back, alright? Then it's settled between us. Just wait and see the good results. The menial disciple who had taken on this task left with the spirit-gathering herb. Qian Wei poked her head out from behind. Su Lang, is everything settled? The servant disciple whom Qian Wei called Su Lang beamed with a radiant smile, stepped over and wrapped his arms around her. Don't you worry. This man is my brother. He'll definitely get things done properly for you. That's really wonderful. Qian Yue pouted coquettishly. She's taken up such a large plot of land, and good land at that. Old Lu told me she got 5 mid-grade spirit stones this time, more than double what I got. It's absolutely infuriating. Alright, don't be angry. Su Lang patted Qian Yue's waist. With me here, I'll make sure you get what you want. Next time, she'll have no choice but to hand that land over to you. Qian Yue laughed and collapsed into Su Lang's arms. Su Lang, it's so good to have you. I've helped Wei get what she desires. Su Lang's hand caressed Qian Wei's waist. Can Wei help me get what I desire as well? Recalling the pleasure of intimacy she had experienced earlier, Qian Yue's cheeks flushed pink as she lightly pounded Su Lang's chest with her little fists. You're so bad. Her shy demeanor stirred Su Lang's heart, and with a startled cry from Qian Wei, he swept her up in his arms, kicked open the courtyard gate, stepped inside, and closed it behind them. From within the room came the faint sounds of a woman's soft moans and a man's low gasps. Why are there so many more seedlings this time than before? Wanqing looked at the spirit-gathering grass seedlings, which were more than half again as many as before. Is it more better? You happen to have the last bundle, so I've packed up the rest and brought them all over for you. Is that so? Then I must thank you. No need to thank me. I have things to attend to, so I'll be going now. Wanqing frowned at the figure hurrying away, feeling that things were not so simple. Still, no matter how you look at it, I really should thank him for sending me so many seedlings. Cultivation knows no time. 2 years passed in the blink of an eye. Wanqing's cultivation had also grown from the 7th layer of Qi refining to the peak of Qi refining. The spirit-gathering grass gave her a great surprise. It could increase the speed at which Wanqing absorbed spiritual energy. Thanks to it, even though Wanqing was no longer planting spiritual rice, her cultivation speed did not slow down. In fact, it grew faster and faster. Now, half of the fields in Wanqing's farming space were already planted with spirit-gathering grass. By the spirit spring pool, a woman in a water-blue cloth garment stood slender and graceful, elegant as bamboo, her skin so fair it seemed it might bruise at a touch, with a flush at her joints like deliberately applied rouge. Though her face was hidden, one could sense an air of cold aloofness and solitary pride. Still staring, huh? Your eyeballs are practically glued to her. In the neighboring 100 Flowers garden, a man was watching so intently that his companion teased him. Oh, shut up. Luin, you're at least a steward of our 100 Flowers garden. If you like her, just go for it. What's with all this hesitation and timidity? His companion shoved Luin, pushing him toward the woman. Don't. I'm not that familiar with her yet. Luan quickly stepped back. How could you not be familiar? The garden you're in charge of is right next to hers. Maybe you two have already been kindred spirits for a long time, just neither of you knows it. His companion grinned lecherously, nudging him with an elbow. Seeing Luan still hesitating, the companion waiting for the gossip grew impatient. If you're really not going, how about I go for you? With that, he actually started to move forward. Luan quickly stopped him. You don't even like her, so why go over there? His gaze of suspicion swept up and down over his companion. His companion was somewhat speechless. Do you think everyone is like you? He reached out and turned Luan's head to look at the woman by the pool. This young master, have seen countless women. Do you think I don't know her? Her entire person is only passable in figure and has a decent temperament, but in reality, her features are plain and her personality is dull. With so many people in the Shirong realm, you're the only one who has taken a liking to her. Why am I so certain you can win her over? She seems to be 16 already. A few more years and she'll be an old maid. You going to her is saving her from a sea of misery. Wanqing was now at the peak of qi refining, her 5 senses far beyond ordinary. At first, she only heard the sounds of scuffling from over there, but as the noise grew louder, she could clearly make out every word the man said afterward. Wanqing sighed. These people clearly had twice the lifespan of mortals, yet instead of seeking immortality and pursuing the Tao, they spent all their time mulling over worldly affairs, even bringing the dregs of the mortal realm into the Immortal Sect. Over the past 2 years, the plants in her spirit field space had brought her great changes, the most important of which was the spirit-gathering grass. Now, her cultivation speed was nearly on par with that of a cultivator with 3 spiritual roots. Secondly, what brought her the greatest change was the green jade bamboo. The few bamboo shoots she had dug up from the back mountain had now grown into a bamboo grove, among which there was even a mutated purple-green jade bamboo. Growing the green jade bamboo had significantly increased her originally petite stature. From a mere 1.5 meters, she now stood at 1.65 meters. Not only did she grow taller, but the green jade bamboo also made her figure much more upright. Her limbs became slender, and even her waist grew thinner. Even his habit of shaking his head while walking had disappeared. Whether standing, sitting, or lying down, he would subconsciously straighten his posture. Several times, Wanqing looked at herself in the mirror and felt as if she were a well-bred young lady from a great family. Although the green jade bamboo was the least abundant in the farming space, it brought the most noticeable changes to Wanqing. Moreover, its effects now showed clear signs of saturation, with no further improvement in sight. She realized that the green jade bamboo was an extremely precious spiritual plant, while the others were merely ordinary spiritual herbs and flowers. Therefore, Wanqing suspected that the more precious the spiritual plants were, the faster they would take effect in the farming space. It was possible that for those top-tier spiritual herbs, Wanqing only needed to plant a single seedling to see results. Over the years, through Wanqing's careful propagation by cuttings, the number of marrow-cleansing flowers had grown considerably. It was these very flowers that were responsible for Wanqing's current milky white complexion. However, the spirit-connecting flower had always been scarce due to the difficulty of bearing fruit, and Wanqing had yet to discern what effects it truly possessed. Nevertheless, Wanqing was aware of its efficacy, and she hoped that the spirit-connecting flower's effects would best manifest upon her divine consciousness. But this was indeed a bit of a fanciful thought. The spirit-connecting flower was merely an ordinary spiritual herb. Its enhancement effect on her certainly wouldn't be so miraculous. Although the effect of the spirit-gathering grass was miraculous, it was ultimately a matter of slow and steady accumulation. The effect of a single spirit-gathering grass, when singled out, was simply too pitiful to behold. That's why I said you should act quickly, aim to have 2 children in 3 years, and keep her firmly under your thumb. The voice that came from beside her interrupted Wanqing's train of thought. Thinking of Qianwei, who had gotten pregnant and given birth at 18, Wanqing couldn't help but shiver. She had even fled to the Immortal Sect. Could she still not escape such matters? Should she just stop pretending and directly establish her foundation to become an outer disciple? She had entered the Lingxu Sect at the age of 6, and it could be said that she had grown up there. Even if she had some fortuitous encounters, it shouldn't reach the point of arousing suspicion. Having made up her mind, Wanqing left directly. On average, once every 6 months, the Shirong realm would dispatch a light boat to take menial disciples to the market at the foot of the mountain to purchase daily necessities. She would also be going to the market at the foot of the mountain later to buy supplies and sell off the backlog of medicinal herbs she had on hand. She couldn't afford to miss this opportunity. Chapter 7. First entering the immortal market. Let's go. It's been so long since I last went down the mountain, I'm way too excited. Hurry up. I heard that today happens to be the Mid-Autumn Festival market on the mountain, with a lantern fair, and there are more people than usual. It's so lively. Hurry up, I can't wait any longer. Wanqing was still dressed in her coarse linen clothes and plain hairpins, carrying a rattan basket on her back. The items she intended to buy were all stored in her space. The basket was merely a decoy to avoid drawing attention. The two men hurriedly chased after her, but by the time they arrived, the boat had already set sail. So that's why I left without waiting for you. Turns out you were in a hurry to go down the mountain and hit the shops. Well, there's no helping it. In a woman's heart, nothing matters more than watching the excitement. Lu En's companion shrugged with open hands, looking quite regretful. Aren't you egging me on just to watch the spectacle? Lu En flicked his sleeves and turned to leave. He only admired Wanqing, but if Wanqing truly wished to marry him. At this thought, Lu En's ears flushed a shade of crimson. Lingxu Town, at the foot of Lingxu Sect's mountain, was undoubtedly the most populous town in the cultivation world, where countless rogue cultivators and mortals had settled down to live, amidst jade towers and soaring eaves. Shops lined both sides of the street, and the Wanqing River flowed through the city center, with pedestrians bustling about. As today was the Mid-Autumn Festival, every shop in the city was festively decorated with lanterns and banners. Looking down from the light boat, it resembled the Milky Way in the sky. Because there's a festival down the mountain today, we'll return at midnight. Don't forget, anyone who misses it will have to rent a boat back on their own. The steward stopped the boat on the Wanqing River and gave instructions to those disembarking. Got it, the eager people replied, then rushed off in a crowd. Hurry, I heard there's a shop on West Street that sells excellent rouge and face powder. There's a ready-made clothing shop on East Street that's not bad either. You can't miss the Lantern Festival at night. I heard that Wanqing Tower is opening today, with a 20% discount on all drinks and dishes. That's not a place we can afford to go to, is it? We can still join in the fun, though. Wanqing disembarked and headed straight for the rogue cultivator market. The market was situated along the Wanqing River, where cultivators from all directions gathered to buy and sell goods. Wanqing searched for quite a while before finding a cramped corner. She pulled out a piece of blue linen from her backpack, spread it on the ground, and, using the backpack as cover, took out all the herbs from her storage space and laid them out on the linen. This is Wanqing's stall. Top-grade spirit-gathering herbs, high-quality marrow-washing flowers, and spirit-connecting flowers, with many more of the finest quality inside, quietly awaiting their destined owners. The clamor of hawking voices was incessant, and quite a few people directly stopped passers-by to sell their goods. In such an environment, Wanqing, who had come to sell her wares full of confidence, grew increasingly dejected, shrinking herself into a quail. She really couldn't handle such an extroverted task. The quality of your goods here is actually quite good. A person stopped in front of Wanqing, and Wanqing looked up to see them. The man before her had features as delicate as a painting, with red lips and white teeth, ink-black hair cascading down his back. He wore a dark green robe with a white outer coat, and a vine-like belt cinched his waist, accentuating his figure. A basket was slung diagonally across his body, filled with many spirit plants. His demeanor was relaxed and carefree, like a bell deer strolling leisurely out of the mountain forest. The tip of her nose caught a medicinal scent as the man drew closer, but Wanqing's gaze fixed on the token of an outer disciple of the Lingxu Sect hanging at his waist. These are all carefully tended by me. Earlier, when she had thought about coming to sell her wares, she had been confident she could talk her way into selling them with a silver tongue. But now reality had dealt Wanqing a considerable blow. She had still overestimated herself. Mu Yunxi looked at the young girl before him. Though not old, she had already reached the peak of qi refining. Her head was lowered, making it hard to see her features, but judging by the items she was selling, she was likely a menial disciple in the sect. Mu Yunxi possessed a divine ability called the Eye of True Insight, which could be used to appraise treasures and discern people. Although the spiritual energy fluctuations of the young girl before him were only at the 5th layer of qi refining, nothing could escape his gaze. The spiritual medicines she sold were also miraculous, all having reached the peak state they should be at this moment. It seemed she must have considerable expertise in the cultivation of spiritual plants. Having this divine ability, he had witnessed too many secrets, which had once caused him great trouble. Over time, he had also learned to turn a blind eye to them. But the quality of the spirit plants before him truly stirred his hunter's delight. It was just a pity that these spirit plants were of a low grade, so the level of pills he could refine from them was also not high. Yet he truly liked the condition of these spirit plants. They would be perfect for studying and playing with. Mu Yunxi cultivated both alchemy and medicine, possessing an exceptional wood spirit root, and his cultivation level was already sufficient to advance to the inner sect. The reason he remains an outer disciple is that he finds the inner sect's 24 peaks too steeped in aggression, filled with nothing but fighting and killing, and life there is not as relaxed and peaceful as in the outer sect. I'll take all these spirit plants of yours. Help me calculate how many spirit stones they cost. Wanqing exclaimed in surprise. You want all of them? Wanqing lifted the blue cloth covering the basket, revealing it was still filled to the brim with top-tier spirit plants. Yunxi was speechless. He really hadn't noticed there was still some left in the basket. However, as someone who cultivated both alchemy and medicine, Yunxi wasn't short on money. Then take it all. 50 mid-grade spirit stones, as agreed. Yunxi handed Wanqing a storage pouch containing 50 mid-grade spirit stones and the spirit plants in the basket before Wanqing vanished in an instant. In the cultivation world, a storage pouch wasn't expensive, just over a dozen low-grade spirit stones, but the herb garden didn't provide one. Wanqing was a homebody, and this was her first time going down the mountain, so naturally she didn't have a storage pouch. The person before her had actually noticed this and, instead of directly pulling out spirit stones, gave her a storage pouch, placing the spirit stones inside it to avoid attracting prying eyes. Wanqing watched Yunxi walk away, never expecting that this person, who appeared so detached and otherworldly, could actually be so meticulous and observant. Tucking the storage pouch into her sleeve, Wanqing suddenly heard the sound of zither music drifting across the Wangjiang River, ethereal and airy, its lingering echoes seeping into the depths of one's heart. A flower boat drifted slowly across the river Wangjiang, a man seated upright at its bow. Before him lay a jade-green zither, its body entirely of fine jade. He wore a red robe embroidered with golden thread patterns, and his light golden hair shone even more brilliantly than his adornments. A decorated pleasure boat glided slowly along the river Wangjiang. At the prow sat a man, before him a zither of pure jade. He was clad in a red garment richly embroidered with golden threads, and his pale golden hair outshone even the finery he wore. It has been years since we last met, but I never expected Brother Su's skill in zither playing to have advanced even further. The man in the purple robe approached with a woman on each arm. The fingers plucking the strings paused, then he took a fan from the side and opened it with a crisp, dashing flourish. The 3 characters Su Jingheng were written on the fan in bold, flowing calligraphy. Turning around, he said, "I've practiced for a long time. Practice makes perfect." The light-haired man turned around, revealing a face as delicate as a hibiscus, with upturned eyes that were seductive and silken, truly a man with a feminine allure. The man in the purple robe stood frozen on the spot, only snapping out of it after a long moment. Recalling his own reaction, he could only give a helpless wry smile. Having known Su Jingheng for so many years, he was still stunned by that rare, unparalleled beauty. The person before him was no ordinary man, the master of the Golden Jade Pavilion, rumored to have a mountain of spirit stones piled up at home. Thinking of this, the man in purple sighed. If Su Jingheng were an ordinary female cultivator, no, an ordinary cultivator, he would have claimed her as his own without hesitation. Chapter 8. Gazing at the river's flow below the river-gazing tower. With such splendid moments at hand, Brother Su is actually here playing the zither. That seems rather a waste. Su Jingheng came to the imperial concubine's couch and reclined sideways, while a maidservant who had been waiting for some time picked up a grape and fed it to Su Jingheng. Oh? How was it wasted? Su Jingheng spat out the grape skin. Today is the Mid-Autumn Festival, and many female cultivators from the Lingxu Sect have come down to join the festivities. This is the perfect time for us to feast our eyes, and if we're lucky, we might even take a few home. Ifong, that's all the ambition you have. Su Jingheng's tone was neither light nor heavy, dripping with sarcasm. That's not right at all. My family is waiting for me to spread our branches and strengthen the clan. That's my greatest responsibility to the family. Ifeng said as he glanced outside. That female cultivator is quite good, voluptuous figure, graceful curves, and not bad looking either. Ifeng watched with great relish. That one in the tea house is also quite something, a face of peerless beauty, brows furrowed like distant mountains, eyes rippling like autumn waters. Su Jingheng looked listless, his eyes lowered as he toyed with a fan. The Su and Yi families were connected by marriage. Su Jingheng's aunt was the wife of Yifeng's father. However, Yifeng was not his aunt's child. His mother had been elevated to that position after his aunt died from a cultivation mishap, succumbing to demonic possession. Su Jingheng associated with him only for the sake of his cousin, who was raised in seclusion and had been frail since childhood. Otherwise, he truly disdained any connection with this man. Seeing that Su Jingheng kept ignoring him, Yifeng grew a bit displeased. Don't just let me look, you take a glance too. Su Jingheng casually scanned the area, then pointed at a girl's back. Skin like snow, bones like bamboo, plain clothes and thorn hairpins can't hide her beauty. Where? Yifeng laughed, following the direction Su Jingheng pointed. Let me see what kind of beauty is worthy of such praise from Brother Su. Yifeng stared for a moment, then said, Brother Su, this time you've misjudged. Su Jingheng, oh. Although this woman carries herself with extraordinary poise, her hair is coarse and lacks luster, clearly she comes from an ordinary family. You must understand, the trivialities of the mortal world age a person. Even a woman of peerless beauty, if cast into a common household, can only face the fading of her charms and the withering of her grace. Yifeng spoke of women with great authority, shaking his head and looking thoroughly regretful. Su Jingheng, however, felt that the woman he had just seen was like bamboo. Not one that could be crushed by the mundane world. But he had no desire to argue with Yifeng. Today was the grand opening of his Wanqing Tower, and if not for his cousin, he should be at the tower overseeing things right now. Instead, he was here with Yifeng, shooting the breeze and watching the beauties. He found it enough to look at himself every day. Why would he need to look at anyone else? With all the spirit plants meant for sale sold out, Wanqing, now free of any tasks, decided to go browse the market. As the largest market for independent cultivators at the foot of Lingxu Sect's mountain, it had everything from spiritual treasures and artifacts to formations and talismans. Yet none of these were things Wanqing could even dream of. She also spotted many stalls selling spiritual plants, but those offering seeds or seedlings were few and far between. Spirit flowers, selling spirit flowers. Wanqing stopped in front of a stall selling spirit flowers, pointed at the bright red fruits in a small basket and asked, "Are you selling these spirit flower fruits?" Based on the other person's attire, they should be from the 100 Flowers Garden of the Shirong realm. "I do sell them, but these fruits aren't very tasty." "Are you sure you want to buy them, customer?" Wanqing chuckled in spite of herself. "I'm not going to eat it." "How much are you selling these seeds for?" "Selling them as a bundle. 1 mid-grade spirit stone." "No," Wanqing said, "without a wood spirit root to nurture it, the psychic flower fruit won't even sprout. It can only be eaten as a spirit fruit, and it's not worth a mid-grade spirit stone. I can only give you 50 low-grade spirit stones." Wanqing fumed inwardly. Damn it. I quoted too high. The words were already spoken, so Wanqing had no choice but to take out 50 spirit stones and put the fruit into her storage pouch. Stopping and starting again, Wanqing also collected a snow lotus seed. This spiritual plant had no special effects. Because of its fresh and elegant fragrance, it was often used by female cultivators to make incense. The reason I bought it was because it was cheap, practical, and plentiful. 10 low-grade spirit stones got me half a bag of snow lotus seeds. It's better to plant them than to let them go to waste. Who knows, there might be a pleasant surprise. Wanqing noticed that she was getting significantly more looks this time out, but after people saw her face, they all shook their heads and walked away, full of regret. While a beautiful appearance is certainly pleasing, given her current level of ability, if anyone had ill intentions, she wouldn't even have a chance to resist. After much deliberation, Wanqing entered a rouge and powder shop. When she emerged, her once snow-white skin had turned a sallow yellow. In the shop, she bought 2 boxes of yellow powder, one for daily use and one to carry with her for touch-ups. Before she knew it, Wanqing had wandered into the evening. The lanterns at the festival were dazzling and colorful, and quite a few people were releasing floating lanterns by the river. Wanqing bought a sky lantern, but when she picked up the brush, she didn't know what wish to write. In the end, she inscribed on the lantern, "Human effort determines all, man's resolve can conquer fate." The slowly ascending sky lanterns merged into a sea of lanterns, until they drifted beyond Wanqing's sight and could no longer be seen. A hurried passerby bumped into Wanqing, interrupting her as she was gazing into the distance, lost in thought. Let's go. Wanqing Tower is open for business. I heard the owner has put up a couplet, and whoever matches it will win 10 million spirit stones." That's truly a grand gesture. Even a foundation establishment Immortal wouldn't have that many spirit stones, would they? Do you know who the real owner behind Wanqing Tower is? It's the master of the Golden Jade Pavilion. You mean the Golden Jade Pavilion whose businesses span the entire cultivation world? Then I'll have to go take a look. What if I end up getting it? Having caught wind of the conversation, Wanqing did a quick calculation in her head that came to 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones, or 1,000 top-grade spirit stones. After calculating the result, Wanqing gasped sharply. It really was a huge sum of money. And this was just the reward for matching the couplet. Although she was certain she wouldn't win any prize, Wanqing was determined to join in the excitement no matter what. By now, Wanqing Tower was surrounded by layers upon layers of people, with even street vendors squeezing their way over to peddle their goods. Wanqing arrived late and couldn't get inside, only able to hear the innkeeper's voice, deep and resonant. This young gentleman's couplet is indeed elegant and brilliant, but it does not perfectly match the original couplet. What a pity. Unable to see the scene inside, Wanqing sat by a well on the banks of the Wanqing River, listening to the commotion. The moon had already reached its zenith. The 15th night's moon was round and bright, hanging in the sky and reflected in the well water. It was shattered again by the pebble Wanqing had tossed in. The couplet from my employer, gazing at river tower, gazing at river flow, beneath gazing at river tower, gazing at river flow, The river tower lasts 1,000 ages, the river flow lasts 1,000 ages. The couplet is not difficult, but it must match the present scene and moment. I hope everyone can pool their wisdom, so that my son can give away this 1,000,000 spirit stones. Wanqing stopped the motion of throwing stones. The first half of the poem sounded somewhat familiar. Could it be a fellow townsman? Wanqing, who was about to rise and answer, stopped again. The owner of Wanqing Tower spent 1,000,000 spirit stones just to advertise the place, and right now it's clearly still in the warm-up phase, with the buzz not yet fully stirred up. If she were to intercept the deal now, it would truly make that 1,000,000 in promotional costs for Wanqing Tower go down the drain. Thinking of this, Wanqing sat down again, planning to wait until the heat died down before speaking. If someone else snatched the opportunity in the meantime, then she would consider it her own fault. Wanqing had just sat down when she heard the sound of a zither drifting across the lake, the same melody she had heard earlier at the market. The pleasing sound of the qin is intoxicating. Chapter 9. My heart belongs to another. Accompanied by the pleasant sound of the zither, Wanqing closed her eyes and rested. The melody was soothing and gentle. Having not slept for a long time due to her relentless cultivation day and night, Wanqing actually drifted off to sleep along with the music. The clamor of the crowd seemed to have nothing to do with her. This humble maiden has a verse that can match this couplet. Lingxu stepped forward from the crowd. As the sole personal disciple of the Spirit Abyss Immortal Lord, she naturally did not lack such money. But having come out this time with the other inner disciples, if she could find an opportunity to showcase what she had learned in the Chancellor's residence and earn a reputation as a talented woman before her senior fellow apprentices, it would not be a wasted trip. The shopkeeper invited Lingxu onto the stage. Please, miss, share your wisdom. Lingxu began to chant softly, colorful clouds in the sky, among the clouds, colorful clouds in the sky and among the clouds. The sky of clouds lasts forever, the space among clouds lasts forever. As soon as the second line was presented, cheers erupted from the audience. Well, the shopkeeper also thought it was good, but the person in charge was on a flower boat on the Wanqing River. At that moment, only the melodious sound of a zither could be heard, with no reaction at all. Before long, the lazy voice of the man on the flower boat drifted over with the sound of the zither. Not right. Lingxu frowned. What's not right about it? She had also heard people say that the owner of Wanqing Tower was the master of Jinyu Tower, and she knew that Jinyu Tower was, in plain terms, a place of business. Having only recently arrived in the cultivation world, Lingxu, who usually saw no one other than her master and the inner sect senior brothers and sisters, still retained some mortal world ways of thinking. In her eyes now, the master of the Golden Jade Tower was nothing more than a mortal merchant. Scholars, farmers, artisans, merchants ranked last. Even the wealthiest merchant in the mortal world is at best an imperial merchant, something Lingxu truly looked down upon. Yet Lingxu forgot that in the cultivation world, spirit stones were not just currency but also cultivation resources. With countless spirit stones at home, comparable to a spirit vein, Su Jingheng was undoubtedly the most sought-after prize in the eyes of cultivators. Although the young lady's couplet is well matched in terms of parallelism, it does not suit the occasion. The tavern keeper has already stated that it must reflect the present scene and moment. With that, the flower boat across the way paused for a moment. However, the young lady's couplet does display literary talent. If you do not mind, I can offer you a spiritual jade hairpin as a gift. A jade-white hairpin drifted slowly out from the flower boat. Lingxu sent it back with a flick of her spiritual energy. Who wants your stuff? The style was clearly not meant for a woman, just as expected from a merchant, so perfunctory. Mercenary. Lingxu jumped directly off the stage and followed her senior brothers and sisters away. Su Jingheng, sitting at the bow of the boat, caught the hairpin as it flew back and inserted it back into Yifeng's hair. Yifeng asked in confusion. That woman just now was stunningly beautiful and exceptionally talented. If you gave her the top spot, it would surely become a legendary tale. I don't want to give it to her. Su Jingheng continued playing the piano. Why? Those 1,000,000 spirit stones will have to be given out eventually. If you don't, those cultivators will think that you, the master of the Golden Jade Tower, have deceived them. Su Jingheng didn't even lift his head and said, I already have someone to give it to. Yifeng leaned in closer. You found an excuse? That's not like you, Su Jingheng. Su Jingheng shot him a glance, brimming with allure, sending a wave of tingling pleasure through Yifeng's entire body. Then why did you touch my hairpin for her just now? Yifeng touched the hairpin on his head. Because she is the disciple of the Spirit Abyss Immortal Lord. Su Jingheng's voice was calm, as if what he was saying was nothing out of the ordinary. What? Yifeng looked up and walked to the bow of the boat to find Lingxu's figure. After searching for a long time without finding her, he turned around and said regretfully, then you should have given her the top spot just now. She's the disciple of Lingwan Immortal Lord. Su Jingheng said, I told you, my heart is already set on someone else. What? What? How come I didn't see it? Yifeng fumed. Is the person you're giving it to really better than Lingyuan Immortal Lord's disciple? Naturally, they are not. Then that settles it? But I want to give it. Su Jingheng's eyes shimmered with a captivating light, his androgynous, strikingly handsome features breathtakingly beautiful. Yifeng. You look good, so you're in the right. It's your own business. Why should I worry for you? Yifeng tossed out the remark and sat back down among the beauties. Su Jingheng played the piano while glancing at the young girl sitting by the well near the river, her eyes closed in rest. This girl had been there since the start of the poetry gathering. She grew excited upon hearing his couplet and prepared to step onto the stage, but stopped after rising. She clearly had everything figured out. All she had to do was go on stage and claim the spirit stone. Given her attire and cultivation level, 1,000,000 spirit stones must have been a fortune to her. She did not take the first place prize at the very beginning. Once Wanqing Tower had launched this publicity campaign, once more and more people gathered before Wanqing Tower. Once Wanqing Tower had achieved its goal. He sat at the bow of the boat, noticed this, and, moved by the moment, played a tune for her to hear. Everyone in the world knows that the master of the Golden Jade Pavilion has extraordinary skill in the art of sound cultivation. Yet even he never expected that his single melody would actually lull someone to sleep, nearly allowing others to beat him to the prize. If this young lady doesn't wake up soon, the top spot will truly be taken by someone else. Su Jingheng stopped the strings, his slender fingers plucking from top to bottom, the sound of iron horses and icy rivers reaching Yuanqing's ears. The sound of piercing zither music woke Yuanqing from a deep sleep, and she abruptly sat up, opening her eyes. How did I fall asleep? Since she had begun channeling qi into her body, she had never slept. Otherwise, even with her farming space, given her 5-element spiritual root aptitude, 10 years would not have been enough to reach the peak of qi refinement. Not even another 10 years would suffice. Still, sleeping once in a while felt rather nice. At least now Yuanqing felt completely relaxed all over. Looking toward Wanqing Tower, the crowd surrounding it had already thinned by more than half, no longer the packed, shoulder-to-shoulder scene it was before. Now, Yuanqing could easily walk to the very front. Yuan raised his hand and declared in a clear voice, I have a second line for the couplet. The shopkeeper's eyes lit up. Miss, please come up quickly. Just now, after a young woman of peerless beauty failed to take first place, many felt that Wanqing Tower's standards were simply too high. The cultivation world is mostly about fighting and killing. Literary pursuits like poetry and prose are only popular in the mortal realm. The demands of Wanqing Tower were truly too difficult for them, and finding it boring, people gradually began to leave. The shopkeeper saw this happening and grew anxious in his heart. Let's hope he doesn't mess up this poetry gathering. When asked to go up on stage, Yuanqing shook her head and refused. I'll just speak from here. Fine. The shopkeeper naturally had no objections. The first couplet, gazing at river tower, watching the river flow, beneath the river tower watching the river flow, the river tower endures for ages, the river flows for ages. My matching couplet is, moon printing well, moon printing shadow, in the moon printing well the moon printing shadow, the moon and well endure for 10,000 years, the shadow endures for 10,000 years. At this moment, beside Yuanqing, the ancient well was reflecting the jade-like silver moon in the sky, and the moonlight cast a shimmering glow upon the water's surface. Perfectly fitting for the scene. Someone clapped in approval. This couplet is exquisite. You know, today is the Mid-Autumn Festival, so singing of the moon couldn't be more fitting. Someone pointed at the shopkeeper and said, this time, don't you try to quibble again. The shopkeeper smiled apologetically. Miss, your literary talent is truly remarkable. I am in awe. The music from the flower boat had stopped at some point, yet Yuanqing did not notice that it had ceased precisely to rouse her from her reverie. Very well. Fitting the occasion and the scene, you shall be the top contender. The verdict from the flower boat arrived, and the innkeeper felt a weight lift from his heart. He led the applause, saying, excellent. The young lady shall be the top winner of our Wanqing Tower poetry gathering. A storage pouch was delivered from the flower boat into Yuanqing's hands. Without a doubt, it must be the 1,000,000 spirit stones. Holding the storage pouch in her hands, a sudden flash of insight struck Yuanqing. The more she looked at the scene before her, the more familiar it seemed. Then Yuanqing suddenly remembered that Su Jingheng, the master of the Golden Jade Pavilion, was one of the female lead Lin Sairu's men. The fog of memory seemed to be wiped clean at this moment. The day the two first met was the Mid-Autumn Lantern Festival. Su Jingheng's Wanqing Tower held a poetry gathering for its grand opening, and only the female lead was able to match the couplet, so Su Jingheng awarded her first place in the competition. After this event, Lin Sairu not only gained a reputation for her unparalleled beauty, but also earned the title of a talented woman, making her widely renowned. This first meeting allowed Lin Xiru to leave an impression on Su Jingheng with her beauty and literary talent. The subsequent encounters where her unparalleled charm captivated him naturally followed. But how could it be that she took first place in the poetry gathering now? Where did Lin Xiru go? Wanqing searched through the crowd but couldn't find Lin Xiru's figure. After hesitating for a moment, Wanqing still put away the storage pouch. Though his literary talent is not bad, this one is really quite ordinary in appearance. It would have been much better to give the top spot to that young lady just now. She is a rare beauty the likes of which the world seldom sees. Judging by her attire, she must be an inner disciple of the Lingxu Sect. That's certainly better than this plain little girl in front of us. So the female lead has already been here? Wanqing overheard the crowd's gossip, but the disparaging remarks about her didn't bother her. After all, she was just a background character. In the original novel, her name doesn't even appear. Perhaps the original version of her has already wasted her entire life in the Lingtian manor. Wanqing turned to leave when she heard a voice from the flower boat again. Wait a moment? Su Jingheng, with his profound cultivation, clearly overheard the conversation of the people by the river. Seeing Wanqing frown, he thought she was upset by what others had said. A white jade waist token flew out from the flower boat, and Wanqing instinctively caught it. On it was engraved the character Su. From now on, all expenses incurred by this young lady at my Wanqing Tower are waived. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Truly worthy of the master of the Golden Jade Tower, such a generous gesture. Wanqing bowed toward the flower boat. Thank you, young master, but this. Wanqing was about to refuse when she saw the doors and windows of the flower boat close on all sides, and it slowly sailed away. Su Jingheng, reclining on the chaise lounge, thought of the little girl's dejected expression just now. Why the sadness? What he chose wouldn't be inferior to anyone else's. Chapter 10. A decade to build the foundation. So this is the accomplice you found? Doesn't look like much to me. Yifeng enjoyed the service of a beauty by his side. I thought you'd find some stunningly gorgeous woman, but instead it's just a country bumpkin. Su Jingheng said, I have my own plans. Indeed, when it comes to scheming, Brother Su's skills are far beyond what the likes of us can match. Yifeng pulled the beauty beside him closer and said, as for me, I just need to know how to enjoy life. Su Jingheng looked at the dissolute young man before him. The current matriarch of the Yi family was so desperate for Yifeng to become accomplished overnight, hoping her son would turn into a dragon, that she mistreated his cousin. Yet, she never expected that the son she had placed such high hopes in had already turned into the person he was today. Wanqing put away the token in her hand, having already made up her mind never to set foot in Wanqing Tower again. Although she didn't know why the female lead, Lin Xiru, hadn't taken first place, she decided it was best not to meddle in the affairs between the female lead and the male lead. The Lantern Festival was drawing to a close, and Wanqing had already accomplished what she set out to do today. Although there was still some time before the gathering at the lightboat, she had already decided to head back. Wanqing waited on the lightboat until the moon hung high in the sky. The others had all returned, and the lightboat set sail for the journey back. Wanqing returned to her bamboo hut, only to notice a figure moving in the distance. Who's there? In the vast cultivation world, it was hard to tell whether the sudden sight of a figure was human or ghost. It's me. Luan stepped out from behind the shade of the tree. You're the steward of the 100 Flowers Garden. Wanqing frowned. Why aren't you cultivating in your room in the middle of the night? What business do you have with me? Luan looked very ill at ease, then suddenly noticed Wanqing's skin, which had turned a sallow yellow, and his eyes dimmed. If she hadn't bothered to conceal it before, why start now, of all times, right after meeting them? The implication was all too clear. You must have heard what we were saying earlier. If there was anything inappropriate, I apologize to you here and now. Luan bowed in greeting. Wanqing turned aside, declining the gesture. No need. I didn't hear anything offensive, and my current state is not directed at you. It's just that we walk different paths, so we have no common ground for collaboration. Wanqing's spiritual energy surged steadily, rising until it settled at the peak of qi refining. Even though the people in the herb garden had neglected their cultivation, they still understood what reaching the peak of qi refining meant. This means that Wanqing and they would soon no longer be people of the same world. Luan let out a bitter laugh. Others said he had poor taste for falling for a woman with an aloof personality and ordinary looks, but now he felt his taste was actually too good. He had set his sights on someone from the heavens. May Lady Luan achieve all her wishes and have a bright future. Sensing the dejection radiating from Luan, Wanqing spoke softly. The same goes for you. Watching Luan's retreating figure, Wanqing withdrew her spiritual aura and let out a self-deprecating laugh. Down the mountain, she had been cautious and careful, fearing that someone might notice her and covet her treasures, leading to her death and the end of her path. Now, however, she was putting on airs and throwing her weight around. Returning to her bamboo hut, Wanqing entered the farming space. Having planted all the seeds she bought today, Wanqing stayed directly in the farming space to cultivate. Today, a light rain fell in the Shirong realm, with raindrops dripping down the bamboo hut, splashing into small puddles on the soaked yellow earth path. The rare rain nourished the spirit-gathering herbs, which had been neglected over the past few days, and their wilted leaves gradually regained vitality. Suddenly, a surge of spiritual energy gathered around the bamboo hut, forming a vortex of spiritual power. The turbulent spiritual energy alarmed the people in the herb garden. What's going on? Could it be immortals dueling? A knowledgeable old steward slapped his thigh. This is clearly someone in the garden achieving foundation establishment and ascending to immortality. What? Foundation establishment? Hurry up and go take a look. Could there be danger? Foundation establishment doesn't have a lightning tribulation, and the spiritual energy is dense, so we can go and take advantage of it. Why bother? For people like us, just being able to draw chi into our bodies is already a blessing from the heavens. The crowd arrived at Wanqing's door, where old Lu was already waiting. As he gazed at the spiritual energy swirling above the bamboo hut, tears streamed down his aged face. How long had it been since he, too, once harbored such a dream? Qian Yue held a baby in her arms, now dressed as a matronly woman, her former charm long faded. She stared at the bamboo hut, lost in thought. She remembered that Wanqing was merely a 5 spirit root cultivator, while her own talent was actually slightly better than Wanqing's. The airflow stirred up by the spiritual energy startled the infant into loud crying. Qian Wei quickly rocked and coaxed it gently, then turned and left. Before long, the spiritual energy phenomenon dissipated, and a crowd gathered outside the bamboo hut. Even quite a few outer sect disciples who had happened to witness the phenomenon and came to join the excitement were present. Those disciples stood on the lightboat spirit sword, discussing among themselves. Do you think it succeeded? I think it's difficult. The sect won't give foundation establishment pills to menial disciples. Relying solely on one's own spiritual power to establish a foundation is as hard as reaching the heavens. Indeed, there are quite a few in the outer sect who fail to establish a foundation through their own strength. But these menial disciples can only take a gamble. I looked into the owner of this house, entered the sect at 6, now only 16. A menial disciple who reached foundation establishment in 10 years, such a temperament is truly remarkable. This person's heart for seeking immortality and pursuing the Tao is truly admirable. It would be a great pity if they failed to establish their foundation. As the people discussed, the aura within the bamboo hut rose steadily, and in the blink of an eye, it had reached the early stage of foundation establishment. Inside the hut, Wanqing finished her cultivation and exhaled, secretly thinking herself fortunate. Fortunately, when she was preparing for foundation establishment, she had planted enough spirit-gathering herbs in her farming space. At the critical moment of foundation establishment, the herbs matured, increasing the speed at which she absorbed spiritual energy. Otherwise, this attempt at foundation establishment would surely have failed. Wanqing rose from her meditation cushion and straightened her clothes. During the foundation establishment process, her marrow had been washed and her meridians cleansed, leaving a thick layer of grime on her body. The unusual phenomena of foundation establishment must have attracted quite a few people. Just by listening to the sounds outside, Wanqing could picture the scene. There was no chance to give her a thorough wash, so he cast a dust-clearing spell to remove the dirt and grime from her body. A water mirror formed from spiritual power confirmed that her makeup had not vanished along with it. Wanqing nodded in satisfaction. Open the door and walk out. The people who had been waiting outside for a long time surged forward. Congratulations, junior sister, on successfully establishing your Tao foundation. An outer sect disciple descended from midair, and the menial disciples on the ground automatically parted to make way for him. Thank you for your praise, senior brother. I am grateful to all the senior brothers and sisters for guarding the ritual. Please accept my bow. Wanqing bent forward in a salute. Junior sister, no need to be polite. We merely saw the unusual phenomenon here and came to join in the excitement, the leading senior brother introduced. My name is Song Wenjia, and I am a steward disciple of the outer sect. In a moment, you can leave with me to process your outer sect disciple token. Miscellaneous labor disciples who reach the foundation establishment stage automatically enter the outer sect and become outer sect disciples. These affairs are also handled by the steward disciples of the outer sect. If Wanqing had not encountered Song Wenjia, she would have had to go to the outer sect herself to find the steward disciple. Wanqing said, "Then I'll trouble you, senior brother." Within the Spirit Void sect, the 24 perilous peaks of the inner sect were overseen by Spirit Abyss Immortal Lord and 23 inner sect elders, while the outer sect's 81 clustered peaks housed tens of thousands of outer sect disciples, governed by 81 outer sect elders and the discipline hall. Both the inner and outer sects featured structures such as the library pavilion, the trial tower, the training plaza, and the lecture halls. Wanqing had been at Lingxu Sect for a full 10 years, yet this was the first time she had seen the sect in its entirety. Although she had already reached the foundation establishment stage, having started as a menial disciple, she possessed cultivation but no knowledge of spells. It was still Song Wenjia who carried her on his flying sword as they entered the outer sect. Chapter 11. Choosing a cave-dwelling site. This is Junior Sister Yu's outer disciple waste token, and the storage pouch contains the spirit stones given by the sect along with a low-grade spirit sword. Song Wenjia registered Wanqing in the records, then handed the waste token and storage pouch to her. Thank you, senior brother. Wanqing reached out and took it. And this. Song Wenjia produced a small flag. This is an array flag, used to set up the barrier for your cave dwelling in the outer sect. Among the 81 peaks of the outer sect, you may choose an uninhabited spot as your cave dwelling. Stand at the center point and activate the formation flag. An area of 1 square kilometer will be encompassed within it for your use as a cave dwelling. Though the area is not large for us cultivators, a cave dwelling is merely a place for meditation and cultivation. As long as the surrounding spiritual energy is abundant, that suffices. He also placed the banner in Wanqing's hands. Wanqing said, Senior brother, I have just arrived and am not familiar with the outer sect. I don't know where I should choose a cave dwelling. Might you have any recommendations? That stands to reason. Song Wenjia pondered for a moment. The scenery across the 81 peaks is all beautiful and picturesque, with little difference overall. So, junior sister, when choosing a cave dwelling, you should still pick a place where the spiritual energy distribution suits you. Wanqing, I ask senior brother Song to enlighten me. To the south of the 81 peaks lies a bamboo sea, with dense forests where wood and earth spiritual energy is relatively active. To the north is a barren mountain range, but beneath the ground there are geothermal heat and rock minerals, making it a place where metal and fire spiritual energy is more active. To the west, because it is close to the cave dwelling of Immortal Lord Lingxu, ice spiritual energy is the most active due to the influence of his spiritual power, with water spiritual roots coming second. To the east lies a cluster of buildings within the gates, bustling with people and shimmering with mixed spiritual energy every day, hardly suitable for cultivation. Song Wenjia's explanation was remarkably thorough. Where you choose to live, junior sister, will ultimately depend on the nature of your spiritual root. To be honest, senior brother Song, Wanqing clasped her fists in salute. This junior sister actually has the talent of a false 5-element spiritual root. A false 5-element spiritual root. Song Wenjia had originally thought that his new junior sister must possess extraordinary perseverance to achieve foundation establishment in just 10 years as a menial disciple, but now it was clear, this wasn't just extraordinary perseverance. This was immense determination. This is indeed a bit tricky. As he spoke, Song Wenjia's eyes lit up. However, I do know of a cave dwelling that once belonged to a senior fellow apprentice with 5 spiritual roots. He was a rogue cultivator who only joined our sect after reaching foundation establishment, a man of great perseverance, just like you, junior sister. He has now entered the inner sect, so his cave dwelling has naturally been vacated. Junior sister, you can tidy up his cave dwelling and keep it for your own use. Having a ready-made one naturally delighted Wanqing, as the cave dwelling of that unnamed senior fellow apprentice, who also possessed 5 spiritual roots, would surely suit her. Wanqing said, then I'll trouble senior brother Song to lead the way. Song Wenjia, a trivial matter. As expected of the cave dwelling once chosen by the senior apprentice brother, its location exceeded Wanqing's expectations. This cave dwelling is perched on a sheer cliff face, where a magnolia tree stands tall. A platform juts out from the base of the cliff, and there happens to be a cave there. Based on the size of the formation flag, it can encompass both the cave and the cliff. Although the location was a bit steep, Wanqing was quite satisfied. Below the cliff lay a forest of bamboo and trees, while the terrain at the edge was flat, with a flowering tree adding a touch of elegance. Wanqing then went to check the cave. Inside, there was only a stone bed, overgrown with weeds due to neglect, but overall, Wanqing was still very pleased with what she saw. To be honest, the scenery here is indeed quite nice. It's just that the spiritual energy contains all 5 elements, making it unsuitable for other disciples to live in. Otherwise, this place would have been taken long ago. Wanqing said, thank you very much for this, senior brother. If there's ever anything I can help with in the future, I, your junior sister, will do my utmost. Song Wenjia, you flatter me, junior sister. It was merely my duty. Song Wenjia, since your matters have been settled, junior sister, I shall not linger here any longer. Wanqing, farewell, senior brother. Watching Song Wenjia depart on his flying sword, Wanqing quietly let out a sigh of relief. She still found this kind of necessary social interaction somewhat challenging. However, Wanqing was indeed very satisfied with this cave dwelling, whether it was the spiritual energy or the scenery. Wanqing took out the array flags, activated them with spiritual energy, and the moment the flag's effects were triggered, a barrier enveloped the entire area within a kilometer radius around Wanqing. Wanqing returned to the cave to pack her belongings. Once everything was properly packed, Wanqing turned and entered the farming space. When she first drew qi into her body, the farmland in her farming space suddenly expanded by 10 mu. Before this foundation establishment, Wanqing had been eagerly anticipating the changes in her farming space. Although she had already anticipated it, the transformation of the space after entering still shocked Wanqing. The land had expanded from the original 10 mu to 100 mu, and the once misty, indistinct boundaries had become much clearer. The endless mountains encircled the entire farming space, making it feel like a paradise secluded from the world. Now, only spirit-gathering grass and green jade bamboo remained among the plants in the fields. The effect of the marrow cleansing flower had completely faded. Now, the skin Wanqing had disguised herself with was as delicate as lard and as lustrous as jade. Even Wanqing herself found it irresistible to the touch when she ran her fingers over it. The growth-boosting effect of the spirit communication flower was still ongoing, but Wanqing had not felt any noticeable change for a long time. Additionally, since she needed a sufficient amount of spirit-gathering grass for her foundation establishment, the cultivation of the spirit communication flower was temporarily put on hold. The snow lotus flowers bought earlier at the market at the foot of the mountain, being ordinary spiritual plant spice flowers, grew very quickly in the farming space. Even with a large bag of seeds, it didn't take long to plant them all. The enhancement effect of the snow lotus flowers was also quite mediocre. It gave Wanqing a faint floral scent, so subtle that she could only detect it by chance and never noticed it in daily life. However, later on, Wanqing found herself becoming more popular with small animals. After planting the snow lotus, she often saw flocks of 4 or 5 sparrows huddled together on the branches outside the herbal garden, watching her. The small animals she encountered in her daily life also noticeably increased in number. This pleased Wanqing, who had a fondness for fluffy things, and she felt that the spirit stones spent on the snow lotus were not wasted. Perhaps one day she could use this fragrance to find herself a spirit pet. Back inside the house, Wanqing sat before the mirror and removed her makeup. The reflection in the mirror showed a beauty with icy skin and jade-like bones, her posture graceful and charming, her autumn water eyes seeming to speak yet holding back, stirring the heart. She covered her face in the herb garden because most of the people there were worldly minded, and she wanted to avoid trouble. Now that she had reached the outer sect, everyone was a cultivator who had undergone marrow cleansing and meridian purification. At this point, even if Wanqing did not disguise herself, she would not stand out in the outer sect. But Wanqing knew that the young master of the demon clan had already infiltrated the Lingxu Sect as a spy, and would soon launch a surprise attack on the sect while Lingyuan Immortal Lord was tied up guarding the demon lord's seal and unable to extricate himself. Although the uprising was suppressed, the demons took the opportunity to abduct a large number of handsome disciples from both the inner and outer sects to use as cauldrons for cultivation. The female protagonist Lin Xiru was one of them. Because she had once saved the life of the young demon lord, under the influence of her universally appealing charm, the young demon lord quickly fell for her. He planned this surprise attack solely to take Lin Xiru away. Under the protection of the young demon lord, Lin Xiru lived quite comfortably in the demon realm. Although she had to endure the young demon lord's daily invitations to dual cultivation, she was safely rescued after the arrival of Immortal Lord Lingyuan. Although nothing happened to the female lead, the inner and outer sect disciples who were captured suffered greatly. In the original text, only a few words were mentioned about them, and their fate was summed up in just one sentence. Their cultivation regressed and inner demons ran rampant. But Wanqing could imagine the kind of torment they would endure. Wanqing, being of little influence and with her words carrying no weight, had no way to stop such a catastrophe. The only thing she could do was to disguise herself and protect her own safety. Chapter 12. Meeting Mu Yunxi again. After reapplying her makeup, Wanqing tidied up the extra 100 acres of land she had, organized all the inventory in the house, planting most of the land with spirit-gathering grass. The spiritual flowers that were originally not intended to be planted were also planted, as there was now leftover space. After planting all the spirit seedlings, Wanqing took a stroll around the area where the azure jade bamboo was growing. 10 stalks of azure jade bamboo stood tall and graceful, and among them, one mutated variety, so dark purple it appeared almost black, had a continuous vortex of spiritual energy swirling above its crown. This was precisely the mutated variety of azure jade bamboo, the purple azure jade bamboo. The purple azure jade bamboo is even more resilient than the ordinary azure jade bamboo, and a 1,000-year-old purple azure jade bamboo possesses the special ability to break through environmental constraints and purify the heart and mind. It is a treasure that countless cultivators flock to. Originally, Wanqing wanted to refine a spiritual sword using green jade bamboo, but now she has a better option in the form of purple-green jade bamboo. The only thing that gave Wanqing a headache was forging a spirit sword from green jade bamboo. If she were to learn artifact crafting on her own, it would probably take just a year or two. But with purple-green jade bamboo instead, most of her time during her foundation establishment life, aside from cultivation, would be spent on artifact crafting. Wanqing had an interest in alchemy and artifact crafting, but this interest was built on the fact that, thanks to her farming space, she was suited for alchemy and artifact crafting, hence the interest. However, if alchemy and artifact crafting were to affect her cultivation, then everything would have to yield to cultivation, even if alchemy and artifact crafting could make her more powerful in battle and better protect herself. This is just like how people played games in a past life, like those games where you boost your combat power by raising stats. Even if the numbers are fake, you still have to inflate your combat power first. As for what the actual attack power or critical hit rate is, that's something I'll worry about after I've raised my combat power. Wanqing was exactly like this now, stumbling into the world of cultivation all alone, diligently practicing without any guidance from a master. Her entire perspective on cultivation was shaped purely by her past habits from playing games. How about finding a fellow disciple from the outer sect to help? At worst, we can offer more spirit stones. I imagine many disciples would be willing to give the 1,000-year purple-green jade bamboo a try. As Wanqing emerged from the spatial realm, she spotted a paper crane hovering outside her cave dwelling. She opened the barrier to let the paper crane Indiana. Unfolding the message crane, it was from Songwenjia. I almost forgot to remind you, junior sister, newly admitted outer disciples can go to the library pavilion to choose one mental cultivation method, one spell technique, one combat skill, and one movement technique. Don't forget to go, junior sister. Although the outer sect of Lingxu Sect had many disciples, they did not neglect their cultivation. Unlike other small sects, where outer disciples were seen by the higher-ups as little more than menial laborers, only their personally accepted apprentices were regarded as true disciples. A cultivation method as important as this could not be missed. Wanqing chose to set off immediately. Although she could not fly on a sword, the cliff where her cave dwelling was located was not particularly high. In Wanqing's imagination, she should have been able to descend using her lightness technique with just a few leverages. But reality is often harder than you imagine. Using her lightness skill, Wanqing stepped on a protruding rock on the cliff face for leverage, but unexpectedly, the loose stone gave way, causing her foot to slip and sending her plummeting down. The anticipated pain never came. Wanqing was caught, and the first thing she sensed was a woody herbal scent, followed by the solid chest of a man, his scorching body heat seeping into her. She hadn't expected that a simple trip to visit a friend would result in a beauty falling into his arms. Junior sister, are you alright? Wanqing quickly struggled to get down, and Yunxi, following her lead, let go. Thank you, senior brother, for your timely assistance. Wanqing breathed a sigh of relief at not having fallen directly. Though her current foundation establishment cultivation wouldn't have killed her from the fall, she would still have been injured. To her surprise, the other person was staring at her in a daze. Yunxi's true insight I had the ability to discern people's character, and over time, he could roughly gauge a person's moral conduct by looking into their eyes. But Yunxi never imagined that one day he would see such a pair of eyes, bright pupils like water, pure and spirited, with a seeming chill in their depths, yet as clear as a stream. Clearly not lacking in intelligence and far-sighted in his schemes, yet his mind was as blank as a sheet of paper. A hint of innocence occasionally flickered through the movements between her brows. Among the people Yunxi had met, some were consistent inside and out, while others were not, but none were as contradictory as the woman before him. She did not seem to have been raised in the world of immortal cultivation. Instead, she seemed like someone pampered and raised in a household of high status and power, yet unbound by conventional rules. She possessed a natural integrity, vast knowledge, and a moral compass, yet remained inexperienced in the ways of the world. Yunxi couldn't help but wonder what such a person would eventually be tempered into by the cultivation world. Senior brother? Wanqing was puzzled. Why was he staring at her like that? Was there something wrong with her disguise? Yunxi snapped back to reality, surprised that he had been so bold as to stare at a junior apprentice sister for so long, and even had such thoughts. This really wasn't like him. Looking up at the spot where Wanqing had fallen, he remarked, for a cliff not particularly high, it's surprising you could lose your footing and tumble down. Your movement skills still need improvement, junior sister. Wanqing's cheeks flushed slightly with embarrassment. It was just a moment of carelessness. His gaze returned to Wanqing's face, and Yunxi felt a flicker of familiarity. Have you and I met before, junior sister? Is that so? Wanqing tilted her head in confusion. She never left the herbal garden, rarely even stepping past its second gate. How could she have met an outer sect senior brother? Wanqing couldn't recall, but Mu Yunxi remembered. I recall now. I once saw you at the market down the mountain, and even bought some of your spirit herbs. Wanqing suddenly understood, but then thought it was wrong. She was in disguise now, so how had the other party seen through it? Mu Yunxi said, I didn't expect that in such a short time. My junior sister has already advanced from chi refining to foundation establishment. Wanqing touched her cheek. How did you recognize me, senior brother? Hearing Wanqing's words, Mu Yunxi only then noticed that today, her face and hands bore an extra layer of disguise compared to when they were at the market at the foot of the mountain. The person before him was likely putting on an act, but now he had seen through it with a single sentence. Mu Yunxi frowned in annoyance. Why was he always making small mistakes today that he wouldn't normally make? Mu Yunxi prevaricated, to be honest, I have quite a talent for recognizing people. I see. Wanqing did not suspect anything, after all. Her disguise was rather clumsy. Mu Yunxi, junior sister, where are you heading? Wanqing, I just entered the outer sect today, and am on my way to the library to collect some items. Mu Yunxi looked toward the direction of the scripture library. It's quite far. If junior sister walks there, it will take a long time. As he spoke, Mu Yunxi raised his hand and summoned a white jade flute. The flute grew larger as it landed between the two of them. Junior sister, please. Wanqing bowed gratefully. Thank you, senior brother. I am your junior sister, Wanqing. May I ask your name? Mu Yunxi replied, Wanqing? A lovely name. I am Mu Yunxi. You may call me senior brother Yunxi, junior sister Yu. Wanqing. Thank you, brother shepherd. Mu Yunxi smiled gently, stepped onto the flute, and extended a hand to Wanqing. Please, junior sister Yu. Unable to refuse, Wanqing had no choice but to place her hand on Mu Yunxi's. Sorry for the trouble, senior brother. Chapter 13. Treasure Hunt in the Library. Arriving at the entrance of the library, Wanqing bid farewell to Mu Yunxi and entered the library with her own disciple token. The elder in charge of the library glanced at the token Wanqing handed over. A new disciple? Wanqing replied, indeed. The elder handed the token back and said, you can borrow the scrolls on the first floor freely, just return them on time. The jade slips on the second floor require spirit stones to purchase. New disciples can go to the second floor to pick one each of a mental cultivation method, a combat technique, a movement technique, and a spell technique. After you've chosen, come to me to register. Wanqing said, this disciple has noted it. Thank you, elder. The elder waved his hand, signaling her to go inside quickly. The outer sect's library had 3 floors. The first floor displayed a mix of bamboo slips and books, filling the entire bookshelf. Even though outer sect elders were permitted to take on disciples, cultivators' hearts were set on the great path, leaving them with only limited time to teach their students. The library of collected works established for this purpose houses all the techniques of the world, allowing outer disciples to study on their own. Wanqing glanced at the first floor, which mostly contained basic techniques and spell formulas usable by different spiritual roots. Since she herself had 5 spiritual roots, she took 1 copy each of the 5 elemental spells: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Wanqing also acquired quite a few general-purpose spells, such as sword flight and invisibility to conceal one's presence. After browsing the first floor, Wanqing discovered that even introductory books on alchemy, artifact crafting, talismans, formations, and illusions were available. The Spirit Void sect really does trust in the outer disciples' ability to self-study. Wanqing naturally took them all without any hesitation. She allowed herself not to master them, but she definitely had to understand the foundational knowledge, as it might come in handy someday. There's even a basic introduction to dual cultivation. Wanqing's face flushed red as she quickly placed the bamboo slip titled Clouds and Rain Delight back onto the bookshelf. Once she had found most of the needed letters, Wanqing went upstairs, where most of the manuals on mental cultivation and magical techniques were kept. Pure Yin Mental Cultivation Method, an internal cultivation technique based on Yin-soft Qi, which increases the Yin energy within the body and aids in cultivation. Suitable for those with water spiritual roots or a pure Yin constitution. The art of non-action seeks the realm of a clear spiritual platform, cultivating perception of the divine consciousness. At its peak, it maintains clarity of the spiritual platform, making it difficult for heart demons or illusory realms to disturb. The 5 elements chaotic origin art cultivates chaotic origin spiritual energy. The practitioner must possess all 5 spiritual roots, allowing them to freely shift the power of the 5 elements in battle. After searching for a long time, Wanqing only found 1 cultivation method suitable for those with 5 spiritual roots. Why does having more spiritual roots make cultivation advancement slower? That is because a cultivator with a single spiritual root only needs to absorb enough spiritual energy of that one root to reach the next realm. A cultivator with multiple spiritual roots, on the other hand, must fill all of those roots. A 5 spirit root must absorb enough spiritual energy to fill all 5 roots, requiring 5 times the spiritual energy of a single spirit root cultivator. I can freely convert the power of the 5 elements. If in battle I could channel the spiritual energy of all 5 roots into just one, that would be equivalent to having the spiritual energy endurance of 5 foundation establishment cultivators. A fine item, I'll take this one. The sorceress Wanqing chose a spell called Sacrificial Spirit Art, which could temporarily enhance one of her abilities by offering up items. For movement technique, he chose the 5 elements evasion art. For cultivation method, he selected a sword technique called the Startling Swan Sword Manual. After gathering all the items, Wanqing went to the elder to register them. The elder stroked his beard and looked at the jade slips Wanqing had taken. These are the jade slips you wanted. The Startling Swan Sword art is not bad. It's considered an upper-tier sword technique even among our outer sect. Setting down the jade slips in his hand, the elder picked up another one. Ritual of Spirit Summoning. Upon seeing the name on the jade slip, the elder's eyes widened instantly. He then glanced at the unremarkable Wanqing standing before him. I can't believe someone like that could actually find the spirit sacrifice art. In the 10,000 years since the Spirit Void Sect was established, the library has housed countless jade slips, yet these jade slips, having sat in the library for millions of years, have all become somewhat peculiar. Not everyone who enters the library of hidden books will manifest themselves for others to consult. Different people see different jade slips when they enter the library of hidden books. Some are so favored by the jade slips that they encounter rare opportunities. Others can only find a pile of tattered junk in the library. It seems she must have been favored by this kind of technique, which is why this spirit sacrifice art appeared for her to choose. The elder pointed at Wanqing and said, "From now on, come to the library often, and I'll give you a discount on the jade slips you buy." This person was deeply favored by the spirit sacrifice art, indicating that her talent in this path was not low. If she could later bring the spirit sacrifice art to greater heights, then their Lingxu Sect would gain another Taoist technique. If she were to become an elder in the future, even if no one else could obtain the spirit sacrifice art from the library afterward, she could still teach the spirit sacrifice art to her own disciples. Ensure that the teachings of the Lingxu Sect never decline. The Lingxu Sect has nearly 1,000 outer disciples at the Golden Core stage, so why are there only 81 elders? Of course, it's because these 81 elders each possess rare Taoist techniques that ordinary people can hardly retrieve from the library. The only way is to appoint them as elders, allowing them to take disciples so that these techniques can be passed down. As for why Wanqing received a discount, this was a privilege granted to all disciples who retrieved rare spells from the library pavilion. It was designed to encourage them to visit the library often and uncover more precious jade slips. Wanqing was puzzled, but saving a batch of spirit stones was naturally a welcome outcome. "Thank you, Elder. My surname is One. Just call me Elder One." Wanqing said, "Thank you, Elder One." At this moment, Wanqing still did not know. Still in the early stage of foundation establishment, she had already secured an elder position. As long as her cultivation reached the Golden Core realm, she would become an outer sect elder. Elder One nodded with satisfaction and picked up another jade slip. 5 elements escape art. He remembers this. A cultivator who has achieved mastery can transform into one of the 5 elemental forms: metal, wood, water, fire, or earth. This is an escape technique that converts the body into the essence of the 5 elements, not the ordinary method of merely burrowing through these elements to flee. Elder One couldn't believe it, quickly reaching out to take the last jade slip for examination. 5 elements chaotic origin heart method. Elder One was completely speechless. This ancient artifact that had been stored in the library for nearly 10,000 years, how did she manage to take it out? Wanqing looked at Elder One's jaw, which was clearly unable to close, and asked in confusion, "What's wrong? Is there a problem with the jade slips I chose?" Elder One slapped the 2 jade slips down from his hand. "What jade slips did you just see in the building?" Wanqing couldn't gauge Elder One's thoughts, so she could only tell the truth. There is the pure Een heart method, the non-action heart method. This is utterly absurd. Elder One was so furious he pulled at his own hair. How could this be? How did this happen? How is this allowed? Elder One stood up in fury, pointing inside the library and shouting, You! How could you treat me so unfairly?" Now Wanqing vaguely understood. Elder One seemed to have broken down after seeing the jade slips she had selected. Elder One sat back down in his seat with a fierce demeanor, letting out a long breath before saying, "Judging by the cultivation method you've chosen, you have 5 spiritual roots." Wanqing nodded. "That's right." Elder One instantly felt that the inner demon he had been about to develop was now balanced. However, Elder One also knew that this female disciple before him, who had been able to select these jade slips from the library, would surely achieve great things in the future. For someone blessed with such immense fortune, having 5 spiritual roots is not an obstacle. Chapter 14. The Purple Jade Spirit Sword. A gentle breeze brushed through the flowering trees with white blossoms and blue leaves, while the morning sun refracted its light through the dewdrops on the foliage. The leaves, unable to bear the weight of the dew, drooped low under the strain. Dewdrops rolled off the leaves. A single drip sound was heard. As the dewdrop fell to the ground, it gently bounced up, coalescing and expanding into a glassy water figure. The figure then solidified, and the glass took on color. Wanqing, dressed in a blue wave brocade skirt with wide, flowing sleeves, practiced the water escape technique. During this time, Wanqing greedily absorbed knowledge from the outer sect like a sponge, striving to close the gap between herself and the outer sect disciples in the shortest possible time. The habit of attending classes at the Spirit Field Estate shifted to the outer sect's lecture hall, and in her spare time, she would go to the first floor of the library to read. Elder Wen took good care of her, even when she sometimes got lost in her reading and stayed for several days in a row. He never said a word. By now, she had caught up on all the lessons that outer disciples were supposed to learn in the lecture hall. It was just a pity that she found her talent in the art of alchemy to be quite mediocre. Even if she had memorized the pharmacology of spirit plants inside out, she could only manage sorting them. Whenever it came to alchemy, the furnace was sure to explode. For now, she could only make some basic pills that didn't require a furnace. Fortunately, she still had some talent in artifact refining, and the spiritual plants in the farming space were somewhat useful, so she didn't have to sell them all. What surprised her most was that she actually had the greatest talent in the art of formations, perhaps due to the boost from studying physical space in her previous life. This was specifically reflected in the fact that just a few days after she started learning formations, she added a doorbell to the formation barrier of her own cave dwelling. Nowadays, only a few techniques that require years of accumulated experience still needed improvement, yet Elder Wen kept urging Wanqing to buy a few more books. Once or twice was fine, but after repeated exposure, it was hard not to be tempted, leaving Wanqing, who knew well that biting off more than one could chew was unwise, still unable to resist splurging. Among the 5 elements, water escape is the safest. I've now fully mastered it. Fire escape is the most dangerous and should be used sparingly with caution. So, among the 5 elements escape techniques, earth escape is best for travel, water escape is best for fleeing, while the others are more suited for combat. Wanqing carefully calculated her current mastery of several spells. The startling swan sword technique is not something that can be mastered overnight. It requires diligent practice to engrave it in the heart and achieve full comprehension. By this reckoning, the spell I'm most proficient in is actually the spirit sacrifice art. That's just too esoteric. In Wanqing's view, the sacrificial spirit art was a bit like rolling dice. Offering something up granted you a number of rolls, but whether you'd land on a 1 or a 6 was entirely up to fate. The true daughter of destiny lived a fulfilling life on the radiant peak of the spirit abyss immortal lord. When would the heavens ever have the mood to care about themselves? Now she still had 2 newly purchased magic books in her hands, Soaring Steps and Cursed Sealing Arts. Similarly, when Wanqing walked out of the library, Elder Wen eagerly took the jade slip to examine. Then, he lamented bitterly over Cursed Sealing Arts, complaining that heaven was unjust. Wanqing had now roughly understood the mysterious nature of the library, and also knew why Elder Wen had been urging her to take jade slips from the library. For this reason, he had repeatedly lowered the price at which she purchased the jade slips. It was entirely because of her lucky hand. Inside the barrier, Wanqing suddenly heard a light, delicate chime. It was precisely the doorbell she had meticulously designed. Wanqing stood on the cliff and looked down. Mu Yunxi was standing at the foot of the cliff, his ink-black hair secured with a green jade hairpin, giving him a composed and unhurried air, as if all the clamor of the world never reached his eyes. Senior brother Mu. Wanqing dispelled the barrier and flew down from the cliff. Wanqing hadn't expected that she and Mu Yunxi were actually neighbors. Below the cliff was a sea of bamboo and trees, wherewith spiritual energy was vibrant, and since Mu Yunxi happened to possess an exceptional with spiritual root, his cave dwelling was located not far from hers. Over time, the two became friends. Wanqing felt that with Mu Yunxi's perceptive nature, no one would refuse to be friends with him. Wanqing, what brings you here, senior brother? Mu Yunxi, Wanqing, senior sister Xia wrote to me saying your sword is ready. I've come to invite you to accompany me to collect the spirit sword. Wanqing, that's truly wonderful. Wanqing raised her hand, and a spirit-grade sword flew out from her sleeve, as 2 streaks of spiritual light streaked across the sky. Half a year ago, Wanqing's purple-green jade bamboo had reached a millennium in age. She took on a herb-gathering mission down the mountain, and upon her return, she openly brought out the purple-green jade bamboo to find someone to forge a spirit sword for her. Word spread that someone had purple-green jade bamboo and was seeking a smith to forge a spirit sword. All the outer disciples skilled in artifact crafting were stirred into a frenzy, each one coming to her door. Some asked for no payment at all, while others were even willing to pay extra spirit stones. Such a spectacle instead made Wanqing hesitant to casually hand over the purple-green jade bamboo. It was still Mu Yunxi who, upon hearing of this matter, helped Wanqing find Xia Ping, a renowned inner sect disciple skilled in artifact forging, to resolve the issue with her spiritual sword. Senior Sister Xia, you've really been in seclusion for so long this time. What treasure have you been forging? Lingxu, adorned with a charming and delicate appearance, leaned coquettishly against the rather heroic-looking woman. It was merely a commission to forge a spiritual sword. Xia Ping took a light sip of her spiritual tea, herself quite pleased with the success of this forging. Let me have a look, just one glance. Lingxu had seen the five-colored auspicious light in the sky when the spiritual sword was completed. It must be an exceptional spiritual sword. Although she already has quite a few treasures of this caliber, one can never have too many treasures, right? Lingxu's outward image is that of a cultured, refined, and charming young lady, and Xia Ping didn't think Lingxu was after the spirit treasure. She just thought it was a young girl's curiosity. Moreover, Xia Ping was also very satisfied with this success, and it would indeed be a shame not to show it off. All right, I'll let you take a look then. Xia Ping raised her hand, and a red sandalwood box about an arm's length long appeared on the table. Lingxu eagerly opened the box. This sword was over 13 feet long and 2 fingers wide, its blade entirely black as ink, shimmering with a deep purple luster under the sunlight. Double-edged, it was truly unparalleled. So beautiful. This was far better than her green jade sword. Let me try. Lingxu drew the sword, rose on tiptoe, and in an instant, broken leaves swirled around her. Lingxu stopped after dancing for a while and said with confusion, "It's a good sword, but why does it always feel like the spiritual energy is stagnant and very awkward to use?" She had never encountered such a problem before. There had even been spiritual treasures that suddenly appeared before her, seeking to acknowledge her as their master. "I thought it was just that this sword looked down on my fire spiritual root." Xia Ping set down her teacup. Who would have thought it would also look down on junior sister's water spiritual root? When it first emerged, I also thought about giving it a try. Unexpectedly, it was completely uncooperative when I used it, even deliberately working against me. Xia Ping was also quite troubled. This sword was commissioned by someone else, but she got a bit carried away during its forging because the quality of the 1,000-year purple-green jade bamboo was simply too good. As a result, this spirit sword developed a faint trace of sentience, making it difficult for ordinary people to wield. If even the client can't use it, her reputation will be ruined. Chapter 15. Meeting the heroine again. What a pity. It seems this sword will choose its own master. This is the first time I've ever been rejected by a spiritual treasure. Lingxu sighed regretfully as she placed the purple-green jade bamboo sword back. How strange. Junior sister has a water spirit root, so aside from water-type spiritual treasures, would type 1 suit her best. Yet this sword even rejected her. Xia Ping was deeply troubled. If the owner of this sword truly couldn't use it, she would have no choice but to compensate them with spirit stones for their purple-green jade bamboo. That is a 1,000-year-old purple-green jade bamboo. Her wallet is about to get thin. Lingxu, senior sister, why are you looking so down? Xia Ping shared her concerns with her. Lingxu nodded. That is indeed a problem, but it's not entirely the senior sister's fault. The fact that the senior sister accepted their commissions from the outer disciples is already doing them a great favor. I imagine they won't be overly aggressive and insist that the senior sister compensate them. Xia Ping shook her head. That's not how it works. Both inner and outer disciples are fellow sect members. We should support one another. Lingxu, however, disagreed. Inner and outer disciples were ultimately different. The status of inner disciples was certainly higher than that of outer disciples. Xia Ping, as a refiner, usually receives more than enough offerings from outer disciples due to her status as an inner disciple. Now she's just being hypocritical. Lingxu would never voice her inner thoughts. She wasn't foolish enough to ruin her own image over someone else's affairs. She merely wanted to goad this senior sister, who was deeply beloved by her fellow disciples, into abusing her power to bully others. Xia Ping possessed dual earth and fire spiritual roots, yet she managed to ascend the immortal ascension stairway and enter the inner sect upon joining. Her personality was bold and generous, and though her appearance was not as beautiful as Lingxu's, she carried herself with a spirited and dashing grace. Moreover, as a high-level artifact refiner, she often crafted magical tools for the disciples of the sect. Even though her cultivation was only at the mid-golden core stage, she was the most revered senior sister in Lingxu Sect. Ever since she learned that Xia Ping had extensive connections, Lingxu had been intent on winning her over. But Xia Ping wasn't a man, and she really didn't want to invest too much effort in her. She had now grown tired of coming here every day to cozy up to her and try to build a closer relationship. Lin Xiru bit her lip and thought, as long as Xia Ping fell from power, she, Lin Xiru, would become the most renowned female disciple in the inner sect. But Xia Ping truly had an excellent character. After spending a long time together, Lin Xiru couldn't help but admire her. But the space in a man's heart has always been narrow. If Xia Ping occupies it, there's no room left for Lin Xiru. In Lin Xiru's heart, she and Xia Ping had already stepped onto the arena, where it was either her or Xia Ping, either Xia Ping or her. A six-petal ice crystal lotus pinned in Lin Xiru's hair flickered faintly, sensing her tangled thoughts. Lin Xiru suddenly felt a chill spreading from her head to her feet. The six-petal ice lotus has the effect of clearing the mind and calming the spirit. It was specially prepared for Lin Xiru by her master, the venerable immortal Lingxu. Lin Xiru quickly cleared her mind of those thoughts. Her master had already vaguely sensed what she was thinking, which was why he had given her the six-petal ice lotus. She could not let her master sense that she was displeasing him. Xia Ping said, "What are you thinking about, junior sister? You've been spacing out for quite a while." Lin Xiru, "No, nothing. I was just thinking, what if they insist that senior sister compensate?" Xia Ping let out a faint sigh, "Then we'll compensate. What else can we do?" Two streaks of light streaked across the sky and landed beside Xia Ping. Xia Ping's spirits lifted at once. "Brother Mu, you've finally come." Mu Yunxi clasped his hands and said, "I appreciate you waiting here, junior sister." Xia Ping waved her hand. "It's nothing." Lin Xiru gazed at Mu Yunxi, who was as clear as a gentle breeze and bright as the moon, never expecting that there could be such an outstanding disciple among the outer sect. Moreover, judging from the fact that Xia Ping called him senior brother, this outer sect disciple before her had a cultivation level no lower than that of senior sister Xia Ping. Mu Yunxi stepped aside to reveal Wanqing behind him. "This is junior sister Yu, the owner of the purple-green jade bamboo." Wanqing bowed in greeting. "Greetings, senior sister." The person before her might become her nemesis, so Xia Ping naturally greeted them with a smile. "My name is Xia Ping. Actually, I should thank you. If it weren't for you, I might never have found such excellent materials." "Oh, right." Xia Ping suddenly remembered there was someone else beside her, so she quickly pulled Lin Xiru over. "This is Lin Xiru, junior sister Lin." The moment Wanqing arrived, she noticed Lin Xiru. The original novel's heroine possessed a face of unparalleled beauty, so striking that it was impossible to ignore. Wanqing said, "Greetings, senior sister Lin." Lin Xiru glanced at Xia Ping before turning her gaze to Wanqing. If the person in Xia Ping's position had been a man, he wouldn't have started chatting with someone and only remembered to introduce her afterward. In Lin Xiru's eyes, Wanqing's disguised appearance was hardly pleasing to look at. Lin Xiru said, "Greetings, junior sister." He listlessly averted his eyes, letting his gaze fall on Mu Yunxi. Mu Yunxi frowned. He could see at a glance the shallowness and hypocrisy of the woman before him, a viper's heart beneath a beautiful exterior. There are far too many such people in the world, and Mu Yunxi would not go so far as to despise them, but neither did she wish to have any dealings with them. But now, the woman before her had clearly set her sights on her. Mu Yunxi sighed inwardly at his bad luck, thinking he should have come after applying powder, just like Wanqing. "That junior sister Yu." Xia Ping said, somewhat embarrassed, "I finished refining the spirit sword, but there might be some issues." Wanqing's heart skipped a beat. The reason she had been using a low-grade spirit sword all this time without replacing it was precisely for the purple-green jade bamboo. "How about I take a look first?" Xia Ping handed over the purple-green jade bamboo sword. Wanqing reached out to take it, pleased with the sword's appearance, and performed a segment of the startling swan sword technique. The movement stirred his sleeves into a fluttering dance. Graceful as a swimming dragon, ethereal as a startled swan. The startled swan sword technique is executed without a trace of dust touching the feet, as light as drifting clouds, with an extremely swift sword speed. Lin Xiru, whose cultivation level was similar to Wanqing's, could only see a flash of cold light, sudden as lightning, while Wanqing's moving figure was as light and graceful as a swallow. A flicker of admiration passed through Mu Yunxi's eyes. He hadn't expected Wanqing's swordsmanship to improve so rapidly in such a short time. Having finished her dance, Wanqing halted her steps and sheathed her sword. What a beautiful sword technique, Xia Ping couldn't help but admire. To think such an exquisite sword art exists among the outer disciples. It's just that the one wielding it is far too crude. Lin Xiru knew nothing of sword techniques, only cultivating magical formulas, but that didn't stop her from silently comparing herself to Wanqing. Wanqing walked back with the sword, gazing at it with great fondness. The blade felt like an extension of her own arm as she wielded it, and she happily thanked Xia Ping. "Thank you, senior sister Xia. I like this sword very much." Xia Ping asked, puzzled, "Don't you find the spiritual energy sluggish and hard to control when using it, junior sister?" Wanqing shook her head. I don't feel that way at all. Although she said this, Wanqing wasn't entirely sure either. If even the creator said there was a problem with it, then there definitely was one. Wanqing felt uncertain and instinctively glanced at Mu Yunxi. Receiving Wanqing's gaze, Mu Yunxi's lips curled upward as he said, "Let me give it a try." Wanqing handed the sword over. Although Mu Yunxi specialized in medical alchemy, he was also highly skilled in swordsmanship. The way he executed his set of sword techniques made Lin Sairu's eyes sparkle with admiration. Wanqing looked at Lin Sairu's expression and felt a sense of foreboding. No need to send a lamb into the wolf's den today. The original novel didn't mention Lin Sairu successfully winning over that outer disciple either. I hope Mu Yunxi can hold on. Every man by Lin Sairu's side has gone through countless hardships before reaching her. If he can't bear it, then he'll have to swallow the bitterness himself. But if Mu Yunxi truly manages to rise to the position of male lead, the benefits certainly won't be few. After all, the heavenly Tao would not allow the man of its beloved daughter to fare too poorly. Chapter 16. A Vow Amidst the Sea of Flowers. Mu Yunxi also felt no discomfort whatsoever when wielding the purple bamboo sword. Xia Ping, refusing to believe it, tried once more, but the purple bamboo sword still felt as unwieldy as at the start. Mu Yunxi watched Xia Ping hand the sword to Wanqing with a puzzled look and remarked, "It seems junior sister Xia has made further progress in artifact refinement recently. The spirit sword she forged has actually developed a consciousness of its own and can choose its own master. If it were really because my artifact refining has improved, that would be wonderful." But Xia Ping still felt that this sword's extraordinary nature had nothing to do with her craftsmanship. Xia Ping suddenly remembered and pointed at Mu Yunxi, saying, "I recall that when you first entered the sect with me, you were tested as having an exceptional wood spirit root." Mu Yunxi nodded calmly, as if Xia Ping wasn't talking about him at all. "Top grade wood spirit root?" Lin Sairu exclaimed in shock. "Then why are you in the outer sect?" Wanqing was equally puzzled. Although she went around telling people she had 5 spiritual roots, it was only to conceal her true abilities. Other cultivators wouldn't casually reveal their spiritual root type to others. That would be equivalent to showing their hand. So regarding Mu Yunxi's spiritual root, Wanqing had never asked about it. Of course it's because I'm lazy. Though answering Lin Sairu's question verbally, Mu Yunxi winked at Wanqing. Wanqing knew he was teasing her. Mu Yunxi had said more than once that she was a cultivation maniac. Wanqing didn't see anything wrong with that. It was a fact that her foundation was weak, so naturally she had to study and train diligently. Mu Yunxi clutched the flute in his hand, seething with anger. Lin Sairu's words meant nothing to Mu Yunxi. He simply watched as Wanqing's mind wandered off into a daze while others were speaking. "Does junior sister you also have a wood spirit root within her?" Wanqing has a miscellaneous spirit root, and it does indeed contain a wood spirit root. It seems this sword requires its master to possess a wood spirit root. No wonder neither I nor junior sister Lin could wield it. When it was time for them to leave, Mu Yunxi could clearly see that Wanqing let out a sigh of relief, eagerly pulling a pouch of spirit stones from her sleeve and handing it to Xia Ping. "You're quite to my liking." Having thought she'd ruined the deal, Xia Ping was delighted that it had actually gone through. "Tell you what, your sword looks bare right now, let me give you a sword tassel." As she spoke, Xia Ping took out an amber sword tassel. "It's nothing precious, but it's novel and interesting. Let me put it on for you, junior sister." "Thank you, senior sister." Wanqing found it difficult to refuse, so a freshly made amber sword tassel now adorned the handle of her purple bamboo sword. Xia Ping saw off Mu Yunxi and Wanqing, letting out a long sigh of relief. "My reputation is saved." Lin Sairu stood to one side, watching Mu Yunxi's retreating figure, and asked Xia Ping, "Senior sister Xia and senior brother Mu entered the sect at the same time?" Xia Ping nodded. Yes, back then among the newcomers, he was the only one with an extreme grade spiritual root. All the inner sect elders had high hopes for him, but who would have thought he'd be so lazy? He stopped halfway up the ascension stairway, and now just idles away his days in the outer sect. But when his cultivation reached the level where he could participate in the outer sect trials to enter the inner sect, he still didn't go and just muddled along in the outer sect. Later, even when the outer sect wanted him to become an elder and take on disciples, he refused. If it weren't for his promising future in the paths of medicine and alchemy, the Spirit Void sect would have kicked him out long ago. As it is, whenever the inner and outer sect elders talk about him, they grind their teeth in frustration. Xia Ping grew more intrigued by Lin Sairu's interest in Mu Yunxi, but from what I can see, his cultivation level isn't low at all. Xia Ping, worried that Lin Sairu might be led astray by Mu Yunxi, advised her, "Even so, this person will ultimately never amount to much. Junior sister, it's best not to form a deep friendship with someone like him. It could easily disturb your Dao heart." Lin Sairu, but just a moment ago, you were getting along quite well with him. That man may be lazy and shiftless, but he can still be a friend. Who in the entire Lingxu Sect has the widest network of connections? If Mu Yunxi claimed to be second, No one would dare to say they were first. Strangely enough, although Mu Yunxi interacted with others, his friendships were all of the gentlemanly, as insipid as water kind. Due to his extraordinary appearance, his exchanges with female cultivators were even rarer. How could he now be so attentive to a junior sister who was only at the early stage of foundation establishment? What plans does Wanqing have for a while? The two landed in front of Wanqing's cave dwelling. Wanqing was so enamored with the purple bamboo sword that she had no other intentions at the moment, so she said, "Go back and practice swordsmanship. I've been flying around all day and I'm a bit tired. Junior sister, would you let me stay for a cup of tea?" Under the tree, Wanqing was focused on practicing her sword, while Mu Yunxi sat by the stone table, which was laid out with spirit tea and spirit fruits. In her hand, she held a landscape fan, fanning herself. The wind brushed through her hair, and Mu Yunxi's expression was very relaxed. Wanqing walked over and placed the sword on the table. "Do you know what insect this is in the amber that senior sister Xia gave me?" A translucent amber lay in the palm, encasing a milky white insect clad in bony armor. Mu Yunxi took the sword tassel to examine it. This is a bone insect. Bone insects feed on the fruit of the Lingxu tree, and if one successfully digests a bone insect, they can transform from a cocoon into a butterfly. However, if a bone worm is parasitized by a Lingxu fruit, it will die and become nourishment for the fruit, then be controlled to burrow underground and grow into a Lingxu bone. This worm must have been parasitized by a Lingxu fruit but was sealed in amber by the tree's resin before it could burrow underground. Yuan suddenly understood. Although she knew nothing about bone worms or Lingxu trees, she had certainly heard of the renowned Lingxu bones. The exquisite bone is a rare find that appears once in 10,000 years. It is said to be able to restore flesh and bone, allowing the user to heal hidden injuries and undergo a complete transformation, a divine medicine that grants a new life. You said you wanted to come to my place for tea, yet you refused to drink my tea and insist on drinking your own. Wanqing hung the bone worm amber back on the purple bamboo sword and looked at Mu Yunxi, who was leisurely sipping tea. "Is this my fault?" Mu Yunxi's brows and eyes were naturally beautiful, and now they were slightly rounded, her long, feathery lashes trembling like a butterfly's wings. "It's clearly because your tea wasn't good. Was that even fit to serve to guests?" Wanqing was in the wrong. She had indeed been a bit careless in this regard. "And as for this cave dwelling of yours, there's nothing but a stone bed. I had to make this stone table myself. Isn't it a bit too sparse?" When Mu Yunxi first entered, she couldn't bring herself to believe this was the cave dwelling of a female cultivator. Even a sword cultivator whose heart holds only the sword wouldn't have a cave dwelling this bare, would they? It took him quite a while to tidy up before the cave dwelling barely looked presentable, so that no one would mistake its master for having passed away in meditation. Although Wanqing had spirit stones, she didn't want to bother with such matters. Now that she was called out on it, she felt a bit embarrassed. "It's not that bad, is it?" Mu Yunxi set down his teacup, took Wanqing by the hand, and led her into the cave dwelling, pointing it out to her. "Is this really any different from a mountain cave?" Wanqing didn't bother making excuses for herself, for who could she blame but her own sheer laziness? With a single wave of Wanqing's hand, the snow lotuses she hadn't had time to sell instantly carpeted the entire cave, clustering and piling upon one another, filling the modest space with a faint, refreshing fragrance. "This is quite nice, isn't it?" Wanqing turned her head to look at Mu Yunxi, pristine and untouched between the blossoms and the shifting light. Mu Yunxi stared blankly at her, gradually lost in a trance, his eyes unable to conceal the deep affection within. Chapter 17, Random Missions at the Mission Hall. Wanqing toyed with the bone worm amber in her hand. After Mu Yunxi left, she too went to the library to look up information about the exquisite bone. As a rare spirit insect, the bone worm moves with great agility. If a bone worm that has consumed a Lingxu fruit survives, it will simply leave, making it impossible for the Lingxu tree resin to seal it away. All bone worms sealed within the tree resin are those that died after being parasitized and failed to burrow underground in time. It is precisely because of these stringent growth conditions that amber bone worms are common, while Lingxu wood remains elusive for tens of thousands of years. Logically speaking, the bone worm in this amber should have died after devouring the Lingxu fruit. What is now sealed inside the amber is actually a seedling of the Lingxu bone. After learning this, Wanqing began to take an interest in it. The exquisite bone is an extremely rare spiritual herb, hard to find even once in 10,000 years. In the farming space, planting just one seed may yield a complete attribute boost. The speed boost to spiritual energy absorption provided by the spirit-gathering herb was nearing its end. Wanqing anticipated that soon, the herb would no longer have any enhancing effect on her. The speed of her spiritual power absorption would be increased to a level comparable to that of a dual spiritual root cultivator. If she had higher aspirations, she would need to seek out even rarer spiritual herbs to cultivate. Let's give it a try. Lingxu bone is known as a celestial herb. If it can directly max out my cultivation talent, then I won't have to endure hard training day after day. The cultivation world is vast, and whether it be blessed lands or ancient secret realms, Wanqing also wishes to go and see them. Now it is her cultivation speed that holds her back. Even though she now has a lifespan of 200 years, she still feels that her days are tight and there is never enough time. Otherwise, Wanqing would also want to take on some sect missions and then go out for a stroll and have some fun. So, how do we get this little thing out from inside? Wanqing held the amber up to the light to examine it. The amber, formed from tree resin, was crystal clear. Tree gum comes from the linglong tree, so it should be related to the wood element. I wonder if with spiritual power can melt it. Wanqing wrapped the amber in with spiritual power, attempting to dissolve it. Only when Wanqing had nearly exhausted her with spiritual power did the amber show signs of softening. Even tree gum is like this. It seems the linglong tree is equally extraordinary. The 5 elements chaotic origin heart method converted spiritual power, transforming the spiritual power of other spiritual roots into its spiritual power to continue dissolving the amber. Before long, the amber in Wanqing's palm turned into tree gum. Wanqing took out the bone worm, cleaned the tree gum stuck to it, and planted the bone worm into the ground. Now we must trust in the power of the land. Having planted the bone worms, Wanqing left the farming space and returned to her cave dwelling. The flowers in the cave dwelling had not been cleared away, and Wanqing also felt that her cave dwelling was indeed a bit too plain, so she specially transplanted some spirit plants from her farming space. Sitting on the stone bed, Wanqing pressed her fingers together and chanted an incantation. The purple bamboo sword, receiving the guidance, soared into the air, and she controlled it to dance through the sky with her fingers. This is a common sword controlling technique used by cultivators, sharing the same origin as sword flight, but having lost its ability to carry people, it has become a means of killing. Because the purple bamboo sword was not low in spiritual artifact rank, Wanqing found it difficult to control. In just the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, Wanqing was already drenched in sweat. Suddenly Wanqing's finger twisted, and the purple bamboo sword flew straight toward the inner wall of the cave. Wanqing watched helplessly as the wall in the cave rippled with spiritual energy, then shattered and vanished. The once blocked purple bamboo sword, now unimpeded, flew directly into the suddenly revealed cavern. It turned out that there was another cave within this grotto, but it had been sealed off with an illusion. The purple-green jade bamboo happened to have the effect of breaking through illusions. Now this illusory wall was broken through by the out-of-control purple bamboo sword. Wanqing regained control of the purple bamboo sword and summoned it back from within the cave. Wanqing, holding the purple bamboo sword, cautiously approached the cave. What was originally thought to be a safe cave dwelling now suddenly had an illusion-concealed cavern inside it. Wanqing would never believe there wasn't something fishy going on. Holding the purple bamboo sword, Wanqing advanced slowly through the cave, when the sound of rushing water reached her ears from not far ahead. After walking several dozen meters, the space suddenly opened up. There was none of the secretive, hidden secrets Wanqing had imagined, only a karst cave, with a palm-sized opening at the very top through which a beam of sunlight streamed down. At the center of the karst cave lay a spiritual spring, its dense, mist-like spiritual energies spreading throughout the cavern. Around the spring grew a profusion of spiritual herbs in various colors, but the most striking sight was a small island at the lake center, where a 3-leafed spiritual herb flourished. Even a glance at its appearance made it clear that its quality was extraordinary. Wanqing tilted her head. It seemed she was about to acquire another top-tier spiritual herb for free. No wonder the water spiritual energy here is so abundant. Even though we're on a cliff with no river nearby, it turns out there's a hidden spiritual spring inside. After circling the perimeter to confirm there was no danger, Wanqing ventured deeper. The spiritual spring water was crystal clear to the bottom, cool to the touch. Judging by the water quality, it should be excellent for brewing tea. Too bad I don't have that hobby. From now on, this spring would likely only be used for washing faces and watering flowers. It looks like someone has been maintaining this place deliberately. At the bottom of the spirit spring pool, there is a natural outlet that has not been blocked, while springs along the edge continuously feed water, ensuring the pool remains perpetually full. The bottom of the spirit spring pool has been artificially lined with jade, and the edges are encircled with rounded stones. From the external structure, I thought the original owner of the cave dwelling lived a simple life, but now it seems he knew how to enjoy himself. Flying to the island in the lake center, Wanqing uprooted the unknown spirit herb and planted it in the farming space. The farming space was so miraculous that she had never encountered a situation where she couldn't keep anything alive, so she wasn't afraid that her transplanting might kill the spirit herbs. As the effect of the spirit-gathering herbs waned, more and more land in the farming space became vacant. Wanqing felt that perhaps she should make a trip down the mountain to restock. On this day, Wanqing packed up the items she needed and prepared to go to the mission hall to take on some herb-gathering tasks, then head down the mountain for a while. Suddenly, A flash of spiritual light streaked by, and a token came to a halt in front of Wanqing. A mission token from the mission hall? Have I become so reclusive that the mission hall has to assign me missions now? In addition to disciples going to pick up missions, the mission hall also assigns missions to those who haven't taken any for a long time. Now, Wanqing had been randomly assigned a mission by the mission hall precisely because she hadn't claimed one in quite a while. Wanqing took the token, which was indeed from the task hall, with the assigned task engraved on it. The Sun and Moon's Secret Realm? The Sun-Moon Secret Realm is a restricted area that only allows Foundation establishment cultivators to enter. It is said to be a vast, boundless forest, teeming with all kinds of rare herbs and exotic beasts. Unfortunately, although the Sun-Moon Secret Realm is abundant in resources, it lacks the most crucial element for cultivation, the inheritance of Taoist techniques. A secret realm was originally constructed by an ancient great power. Before the great power's death, it served as a self-built cave dwelling in an independent space. After the great power's death, it became a secret realm. Alternatively, some secret realms were built by great powers specifically to seek out successors. Yet to this day, no one who has entered the Sun-Moon Secret Realm has ever awakened the inheritance within. Everyone believes that the place only contains spirit herbs and spirit beasts, with no trace of any legacy left by a great cultivator. Thus, the Sun-Moon Secret Realm is not highly regarded, and few people go there. Originally, Wanqing had no intention of going either. Wanqing vaguely remembered that this seemed to be a scene from the original story. It was the secret realm where the female lead, Lingxu, and one of the male leads, Xiu, first participated in a trial, the place where their feelings stirred. Chapter 18. The Allure of Lotus Scent. As newly initiated disciples, Xiu and Lingxu successively entered the Foundation establishment stage. The two were arranged by their respective masters to undergo trials in the Sun and Moon's secret realm, where they were assigned to share hardships and joys together. Xiu gradually found himself drawn to Lingxu, becoming one of her devoted admirers. Wanqing originally had no desire to meddle in the plot. In the original novel, few female characters besides the heroine met a good end, so being an inconspicuous background character was already quite satisfactory. But now that the task from Lingxu Sect has been issued, if she doesn't go, she will be expelled from the sect. Lingxu Sect can support those with poor talent, but it certainly won't keep those who just eat without contributing. Spirit Ruins Sect Outer Sect Square. A place already bustling with people was even more lively today. An outer disciple in disciple robes lamented toward the cloud boat waiting for them in the square. Why does it have to be the Sun and Moon's secret realm? I'd take anywhere else. I only went into seclusion a little longer. I'm already at the late Foundation establishment stage. What am I going to the Sun and Moon's secret realm for? A spring outing? A senior sister fumed. Wasn't the Sun and Moon's secret realm open to everyone before? Why are they assigning it as a task this year? I heard that there are inner disciples going on their first mission. So they're sending us to back up the inner disciples. Afraid too few people will go and it'll look shabby? I'm truly speechless. It seems she's a direct disciple of the Spirit Abyss Immortal Lord. Wasn't she only initiated a year ago? Can we even compare ourselves to inner disciples? They've already reached the early Foundation establishment stage after just a year in the sect. 1 year for them is worth 10 for us. I'm so envious. Having a master to guide them, while we outer disciples can only grovel to the elders. I heard that this year, some disciples got good stuff from the library tower and will definitely become elders in the future. Without a master, without a legacy, disciples like us can only leave the Lingxu Sect and wander in the future. Sister, why must you be so sorrowful? Even if we truly part ways, we are still family, aren't we? Although the crowd's chatter had veered off into the melancholy of graduation season, Wanqing could still tell that many people harbored considerable grievances about this trip to the Sun and Moon's secret realm. It was originally a secret realm that no one wanted to visit, but unexpectedly this time everyone was forced to go. If the reason wasn't made clear, people would surely start speculating wildly, eventually attributing the cause to something no one could have imagined. Wanqing, however, felt that the Lingxu Sect wouldn't go so far as to gather a large group of people just because an inner disciple needed to go out for training. The original text only mentions that this time, many people from various major sects went to the Sun and Moon's secret realm, without specifying that the Sun and Moon's secret realm was originally not highly regarded, with very few people going. So why is it that this particular expedition has so many participants? He even issued tasks to force everyone to go? Wanqing frowned in contemplation, feeling that this trip to the Sun and Moon's secret realm might not be as simple as it was written in the original novel. What are you still gathered there for? Get on the ship. The hatch of the cloud boat opened, and the people in the square began to file in one after another. Hurry up, don't dawdle. We still have to pick up the inner sect disciples later. The senior brother piloting the cloud boat bellowed in his loud voice. I know. This drew only perfunctory replies from the others. Wanqing wore a purple bamboo sword at her waist and boarded the ship along with the crowd. On the cloud boat, Wanqing stood on the deck. Her mind stirred slightly as she turned to look back, and she saw Yunxi standing in the shade of a tree at the edge of the square, watching her. Seeing Wanqing look over, he even raised a jug of wine and offered it forward, as if intending to see her off. Wanqing waved to Yunxi. Yunxi watched Wanqing standing alone on the deck, like snowmelt in winter, pure yet carrying a chill. Wanqing seems to have too few friends. I should introduce her to more people when she gets back. The flying boat extended its wings and slowly took off. The cultivation world is vast and sparsely populated, and the Sun Moon's secret realm is quite far from the Spirit Ruin sect. The journey itself would take 4 or 5 days, so once everyone boarded the cloud vessel, they began to find themselves rooms. Wanqing casually chose a room on the middle level, which offered a broad view, allowing her to take in the entire scenery outside. Yunzhou landed again in the inner gate square to pick up passengers. Lin Sairu was surrounded by a crowd of people. Qin Siyu walked beside her, carrying his sword. When they reached the deck, Qin Siyu stopped and sniffed slightly. He caught a faint, delicate fragrance, not strong, but pleasant to the nose. It must have been left by a junior sister from the outer sect when she came up on deck. Among these inner disciples, one stood out as particularly extraordinary. He stood tall and graceful, like a jade mountain on the verge of toppling, with hair as white as a waterfall, cold and clear brows and eyes, a lotus-shaped forehead ornament between his brows, flowing patterns embroidered on his plain white robe, and his pure white strands of hair stirred by the wind, drifting with an ethereal grace. Yet in the eyes of others, he was merely an ordinary inner disciple. With a calm and cold gaze, he watched Lin Sairu, who was conversing with someone ahead. As the esteemed master, Immortal Lord Ji Lingyuan had Lin Sairu as his very first disciple. For her first trial away from the sect, he sent a doppelganger to follow her. He had assumed this journey would be uneventful, but the moment he stepped onto the cloud vessel, a rich lotus fragrance wafted into his senses. The scent lingered at the tip of his nose, stirring his heartstrings and making his heartbeat quicken uncontrollably. Ji Lingyuan's fingers twitched slightly, uncertain where this sudden surge of warmth came from. The fragrance was so rich that he could even tell, from the lingering scent, that this person had paused briefly on the deck before ascending the stairs to the middle level. Wanqing was meditating in her room when she soon heard the door next door being opened. It seemed she had gained a neighbor. Not long after entering the room, Ji Lingyuan's breathing became erratic, a flush spreading from his ears to his neck. His plain white robe was already soaked through, and his clothes were in disarray. The previously cold and detached expression was gone, his eyes dark and unreadable, tinged with a hint of desire, the corners flushed a vivid red. Ji Lingyuan was formed from the transformation of a 24-petal ice lotus. He was brought back to the Lingxu Sect by his master. Because he was born from an ice lotus, he lacked the 7 emotions and 6 desires, remaining pure-hearted and free of worldly wants. Since childhood, he had devoted all his thoughts to cultivation, practicing the path of detachment, and had now reached the Mahayana stage. If it weren't for the sect leader pressing him to take on disciples this time, he wouldn't even want to accept Lin Sairu, as she disturbs his quiet cultivation. Adhering to the principle that taking on a disciple means taking responsibility, Ji Lingyuan fulfilled his duties diligently, even though Lin Sairu's mind was unsettled. This time, when Lin Sairu first entered the secret realm, even though his true body could not leave due to the turmoil caused by the Demon Lord's seal, he still sent an avatar to follow. Little did he expect that no sooner had his incarnation entered the cloud boat than he encountered such an incident. Ji Lingyuan had already examined it. The lotus fragrance wafting from the adjacent room was just an ordinary incense, carrying no other effects whatsoever. But smelling this fragrance, he only felt an unbearable thirst, unable to restrain himself. Ji Lingyuan collapsed onto the bed, covering his eyes with his hand. The rich lotus scent seemed to envelop his entire body, constantly stirring his desires. His Adam's apple slowly rolled up and down. Ji Lingyuan finally couldn't take it anymore, and a streak of light shot out of the room. Wanqing, who lived next door, only heard the sound of a door slamming open with a bang. Wanqing was puzzled about what could be so urgent, given the loud sound of the door opening. Chapter 19. The Sun and Moon's Secret Realm. Blue-white streams of light fell upon the bow of the ship, and the cool wind blew away the heat from her body. Her crimson lips slightly parted as Ji Lingyuan took a deep, cold breath. Long, slender lashes veiled his dark eyes. Ji Lingyuan barely grasped a glimmer of insight amidst the chaotic thoughts. Should he simply leave directly? Ji Lingyuan looked back at the place he had left, frowning in thought. But the task assigned to him by the original body had yet to be completed. The journey to the Sun Moon's secret realm takes only a few days, and upon arrival, the disciples will scatter throughout the realm. It's merely a few days aboard the same boat. It shouldn't come to any harm. Although the neighbors' movements were a bit strange, Xingzhou hadn't made any noise these past few days, and Wanqing even found herself wondering whether anyone actually lived next door. Thinking about how cultivators in the cultivation world spend their days either meditating or meditating, she felt it was normal for there to be no activity. Seeing that they were about to reach the Sun and Moon's secret realm, Wanqing walked out of her room, feeling a bit stifled from staying cooped up inside all along. Not knowing if it was by chance that she passed by that room, Wanqing suddenly heard a rustling sound accompanied by a woman's soft moans and a man's low gasps. Wanqing's face flushed slightly. Well, cultivators do make other sounds besides meditating and practicing immortality. The commotion of dual cultivation has always been considerable. Wanqing was especially grateful that her somewhat peculiar neighbor hadn't made any similar sounds, sparing her the embarrassment. From the cloud boat, the houses below looked even smaller than models, the mountains and fields were like a painting, and the clouds were within reach, especially at night, when the stars in the sky were unobscured by clouds, visible in their entirety. The secret realm has arrived. It's been so long since I've ridden a cloud boat for this long. If I had been flying on my sword, I would have been here ages ago. It's better to enter the secret realm together. Ji Lingyuan fell behind Lin Xiru, the illusion magic used for disguise concealing his clearly poor condition. The Sun and Moon's secret realm had not yet officially opened, yet a large crowd had already gathered around it. Disciples from various major sects had been waiting for some time. Just from what Wanqing knew, there were the renowned Sound Cultivation Sect, the Mystic Sound Gate, Buddhist cultivators from the Golden Light Temple, as well as cultivators from the Spirit Beast Sect and the Harmony Sect. This expedition into the secret realm is fraught with danger. You are all fellow disciples of the same sect and must support one another. If I learn of anyone turning a blind eye to a fellow disciple in peril, the punishment will be severe and without leniency. And for those who go so far as to turn their blades against their own sect brothers and sisters, death. The elder leading the team gathered everyone on the deck. The increasingly dense fragrance of lotus reminded Ji Lingyuan that the person who had been troubling his mind for days was drawing near. Fortunately, that person stopped approaching after coming closer, but even so, the scent still made Ji Lingyuan's fingers tremble slightly, his body burning as if on fire. By the time the sun reached its zenith, the entrance to the secret realm slowly opened. Wanqing summoned her purple bamboo sword and flew on it, ready to enter at any moment. When the secret realm opened wide, countless cultivators flew into it, and Wanqing followed them in. Yet what she failed to notice was that, in the fleeting moment she passed by, the man who had been restraining himself could no longer hold back and turned around to look back, only to catch sight of Wanqing's cold, detached silhouette stirred by the wind. A sense of regret welled up within him, growing even stronger. Ji Lingyuan blamed himself a little for not having acted sooner. Completely unaware of this, Wanqing entered the secret realm directly. A flash of white light, and Wanqing found herself in a dense rainforest. Along with her, 3 others, 2 men and 1 woman, also entered this rainforest. The 2 men wore the robes of the Lingxu Sect, but the woman did not. Wanqing noticed that her attire somewhat resembled that of the Hehuan Sect. 1 man and 1 woman were clearly Dao companions. The man was holding the woman in his arms, but upon noticing others nearby, he awkwardly let go. Everyone, my Dao companion has been here before, and knows the general layout of the secret realm. Since we are all fellow disciples, why not travel together? That way we can look out for one another. Wanqing naturally had no objections. After years of working in isolation, she truly had no clear sense of her own abilities, so having someone to look out for her was indeed a good option. That's really wonderful. The man smiled warmly, appearing to have a pleasant disposition. The male cultivator was named Fang Yunjin, at the early stage of foundation establishment, while the female was called Taoyao, with a cultivation at the middle stage of foundation establishment. As Wanqing had suspected, they were indeed from the Joyous Union sect. The man who was alone like Wanqing was named Chenhong, with a cultivation at the middle stage of foundation establishment. Although Taoyao knew the direction, she insisted she wasn't interested in the Sun and Moon's secret realm and had only come today for fun, offering to guide them wherever they wanted to go. Taoyao's question was clearly directed at the 2 men in the group, so Wanqing didn't bother to speak up and invite a snub. In fact, not long after forming the team, she had already begun to regret it. That woman named Taoyao clearly knew Chenhong, while Fang Yunjin was kept in the dark, believing that he and Taoyao were a perfect match, a celestial couple. Wanqing could only play dumb, pretending she hadn't noticed anything between them at all. Entering the secret realm naturally meant seeking treasures. The group climbed mountains, crawled through caves, and dove into waters, finding quite a few good items along the way. Even when attacked by spirit beasts, the four-person team had no trouble handling it. During this time, Wanqing gradually gained a thorough understanding of her own abilities. Having originally been content to stay at home, she suddenly felt that perhaps she really should get out and explore. "There's a cave over there, let's go check it out," said Tao Yao, pointing at a cave. "All right, whatever Yao Yao says." Fang Yunjin's expression was full of affection. Tao Yao said coquettishly, "How annoying." Inside the cave, there was a waterway that was invisible from the outside. Only after entering did one discover that the river in the channel was swift and turbulent. "How annoying, my shoes are all wet. I shouldn't have come in here," Tao Yao muttered under her breath. "All right, just bear with it for now. I'll get you a new pair when we get back." Tao Yao watched Fang Yunjin, who was taking meticulous care of her and comforting her. To be honest, this man was quite good. He came from a fine family and had always treated her well. If it weren't for the fact that he had something the young master needed, I really wouldn't want to deal with him right now. It's just that his family holds some power. Taking care of him outside would likely mean I can't escape the consequences. In the cultivation world, it's all too common to beat the junior only to have the senior come after you. Especially those families, each one protects their descendants as if they were the apple of their eye. But as long as she could get her hands on that item, she would have the chance to ingratiate herself with the young master. If she were fortunate enough to become the young master's woman, advancing her cultivation at lightning speed would no longer be just a dream. Tao Yao silently apologized to Fang Yunjin in her heart. She hadn't wanted to kill him either, but who told him to refuse to let go and simply not give her that thing? How could matters of love and romance ever compare to her cultivation and future? Their young master, like the Golden Light Temple's Buddha son, possesses a pure young body, with cultivation already reaching the nascent soul stage, and his primal yang remains intact to this day. Not long ago, he put out word that whoever finds what he seeks will receive his primal yang. Every disciple of the Lingxu Sect yearned for it, and it was only by a stroke of luck that she discovered one of the fish in her pond actually possessed something the young master needed. Now, as long as she dealt with Fang Yunjin, this heaven-sent fortune would fall upon her, Tao Yao. Chapter 20. The Vampire Bat. What Peach Blossom hadn't anticipated was that an extra woman would appear in her plan. Tao Yao glanced at Wanqing, who was silently walking behind. Her name was quite pleasant to the ear, but her appearance was utterly ordinary, and her movements lacked any trace of feminine grace. Under normal circumstances, Tao Yao wouldn't have paid any attention to a woman like that. But the most troublesome part now is that she and Fang Yunjin are both from the Lingxu Sect. When it comes to a fight, she might end up helping Fang Yunjin. I need to find a way to shake this woman off, and once we're out, pin Fang Yunjin's death on her. Then everything will be fine. Did you hear something? Fang Yunjin looked up, alertly scanning the surroundings. Wanqing nodded. It sounds like rats or bats. Chenhong said, it's perfectly normal to have these things in a cave. No need to be too nervous. It would be even better if there were spirit beasts. Those spirit beasts always have treasures around them, Tao Yao said casually, her voice soft and alluring, making the listener's heart itch. Wanqing sighed inwardly, finding that speaking so eloquently was truly an art in itself. Although the farming space had brought great changes to her appearance, in her memory she would always remain plain and unremarkable. Becoming a woman like Tao Yao was simply impossible. There is a group of vampire bats here, whose strength ranks as mid to upper tier in the Sun and Moon's secret realm. They are more than enough to hold that woman back, and when the time comes, she and Chenhong can join forces to take Fang Yunjin away. Tao Yao and Chenhong exchanged a glance, each fully aware of the other's intentions. Wanqing frowned. As the four of them ventured deeper, an ominous premonition crept into her heart. Sure enough, faint glimmers of ghostly light flickered above the cave. Fang Yunjin cast an illumination spell, lighting up the entire cavern. The creatures on the cave ceiling bared their fangs, a red gleam flashing in their luminous pupils, their tusks fully half the length of their bodies. Now pairs of eyes were fixed intently on Wanqing and the others, as if wanting to tear them apart. They're vampire bats. Fang Yunjin shouted in alarm, hastily pulling out talismans and casting them out. The attacked vampire bats flew over in swarms. The sash on Tao Yao's body transformed into a rope, wrapping around the nearest vampire bat and flinging it away. In the first instant, a golden ritual array lit up above Wanqing's head, the sacrificial array of the spirit offering art. One by one, white flowers were tossed into the array by Wanqing, precisely the useless snow lotuses she had grown in her farming space. All of them were used by Wanqing as offerings for the spirit offering art. She wondered if the heavenly Tao, upon receiving such perfunctory tributes, would fly into a rage and curse out loud. Fortunately, the heavenly Tao didn't cause any trouble and honestly granted Wanqing a buff. During the fight, Wanqing sensed that the intensity of the spiritual energy protecting her body seemed to have increased, enhancing her defensive power. The effect was good. The vampire bats swarmed in groups, and with their enhanced defense, Wanqing's chances of survival increased significantly. The startling swan sword technique cast flashes of light and shadow within the cave, as the bodies of vampire bats littered the ground. The others, as if by unspoken agreement, halted their attacks. Unexpectedly, junior sister Yu has been hiding her true skill, Chen Hong remarked with admiration. This swordsmanship is truly outstanding among the outer disciples. In our blissful union sect, there's no such swordsmanship. Today, I've truly broadened my horizons, Tao Yao said through gritted teeth. She hadn't expected Yu Wanqing, despite her modest cultivation level, to possess such extraordinary sword skills. It seemed the blood-sucking bats were unable to subdue her. As far as she knew, there was also a blood-sucking bat at the golden core stage inside. Though somewhat dangerous, she had no choice but to lure it over now. Chen Hong caught Tao Yao's gaze and raised his hand, unleashing a thunderous blast that shattered the cliff wall. The blood-sucking bat was injured by the falling rocks. This place is dangerous and not suitable for staying long. Let's find an exit and get out. The sound of Chen Hong blasting the mountain wall was so loud that it startled the vampire bats resting inside. A sharp, piercing roar interrupted the crowd attempting to retreat. What? Tao Yao pretended to be completely unaware. There's a golden core stage vampire bat inside. Fang Yunjin had already reacted. The golden core stage vampire bat burst into the cave through the gap in the mountain wall. If we can subdue this demon and get its demon core, we'll definitely make a fortune. Chen Hong's eyes lit up, looking as if money had appeared before them. Then let's do it. How could the four of us not beat it? Tao Yao charged forward, leading the way, and the others followed suit. Although the golden core stage vampire bat was enormous in size, its movements were very agile, leaving Yu Wanqing with no choice but to attack with her flying sword. With her mental focus fully concentrated, Yu Wanqing completely failed to notice that the vampire bat's main offensive had gradually shifted toward her. Although Fang Yun had been attacking continuously, his offensive power was ultimately limited, barely enough to tickle the vampire bats. Yu Wanqing had always felt that her cultivation, focused solely on training with little actual combat, was insubstantial. But now it seemed that the one lacking substance might not be her. Tao Yao and Chen Hong suddenly appeared behind Fang Yunjin. Tao Yao pulled out a bell and shook it near Fang Yunjin's ear. Fang Yunjin collapsed at the sound, and Chen Hong reached out to catch him. The two of them turned to look at Yu Wanqing, who stood frozen, staring at the scene in shock. Tao Yao chuckled lightly and said, "Little sister, hold the fort here for now. We have matters to attend to and must take our leave." With that, the two of them grabbed Fang Yunjin and vanished. "Sister, next time you enter the secret realm, remember to choose your teammates more carefully." In the empty cave, only a single sentence lingered, drifting away with the wind. What do you do when your teammate goes offline during a team fight? Yu Wanqing had a curse word she didn't know whether to say or not. Next time, she might as well go alone. It's not like she can't win a fight. The water currents in the surface channel swirled and lifted Yu Wanqing, whose body gradually turned translucent as blood-sucking bats swooped in. Yu Wanqing melted into the water flow, becoming one with it. The vampire bat gazed at the lake's surface, which had once again grown calm, and launched a sonic attack. The sound waves coalesced into solid projectiles that struck the water. A column of water shot into the sky, slamming into the vampire bat. The bat was sent flying backward, crashing against the wall, with a fresh bloody gash, a sword wound, now marking its body. The wounded vampire bat, having fallen to the ground, was struck in the mouth by a massive stone falling from the cave's ceiling. With a miserable shriek, it took off again, its sonic attack landing on the lake's surface. Yu Wanqing, having transformed into water, dove to the bottom to evade the attack. She observed that the vampire bat's mouth, injured by the stone, was the most severely wounded part. The places that had been attacked by her earlier were comparatively less severe. Knowing the vampire bat's weakness, Yu Wanqing surfaced, and the water currents gathered into her water-formed avatar, from which the purple bamboo sword flew out. Taking advantage of the moment the vampire bat opened its mouth to emit sound waves, he struck its mouth, piercing through to its brain with a single sword stroke. The vampire bat crashed to the ground. Yu Wanqing emerged from the water, used her sword to cut open the vampire bat's body, and extracted the demon core. Then he looked at the empty cave. It's not like we can't beat them, so why did they all run away? Yu Wanqing did not understand. When they were running, it seemed they knocked out that person named Fang Yunjin, so there was actually a conspiracy among them? I guess I still prefer working alone. Chapter 21, The Young Master of the Lingxu Sect. Whenever she had teammates, she wanted to slack off. Remembering the eerie atmosphere from the first half of the journey still made her feel uneasy all over. That Fang Yunjin, can he still survive? He won't drag me into this, will he? If they're going to kill someone, they'd surely want to root out the whole problem, right? What would they keep me around for? Don't tell me they're trying to make me the scapegoat? Yu Wanqing thought about it more and more, and it seemed increasingly likely. I feel like I should get a piece of the action. Wanqing entered the vampire bat's lair, cleaned out all the treasures it had hoarded, and found quite a few top-tier spiritual herbs. There were even quite a few spirit treasures, though unfortunately most were damaged and would need repair to be usable. Back in the forest, Wanqing felt the abundant wood element spiritual power would escape. The wood element incarnation moved through the forest without even disturbing the birds perched in the trees, as Wanqing searched for the figures of those three people. I advise you to be sensible and hand over the item. Yao, I always thought You're far too naive about the women of the Joyous Union Sect. For us, every encounter with a man is nothing but a game played in bed. If it weren't for cultivation, who would have the mood to flatter you? Tao Yao admired the vermilion polish on her nails. Chen Hong had been sent out to keep watch, so it was fine to speak her mind. Fang Yunjin was bound with ropes, lying to the side, unable to move. Muxing, hiding in the tree in his wooden form, silently ate his melon. Fang Yunjin let out a bitter laugh. What you want is my family heirloom. There's no way I'm giving it to you. I advise you to know your place. Tao El lashed her whip across Fang Yunjin's body. Your spiritual power is sealed now, so I'm not worried about any accidents. Let me be straight with you today, that thing is what our young master wants. As soon as I spread word that you have it on you, the entire Huan sect will come after you. Tao El crouched down to meet Fang Yunjin's gaze. Instead of that, why don't you just hand over the thing nicely, and I'll let you keep your corpse intact. What does your young master want it for? I've had that thing in my hands for over a decade, and it's been completely useless. Do you think I don't know that? Your young master has been deceived. Fang Yunjin struggled desperately. Whether our young master is useful or not is none of your concern. As long as I hand the item over to him, I can engage in dual cultivation with him, and then my cultivation will advance by leaps and bounds. Tao Yao's cheeks flushed slightly, revealing that she harbored some feelings of admiration for the young master of the Huan Sect. It wasn't just for the sake of dual cultivation. Young master of the Huan Sect? Wanqing overheard this, yet another sin committed by the female lead's man. She remembered that in the original novel, the young master of the Joyous Union Sect was named Zishu Lian, a name that sounded tender, yet he possessed a resolute character. Why was the young master of the Joyous Union Sect, a sect predominantly composed of women, actually a man? This must start with the current sect leader of the Huan Sect. The current sect leader of the Huan Sect is a notorious enchantress in the cultivation world, with countless cultivators having fallen under her spell. She has borne 3 daughters and 1 son, 4 children in total. All the children were exceptionally gifted, yet only Zishulian, being male, became the young master of the Joyous Union Sect. That was because the sect leader had taken a liking to Zishulian's pure young body and wanted him to become the public cauldron of the Joyous Union Sect. Zishu Lian naturally refused to accept such a fate, but everyone in the Huan Sect was keeping a covert watch on him. When he was young, he always used unstable cultivation as an excuse to avoid dual cultivation, but after he reached the nascent soul stage, he could no longer evade it. He could only announce that whoever in the sect found what he was looking for would be the one to dual cultivate with him. In the original text, naturally no one could find it. Given the current situation, Wanqing felt that, even if someone actually found it, Zishulian would claim they hadn't. The leader of the Joyous Union Sect naturally would not allow him to keep making excuses. After feeding him the love poison and tossing him into a crowd of women, Zishulian, whose mind was resolute, escaped from there and ran into the female lead, Lingxu. The two of them had shared intimate physical contact, but because Zishulian's will was firm, it ultimately did not lead to consummation. As luck would have it, not long after, the leader of the Huan Sect died suddenly, and Zishulian took over the sect. But because of the shadows of his childhood, Zishu felt no interest in either men or women, and the thought of dual cultivation with anyone filled him with utter disgust. Even though Lingxu tried every trick in the book, nothing ever came of it between the two of them. What was between them was ultimately nothing more than a fleeting romance. Zishulian also became, in the hearts of readers, another white moonlight besides Lingwan Immortal Lord. Why did she have to set her sights on Zishulian of all people? Wanqing silently mourned for Tao in her heart. Zishulian and Lingwan Immortal Lord are collectively known as the incompetent duo among readers. Taoyao's little schemes ultimately came to nothing. Having had enough of the drama, Wanqing planned to find a way to rescue the person. However, she didn't intend to step forward herself. Since everyone already thought she had nothing to do with this matter, why would she bother to come out and get herself into trouble? Wanqing pulled a red 6-petal spirit flower from her storage pouch. This Nisheng flower was one she had just found in the cave of blood-sucking bats. The fragrance emitted by the Nisheng flower would be mistaken by spirit beasts as the scent of a female beast in heat. Thus, spirit beasts often gather in clusters near the silk blossoms. Wanqing tossed the silk blossom away. Just as Wanqing had anticipated, it wasn't long before the sound of a large number of spirit beasts approaching could be heard. What's that sound? Tao Yao, still not having processed the situation, looked around. Chen Hong rushed over from a distance. Hurry, a beast tide is coming. With that, he grabbed Tao Yao and prepared to leave. Taking advantage of their confusion, Wanqing used would escape to slip over to Fang Yunjin's side and slashed open the ropes binding him with a single sword stroke. How? Fang Yunjin felt the force on his body suddenly release. No, I haven't gotten what I came for. I can't leave. The two who were arguing looked toward Fang Yunjin. When did you break free? Tao Yao attacked Fang Yunjin with her sash. Prepare to die. Chen Hong summoned his spirit sword and joined the attack. In the midst of panic, Fang Yunjin pulled out an object and threw it directly, then turned and fled. My things. Tao Yao chased after him, then said to Chen Hong, split up and pursue him. If he gets out of the secret realm, we're both finished. The rules of the Lingxu Sect were strict, especially regarding disciples killing each other, which was absolutely forbidden. This matter was of great importance, so Chen Hong hurriedly chased after Fang Yunjin. After cutting Fang Yunjin's ropes, Wanqing escaped using wood. In the world of Immortal Cultivation, she was quite pleased to have a day where she could do a good deed without leaving her name. A jade token slammed directly into a tree, knocking Wanqing, who had been wood dodging inside it, out. What is this? Wanqing walked over and picked up the object, discovering it was a jade token engraved with a yin-yang doublefish design. It seems to have fallen over here. Hearing Tao Yao's voice, Wanqing quickly used wood escape to hide herself. After searching in vain, Tao Yao stormed off in a fury. Damn Fang Yunjin, I shouldn't have softened just now. I should have just killed him. After Tao Yao left, Wanqing emerged from the trees and looked at the token in her hand. So this was what Zishulian wanted? A token that could make the unyielding Zishulian agree to trade his primordial essence must be an extraordinary treasure. Wanqing put away the token, turned around, and left. Chapter 22. The Mysterious Senior Brother. With the idea of making use of waste, after everyone else had left, Wanqing returned to the place where she had discarded the Nishang flower. He picked a few peripheral spirit beasts to kill as practice. What a loud commotion, what's that sound? Lin Sairu and her group listened to the continuous beast roars coming from afar. It's a spirit beast herd. Qin Siu stood at the front of the team, holding a sword in his arms. Lin Sairu, as the group's darling, was positioned at the very center of the formation. Should we go take a look? Something that can attract so many spirit beasts must be due to a rare spiritual herb. The spirit beast tide is no joke. If anything happens to you, junior sister, we won't be able to explain it to the other senior brothers when we get back. Lin Sairu said modestly, that won't happen. The senior brothers are just too worried. A cultivator must go through hardships to advance further. Qin Siu heard Lin Sairu's words and looked up at her, surprised that the delicate young lady possessed such insight. But that place looks dangerous, so it's better if you don't go, junior sister. We'll scout ahead, and if it's safe, we'll call you over, the male disciple said, fawning over Lin Sairu, earning many covert eye rolls from the other junior sisters. His table manners are truly unsightly. Doesn't he realize, with the way he is, whether junior sister Lin would even take a liking to him? The disciple of Spirit Abyss Immortal Lord has high standards. She's got her eyes set on the one at the front. The female disciple lifted her chin slightly, gesturing toward Qin Siu, who stood at the very front of the line. Junior brother Qin may be young, but he's very dependable. He also won't be fooled by certain people's tricks. He seems to be the kind of man who values inner qualities over outward appearances. That's right, that's right. He's nothing like other men. Lin Sairu overheard the other women's laughter and murmurs, sneering inwardly. These people wouldn't even dare to speak ill of her to her face. It seemed she had already worn them down well enough. All of them are nothing but defeated foes. Ji Lingyuan hid behind a tree, his brow slightly furrowed. His disciple's talent was impeccable, but his temperament had been twisted by the schemes of secluded women, which was detrimental to his cultivation. Qin Siu led a group of people to investigate the center of the spirit beast tide. From afar, they could see sword light flashing ahead, as sword chi transformed into beams of light, flying out like a bolt of silk, with a momentum as grand as a rainbow. The woman holding the wooden sword was graceful and elegant, her skirt sweeping into a sharp arc as she moved, as if vying with the gleam of the blade for beauty. Her figure, as fleet as a startled swan and as sinuous as a swimming dragon, suddenly appeared before Qin Siu's eyes, like a bright moon rising into the sky, dimming the radiance of a luminous pearl. Qin Siu recognized the clothes on that person. They were the uniform of the Lingxu Sect. So he is from the same school? Why hadn't I noticed this before? It seems to be a junior sister from the same sect. Her swordsmanship is quite elegant. Decisive and ruthless in killing, must be the type who devotes himself entirely to cultivation. Male cultivators also need to carefully assess potential Dao partners. For someone like Lin Sairu, who clearly hasn't severed her worldly ties and still harbors thoughts of romance and love, she naturally attracts a swarm of male cultivators around her. As for the kind of ethereally beautiful female cultivator who devotes herself single-mindedly to the Tao, male cultivators would not bother to ask if she is interested in finding a Tao partner. Oh dear. She's been ambushed. The female cultivator fighting amidst the beast tide was bitten on the shoulder by a python hidden in the shadows. Ji Lingyuan, who had been hiding in the shadows, suddenly felt a wave of unease. Looking up, he saw a familiar figure flung through the air, her waist slender and her posture fragile as a reed in the wind. Ji Lingyuan instinctively took a step forward and vanished from where he stood. The influence of that lotus fragrance on him aboard the cloud boat had gradually faded, yet the sensation of his entire body burning, as if a fire were blazing within him, had been deeply etched into his very bones. This junior sister seems to be seriously injured. Hurry and help. The moment the words left his mouth, that person saw the usually steady and prudent Qin Siyu already flying out. Damn it, I was careless. Wanqing pressed her hand against the wound on her shoulder, sealing several acupoints to stop the bleeding. A massive python was chasing relentlessly behind Wanqing. Just moments ago, she had accidentally killed a female spirit python, enraging the serpent, though she had already driven it away once before. She had thought the python wouldn't come again, but unexpectedly, it had been lurking in the shadows all along, waiting for an opportunity, and directly ambushed her when she was off guard. Wanqing could only transform into a watery form and escape by water. Perhaps because the smell of blood on her shoulder lingered, the giant python kept following closely behind Wanqing. I still need to find an opportunity to kill it. Wanqing gripped the purple bamboo sword in her hand, using water escape to distance herself from the battlefield. The speed of the escape technique was difficult for ordinary movement techniques to catch up with, but the giant python kept pursuing relentlessly. A man and a beast traveled together until they reached a pool of water, which was precisely the source of this river. The python, seeing that Wanqing had nowhere left to go, emerged from the water's surface and snorted through its nose as if in mockery. Ripples exploded as Wanqing burst out of the water. The python waited with its massive jaws agape, but she stepped onto its head, using it as leverage to leap behind the serpent. Turning to strike back, she saw a flash of cold light. A sword, radiating chill and trailing frost and snow, pierced through the python's body, pinning it dead in the water. The young man was tall and slender, with unremarkable features. He stood with his hands behind his back by the edge of the pond, his uniform pure white and spotless, his hair pinned up with a jade hairpin. In his solitary stance, he exuded a cold and aloof air. Even his ordinary appearance was elevated by his overall demeanor, making him seem noble and detached. Wanqing's gaze fell on the young man's Lingxu Sect uniform. Thank you, senior brother, for saving me. I am your junior sister, Wanqing. May I ask your name? It was only when she bowed that Wanqing realized her disguise had somehow vanished at some point. It seems it was already washed off the first time I used the water escape in the cave. The woman standing by the pool still carried traces of moisture, her skin fair and flawless, her beautiful eyes sparkling like stars, her appearance like a lotus rising from the water, stirring the heart. It was only because of the wound on his shoulder that his complexion appeared slightly pale. Ji Lingyuan frowned, took out a bottle of medicine, and tossed it to Wanqing. Just call me Chenlan. This name sounds somewhat familiar. Wanqing held the wound medicine in her hand, unable to recall where she had heard it, and thought she might be overthinking things. After observing for a while and seeing no sign that senior brother Chenlan was about to leave, Wanqing realized he probably thought she was injured and in some danger, and wanted to accompany her. Chenlan sat with his back to Wanqing, leaving enough space for her to apply medicine. Wanqing was not one to be coy, it was just a shoulder, and even if it were truly seen, it was no big deal. But Chenlan's conscientious effort to avoid impropriety still pleased Wanqing greatly. Ji Lingyuan sat upright and proper, yet the lotus fragrance refused to let him be, teasing his senses. Its rich, heady aroma intoxicated him like strong wine. Ji Lingyuan let out a soft breath, his hands on his knees unconsciously gripping his clothes. He shouldn't have come. Just as Ji Lingyuan was about to stand up, a soft gasp froze him in place. Wanqing's fragrant shoulder was half exposed, the teeth marks on it so deep they nearly reached the bone. She sprinkled medicine over the wound, and the sting of the drug made it impossible for her to suppress a sound. A veiled desire climbed from her lower back into her mind, and Ji Lingyuan's once clear eyes gradually darkened. Chapter 23. Exquisite Delicacies. After bandaging the wound, Wanqing drew her sword, dug out the python's demon core, and handed it to Chenlan. Senior brother Chenlan, here you go. Ji Lingyuan was a beat slow to react, no need. Although neither of them said it outright, the two of them were of one mind and had decided to travel together. The two taciturn companions exchanged few words as they traveled, spending their time either fighting monsters or gathering spirit herbs. Ji Lingyuan also noticed that Wanqing had a fondness for collecting immature spiritual plants. Though he didn't understand why, he still let Wanqing search for spiritual plants within the sun and moon's secret realm according to her preferences. Wanqing also realized that this senior brother named Chenglan was definitely no ordinary person. The sun and moon's secret realm was certainly not his first visit. After all, what ordinary cultivator could navigate a secret realm as if strolling through their own backyard? It should be a senior brother from Naiman. I didn't expect him to seem cold, but actually be quite warm-hearted. Senior brother, with your agile skills, why would you come to the sun and moon's secret realm? Wanqing finally couldn't help but ask. Ji Lingyuan, who had been keeping an eye on the person behind him, said, I've been ordered to protect someone. Wanqing blinked her eyes and asked, who? Ji Lingyuan found it strange, but since Wanqing asked, he had to answer, Lin Sairu. Then doesn't the senior brother need to go over? Wanqing muttered to herself, wondering if he was planning to take her to find Lin Sairu. She had no desire to get involved in the plot. Finding a reliable teammate is just so hard. No need to go. Wanqing, didn't you say you were following orders? No need to listen. Huh? Wanqing looked at him, feeling like she didn't understand. Ji Lingyuan didn't explain further. Could the venerable Lord Lingyuan actually do anything to Ji Lingyuan? The night on the celestial steps was cool as water. A bonfire rose in the lush forest, its dim yellow light illuminating the surroundings. A cultivator's 5 senses are keen, there's no need for a bonfire. Ji Lingyuan stood behind Wanqing, watching the fire she had kindled, the light flickering in his eyes. A lock of hair fell as Wanqing paused in her movements. Born in this mortal world, some habits can't be changed. Heaven knows how much she longed for sleep. It had been over a decade since she last slept, simply because sleeping took up time that could be spent on cultivation. The closer he got, the more alluring the fragrance became. Ji Lingyuan couldn't understand what kind of scent could have such a powerful effect on him. Based on his observations, Wanqing didn't have the habit of wearing a sachet. Aside from her storage pouch, she only carried an embroidered purse, which seemed to contain something inside, but it wasn't spices. In other words, the fragrance was emanating from Wanqing herself, and what was even stranger was that Wanqing was completely unaware of the unusual scent on her body. On a nearby tree, a squirrel was crouched, holding a pine cone in its arms and nibbling on it with rapt attention, while on the tree next to it, 4 or 5 spirit finches perched. These little spirit beasts were all attracted by the fragrance emanating from Wanqing. But that was all there was to it. Even those powerful spirit beasts were not affected by Wanqing. Yet he alone was stirred into restless thoughts, unable to control his own feelings. Ji Lingyuan appeared composed on the surface, but he knew his rationality was on the verge of collapse as lotus fragrance danced and burned upon him. Watching the unintentional glimpse of Wanqing's fair neck, his eyes narrowed dangerously. I'm stepping out for a moment. Wanqing noticed that Ji Lingyuan's voice sounded a bit hoarse, so she turned around and asked him, Are you feeling unwell somewhere? The young man's face was indistinct in the darkness, and Wanqing vaguely saw the white hair behind Chenglan shimmering briefly in the night before vanishing. The forest was still, and the rich floral scent from her body spread all around, brushing against his form, seeping into every pore and unsettling his mind. Ji Lingyuan's gaze wandered. No. Wanqing leaned closer. But your face is really red. Ji Lingyuan stopped Wanqing. I'll be back soon. Is that so? Wanqing watched as Ji Lingyuan left. But along the way, he had left midway several times, and never once did he return quickly. He's a decent person, but he seems to be in poor health. Feeling that Chenglan wouldn't be back anytime soon, Wanqing pulled out a large piece of spirit beast meat and set it over the fire to roast. We can go back and ask Senior Brother Mu to take a look at him. The meat was placed by the campfire, gradually roasting until cooked, its aroma wafting through the air. On a branch in a forest somewhere, a small snow leopard, pure white with black spots all over its body, twitched its nose slightly. The small snow leopard's fur was sleek and glossy. It leaped down from the branch to the ground, spun halfway around to bite its own long tail, then sped off in the direction from which the scent was coming. Wanqing smelled the roasted meat on the branches and felt her mouth water. She cut off a small piece and placed it in her mouth to taste. The spirit beast meat was tender and smooth, rich in spiritual energy, a rare and excellent ingredient. Unfortunately, the cultivators of the Lingxu Sect did not place much importance on culinary desires, so if one wanted to eat, they had to go down the mountain. The little snow leopard hiding in the grass was eager to pounce. Wanqing only saw a blur of movement, and the skewered meat that had been on the branch was gone. Who's there? Wanqing sprang to her feet, gripping her purple bamboo sword. But the surroundings quickly fell silent, with nothing else but the chirping of insects. Wanqing looked wary, taking out another piece of spirit beast meat from her storage pouch and beginning to roast it, while remaining alert to any changes around her. The hidden snow leopard cub gulped down the snatched roast meat, but after savoring it carefully, it felt the taste was off. Why was it different from the aroma it had caught earlier? Unconvinced, the snow leopard cub turned back and saw another piece of roast meat already set up over the fire. The familiar scent drifted over once again, and the little snow leopard, drooling with craving, lowered its body and, driven by its insatiable hunger, dashed straight toward it. "You're quite bold, daring to come back." Wanqing saw clearly the appearance of the sneak attacker. It turned out to be a young leopard, so small it seemed not yet weaned. The little snow leopard, confident in its agile movements, was utterly unafraid of Wanqing, holding a piece of roasted meat in its mouth and flaunting it at her. Though not actually angry, Wanqing found the little snow leopard adorable and felt like playing along, so she picked up her sword and chased after it. The little snow leopard wasn't scared at all. It gulped down the roasted meat in one bite and turned to run off. Though the taste of the meat was as disappointing as ever, not bad, but not as amazing as it smelled. A man and a leopard chased each other through the forest. Although the young snow leopard was not old, its movement technique was unparalleled, excelling in drifting and flashing, leaving Wanqing with no choice but to use water escape to pursue. The little snow leopard was having a great time, when suddenly she remembered that not far away there was a waterfall pool. Since she had turned into water to chase me, let her go there and suffer a bit. The little snow leopard praised herself for being so clever and began to change direction. Unaware, Wanqing followed suit and changed direction as well. In the year-round waterfall and cold pool, a man stood in the water, his figure shrouded by the surrounding misty vapor, appearing mysterious and captivating. His stature was slender and upright, with muscles clearly defined yet not overly exaggerated, perfectly showcasing a blend of strength and beauty. Her skin was as translucent as white jade, exuding a faint luster, as if carved from jade into a work of art. His back was straight and broad, displaying immense strength and resilience. His waist was slender yet powerful, forming an elegant curve that embodied a uniquely masculine charm. His wet hair clung to his scalp, droplets from the tips sliding down his shoulders and tracing the contours of his taut abdominal muscles. His entire being exuded a powerful masculine aura that was impossible to resist. Chapter 24. The Snowy Mountain Collapses. The little snow leopard didn't notice that someone was in the mountain pool below at that moment, and with a sudden burst of speed, it leaped straight down from the top of the waterfall. Lingxu scooped up the little snow leopard in one large hand, grasping it firmly in his palm. The little snow leopard flailed its forepaws wildly in Lingxu's hand, then finally gave up struggling and accepted the fact that it had actually been caught by someone one day. "Where do you think you're going?" Wanqing, dazed from being swept down by the waterfall, failed to notice Lingxu flying straight out of the cascade to grab the little snow leopard. Their eyes met in midair, and only then did Wanqing notice Lingxu and his bare body. For a moment, Wanqing had no idea what to do, frozen stiff in midair. In his state of mental confusion, Lingxu immediately pulled the woman who had suddenly appeared before him, her whole body exuding a pleasant scent, into his arms. "Senior brother Chenglan?" Wanqing was held in a princess carry, looking at Lingxu, whose hair was disheveled and eyes bloodshot. "Senior brother, you've fallen into chi deviation." The little snow leopard, thrown directly onto the bank and crashing into a tree, shook its head, seeing stars. Knowing how formidable Lingxu was, it turned and fled. But halfway through its escape, curiosity got the better of it, and it crept back like a curious little one, crouching in the grass to secretly observe the situation in the pool. Wanqing was about to break free from his embrace, but Lingxu's large hand clamped down on her like a vice, holding her tight. A sense of foreboding washed over Wanqing, the dangerous aura prickling her ears until they tingled and raising goosebumps across her skin. "Chinglan." Lingxu shifted his position, cradling Wanqing like an infant with just one arm. He tilted his head, his gaze dark as ink as he looked at her, while his other hand ambiguously caressed her red lips. He didn't understand why the person before him kept calling out the name of his own sword. Wanqing shifted from a bridle carry to a cradle hold, also sensing Lingxu's unease, and moved her legs slightly aside. Lingxu's gaze burned with heat and desire, fixed intently on the tempting red lips before him, which kept parting and closing as if inviting him to explore further. His fingers reached out and touched it as if beyond his control. Wanqing's face flushed bright red, and she stammered incoherently, pervert. Wanqing, whose mind had been frozen in shock, finally remembered that she was now a cultivator. With her hand still restrained by Lingxu, she secretly formed a hand seal. Wanqing summoned a stream of water and splashed it across Lingxu's face, then took the opportunity to transform into water and attempt an escape. Sensing that the person in his arms was about to escape, Jiling Yuan's aura instantly became terrifying. As his spiritual power surged, frost fell all around, the lake and even the waterfall froze in an instant, and the surrounding trees were covered in rime. Wanqing, who had not yet mastered the form-changing technique of water escape, fell flat on the ice. Jiling Yuan took advantage of the moment to press down, burying his face in Wanqing's neck, continuously sucking and rubbing. Wanqing was pinned beneath Jiling Yuan, unable to move. "Qinglan, I know you're not feeling well right now, but can you let me go first?" Jiling Yuan frowned, displeased that she kept calling out the name of a sword. He lifted his head and sealed her lips with his own. The ice shattered, the frost melted, and the two sank together beneath the water. The cascading waterfall thundered down, muffling the seductive moans and restless gasps. The little snow leopard watching from the sidelines gaped, its round mouth forming an O. Its paws spread open like plum blossoms to cover its eyes, but its ears twitched, curiosity getting the better of it, and it couldn't help but creep closer to the pool. Before anyone could see what was in the water, a spell struck, freezing the little creature into an ice sculpture. The sun rose and set, the waterfall and pool remained as they always had, yet some people had already become vastly different from before. Jiling Yuan stood neatly dressed by the shore, all pretense shed, his delicate features refined, with a restrained radiance and an extraordinary bearing. His snow-white hair cascaded behind him like a celestial being. The faint redness at the corners of his eyes imbued the originally cold and ascetic, heavenly immortal with an indescribable sensuality. Wanqing was held in his arms, quietly sleeping. The man's robe covered her completely, and his embroidered spirit-patterned shoes nudged the snow leopard ice sculpture on the ground. The ice sculpture instantly melted, revealing a small snow leopard inside. Trembling with fear, it prostrated on the ground, sensing that the overbearing man before it seemed uninterested in settling scores. It then turned to flee. Jiling Yuan looked at the woman in his arms. She seemed quite fond of this little creature. The little snow leopard that had already run off suddenly leaped into the air, and as the view shifted, it landed in Wanqing's arms. Looking at the little snowball nestled in Wanqing's embrace, Jiling Yuan lifted the tiny creature into the air for another glance. Jiling Yuan frowned and tossed the little snow leopard behind him, letting it float through the air like a balloon as it followed them. The little snow leopard let out a plaintive wail, lying in midair as it allowed itself to drift along with them, its watery black eyes fixed on the man's back, fuming inwardly. This man was far too formidable. It distinctly remembered that no such powerful man was supposed to appear here. Jiling Yuan carried Wanqing through the Sun-Moon's secret realm as if traversing an empty land, wandering everywhere with ease. This year, anomalies occurred in the Sun-Moon's secret realm, and all major sects speculated that a rare treasure had emerged within it, yet they could not detect its precise location in the realm. They could only send multiple disciples to explore the Sun and Moon's secret realm. However, the major sects did not explicitly explain the situation of the Sun and Moon's secret realm to their disciples, as it was merely speculation, and there was a high chance it would all be for nothing. This was also the reason why the Spirit Ruins sect had only sent a dozen or so inner disciples, most of whom were new disciples who had joined less than 2 years ago. Medicine Mountain is located at the very center of the Sun-Moon's secret realm, renowned for its abundance of rare and precious spirit plants. However, due to the proliferation of these plants, spirit beasts are also plentiful. Some spirit beasts, having coexisted with spirit plants for years, have even undergone mutations under their influence. Jiling Yuan ventured deep into the heart of Medicine Mountain, not even disturbing a single spirit beast along the way. He casually opened the tightly sealed gate within the mountain's core, and the little snow leopard following him gaped in astonishment. How could he have brought himself back again? It had taken so much effort to escape. This place is so boring. Let it go. The little snow leopard struggled desperately but to no avail. A divine consciousness within the building initially intended to step forward and block Jiling Yuan's path, but upon recognizing his appearance, it halted its steps and pretended not to have seen him. Jiling Yuan encountered no obstacles along the way until he spotted a pool of iridescent spiritual liquid. Heaven-repairing marrow fluid can be used to upgrade and repair spiritual roots, raising their strength by 1 level. An ordinary spiritual root, after using heaven-repairing marrow fluid, can be directly upgraded to a supreme-grade spiritual root. Here, each color represents a type of 5 elements power, used to repair spiritual roots of different attributes. Jiling Yuan placed Wanqing into the liquid of the heaven-repairing marrow, his movements reluctant as he set her down. The mending of spiritual roots was naturally accompanied by pain. Wanqing furrowed her brows and let out a soft moan. He kissed her rosy lips, and a chill flowed through her meridians, circulating through the 8 extraordinary channels, dispelling the agony brought by the heaven-repairing marrow liquid. Ji Lingyuan couldn't control himself as he deepened the kiss, afraid that he might lose control again and transform into a 24-petal ice lotus, falling into Yuanqing's arms. Yuanqing suddenly found several more items beside him. A wisp of divine consciousness circled around Yuanqing once before reluctantly drifting away. Chapter 25. The Marrow of Heaven's Mend. Frost Peak was the dwelling of the immortal Lord Lingyuan. It originally had no name, but after the immortal lord took residence there, snow accumulated year-round and the climate turned frigid, thus earning it the name Frost Peak. The pavilions and towers atop Frost Peak summit were as picturesque as a painting, resembling a celestial paradise that dazzled and bewildered the eyes. Spirit Abyss Immortal Lord cultivated behind closed doors in the main hall, rarely stepping outside even the inner courtyard, and even used an avatar to escort disciples on their training journeys. The cultivating immortal Lord Lingyuan opened his eyes, his gaze cold as frost, even more chilling and indifferent than ice and snow. The main hall's doors suddenly burst open, as the wind and snow outside mercilessly swept in. A streak of white light flew down from the heavens, and immortal Lord Lingyuan reached out his hand to catch it. He couldn't understand why the incarnation he had sent to escort his disciple had returned so quickly. That strand of divine consciousness, however, did not merge into his body as Lingyuan Immortal Lord had expected, but instead landed on the table and transformed into a lotus-shaped jade pendant. Lingyuan Immortal picked up the jade pendant. What exactly had happened? His avatar actually didn't want him, the original, to know. In truth, it wouldn't have been difficult for Lingyuan Immortal to find out. He could simply shatter the jade pendant. But he felt that since his avatar didn't wish for him to know, then he would simply let it be. His avatar can handle it. The main hall doors of Frost Peak Mountain closed once more, and everything returned to silence. The spiritual energy controlling the little snow leopard in Medicine Mountain suddenly dissipated, causing it to fall from midair. The little snow leopard twisted its body in the air and landed steadily on all four paws. Certain that the man had vanished, the little snow leopard lifted its head, wagged its tail proudly, and padded over to the unconscious Yuanqing lying nearby. The little snow leopard looked at Yuanqing's body, which was covered in bruises and purple marks. It remembered that this person had been tormented by that man just now for a long time. Mount Yao is not so easy to escape from. For the sake of being comrades in arms, it can take a woman along when leaving. Then the little snow leopard saw a snow leopard mark on Yuanqing's wrist, and the little snow leopard froze on the spot. Hurriedly checking itself, it finally discovered with sorrow that there was indeed an additional spirit beast contract on its own body. That's not how you apologize to someone. The little snow leopard was fuming with rage, punching the air in the open space. As the little snow leopard fought, it sniffled and realized that the pleasant scent it had been enjoying was actually coming from this woman. No wonder the taste of her grilled meat had always seemed off. Well, considering this woman smelled so nice, it wouldn't be entirely unacceptable to accept having an extra master. It just so happened that it had grown up here, so it could take the woman to visit its secret base later. Yuanqing slowly came to, feeling aches all over her body, with not a single part of her feeling comfortable. Opening her eyes, she saw the lingering marks on her body and the thick sky-repairing marrow fluid. She could only recognize it as the legendary marrow fluid, but its specific effects were unknown. However, Yuanqing knew that this was undoubtedly a celestial treasure that cultivators might not see even once in a lifetime. She clearly remembered. How is she here now? Did Chenglan send me here? Thinking about Chenglan, Yuanqing made her feel a bit frustrated. If this guy had spoken up about the problem earlier, she would have just kept her distance. Now, aside from the final step, he had done everything he should and shouldn't have done. Given his condition, it was clearly the effects of a love poison, yet he managed to restrain himself from going all the way. Yuanqing felt that he actually respected her quite a bit. It was just that the influence of the love poison had made him lose control and act recklessly. But, what is he licking? Who would have thought that someone who looks so proper and abstinent is actually a secret pervert? Even by the standards of a proper Taoist couple, the things he did were far too outrageous. The surrounding open terrain was completely visible, and she could even see the little snow leopard lurking nearby, spying on her. Yuanqing felt that Chenglan had probably left ahead of her. This spinal fluid should be his apology. One of them still had their primordial yin intact, and the other had yet to release their primordial yang, so why bother agonizing over it any further? Among all the poisons in the cultivation world, the poison of love affects cultivators the most. Perhaps one day I myself will be influenced by this love poison and fall for that man. Yuanqing let out a deep breath to comfort herself. The little snow leopard came up to her, rubbing its head against her with a pitiful expression. How are you here? Didn't you leave back at the pool? The little snow leopard gestured with all four limbs. You mean Chenglan tied you up and brought us here? The little snow leopard licked Yuanqing's wrist, and only then did Yuanqing notice that there was now a mark on her hand that looked very much like the little snow leopard. This is a spirit beast seal. The little snow leopard nodded repeatedly. Did Chenglong do this? The little snow leopard's head was nodding so fast it almost fell off. This seal can't be broken with my current cultivation. How about you follow me for now, and once my cultivation is strong enough, I'll help you remove it. Wanqing smiled with ill intent. She rather liked this little snow leopard. Taking it in as a spirit beast would be ideal. The little snow leopard thought for a moment, then nodded in reluctant agreement. In truth, it rather liked this woman before it, and living together wouldn't be so bad. How about I give you a name? The little snow leopard twitched its ears and nodded, sitting upright on the ground, waiting. Wanqing picked up the little snow leopard. Then I'll have to take a look first. It's a male. The little snow leopard bristled with anger. Wanqing laughed, having already restrained herself. If this were an ordinary kitten, she would have gone wild long ago. It was a pity that spirit beasts in the cultivation world couldn't do as they pleased once they gained intelligence. She still had to maintain some restraint, or she might scare the little one. I need to first see whether you're male or female before I can give you a name, Wanqing explained. Since you're a boy, I'll call you Bai Shui, taking my surname Yu, so your full name is Yu Bai Shui. Little snow leopard nodded happily. Snow leopards are born on the snowy plains, and although the little snow leopard had never seen snow, that didn't stop him from liking the name. After playing with Bai Shui for a while, Wanqing noticed a lotus flower beside her. This flower was very peculiar. It was entirely made of ice, yet it had 24 petals, and it didn't look like it was carved by human hands, but rather born of nature itself. It should be a keepsake left by Chenglong. But why did he leave this thing? Did he actually expect me to go find him? Lifting that lotus blossom from the spirit pool and placing it on the bank, Wanqing found herself quite fond of the flower, elegant and upright, pure as ice and clean as jade. Feeling the effects of the marrow fluid fade, Wanqing was about to rise from the spirit pool when she suddenly remembered she wasn't wearing any clothes. Her garments had already been torn to shreds by Chenglong at the pool. Only then did she notice there was also a pile of items by the shore, among them a set of clothes, though it was in a men's style. It should have originally been Chenglong's clothes, but now the size had been altered, fitting Wanqing perfectly, and the color of the clothes had also been changed from pure white to the light blue that Wanqing often wore. Jiling Yuan hadn't brought much on this trip. Aside from the clothes he was wearing, the pile consisted only of Wanqing's own belongings and a white storage pouch. The storage pouch contained quite a few items, spirit stones, jade slips, and magical tools, but the problem was that the magical tools inside were completely beyond what Wanqing, at the foundation establishment stage, could use. At the very least, he would have to wait until she formed her golden core. Was Chenglong truly a cultivator at the foundation establishment stage? Based on her observations over the past few days, Wanqing felt he was not. She even thought that at the very least, Chenglong must be a nascent soul stage cultivator. Apart from that, Wanqing fished out a white jade hairpin from inside that looked very familiar to her. Isn't this the hairpin that Chenglong wore before? He wouldn't have given me everything and left empty-handed himself, would he? Impossible, impossible. Wanqing banished the absurd thought from her mind. This idea is too far-fetched. Chapter 26. Peach blossoms bloom in clusters. After tidying up her belongings, Wanqing sat down cross-legged and began to inspect her own 8 extraordinary meridians internally. Bai Shui, seeing Wanqing seated, quietly crept closer, then directly lay down in Wanqing's arms, stretched lazily, and closed her eyes, pretending to be fast asleep. As soon as he entered, he saw Wanqing's own 5 dazzling golden spiritual roots. Wanqing opened his eyes in shock, unwilling to believe it, and examined himself internally once more before confirming that his spiritual roots had truly mutated. Top-tier 5 spirit roots. Is this a combination of words that should go together? The original spiritual roots had been with her for over a decade, and she knew exactly what they looked like. Even the best quality water spiritual root could barely reach the upper grade, while the wood, earth, and metal spiritual roots were of medium quality. Though there were some differences, they were generally similar. Among them, the fire spirit root is the worst, being nothing more than a low-grade spirit root, which is precisely why Wanqing has been unable to fully master the fire element body of the 5 elements escape technique to this day. But now, each one of them, taken individually, could be called an ultimate-grade spirit root. Wanqing couldn't believe she had run into such a sucker. Originally, the other party had come to offer an apology, but the gift was so generous that now Wanqing felt she owed them a favor instead. Is this the pure white big fool from that reclusive family, making its first trip far from home? Holding Bai Shui in her arms, Wanqing looked back at the marrow fluid in the spirit pool. Its texture had changed from the previous thickness to something resembling water, presumably because most of its effects had already been absorbed by Wanqing. No one else who comes later will achieve the effect that Wanqing is now. This favor is a huge debt. Wanqing frowned, lost in troubled thought. The cultivation world emphasizes karma. This time, the karmic bond between the two of us has grown deep. The heavenly Tao will surely grant us an opportunity to meet again and resolve it. Let's see how to repay the favor when we meet next time. Wanqing convinced herself, even though she didn't think she could help someone of Chenglan's caliber in any way, what could Chenglan possibly need her assistance with? After thinking everything through, Wanqing began to observe her surroundings. The spirit pool was located at the far end of a building ruin, and Chenglan must have crossed the entire ruin to find this pool. Bai Shui, held in Wanqing's arms, patted her fingers with its paw and pointed in a direction, offering to guide her. The ruins were filled with intricate traps, yet Wanqing moved through them unimpeded, guided by Bai Shui. A wisp of spiritual consciousness coalesced behind Wanqing. Though its form was ethereal, one could still tell that it had once belonged to a great beauty of profound Taoist cultivation. In his past life, Lingxu was a cultivator of the Lingxu Sect. With mediocre talent, he stumbled upon a dual cultivation technique, and from then on, his fortune soared as his cultivation steadily advanced. Lingxu pondered whether to pass on his legacy to this woman, who had been personally brought here by that individual. After some thought, the divine consciousness gave up. Her legacy was certainly good, but it wasn't without its drawbacks. Once she started cultivating it, she would definitely be unable to live without a man. If something unexpected happened during this time, she feared that person would come and blow up her last little nest. Looking at the clothes Wanqing wore, which were the same style as that person's, the divine sense found it curious. This young girl clearly wasn't very old, probably not even a fraction of that person's age. Back in the day, countless men and women in the cultivation world had tried to win that person over, yet he remained completely unmoved. Although she is now dead, she could swear that there are definitely even more people out there now who want to take down that person. It's just that with that person's status rising step by step, they probably only dare to think about it in their hearts. But how is it that someone who has passed through a garden of flowers without a single leaf clinging to him now has his eye on a mere slip of a girl still wet behind the ears? Fortunately, she was clear-headed back then and didn't fall for that person. Otherwise, just the earlier scene of someone being carried in would have shattered her Tao heart. She would have to kill this little girl on the spot, even if it meant falling into demonic possession. At this thought, the divine consciousness covered its mouth with a light chuckle. If this girl were to wear these clothes into other secret realms, the lingering divine consciousnesses there would flip their coffin lids to take her life. The younger generation outside might not recognize it, but those of us who died early could tell at a glance whose clothes those were. There's actually a ruin here. I wonder if there's any inheritance left behind. It's common knowledge that the sun and moon's secret realm has no inheritance. But times have changed, you know. Now we have junior sister Lin in our team. As the esteemed disciple of Spirit Abyss Immortal Lord, with his foremost apprentice right here, the one who sleeps here might just be moved. What's going on with Ji Lingyuan this year, with both a young lover and an apprentice? Seeing that Wanqing had already left safely, his divine sense turned and departed. She had to go see what was happening, and who exactly was worthy enough to become Ji Lingyuan's disciple. His divine sense flickered back to the location of the relic hall, but instead of revealing himself directly, he concealed himself in the shadows to observe. A crowd of men surrounded a beautiful woman in the center, eagerly flattering her. The woman, delighted by their attentions, laughed so heartily that her whole body trembled like a swaying flower, while a six-petaled ice lotus in her hair bun glowed with a subdued luster. The expression on Lingxu's face was strange, as if he couldn't believe that someone like this could actually be Lingyuan's disciple. The aura of fortune around her was indeed dense. But with her top-grade water spiritual root, pure in constitution, and her naturally sociable and charming personality, she was clearly a perfect candidate for the Lingxu Sect. What exactly is going on with this Ji Lingyuan? Not only has he found himself a young lover, but he also has a disciple with a pure in constitution by his side. Who could have imagined it? The eternally aloof immortal Lord Lingyuan now has blossoms of romance blooming all around him. Amused by the scene her imagination conjured, the divine consciousness decided that she must meddle in immortal Lord Lingyuan's romantic tribulation. After all, she was already dead anyway. Her original body has already reincarnated. What does she have to fear? Her divine sense pointed a finger, and the mechanisms within the ruins shifted, causing a large hole to suddenly appear beneath Lin Sairu's feet, swallowing her whole. Junior sister Lin. Let her pass a few trials, and then give her the mental cultivation method. In any case, this girl was clearly more suited for the Lingxu Sect, and giving her the cultivation method would also help the sect recruit a talented disciple. If this girl truly couldn't resist the temptation and went to seduce Ji Lingyuan, then even the heavenly Tao would likely be troubled. The divine consciousness covered its mouth with a light laugh, completely unlike its earlier demeanor when facing Wanqing, afraid of getting burned by the fire. After all, once the inheritance was given, whether to cultivate it or not was that girl's own choice. If she truly couldn't resist the temptation, it was merely because her own Dao heart was not steadfast. Under Bai Shue's guidance, Wanqing left the ruins of Medicine Mountain and traveled to a remote sinkhole. The sinkhole had a humid climate and lush vegetation, with spiritual herbs, flowers, and plants as far as the eye could see. At the center of the sinkhole, a towering tree with a translucent body, as if made of glass, caught the eye. From Bai Shue's gestures, Wanqing understood that Bai Shue was born here. It must have been deliberately placed here, as the surrounding spirit beasts had already been cleared away. After growing up, it accidentally stumbled into the ruins and barely managed to escape. Relying on its own divine abilities, it left the Medicine Mountain and then lived alone as a leopard out in the world ever since. Knowing there was no danger, Wanqing was tirelessly collecting spirit plants at the bottom of the sinkhole, thoroughly enjoying herself. Bai Shue, aware that she would leave with Wanqing, kept reminiscing as she revisited old haunts. She rubbed against this tree, then pawed at that flower. The charmingly naive appearance is utterly adorable. Chapter 27, Demonic Cultivator Attack. The time for the secret realm to close is not far off. I wonder if any disciples will be able to uncover the reason for this disturbance in the Sun and Moon's secret realm. Exploring secret realms isn't something that succeeds overnight. If it doesn't work this time, just try a few more times. It's not that I'm afraid of not finding it, I'm afraid of being found by people from other sections. Although the sects compete on equal footing, it still leaves a bitter taste in one's mouth when the benefits fall into the hands of another sect. That makes sense. After leaving Medicine Mountain, Wanqing had not encountered anyone else, not even members of other sections. But now, as the secret realm was about to close and she still hadn't met anyone, Wanqing felt something was off. Bai Shue curled up in Wanqing's arms to rest. Wanqing had already added a layer of disguise, and now she looked even less striking than the clothes she wore. At this moment, Wanqing, who was in the midst of cultivation, felt spiritual energy surging around her. She opened her eyes. She had entered the mid-stage of Foundation establishment. The exit of the secret realm was about to open, and quite a few people had arrived in scattered groups, but why were there no members of the Spirit Ruins sect to be seen? Many cultivators were waiting at the exit of the secret realm, all anticipating its opening to leave, but what was noteworthy was that quite a few of them bore injuries, and the wounds didn't look like they were caused by spirit beasts. What bad luck, getting ambushed by those little punks. Haven't they been holed up in the South Sea all along? How did they show up in the Sun and Moon's secret realm? You don't actually think the demon cultivators will stay put in the South Sea, do you? Hearing the other's words, Wanqing grew anxious in her heart. Although she wasn't close to anyone else in the sect, she felt a deep sense of belonging to Lingxu Sect. The Spirit Void Sect was her home in this world. Even if the people in her home were strangers, they were still family. If it could be avoided, Wanqing still hoped that nothing would happen to them. Forget it, I still have some time, so I'll go look for them. The inner sect disciples didn't need her to worry about them. These people all had masters and were surely carrying protective artifacts on them. Besides, they always stick together, so there's no need to worry about anything going wrong. Even if something does happen, the female lead's plot armor ensures there's no danger to her life. Wanqing's greatest concern was the outer disciples who had come to this secret realm. Aside from herself, not a single outer disciple had gathered at the exit so far. Summoning the purple bamboo sword, Wanqing held Bai Shue and flew on the sword, searching all around the area near the exit. Who is this person always hovering in the sky? Looking for someone, are you? I saw she was alone. That's terrible. Her sect members must have been wiped out. Being alone actually saved her life. What sect does the clothing she's wearing belong to? It doesn't seem to be a uniform. It should be her own clothes. Only the person from Lingxu Sect hasn't returned. No need to guess, she's definitely from Lingxu Sect. Then it's over. The outer disciples of Lingxu Sect were beaten badly by the demon cultivators. It seems like the inner and outer sects are having a conflict. Usually, they gather and act together, with only a few stragglers now and then. But this time, the inner sect disciples didn't travel with the outer sect, otherwise, it wouldn't have been this bad. Wanqing, flying in the sky, finally spotted a familiar group. Every single one of them was badly injured. She quickly flew over on her sword. The leader was a senior sister in red robes, with a disciple token of the Spirit Void Sect hanging at her waist. Wanqing vaguely remembered her as the one who had said she was pulled here from seclusion at the outer sect square. Before Wanqing could even approach, the others drew their swords with wary expressions. Who goes there? The senior sister in red pointed her long whip at Wanqing. Senior sister, I am Wanqing, a disciple of the Lingxu Sect. I got separated from my sect after entering the secret realm and waited at the exit for a long time without seeing any of my fellow disciples, so I came specifically to look for them. Wanqing explained the purpose of her visit. I can prove it. The senior sister in red did not let down her guard because of Wanqing's words. Wanqing produced a token. I have an outer disciple's token. The senior sister in red frowned. It was with tokens that those demonic cultivators had deceived them. Do you have any other proof? Wanqing handed over the purple bamboo sword. Well, my spirit sword was personally crafted by senior sister Xiaoping from the inner sect, and it bears the mark she forged. Xiaoping was quite renowned in the Lingxu Sect, so the senior sister in red naturally recognized her. Taking the sword, she saw that it indeed bore the forging mark of Xiaoping. Only then did the senior sister in red feel relieved. So it's junior sister Yu. I am Yi Qian. The situation is urgent, so please forgive my intrusion. Yi Qian said with a cupped hand salute. Wanqing, it's no trouble, senior sister Yi. What happened to you? Yishi let out a long sigh. It's a long story. Do you have any medicine for injuries, junior sister? Yes, I do. Wanqing took out all the medicines she had prepared for the secret realm. Most of the disciples were injured, so she distributed the medicines to them one by one. Unfortunately, it was like trying to put out a blazing cartload of firewood with a single cup of water. Not long after we gathered inside the secret realm, we were ambushed by demonic cultivators. They came prepared, and most of the disciples were killed in battle, while the rest were severely wounded. Our condition could no longer sustain us traveling through the secret realm, so we've been making our way toward the exit until we encountered you, junior sister, today. It's also commendable that you, junior sister, still thought of us after being separated. Yes. Being alone in the secret realm was extremely dangerous, so the outer disciples always traveled in pairs and then looked for opportunities to regroup. They never expected that Wanqing, whom they had inadvertently abandoned, would still come back to find them. We are all from the same sect, so naturally we must support one another. Wanqing prepared to take the more severely injured disciples away first on her flying sword. It's precisely because this year's inner disciples, for some unknown reason, banded together and left in a group, leaving everyone without a leader. In the past, inner disciples always led the team, but this time we didn't see them. It seems that because the disciple of Lingyuan Immortal Lord came along on this trip, the inner disciples were too busy currying favor to bother with us. Alright, stop talking. Yi Qian cut off everyone's discussion. We're all cultivators here. No one is obligated to help anyone else. Senior sister, if you said that within the sect, the disciplinary hall would definitely come knocking, accusing you of inciting discord among the disciples. We just can't stand it. The inner sect has such good resources, and their disciples are all the cream of the sect, destined to manage the entire Lingxu Sect in the future. Yet they can't even lead a team properly in the secret realm. Outer sect disciples are the pawns of inner sect disciples, the swords in their hands. But they can't even play chess properly, nor wield a sword well. It's not just us saying this. If we go out looking like this, and those inner disciples come out unscathed, they'll definitely get scolded by the elders. When outer disciples and inner disciples are at the same cultivation level, the outer ones are generally a bit older, but a 5 or 10-year age gap means nothing in the world of immortal cultivation, and there's not much difference in their mental maturity. Moreover, the teaching methods for outer and inner disciples differ. Outer disciples are given sufficient basic resources and then left to develop entirely on their own. Inner disciples, on the other hand, receive an elite education. In the future, every inner disciple must take charge of a region for the Spirit Ruin sect, so leadership skills are essential. Under the differences in education between the two sides, while the outer disciples felt envy, jealousy, and resentment toward the inner disciples, they also naturally accepted that the inner disciples were their leaders, their guides. As a result, during the expedition to the Sun and Moon's secret realm, the leaders and guides of the outer disciples all disappeared for unknown reasons. That's why they hold such deep resentment toward the inner disciples who came to the Sun and Moon's secret realm on this trip. Chapter 28, Discord between Inner and Outer Sects. The exit of the Sun-Moon's secret realm opened, and Wanqing flew on her sword to first bring the severely injured and unconscious disciples near the exit, then diligently shuttled back and forth to pull people out. We finally arrived. I was almost afraid that Junior Sister Lin would be trapped in the secret realm and unable to get out. It's a good thing all you senior brothers were waiting for me outside. Otherwise, this junior sister would have had to return all alone. We are all fellow disciples. It's only right to help each other. To take care of the injured disciple, Wanqing flew more slowly. Lin Sairu and her group happened to fly past Wanqing without even stopping, only catching the sound of their mutual flattery. An outer sect disciple couldn't hold back his anger. Hear that? They're the real fellow disciples. We're the ones stuck with the dirty, hard work, and we deserve to die. Alright, with injuries this severe, don't get worked up. I just feel awful. There's a knot in my chest. If we fellow disciples stood united, I'd die happy even in battle, but look at the situation now. Turns out the ones above us are just a bunch of scum like this. I've finally seen it clearly. What inner disciples? They don't give a damn about us outer disciples. When we're useful, they order us around. When we're not, they couldn't care less if we drop dead. They're all new disciples of the inner sect, so they can be forgiven? What's wrong with you? They can be forgiven, and we're just supposed to die? Why are you taking their side? I'm not taking their side. I just want you to know that the inner disciples who came this time are all young people. Not all inner disciples are like this. Senior Brother Pei and Senior Sister Xia are the true exemplars among the inner disciples. If Senior Brother Pei and Senior Sister Xia had been leading the team, it wouldn't have come to this. Remembering their fallen comrades, everyone's expressions turned somber. Isn't it because our talents aren't good enough to keep up with Senior Brother Pei and Senior Sister Xia? If I had any hope of advancing to the Golden Core stage right now, I would definitely go to the Discipline Hall to follow Senior Brother Pei. Wanqing listened silently to the conversations of the assembled disciples. She couldn't recall whether the original novel had included an ambush of outer sect disciples, but she vaguely remembered that this journey was supposed to be quite safe. How could it be that now there was an incident of demonic cultivators ambushing sect disciples? Now that the inner sect disciple has left the team and the outer sect disciple is severely injured, the root cause does not lie with the inner sect disciple. However, the Lingxu Sect has always valued sect unity, and under the stark contrast between the inner and outer sect disciples, the resentment among the outer sect disciples runs deep. This matter will likely be difficult to resolve peacefully. Above the cloud boat of the Lingxu Sect. Qin Siyu, you were the leader of this secret realm expedition. Why did you leave the team and come out on your own? The elder within the sect sensed something was amiss. Seeing that most disciples from other sects had returned injured, yet all of their own inner sect disciples had come back unscathed, while the outer sect disciples were nowhere to be seen. How could he not be anxious? Lin Sairu found it strange. Hadn't they all come out already? Why blame Qin Siyu? Lin Sairu was determined to win over Qin Siyu, so naturally she stepped forward to speak for him. Elder, didn't we all come out just fine? Why are you scolding senior brother? When the elder singled him out for reprimand, Qin Siyu realized he had been mistaken. As the team leader, he was responsible not only for the inner disciples, but also for the largest group, the outer disciples. Where did they come out safely? How many people did I bring out? And how many have returned now? How are we supposed to go back after this secret realm trip? Where are the others? Those outer sect disciples? How would we know? Someone, unable to read the situation, stubbornly retorted. After all, their goddess had stepped forward to speak, so they couldn't just cower in the back. The elder was so furious that he nearly fell over backward. As an ancient sect with the immortal Lord Lingyuan stationed there, Lingxu Sect was by no means lacking in top-tier cultivators. Do they really think the Spirit Ruin Sect nurtures disciples to produce reclusive grand cultivators? Having one such existence in the sect is already enough. Training inner disciples is meant to prepare them to take over the management of Lingxu Sect in the future. But now their performance has truly disappointed him. At the same time, he himself had brought 100 disciples out. If only the inner sect disciples were to survive. He might as well give up his position as elder. You, all of you. I won't argue with you. When we return, I'll have the disciplinary hall explain why. The elder flicked his sleeves and left to wait by the exit. Lin Sairu stepped forward to console Qin Siyu. Senior brother Qin, don't be upset. We all know that during the secret realm expedition, you led the team with utmost dedication. Qin Siyu sat on the gunwale, shaking his head. This journey has shown me how narrow-minded I was. Having spent most of his time with inner sect disciples, he had actually come to believe that a team leader's duty was merely to manage them. Now that I think about it, the inner disciples were already formidable in cultivation and had protective artifacts to boot. They could handle things on their own just fine. There was no need for me to lead them at all. Looking at how badly injured the people from other sects are, I can't help but wonder if all the outer disciples are dead. I said back then when we entered the secret realm that we should gather everyone together, but they just wouldn't listen to me. It's still because some people thought there were too many, holding them back from currying favor with Junior Sister Lin. Who could have imagined such a huge incident would occur? But the entrance to the secret realm is inherently random, making it very difficult for people to encounter it together. Oh? Then how come we inner disciples can gather together? To put it bluntly, it's just unwillingness. What would happen then? The sect won't punish Senior Brother Qin, will they? It's not just Junior Brother Qin who will be punished. An older inner sect senior brother stepped forward and said, if the outer sect disciples suffer heavy losses, then all inner sect disciples on this trip, including the elders, will be punished. Why? The discipline hall's regulations clearly state that all disciples within the sect must unite and support one another. On this trip, the discipline hall will surely judge us as disunited, and we will be punished. Moreover, if the outer disciples develop a rift with the inner disciples because of this, the punishment will be even harsher. How can this be? They're cultivators after all, can't they manage themselves independently? Lin Sairu, upon hearing that she might be punished, was extremely displeased. If she were to enter the disciplinary hall, her flawless image would undoubtedly be tarnished. The senior brother looked up at Lin Sairu and said, "It seems junior sister Lin hasn't carefully read the rules of the disciplinary hall. If the people there had heard what you just said, it would certainly add another offense to your record." Lin Sairu wisely shut her mouth. She had originally thought that outer disciples were simply cultivators with no future, but it turned out there was more to it than that. "It looks like they're back." The elder who had gone out led the battered outer sect disciples back to the cloud boat. The elder's expression was solemn. This operation had unexpectedly involved demonic cultivators, and the outer sect disciples had suffered heavy losses, with fewer than 1 in 10 surviving. He will certainly report to the sect leader upon his return. Looking at the wounds on their bodies, the inner disciples felt a bit frightened. Although these people were from the outer sect, their cultivation levels were actually comparable. Looking at their miserable state, nearly 100 people had set out, yet fewer returned than the number of inner disciples. Some even felt a hint of relief in their hearts, glad that they hadn't encountered the demonic cultivators alongside them. Chapter 29. The Hall of Discipline. Lin Sairu stepped forward with tears in her eyes, reaching out to support the person. "How pitiful. I still have some medicine given to me by my master. Do you need it?" The disciple being supported grew irritable and shoved the person away. "I'm perfectly fine, I don't need your pity." Then he followed the others as they left. Seeing this, the elder realized that the outer disciples had developed a rift with the inner disciples, and he let out a long sigh. These inner disciples all have good temperaments. Qin Siyu is steady and reliable, Lin Sairu is gentle and dignified, and the other disciples have never had any conflicts. How could they end up ostracizing the outer disciples? Moreover, the female disciples were neglecting their cultivation, spending their days inquiring about Qin Siyu, while the male disciples hovered around Lin Sairu, their worldly desires running deep, a situation that had never occurred before. "That one? Wanqing," the elder called out. As one of the few outer disciples who remained uninjured, Wanqing had been remembered by the elder while transporting the other disciples. "Elder." Wanqing set down the matters at hand. "Here are some healing medicines. Deliver them to the injured disciples." The elder took out several dozen white porcelain bottles from his storage pouch. "I understand." Wanqing took the medicine. Because the situation was serious, Yunzhou set off on the return journey at top speed. "The medical cultivator is here. The medical cultivator is here. Make way, everyone." When they arrived at the sect, before the people on the boat could even disembark, the medical cultivator, who had been waiting for some time, boarded the vessel. Mu Yunxi was among them. When she learned that the disciples heading to the Sun and Moon's secret realm had been ambushed by demonic cultivators, and that the outer disciples had suffered heavy casualties, Mu Yunxi grew restless with anxiety and immediately rushed over. Finding Wanqing in the crowd at once, Mu Yunxi hurried over to check if she was injured. "Are you alright?" Wanqing shook her head. "I got separated and didn't run into any demon cultivators." Mu Yunxi's heart, which had been in his throat, finally settled. "That's good. Senior brother Mu, please check on the other disciples." Lin Sairu had entered at some point, even though all the inner disciples had already left. "Move aside." Mu Yunxi took out his acupuncture kit, signaling that Lin Sairu was blocking the way. "It's all my fault, all my fault." Lin Sairu sobbed. "Then go to the disciplinary hall to receive your punishment." Perhaps knowing that someone from the disciplinary hall had arrived, no sooner had Mu Yunxi finished speaking than the door was pushed open. "Junior sister Lin, come with me." The newcomer was dressed in the all-black robes of the discipline hall, looking cold and merciless. Lin Sairu pouted. She had spent this half-day hoping that the outer disciples would put in a good word for her, but she never expected their hearts to be harder than iron. And that one called Mu Yunxi. All these years she's been trying to get close to him, but he plays dumb while knowing full well, always giving her the cold shoulder. The discipline hall had strict rules, so Lin Sairu didn't dare to put on airs. She followed along, fuming with anger. The injured disciples were placed together in one place and were not allowed to leave until they had fully recovered. Wanqing vaguely heard that the inner disciples who had instigated conflict had been punished and were also confined for reflection. Due to the matter of the demonic cultivators, all the major sects were on high alert and in a state of extreme tension during this period. The discipline hall of Lingxu Sect patrolled the sect grounds all day long, rooting out quite a few demonic cultivator spies. The expedition to the Sun and Moon's secret realm had resulted in heavy losses among the outer disciples, so the sect issued compensation to each of them. However, Wanqing had returned safely the entire way and thus declined to accept those compensations. Yet Wanqing received many invisible benefits instead. For instance, the number of people in the outer sect who recognized her had noticeably increased. The injured disciples were all very grateful that Wanqing remembered to lend them a hand and send them out of the secret realm, otherwise they would likely have been trapped inside the Sun and Moon's secret realm with no way out. Now, whenever she goes to the library to read, she always runs into one or two senior fellow apprentices who recognize her. Then they introduce the people around them to Wanqing, so even more people outside came to know her. Wanqing searched for a long time but couldn't find Bai Shue's trace. Ever since this little leopard arrived at Lingxu Sect, she had scorned her own cave dwelling as shabby and liked to run around everywhere. Later, for some unknown reason, it became quite familiar with Mu Yunxi, and whenever it had free time, it would run over to his place to play. It might also be because Mu Yunxi's cave dwelling was different from hers. His was a 3-story bamboo building with its own small courtyard, nestled deep within a bamboo forest, surrounded by flowers and greenery like a paradise untouched by the world. Moreover, Mu Yunxi kept quite a few small animals, ranging from spirit beasts to very ordinary mortal creatures. Wanqing once asked Mu Yunxi why he wanted this kind. Mu Yunxi replied, because they are simple. In the bamboo sea under the daylight, the Cloud Creek bamboo path was lush with dense groves that blocked out the sky and sun, leaving only this expanse of green. It was so quiet that it seemed as if no living creature dwelled here. If it weren't for the fact that wood-type spiritual power dominated this place, making it unsuitable for Wanqing's cultivation, she would have definitely chosen this spot when selecting her cave dwelling. Mu Yunxi granted Wanqing access permissions, allowing her to freely enter his cave dwelling, though she rarely came. However, after Bai Shui arrived, the frequency of Wanqing's visits to Mu Yunxi's cave dwelling increased noticeably. Bai Shui lay on the bamboo mat, surrounded by a pile of spirit pills, eyes slightly narrowed as if asleep, yet her mouth stubbornly kept munching on the pills. Mu Yunxi sat on a bamboo chair, noticing that Bai Shui's little belly had already grown round and full. He reached out and lifted her up, saying, "All right, no more eating. If Wanqing sees that I fed you like this, she'll definitely be angry." "What are you angry about?" Wanqing had just arrived when she heard Mu Yunxi gossiping about her. Bai Shui, lacking any tact, let out a loud burp. Looking at Snowball's round belly, Wanqing was speechless with exasperation. "I don't think I've been starving it." Mu Yunxi smiled faintly. "It's just being greedy." Snow White cast a resentful look at Mu Yunxi. Clearly it was this person who always tempted it with spiritual pills, yet now he dared to say it was just being greedy. Snow White had no sense of being indebted for favors received, leaving Mu Yunxi behind as it trotted off eagerly to find Wanqing for a hug. Wanqing didn't mind its dirty paws and reached out to pick it up. "There's a lantern festival at the foot of the mountain today. Want to go take a look?" Mu Yunxi extended the invitation. Lantern festival? The last time she went down the mountain was 2 years ago during the Mid-Autumn Festival. Wanqing nodded. "Sure, why not?" Last time she went to the secret realm, she lost a piece of clothing. Although she had already gotten a replacement from the sect, Wanqing also realized that her wardrobe was a bit sparse. He also planned to sell the gains from his last trip to the Sun and Moon's secret realm. Unexpectedly, Wanqing actually agreed. Mu Yunxi rested her chin on her hand and smiled gently. "The sun must be rising from the west today. Our Wanqing actually wants to go out." Wanqing shot him a glare. "Stop with the stereotypes." Mu Yunxi pretended to be wronged. "I didn't say anything wrong." After saying this, Mu Yunxi felt a bit genuinely wronged. The person before him was simply too reclusive. It was perfectly normal not to see him for 10 days or half a month. He thought of how Mu Yunxi had friends all over the world, once calling companions to go out and have fun. Now, just to wait for the person before him to show up, he stayed cooped up at home all day, nearly growing mold. Chapter 30. Mu Yunxi in women's attire. Cultivators come and go as they please. The Lantern Festival at the foot of the mountain was bustling with noise and excitement, and quite a few disciples of the Lingxu Sect went to join in the festivities. A little boy on the street, dressed exquisitely and adorably, held a lantern in his hand, intending to give it to the little girl who had come out with him. His childish prattle about staying together forever was amusing to all who heard. The little girl coldly took the lantern from the boy's hand, then turned and offered it to a beautifully dressed female cultivator passing by. "Sister, would you be willing to stay with me forever?" The male cultivator traveling with the female cultivator quickly stopped her. "How can this be? You're both women." "Who said I'm a woman?" The boy, who only dressed like a girl, rolled his eyes at the male cultivator. His round little face slightly flushed as he said to the female cultivator, "Sister, divorce him. From now on, I'll be with you." The female cultivator took the lantern with a grin so wide she couldn't close her mouth. "Ha ha, fine. I'll wait for you at Lingxu Sect." The little boy, who looked like he had stepped out of a New Year painting, was displeased. He opened his mouth wide and burst into loud wails. "Why? You should be with me. I'm not a girl. Stay away from me." "You are." "Yes, you are." Two children were arguing, causing the people around them to burst into laughter. Wanqing and Mu Yunxi walked over together from the street corner. Mu Yunxi indeed had quite a few friends. As they strolled along, they kept stopping whenever someone greeted him. A smile lingered on Mu Yunxi's face. These two kids are quite amusing when they argue. The boy who is called a girl is blushing with anger, so stop laughing. Wanqing could tell that the child truly disliked his outfit. You're clearly dressed up very nicely. Well, it just so happens I'm heading to the clothing shop to take a look. How about I get you a set too? Wanqing teased him, not believing for a moment that Mu Yunxi would be willing to wear women's clothing. If Wanqing wants to see, I suppose I wouldn't mind. Mu Yunxi held a green bamboo fan, and at that moment, he opened it to cover half his face, revealing a pair of sly fox-like eyes that gazed at her with a shimmering autumn water brightness. Caught by Mu Yunxi's gaze, Wanqing's mind went blank for a moment. That would be wonderful, I'll pay the bill. Wait, are you serious? Mu Yunxi closed his fan, not expecting Wanqing to have such a hobby. No backing out now. The promised Wanqing strolled through the streets while shopping. I can see it now, if it weren't for needing to buy things, you wouldn't come down the mountain with me. Mu Yunxi's gaze was reproachful, her tone accusatory. Wanqing paused, her hand that was putting things into the storage bag. You know I rarely come down the mountain. After the spiritual root was repaired, the spiritual energy required for cultivation increased significantly, far beyond what her spiritual root had previously stored. After advancing to the mid-stage of foundation establishment, Wanqing felt that her foundation was not very stable, so she planned to go into seclusion for a period of time. Naturally, before going into seclusion, she needed to prepare everything. For example, a change of clothes, any pills she might need, and rations for Bai Shui. It looks like you're going into seclusion again. Mu Yunxi could already guess what she was preparing for. Mu Yunxi waved his fan, never imagining that one day he would become so unable to bear being apart from someone. Close it if you must, but remember to come find me after you come out of seclusion. Wanqing nodded. I understand. As the two walked side by side, they heard people around them all talking about someone ahead holding a bridal ball toss. A bridal ball toss? Isn't that a mortal custom? The cultivation world doesn't practice this. Come on, let's go see what's going on. It seems to be hosted by the Blissful Union Sect, all newly initiated disciples looking for cultivation partners. Looking for a Dao partner in the Huan Sect? You actually believe that? What if they manage to trick some naive fool? Still, the female cultivators of the Huan Sect are indeed all graceful and enchanting, each one captivating. You talk a good game, but aren't you just here to find a cauldron? Why must you put it so harshly? Dual cultivation is a mutually beneficial affair. But the cultivators of the Joyous Union Sect are all skin-flaying, marrow-sucking types, eager to drain a person dry. Then it's up to you whether you go or not. I'm going. Who said I wasn't? It seems like the original plot. The fish in the female lead's pond are hit by a hydrangea from the Huan Sect, and she gets entangled by the sect members, unable to leave. Then the female lead makes a grand appearance, outshining everyone, becoming a peerless beauty known throughout the cultivation world. But right now, the female lead is still grounded, so this plotline will probably be skipped. Joyous Union Sect? Thinking of the fox-like male cultivators of the Joyous Union Sect, Mu Yunxi warned Wanqing with great seriousness. Junior sister, remember to stay far away from any cultivators of the Joyous Union Sect. Don't let them get their hooks into you. Senior brother, rest assured. My cultivation is shallow, and my appearance is plain. The cultivators of the Joyous Union Sect wouldn't take an interest in me. Every disciple of the Joyous Union Sect was a carefully selected beauty. How could such people be willing to waste their time on her? She had no money, no looks, no cultivation, no spirit stones, and no magical treasures. Any cultivator from the Joyous Union Sect would consider even a single glance at her a waste of time. Mu Yunxi chuckled wryly. His junior sister was clearly extraordinary in appearance and exceptional in temperament, yet she always belittled herself. The two of them walked, stopping now and then, until they reached the clothing shop. The shopkeeper hurried out to greet them. Welcome, welcome. Our humble shop carries both men's and women's garments, all meticulously crafted. They come with dust-repelling and protective spells fully applied, and the styles are attractive, all the latest trends. What might the two of you need? 2 sets of women's clothing, 1 for each of us. Wanqing pointed to herself and Mu Yunxi. Please, shopkeeper, help us find a few suitable pieces. Well, the shopkeeper glanced at Mu Yunxi standing behind Wanqing. This young master was handsome and elegant. Who would have thought he had such a hobby? Seeing the shopkeeper's strange look, Mu Yunxi felt a bit embarrassed, but since he had already agreed, it wouldn't be right to go back on his word. Go ahead and pick, shopkeeper. Actually, Wanqing was just joking and didn't expect Mu Yunxi to actually be willing to wear it. I was just kidding, you don't have to wear it. The shopkeeper has already gone to look for it, so don't give him a hard time. Be careful he doesn't think you're messing with him and refuse to do business with you. Mu Yunxi leaned against the counter with a relaxed expression, showing no sign of tension. Judging by Mu Yunxi's demeanor, he seemed unconcerned about wearing women's clothing, so Wanqing said no more. In truth, she was quite looking forward to seeing what Mu Yunxi would look like dressed as a woman. Before long, the shopkeeper brought out 2 sets of clothing. For Wanqing, he selected a Thousand Mountains green cloud brocade dress, simple in style, but flattering and versatile. It was clear that the shopkeeper was quite skilled. Even Wanqing, coated in yellow powder, only had her tall, slender figure to show for it. Coupled with the corset that accentuated her slender waist to perfection, Wanqing could already imagine how dashing and heroic she would look wearing it. The shopkeeper has good taste. Wanqing was quite satisfied with this outfit. But please change it for something looser. I don't like clothes that are too form-fitting. What female cultivator doesn't love to look pretty? The shopkeeper glanced at Wanqing, who was holding the clothes she had prepared, and went back inside. Yunxi, on the other hand, was sweating profusely as he looked at the clothes the shopkeeper had prepared for him. The shopkeeper had prepared everything for Yunxi with great care, providing a complete set of items from head to toe. A crown, hairpins, and a dangling hair ornament. An upper garment, a lower skirt, and an outer robe, a draped sash, a waistband, and even shoes, down to small accessories like necklaces, earrings, and waist chains. Everything was prepared. Chapter 31. Cross-dressing in progress. Wanqing looked at the clothes and jewelry with some hesitation, feeling that the shopkeeper had prepared something too extravagant. If you think it's not suitable, then forget it. Yunxi let out a deep breath. There's nothing wrong with it. I can do it. Then put it on? I'll go change my clothes first. Yunxi picked up the clothes and went to change. Wanqing's face showed nothing, but inwardly she was delighted, feeling the same excitement as when she played with dolls as a child in her past life, dressing them up. For this reason, when the shopkeeper brought out the second piece, he bought it outright, just to avoid missing Yunxi changing outfits. Yun dawdled in the changing room for quite a while before coming out, wearing a magnificent phoenix tail skirt with auspicious cloud patterns, its hem spreading layer upon layer like a phoenix's tail, with a vermilion cloud silk brocade sash hanging down to one side. The hibiscus-colored straight-collar outer robe concealed the incongruities on Yunxi's body. The male hair crown and hairpin on his head had already been removed, and his ink-black hair cascaded down like a waterfall, with strands on both sides falling just enough to cover his cheeks, making his perfectly shaped red lips stand out strikingly. This was even more striking than Lin Sairu's appearance. In the north there is a beautiful woman, peerless and independent. One glance from her topples a city, a second glance topples a kingdom. Do you not know that a beauty who can topple cities and states is rare? A true beauty is hard to find again. The shopkeeper stared intently at Yunxi, not forgetting to give Wanqing a thumbs up. Miss, you have a fine literary talent. Then the two of them saw the increasingly dangerous look in Yunxi's eyes. Well, you see. I'll just tidy up the counter. Wanqing instantly turned serious, and the shopkeeper turned around to tidy his own counter. How about I help put up Senior Mu's hair then? Wanqing picked up the hairpin and the dangling ornament. Knowing that it was too late to turn back now, Yunxi said, then I'll trouble you, junior sister. The male voice was clear and gentle, yet still too deep compared to a female voice, making it immediately apparent to anyone listening that the stunning beauty before them was actually a man. Although she always wore her hair in a ponytail, Wanqing actually knew how to style it into a bun, a small hobby left over from wearing hanfu in her past life. The Lingxu bun was tall, fluffy, and exuded an air of noble dignity, and with the addition of a hair crown and dangling hairpins, it became even more dazzling and eye-catching. The beauty in the mirror had a waist as lithe as flowing silk, earrings like bright moons adorning her ears, fingers as slender as peeled scallion roots, and lips as red as cinnabar. She exuded 1,000 charms and 10,000 graces, with a fleeting smile at the corners of her mouth, ephemeral and dazzling as fireworks. For a moment, the dazzling array of beauties bewildered the eyes. Wanqing waved his hand grandly and said, "Shopkeeper, settle the bill." Yunxi didn't stop her. He would only wear it for a little while anyway. Now that Wanqing had paid for the clothes herself, she would have to wear them herself in the future. He had long wished she would change out of those plain clothes of hers, but had refrained from saying so due to their respective positions. Boss, Xianxian's clothes are dirty. Find her a set to change into. A richly dressed man reeking of alcohol came in, arm around a scantily clad woman. The woman's clothes were stained with wine, as if someone had poured it on her, but Wanqing noticed she was chatting and laughing without a trace of distress. Yunxi glanced at them. One was a dissipated young master from a noble family, steeped in wine, women, and wealth. The other was a scheming female cultivator from the Lingxu Sect. Brother E, this is far too generous. We only met today. How could I possibly accept a gift from you? What expense? I, Yifeng, am related to the Su family. Spirit stones are the last thing I lack. Buy it. Yifeng tossed a pouch of spirit stones onto the counter. Feeling that this place was not safe to linger, Wanqing paid the bill and pulled Yunxi away. Wait. Yifeng's drunken, dreamy eyes landed on Yunxi, and his eyes instantly widened. Qianqian had noticed this stunning beauty the moment she entered the clothing shop, but having seen many men and women, she could tell at a glance that this impeccably dressed beauty from head to toe was actually a man. No matter how much a man dresses like a woman, as long as the people around him are still women, he won't be a sodomite at most. He just has poor taste. Qianqian stood behind Yifeng, waiting to see him make a fool of himself. She had no fondness for Yifeng. She was only putting up with him day after day because she had accepted the Su family head's commission to cripple him. Yifeng stepped forward and grabbed Mu Yunxi's sleeve. Fairy, don't go. Where's your home? I'll have my father go and propose marriage. Mu Yunxi frowned, unwilling to speak with him, and shook her sleeve free before walking away. Stop right there. Yifeng drew his long spear. The Yi family is a major clan in the cultivation world. You'd better submit to me. Don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Mu Yunxi shielded Wanqing behind him, his face cold as he stared at Yifeng. You're nothing but a beast in human clothing. Get lost. Yifeng was first stunned by Mu Yunxi's voice, then snapped back to reality. Pa. The hell are you talking about? And you're a damn man. Huh. Today I'm going to take you back and show you what I'm made of. Yifeng suddenly charged forward, his spear thrusting straight at Mu Yunxi's face. Mu Yunxi sidestepped to dodge, sending Wanqing to the outer edge. The smile on Yifeng's face widened as he twirled his spear in a flourish. Tonight is the day you die. The market at the foot of the mountain had a rule that any fighting between passing cultivators could only use physical techniques, not spells. Otherwise, Wanqing would have insisted on going up to help. Yifeng's spear technique came with a ferocious intensity, like a torrential downpour, yet after the entire fight, it had not harmed Mu Yunxi in the slightest. Seeing that Mu Yunxi was capable of handling his opponent, Wanqing's anxious heart finally eased. It was she who had suggested coming to the clothing shop, and it was her whim that led to Mu Yunxi dressing in women's clothes. If he had truly been injured because of this, Wanqing would never have been able to forgive herself. Wanqing glanced at Yifeng, noting his cultivation at the early golden core stage. Judging by the fluctuations in his spiritual power, he had likely just broken through to golden core not long ago. Wanqing mused to herself that, given her current cultivation speed, reaching the early golden core stage wouldn't take her very long. Moreover, Wanqing was confident that, with her abilities, she could beat this libertine to a pulp even while still at the late foundation establishment stage. But revenge after the fact was ultimately too late. Wanqing knew that senior brother Mu, the medical cultivator, was also formidable in martial arts. It would be best to eliminate this man now. Mu Yunxi used his spiritual power to blast away Yifeng's spear, then kicked him squarely in the chest. With a sweep of his sleeve, silver light crisscrossed in an instant, and Yifeng fell stiffly to the ground, silver needles piercing every major acupoint on his body, clearly sealing off both his spiritual energy and perception. Qianqian, who had been watching the excitement from the sidelines, hurried over to play the role of atmosphere setter as soon as the outcome was decided. Young Master Yi. With tear-filled eyes, Qianqian looked at Yifeng lying on the ground and pointed accusingly at Mu Yunxi. Do you know who our young master is? He is the legitimate second young master of the Yi family. If anything happens to him, the family head will surely have your entire family killed as a sacrifice. Mu Yunxi plunged a silver needle into Qianqian's mute acupoint. Yunxi has no father or mother, so there's no need for you to kill them. After Mu Yunxi and Wanqing left, someone slowly approached Yifeng and the other, lifting the spiritual seal on the silver needle at Qianqian's mute acupoint. Qianqian raised her hand to pull out the needle and rose to bow. Master Su. Su Jinghing crouched down beside Yifeng too. TSK, what happened to the second young master Yi? Young master Yi was looking for trouble on the street earlier and got beaten up. Slender, jade-like fingers flicked the silver needle on Yifeng's body, causing it to gently tremble with a humming sound. Do you know where he's from? Qianqian. He should be from the Lingxu Sect. The woman beside him is wearing the robes of the Lingxu Sect. Then there's no problem. No matter how arrogant the Yi family is, they wouldn't dare to storm the Spirit Void Sect. As he spoke, Su Jingheng raised his hand and pressed down on a silver needle embedded in Yifeng's abdomen, using his spiritual power to drive the needle, which had only been inserted a small portion, more than halfway in. Su Jingheng stood up. Carry him away. Find a healer to treat him. Chapter 32. A beauty unmatched in the world. The power of beauty is invincible. Along the way, countless people stared blankly at Mu Yunxi, while Wanqing hid behind Mu Yunxi, covering her mouth with a sly smile. Today, my reputation is utterly ruined. Mu Yunxi pulled Wanqing in front of herself to block her. Wanqing took out a silk handkerchief. The shopkeeper just gave this to me. You can use it to cover your face. Mu Yunxi laughed in exasperation. Junior sister, why didn't you take this out earlier? I thought senior brother didn't need it? Mu Yunxi withdrew his outstretched hand and even adjusted his wide sleeves to cover it. Since this time, Everything that happened to me, senior brother, is thanks to you, junior sister. I'll have you put it on for me. Wanqing picked up the plain white silk scarf and drew closer. Mu Yunxi leaned forward, his eyes lowered, the distance between them narrowing until Wanqing could clearly feel the warmth of his breath. Mu Yunxi looked at her, his eyes deep and unfathomable. Wanqing, completely oblivious to the tension in the atmosphere, felt no sense of danger, largely because of Mu Yunxi's current attire. The silk scarf covered half of Mu Yunxi's face. Wanqing withdrew her hand. It's on properly. Those watching, both openly and covertly, let out a collective sigh. I heard that a peerless beauty has come to the market today. Some praised her beauty, saying that one glance could topple a city, and a second glance could topple a kingdom. I've heard that poem too. In the north there is a beauty, peerless and independent. One glance topples a city, a second glance topples a kingdom. Do they not know that toppling cities and kingdoms? Such a beauty is hard to find again. What kind of person must she be, to be worthy of such a poem? Why don't we go over and take a look? The Wanqing Tower, once bustling with noise, had suddenly lost half its crowd. Why has everyone left? I just spotted one with strong young energy. Why are they leaving? On the second floor of the river-viewing pavilion, a group of men and women gathered together. Not a single one among them had an ordinary appearance. Some were alluring, some cute, some handsome, some gentle. Judging by their attire, they were all disciples of the Joyous Union Sect. The Joyous Union Sect had a large number of members, so competition was fierce. Not every disciple had several fish at hand to use for their cultivation. Today, during the Lantern Festival, disciples of the Huan Sect borrowed the Wanqing Tower to stage a tacky version of a bridal bouquet toss. A group of stunning beauties, decked out in their finest, set out to fish for a few more catches on Lingxu Sect's turf. I heard it said that there are beauties out there who surpass us. Are there not enough beauties in the Joyous Union Sect for them to look at? The women outside won't engage in dual cultivation with them. Actually, I'd quite like to go and take a look. The handsome male disciple of the Huan Sect held a fan in his hand, gazing out the door. Best if I can win the beauty over in one fell swoop. After Mu Yunxi's face was covered, even more onlookers gathered. Initially, when Mu Yunxi hadn't concealed himself, his Adam's apple was clearly visible, marking him as a male cultivator. Some observant cultivators would leave upon noticing this. But now, with her face half hidden like a peepa held behind her, she drew even more attention, and it was clear these people wouldn't leave until they got a glimpse of her beauty. Wanqing went to a shop selling spirit beast materials, sold all the demon cores in her hand, and as soon as she stepped out, she saw a sea of people within a 10-meter radius around Mu Yunxi. Senior brother, how about we turn back? Why? By now, Mu Yunxi had actually come to terms with it. Isn't this quite fun? I still want to look around a bit more. Mainly, there was originally a plot today where the female lead's reputation would spread far and wide, but now I'm afraid that in the future, it'll be your reputation, senior brother, that spreads far and wide instead. Alright then. I heard someone came to cause trouble at our Huan Sect today. Was it you all? A particularly arrogant female voice came from afar. The crowd parted automatically, forming a path as a group of handsome men and beautiful women walked over, every movement carefully choreographed. The male disciples of the Huan Sect had their eyes light up the moment they saw Mu Yunxi, their original intention to accompany their junior sisters in picking a quarrel fading away. After all, male cultivators also needed Dao companions. I haven't yet asked for my junior sister's name. I am Zhang Chuanzhou, 321 years old, at the early golden core stage. I wonder if my junior sister finds me worthy of her attention. After speaking, Zhang Chuanzhou, clad in a peach-pink brocade robe, even shot a flirtatious glance at Mu Yunxi. Mu Yunxi's face instantly darkened. She really is stunning. Such an extraordinary bearing. The people of the Huan Sect, aside from being beauties themselves, also delighted in admiring beauty. In short, they were a group of looks-obsessed individuals. Sister, would you like to join me? What's so good about that stinking man? You can call me Yuanxiang. Yuanxiang, with her devilish figure and alluring charm, pushed Zhang Chuanzhou aside. Mu Yunxi pulled Wanqing, who had been standing by watching the commotion, into his arms, signaling that he already had someone. What a pity. Yuanxiang looked at the plain-featured Wanqing. But are you sure you won't reconsider? I think I'm much better than her. Mu Yunxi smiled without speaking. Unable to receive any message, Yuanxiang had no choice but to leave, however unwillingly. I originally thought it was some reckless fool picking a time to provoke our Huan Sect, but I didn't expect them to actually be quite good-looking. Since you can't compete, don't humiliate yourself. I'll be going first. Yuanxiang left first, and the others, probably realizing it would be difficult to regain their footing against Mu Yunxi, also departed. After the Lantern Festival, a rumor spread through the Spirit Ruin sect. There was a peerless beauty within the sect, one whose looks could topple cities and nations. The only pity was that this beauty preferred women. Yet, even so, many people still sought out this peerless beauty, drawn by her fame, hoping to see just how stunning she truly was. But before long, news spread that this beauty was not actually a woman, but a man disguised as a woman. However, those who came drawn by her reputation were unwilling to believe this news, and so the matter was quietly dropped. Medical cultivator, how's my son? The head of the Yi family rushed to the medical hall upon receiving news of his son's injury. Yifeng lay on the bed, his face pale. The head of the Yi family, seeing his precious son in such a state, was frantic with worry. The medical cultivator withdrew his spiritual power. Young Master Yi's dantian and spiritual sea have been shattered, with spiritual energy leaking out from the spiritual sea. From now on, I fear he will struggle to make even the slightest progress in cultivation. The one who struck him likely only intended to seal young Master Yi's spiritual power, but their skill was insufficient and they struck too heavily, thus causing young Master Yi to suffer such severe injuries. Outrageous, absolutely outrageous. The head of the Yi family pointed at Qianqian and demanded, "You've been following the young master all along, do you know who could be so audacious?" Qianqian replied, reporting to Patriarch Yi, it was a disciple of the Lingxu Sect. When the young master saw his peerless appearance, he approached and asked if he would be willing to marry the young master. Unexpectedly, that day he belittled the young master severely, and the young master, unable to bear it, fought with him. A peerless beauty? The head of the Yi family mused. Could it be that woman the villagers have been gossiping about lately? Exactly. Qianqian nodded. But he's not a woman, he's a man. This news has already been proven false. My son has never had a hobby of liking men. The head of the Yi family spoke arrogantly. No wonder so many people have looked for her, but she hasn't shown herself. She must be hiding out of fear. Qianqian didn't refute either. It would be best if the Yi family never found this person for the rest of their lives. She'd better spend the rest of her life hiding in the Spirit Ruins sect and never come down the mountain. Otherwise, I will grind her bones to dust and scatter her ashes. Chapter 33. Secluded Cultivation. In Wanqing's cave dwelling, there was an additional item, a mist and cloud patterned phoenix tail skirt with matching clothes and accessories. Wanqing had originally intended to have Mu Yunxi accept this garment, but to her surprise, he refused it with firm and unequivocal words. In the end, Wanqing still brought this set of clothes back to her own cave dwelling, which gave her a bad premonition that the excitement she had watched earlier would eventually fall upon her own head. Fortunately, the Lantern Festival was still quite enjoyable. Since that's the case, it's time to get down to business. In Wanqing's expectations, this seclusion should last her 3 to 5 years. If all goes smoothly, she should also complete the barrier breaking for forming her golden core during this seclusion. After selling the demonic cores, her spirit stones became considerably more abundant, so before entering seclusion, she planned to visit the library to select a few more cultivation techniques. She did not possess a golden finger-like constitution or immortal bones, so she could only slowly explore the path of cultivation on her own. Her greatest advantage was having all 5 elements. Now she had determined the direction of her cultivation technique, focusing primarily on spellcraft with swordsmanship as a supplement. The Book of Ma Yi's Divine Physiognomy, a mystical art capable of surveying the 3 realms of heaven, earth, and humanity. Master it to foresee the future, discern one's fortune, and locate blessed lands and celestial grottos. The sleeve containing the universe, a spatial art that allows one to hold the yin and yang of all things within a sleeve. Elder Wen watched Wanqing leave with the 2 jade slips that were as rare as they were precious and wailed, heavens above. Giving her something like this, aren't you afraid she's too young and will burn out like Zhengyong? I'm not afraid, I can handle it. Please, give it to me. Elder Wen had grown numb to Wanqing's extraordinary gifts. In his eyes, the so-called inner sect prodigies and favored children of fortune were far inferior to the young woman who had just left, barely over 20 years old. How could there be something like this in the outer sect's library? You didn't come all the way from the inner sect just to hand it over to her, did you? Elder Wen fumed. I've guarded you for centuries. Is this appropriate? No, it's not. Elder Wen had also considered pulling rank to get a copy from Wanqing, but the thought of her fortune made him shudder. He had lived a stable life for half a century and had no desire to offend the heavens in a moment of poor judgment and die a miserable death in his later years. Wanqing added an extra barrier outside the flag formation to ensure no one would disturb her, then slipped into the farming space. The layout of the farming space was now completely different from before. Previously, the spiritual plants were not of high grade but were abundant in number, so Wanqing could plant them in rows like crops in a field. However, large-scale cultivation of spiritual plants is actually rare in the cultivation world. They rely mostly on natural growth. As the rarity of spiritual plants increases, Wanqing also finds it difficult to plant them on a large scale. The spiritual fields have now transformed from the patchwork farmlands of the past into garden-style plantations. The spirit plant seedlings brought back from the sun and moon's secret realm have all been planted. Wanqing could only hope that they were precious enough to let her earn sufficient rewards from a single planting. However, she would have to travel far and wide to gather their seeds. A long-lasting weather formation was set up, a special invention of Wanqing to ensure that all spirit plants lived in their suitable environments. This way, she wouldn't have to worry about the spirit plants dying from neglect while she was in seclusion. After finishing her tasks, Wanqing returned to her cave dwelling, where she sat cross-legged in meditation. Everything within the dwelling fell into silence, with only the plants and trees continuing to grow quietly in the stillness. On Frost Peak, where wind and snow raged year-round, Lingxu, clad in a snow-white fox fur coat, gazed at the frost and snow outside her door. Because of the earlier incident in the sun and moon's secret realm, the discipline hall had punished all inner disciples who had entered that realm. The punishment from the discipline hall forbids the use of medicine, so her wounds still ache faintly to this day. They've also confined her to her quarters for 6 years. She's never been locked up for this long in her entire life. Is that something a person can endure? Her master doesn't even stand up for her. Lingxu feels deeply aggrieved. If she can only go out after 6 years, who in the inner sect will still remember her by then? Previously, when she pleaded with the master for leniency, she was also refused. Now, whenever she steps outside, the wind and snow on the mountain grow fiercer. Even the paper cranes that used to fly up to keep her company can no longer make it up here. The master is too despicable. Once she had subdued her master, she would make sure he tasted the loneliness of an empty chamber. Thinking of her master's celestial-like countenance, Lingxu let out a foolish, dreamy laugh. Lingxu took out a jade slip from her sleeve. Since she couldn't leave for 6 years, she might as well cultivate with it. This was something she had obtained in the sun and moon's secret realm. Everyone said the sun and moon's secret realm had no inheritance, yet she was able to acquire this jade slip. It seemed her fortune was indeed profound. At the main hall of Frostpeak Mountain, the person Lingxu had envisioned stood atop the roof, a long sword in hand. 2 characters were engraved on the blade, riding the mist. The immortal on the rooftop pressed his thin lips together, a hint of authority in the gesture. His sharply defined profile radiated cold severity, and his snow-white hair was bound with a jade crown. The aloofness that emanated from his very bones set him apart from the mortal world, making him so sacred that none dared approach, yet stirring a desire to pull him down into the mire of earthly passions. A black-red mist spread around Spirit Abyss, Immortal Lord, and from within the mist came a voice that was 3 parts sinister and 7 parts arrogant. Ji Lingyuan. You may imprison me for a time, but you cannot imprison me forever. This cave dwelling of yours has nothing but mountains and snow. Don't you find it lonely? Lingyuan, Immortal Lord, sword-like brows furrowed slightly. Noisy. Hehehe. The voice within the mist rang out with a hint of puzzlement. Ji Lingyuan, you seem somewhat different from before. Because of that little apprentice of yours? Ji Lingyuan remained unmoved by the mist's probing. In his view, the mist's words were utter nonsense. Not discouraged by the failed probing, the mist said, Ji Lingyuan, sooner or later I will escape from this dark and hellish place, and when I do, it will be the death of you and the Lingxu Sect. Ji Lingyuan raised his hand, and a formation appeared, sealing the black-red mist back into the rear mountain. This place contains the sword aura left by all the sword path seniors of the Spirit Void Sect, making it a treasured ground for sword cultivators. Qin Siyu, who was also confined to the sect, chose to go into seclusion here. As his master, the Spirit Void sect leader naturally couldn't rest easy, fearing that his precious disciple might meet his end in this place. But Qin Siyu was determined to go his own way. As his master, seeing his disciple's drive for improvement, he had no choice but to agree. He knew that Qin Siyu had been burdened with guilt ever since realizing the grave mistake he had made. Believing that the heavy casualties among the outer disciples during the expedition to the Sun and Moon's secret realm were entirely his fault, as the team leader, he wished to make amends, but was frustrated by a lack of means. With a stifled heart, he came to the Thousand-Blade Peak to temper his mind. I knew that Lingxu was nothing but trouble. The Gotit sect leader stood at the foot of Thousand-Blade Mountain, fuming with anger. I never should have urged Immortal Lord Lingyuan to take her in. Her mind is nowhere near cultivation. Just look at what she's done to this batch of inner disciples. The sect leader, pained for his own disciples, vented to the elder. How can you blame her for that? Being beautiful isn't her fault. The elder took a sip of spirit tea. Since none of his own disciples were involved, he wasn't worried. But her intentions are improper. That's her problem. What female cultivator dresses like a colorful butterfly fluttering around male cultivators? She's not from the Joyous Union sect. A girl of 16 or 17. What's wrong with liking to be charming, pretty, and coaxed? The white-haired female elder, whose hair was meticulously groomed like the stern dean in Wanqing's past life, set down her teacup. How can you side with outsiders? Are you even my true Dao partner? Can't help it. What can I do when their master's Lingyuan? Chapter 34, Pei Wuqi. Deep within the Thousand-Blade Mountain, Qin Siyu was cultivating in seclusion, immersed in a state of self-forgetfulness, utterly unaware of the events unfolding in the outside world. He had no idea that beyond the mountains, his master was grumbling incessantly. Within Thousand-Blade Mountain, fierce winds howled, and the malignant gales were as sharp as swords, ruthlessly slicing through the air, cutting into one's face with a pain as unbearable as a knife's edge. Yet in this harsh environment, Qin Siyu sat cross-legged on the mountainside, as still as a sculpture. Qin Siyu's body was covered with dense, crisscrossing wounds, all of which he had sustained during his cultivation. Qin Siyu closed his eyes tightly, regulating his breath as he slowly gathered the spiritual energy within his body into his dantian. As time passed, his breathing grew increasingly steady, and a faint, ethereal glow began to emanate from his entire being. Suddenly, Qin Siyu's body trembled slightly, and the spiritual light radiating from him flickered unsteadily. The spiritual energy within his body did not follow its normal trajectory. Instead, it seemed to lose control, rampaging chaotically through his meridians. As the spiritual energy within his body became chaotic, Qin Siyu felt a sharp pain strike his chest. He couldn't help but furrow his brow, a trace of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Immediately after, a mouthful of fresh blood violently sprayed from his mouth, splattering onto the ground and forming a shocking pool of gore. Qin Siyu struggled to open his eyes, the blurry scene before him causing a wave of dizziness. Qin Siyu forced himself to endure the discomfort in his body, swallowing the lingering blood in his mouth as the metallic taste spread through his throat. A harsh wind swept by, leaving a bright red wound on Qin Siyu's face. As the team leader, he bears undeniable responsibility for the Sun and Moon's secret realm incident. During this time, he has been reflecting constantly. Having always lived within the inner gate, and with those around him seeing no issue with the matter, Lin Sairu even congratulated him upon learning he would become the team leader, hoping he would protect her. This led him to assume, as a matter of first impression, that he was merely in charge of the inner sect. What Qin Siyu found most unforgivable was the sword-wielding outer sect female disciple he and other inner sect disciples had encountered earlier in the Sun and Moon's secret realm. At that time, she was ambushed by a spirit beast. When he and the other disciples rushed to help her, they realized she could handle it on her own, so they chose not to continue leaving the group to assist. But among those who returned this time, he did not see that female disciple in the outer sect disciples, meaning it was highly likely that she had died in battle when the outer sect disciples collectively encountered the demonic cultivators. Thinking of that figure, as cold and lonely as the moon, now vanished, Qin Siyu felt a dull, indescribable ache in his heart. Qin Siyu took a deep breath, knowing this was not the time for such thoughts. He steadied his mind and adjusted his state, finally bringing the rampaging spiritual energy under control. In cultivation, every single moment seems stretched infinitely, time vanishing silently without a trace. These demonic cultivators are far too arrogant. If not for the sect's strict investigation this time, we would never have known that so many of them had already infiltrated us. We need to be even more cautious. Now that we've mostly rooted out the moles, the ones left are bound to be even more cunning. This operation went so smoothly, all thanks to Senior Brother Pei. Without you, they surely would have gotten away. A group of outer disciples dressed in the robes of the discipline hall were conducting a tight and thorough patrol, searching for any suspicious individuals. At this moment, members of the discipline hall were gathered in small clusters, and the focus of their conversation was none other than the highly revered Senior Brother Pei Wuqi. It is said that this Senior Brother Pei grew up in the Spirit Void sect from a young age, having been carried back as a child by an elder of the discipline hall from a village that had been slaughtered by demonic cultivators. Now, Senior Brother Pei's cultivation has reached the half-step nascent soul stage, and he has become the captain of the Discipline Hall's action team. As long as he can successfully survive the nascent soul thunder tribulation, he will be able to unify the entire Discipline Hall and become its elder. In the eyes of the many disciples of the Precept Hall, Pei Wuqi was like an unattainable mountain, inspiring awe and reverence. He was also like a blazing, dazzling sun, too brilliant to look upon directly. The incident involving the demonic cultivators in the Sun and Moon's secret realm shook the entire righteous sect, implicating numerous schools and factions. Pei Wuqi, who should have been in seclusion cultivating and fully preparing for his advancement, personally stepped forward to take charge of the situation, vowing to root out all the demonic cultivator spies lurking within the sect. Senior Brother Pei must be exhausted from working non-stop lately. I have some freshly brewed spirit tea here. Would you like to try some, senior brother? A delicate beauty held a jade purification bottle in her hands, blushing as she offered it to Pei Wuqi. A man in black stood silently, a long spear with a chilling gleam slung across his back. His figure was tall and slender, yet it conveyed no sense of bulkiness. Instead, it exuded a power reminiscent of a jungle leopard. His resolute, sword-like brows arched like mountain peaks, and his sharp eyes shone as brightly as stars, radiating a brilliance that made it hard to look directly at him. His thin lips were pressed slightly together. The contours of his face were clearly visible, sharp and angular, as if carved into a work of art, every line exuding determination and resolve. Such a visage called to mind an eagle patrolling the night, its piercing gaze and commanding presence seemingly poised to strike its prey at any moment, radiating an unmatched sense of aggression. Yet, faced with the object the woman offered, Pei Wuqi did not reach out to take it. His eyes remained icy cold, and even though he clearly heard the affection in her words, his expression did not change in the slightest. It seemed that nothing in this world could stir his indifferent heart. The task I assigned you has been handled. The man's voice was somewhat hoarse, elegant, and mellow, carrying a kind of seductive charm that could stir one's heartstrings enough to make even other men feel inferior. But Pei Wuqi was completely unaware of the charm of his own voice. Senior brother Pei was never one for talking much anyway. If word got out about how lively he could be, what if he clammed up even more? The delicate young woman's ears were flushed beyond measure. She had long admired Pei Wuqi from afar and had gone to great lengths to join the discipline hall. Naturally, she wouldn't dig her own grave by failing to complete the tasks assigned by senior brother Pei. I've already searched the outer sect's library, the woman said hesitantly. There's no one particularly suspicious, but one thing struck me as very strange. As she spoke, the woman took out a pouch. If Wanqing were here, she would surely recognize it. It was her own pouch, and inside it was the yellow powder she used for disguise. A long, strong hand took the pouch from the woman and examined it. It was an ordinary pouch. When opened, Pei Wuqi found it contained a box of rouge. Pei Wuqi reached out and wiped his finger across the powder in the rouge box. The rouge, several shades yellower than the skin of his finger, clung to his hand, standing out conspicuously. Having witnessed countless undercover tactics, Pei Wuqi immediately had an idea in his mind. Pei Wuqi gave the woman a look that urged her to continue speaking. The woman continued, judging by the style of this pouch, it must have been worn by a woman. Not to mention whether female cultivators need to use rouge. Even if they did, they wouldn't use rouge of such a dull, yellowish color. So I suspect this rouge was used by someone as a disguise. Pei Wuqi handed the pouch back. Keep investigating. Find out who it belongs to. Chapter 35. Planting Rewards. In the cave dwelling, spiritual energy gathered around Wanqing. An invisible vortex drew external spiritual energy into her body. She let out a long breath and opened her eyes, the hidden spiritual pressure on her body growing heavier by a degree. She had successfully entered the late stage of foundation establishment. The later stage of cultivation was progressing so smoothly, and because the recent demonic cultivator incidents in the Sun and Moon's secret realm had led the sect to issue no mandatory tasks to them, Wanqing decided to go ahead and enter seclusion for core formation as well. Although she had reached the late foundation establishment stage, there was still a considerable distance to go before core formation, a feat that was no easy matter. She planned to leave core formation for last and first thoroughly master the several jade slips of techniques in her possession. Now she needed to go harvest the spirit plants in the farming space, check what rewards they had generated, and then decide which spell book to practice first. During the period of seclusion, many of the spirit plants in the farming space had already matured, but because Wanqing had no time, she had never come to harvest them. The variety of spirit plants harvested in the Sun and Moon's secret realm was vast, but if a single species lacked high rarity, its boost to Wanqing was not significant enough. Mystic Silkvine? Wanqing glanced at her hair, which had turned exceptionally dark and smooth after picking the mystic silkvine. How dare you call yourself a spirit plant? Even growing rice would be more useful than you. Wanqing was deeply distressed. She felt that her original hair was perfectly fine, though it was a bit dry and split. It had improved significantly after being soaked in the marrow fluid. After all the hard work of planting and harvesting, the spiritual herbs only ended up having the effect of a hair conditioner. How could Wanqing not be heartbroken? Yet what Wanqing did not know was that her hair, which had only been ordinary even after being soaked in the marrow fluid, now cascaded behind her like silk, smooth and infinitely languid, black and soft, piled up like clouds and heaped like ink. Clearly, the rewards from the farming space were not lacking in quality. It was simply that they were not what Wanqing sought, so disappointment was inevitable. Divine Cloud Grass. There were 3 stalks of divine cloud grass in the farming space. Wanqing sensed the effect of the grass, My spiritual perception seems to have strengthened a bit. It looks like planting just these few won't yield much effect. I'll need to cultivate them on a larger scale. I must make a note of the divine cloudgrass. After I emerge from seclusion, I'll search for seeds if possible. Lotus face, green jade orchid. How come they're all beauty-enhancing spirit plants? This kind of spirit plant reward only goes to the face. Wanqing felt a bit disheartened. Why hadn't she been more selective when planting them back then? Lingxu, the original female lead, simply couldn't stand beautiful women. The rouge charm flower doesn't seem to have much effect. Wanqing frowned. Without a mirror at hand, she failed to notice that her lips were now as vivid as cinnabar, their color striking and captivating. Like a perfectly ripe cherry, they exuded an alluring sheen. This lip color was not the false flamboyance of heavy makeup, but a unique charm that radiated naturally, as if petals moistened by spring rain, tender and dewy, tempting one to steal a kiss. With the powerful boost of so many rewards from the farming space, Wanqing had become vastly different from her former self. Once upon a time, she had been utterly unremarkable, as insignificant and ordinary as a single grain in the vast ocean, the kind of mundane girl who would vanish without a trace the moment she was lost in the crowd. Without outstanding looks or eye-catching talent, she was truly a background character, a nobody. Yet now, whoever sees her cannot help but exclaim in admiration, what a breathtaking beauty. Every feature of her face was exquisitely crafted, and every frown and smile brimmed with charm and allure, irresistible to anyone. Wanqing's beauty lay not only in her appearance, but also in her unique temperament. Her figure was graceful and lithe, her demeanor elegant and poised, as if she were a fairy stepping out of a painting. His eyes were clear and bright, revealing intelligence and wisdom, making one unable to help but be captivated. Wanqing looked at the 9-leaf ginseng herb before her. When did I plant a spiritual ginseng in the farming space? A spiritual plant as precious as Lingxu, there was no way she wouldn't remember it. Wanqing observed carefully and finally recalled. Wasn't this very spot exactly where she had transplanted that spiritual herb from her cave dwelling before? I originally thought it was just an ordinary spirit herb, but unexpectedly it turned out to be a 9th-grade spirit ginseng. I've heard that 9th-grade spirit ginseng is the core ingredient of the longevity pill, which can extend one's lifespan by 300 years. The lower one's cultivation level, the better the effect, but mortals cannot consume it. It is a divine pill rarely found in the world. A century is enough time for a cultivator who might otherwise have had their lifespan nearly end at the foundation establishment stage to advance to the golden core stage, and it can be taken multiple times, though the effects will gradually diminish. Wanqing couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation, wondering what kind of planting reward such a spiritual plant would give her. Carefully picking the 9th-grade spiritual ginseng, to Wanqing's surprise, she didn't feel any effect at all. Refusing to believe it, she searched her meridians and spiritual sea inside and out, but still found no difference. Wanqing's small face flushed bright red as she couldn't help but wonder, are you really a 9th-grade spiritual ginseng? Taking out the complete compendium of spiritual plants from her storage pouch, Wanqing began flipping through it page by page. As Wanqing had expected, this was not a 9th-grade ginseng, but rather a 9-curved ginseng that looked very similar to it. The reason Wanqing had not noticed it before was that ordinary sects had no use for this kind of spiritual plant. It was only cultivators from the Lingxu Sect who were eager to obtain the 9-curved ginseng. The specific usage and effects of the 9-curved spirit ginseng were known only to the Joyous Union sect. The books merely mentioned that a medicinal bath made from it, when soaked in over a long period, could cultivate seductive bones. Wanqing quickly examined her own bones internally, finding them still ordinary mortal bones with no change. Having possessed the farming space for so long, Wanqing had come to understand that any spiritual plants grown within it would yield rewards. She simply hadn't noticed them at the time. Thus, the reward for the 9-turned spiritual ginseng must have been granted, and given the extreme rarity of such a treasure, it would certainly have been delivered all at once. Forget it, I won't look anymore. I'll find out eventually. Wanqing had a vague feeling that this 9-turned spirit ginseng had definitely tricked her. These 9-bend spirit ginsengs are worth a fortune. Once I finish my seclusion, I'll sell you off. Wanqing gritted her teeth and put away the 9-bend spirit ginseng. Most of the spirit plants harvested this time came with decent rewards, and Wanqing felt her chances of successfully forming her golden core had increased by another notch. Most of the mature spirit plants had already been harvested. Wanqing remembered that there was still a treasure in her farming space that she hadn't checked on the linglong bone seeds, also known as linglong insects, which she had obtained by chance from senior sister Xiaoping. The linglong bone, planted separately, was surrounded by a multicolored glow, its stem resembling a human spine, joint by joint, as white as jade. Since extracting the linglong worm from the amber and planting it in the farming space, it had shown almost no change. Wanqing once thought that this Linglong bone seed had died and would never sprout. Holding on to the mindset of, what if it lives, Wanqing didn't dig up the Linglong worm and discard it. Unexpectedly, after one seclusion, the Linglong bone gave her a great surprise. It had actually grown into a full Linglong bone. The renowned bone of exquisite form is known to all cultivators. Consuming it can completely transform one's body. It certainly won't betray you like the 9-turn spirit ginseng did. Chapter 36. The Demon Cultivator Mole. The fully harvested Linglong bone was jade-like throughout, shaped like a human skeleton, with the withered boneworms forming its lower roots. It felt warm to the touch, as if it had just been dug out from living flesh. Before Wanqing could feel any joy, a searing pain like flesh being sliced and bones being gouged surged over her like a tide, instantly engulfing her entire body. The pain felt as if it were tearing her entire being apart, leaving Wanqing in unbearable agony. Especially the excruciating pain from her back, which nearly robbed Wanqing of her ability to think, making every second an endless torment and ordeal for her. Wanqing felt as if she were trapped in hell, enduring unimaginable suffering. Wanqing's face turned deathly pale from the pain, her limbs convulsing as she collapsed to the ground. Her once rosy lips were now as white as paper, her clothes soaked through with cold sweat. The agony stole her breath, and though she tried to scream, no sound escaped her throat. Enduring such intense pain for the first time, Wanqing's tears fell one by one, yet her eyes shone with a startling brightness. At this moment, she realized that this was the reward brought to her by the Linglong bone. Wanqing did not know how long she had been immersed in this excruciating pain. It felt as if time had frozen, each second stretching on like a millennium. Her consciousness gradually grew hazy, her body seeming cut off from the outside world, yet the endless pain lingered in her heart, refusing to fade away. At last, that suffocating pain began to gradually dissipate. Wanqing lay on the cold ground, breathing rapidly and heavily, as if a great weight had been lifted from her shoulders. After a long while, Wanqing barely managed to prop herself up, attempting to stand. Her legs were weak, almost unable to support her own weight. Wanqing gritted her teeth and struggled to stand upright. The pain had faded, and the excruciating torture that had just tormented her beyond endurance now seemed like nothing more than an illusion. Regaining her composure, Wanqing sat cross-legged and looked inward. She saw that her originally ordinary mortal bones now had 7 additional immortal bones at the spine, crystal clear as jade, white with a hint of pink. The legendary 7th-ranked immortal bone. The exquisite jade bone contains the power of heaven and earth, with a natural affinity for spiritual energy, drawing it into the body. Its possessor is keenly sensitive to changes in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and the exquisite jade bone also possesses regenerative power. Only by possessing a single piece of exquisite jade bone can one gradually transform all the bones in the body into exquisite jade bones over time. At that point, the person can regenerate severed limbs and need not fear injury. The exquisite bone actually rewarded her with a set of immortal bones. One must understand that within the entire Lingxu Sect, the only one possessing an immortal bone was Qin Siyu's sword bone, which shows just how precious immortal bones truly are. Moreover, the exquisite jade bone would naturally attract spiritual energy on its own, so she no longer had to devote all her time to cultivation and could allocate some of it to side pursuits like alchemy and array formations. Knowing that there was now an immortal bone inside her body, Wanqing instantly felt that the pain she had just endured was nothing. Overjoyed, she carefully placed the Linglong bone into a jade box and stored it away. Only then did she notice that her clothes had been thoroughly dirted when she fell to the ground earlier, and even her body, face, and hair were stained with quite a bit of grime. Meanwhile, in the library of hidden books, the people from the disciplinary hall were interrogating Elder One. Elder One held the pouch with a baffled expression. So many people come to my library every day. How could I possibly remember whose pouch this is? If I were caught staring at the pouch on a young lady, what would become of my old face? The people from the disciplinary hall looked at the with delicate features. Senior Sister Lee, perhaps we should go ask elsewhere. Senior Sister Lee waved her hand. No need. I've already sent someone to the cosmetic shop at the foot of the mountain to inquire. We'll definitely find out which shop sold it. But even if we find out which shop it was bought from, with so many customers coming and going, the shopkeeper likely wouldn't remember who bought it. Just as the disciplinary hall members were frowning in frustration, Elder One looked at the pouch in his hand, and a flash of inspiration struck. I think I remember whose it is. Who's there? Senior Sister Lee's eyes sparkled with starlight. She absolutely could not let the mission Pei Wuqi had entrusted to her go wrong. This person is quite the eccentric. I've been guarding the library for so long. Senior Sister Lee cut off Elder Wen's lengthy discourse. Just say the name. The teammates behind Senior Sister Lee were all somewhat embarrassed. Who would have thought that Senior Sister Lee, who was shy and timid in front of Senior Brother Pei, actually had a swift and decisive personality? Her name is Wanqing. Wanqing. Have you looked into her background? Pei Wuqi sat behind his desk, not even lifting his head as he handled official business. I've checked. This person was a menial disciple who advanced from the Shirong realm to Foundation establishment 4 years ago and came to the Inner Sect. Very few menial disciples managed to reach Foundation establishment, yet she ascended in one step, highly suspicious. Senior Sisterly said with a firm expression. Moreover, she was one of the participants in the Sun and Moon's secret realm. All the outer disciples on this trip were severely injured, and only she emerged unscathed. According to the injured outer disciples, Wanqing herself said that she was separated from the group after entering the secret realm and never reunited with the others. And shortly after returning to the sect, she went into seclusion to cultivate and has not come out since. This person is undoubtedly a demon cultivator. Pei Wuqi closed the document in his hand. Recently, the sect has been under martial law, and every disciple who goes out will be placed under surveillance. So she must have found a way to escape and tip off the demonic path. Going into seclusion was just a cover to throw others off the scent. Pei Wuqi rose to his feet, his expression as cold as ice. Where is this person's cave dwelling? The group arrived at Wanqing's cave dwelling perched on a cliff, and all felt that this person was truly unconventional. Why choose a cave dwelling in such a remote place? How strange. It's only natural that the choice of an undercover agent is strange. Even as an undercover agent, it's strange. The demonic path is all about luxury, lust, and indulgence in pleasure, everyone fond of golden and splendid places. Yet this person chose a cave, and she's even a female cultivator. Too strange. Or maybe they just like it that way. Pei Wuqi ordered 2 people to stand guard outside the door, while he led the others to open the formation flags and the barrier set up by Wanqing. They exchanged glances, held their breath, and entered the cave dwelling. Upon entering the cave dwelling, the desolate scene within the mountain cave was laid bare. The cave, with few possessions, held only a solitary stone bed, and the only thing worth mentioning was the snow lotuses carpeting the entire cave floor. Pei Wuqi frowned. This did not resemble the style of a demon cultivator. Any demon cultivator, even an undercover agent, would not allow their residence to be so austere. It was more like the cave dwelling of an ascetic than that of a demonic cultivator. But it could also be a means to throw others off the scent. The crowd found it quite strange that there was actually another cave within this cave. The path in this cave was not spacious, so the group could only walk in single file. Pei Wuqi voluntarily took the lead, while Senior Sisterly guarded the rear of the formation to prevent anyone from launching a sneak attack from behind. Near the exit, Pei Wuqi faintly heard the pattering sound of water. Steam filled the cave, blurring his vision. Emerging from the cave path, Pei Wuqi saw a woman's jade-like body faintly visible through the mist, its contours alluring and graceful, as a light floral fragrance spread through the cave. Pei Wuqi felt as if time had frozen at this moment. Chapter 37. A Reborn Beauty, Wanqing. Wanqing, dirted by the mud, thought that the cave dwelling happened to have a mountain spring pool where she could bathe. Mountain spring water was inevitably a bit cold, but Wanqing preferred bathing in hot water, so she used her fire's spiritual power to heat the water. Fortunately, there were no small creatures living in the pool inside the cave, or else Wanqing's move would have killed countless lives. To avoid any accidents, Wanqing even deliberately set up a folding screen for cover, brought out by Shui, who had been playing in her farming space all along, and placed her outside the screen as a guard, lest anyone with poor judgment come barging in. However, with the 2 layers of protection from the cave mansion's formation flags and barrier, it would be very difficult for anyone to enter. Wanqing was simply worried that Bai Shui, being a leopard, might grow bored staying in the farming space, so she let it out for some fresh air. A few strands of her 3,000 raven locks fell loose, draping across her chest. Her snow-white peaks seemed ready to burst forth. Her slender waist could be encircled with a single hand, and her pale, long legs stirred the blood. The reflection on the water's surface was like a spirit, every gesture and movement brimming with seductive charm. The exquisite jade-like bone structure seemed to have brought her additional changes. The planting of the green jade bamboo had once made her stand tall and graceful, adding a touch of unyielding fortitude to her upright posture. And now, with this flawless figure from head to toe, Wanqing had only ever seen such perfection in the scripts of her past life. In short, she was born with an innate allure, yet paradoxically retained a backbone of integrity. The touch of aloofness bestowed by the green jade bamboo, set against her supple and seductive form, magnified into a striking threefold chill. A seemingly soul-stealing enchantress, she was in truth a cold moon that merely watched others descend into ruin. After being shocked by her own figure, Wanqing finally turned her gaze to her face. It was still the same face, but it was as if a dust-covered pearl had been wiped clean, revealing a breathtaking beauty, like a celestial maiden under the moonlight. The water in the mountain spring pool gradually grew cooler. With her current level of cultivation, Wanqing could withstand it, so she was too lazy to heat it further. The steam inside the cave slowly dissipated. The long-haired woman stood in the pool like a lotus emerging from water, droplets tracing down her snow-white back over her slender waist and melting into the pool. The shimmering ripples reflected on her graceful body, making her seem like a water spirit. Pei Wuqi, stepping out of the cave, saw this scene at first glance. He even held his breath, his heart pounding wildly in his chest. The flowing droplets on the woman's body gradually shattered his reason. Bai Shui, who had been lying down playing with the flowers and grass in the cave, was the first to notice the man emerging from the depths. A long howl laced with fury startled the two of them. Wanqing had not expected that someone would actually break into her own cave dwelling. With a wave of her hand, she summoned the white robe set aside and wrapped it around herself. Pei Wuqi was momentarily slow to react before realizing what he was doing. He quickly turned around, only to see that the team members behind him were about to come out as well. The people from the discipline hall only saw Pei Wuqi flick his sleeve, and instantly, an extra layer of barrier appeared at the cave's exit, blocking the team members who were already finding the situation strange. They also noticed that Pei Wuqi, usually impassive and cold-faced like a grim reaper, now looked awkward, with his earlobes flushed red. "What's wrong?" Senior Sister Li walked over from behind, looking at the barrier in front of her. "I don't know," Senior Brother Pei suddenly. At this moment, Pei Wuqi realized that although the barrier prevented them from coming over, they could still see, so he raised his hand again and covered the entire barrier with a black curtain. "How did you get in?" Wanqing's robes were disheveled, a purple bamboo sword in hand, her face cold and stern as she confronted Pei Wuqi. Pei Wuqi calmed his emotions, clasped his hands in a salute, and said, "I am Pei Wuqi of the Discipline Hall. I meant no offense, and I ask for your forgiveness, junior sister." Disciplinary Hall? Wanqing glanced at the clothing the person was wearing. It was indeed the uniform of a disciplinary hall disciple, though this person's attire was noticeably more refined than that of an ordinary disciplinary hall disciple. The people from the discipline hall certainly wouldn't come looking for him without reason. So it's a senior brother from the discipline hall. "I wonder what business you have barging into this junior sister's cave dwelling." Wanqing put away her purple bamboo sword. The reputation of the discipline hall disciples was still trustworthy. Moreover, if the other party truly harbored improper intentions, she could directly report them to the disciplinary hall. No matter how high their cultivation level, they would not be able to continue working in the disciplinary hall. But if a disciple of the sect were to commit wrongdoing under the banner of the disciplinary hall, the people of the disciplinary hall would not let him off. Wanqing had not expected that the pouch she used to store the yellow powder would fall off, only to be discovered by the disciplinary hall during their search. Due to the incident in the Sun and Moon secret realm, the sect has recently been conducting strict searches for demonic cultivators. "Please forgive any offense, junior sister." Pei Wuqi looked embarrassed and apologized repeatedly. "Oh? So you no longer suspect I'm a spy for the demon cultivators, senior brother?" Pei Wuqi had originally assumed that this cave dwelling belonged to a demonic cultivator spy, and that it would have long been abandoned, which was why he rashly barged in. Yet now the person was standing right here, alive and well, having not fled at all. Clearly, this incident was likely just a misunderstanding. The sect is under martial law, and many demonic cultivators posing as moles are trying to escape. If the junior sister were truly a demonic cultivator, she would have used the pretext of seclusion to slip away long ago. Wanqing was disheveled due to the urgency of the situation, and Pei Wuqi dared not lift his head while speaking. Bai Shui, still furious, stubbornly kept biting at Pei Wuqi's clothes in an attempt to drive him away. Wanqing bent down and scooped Bai Shui into her arms. Pei Wuqi, also lowering his head, caught a flash of pure white entering his field of vision, and in that instant, his thoughts ground to a halt. "Since you have your doubts, senior brother, then go ahead and search. I'm not the type to be unreasonable or make a fuss." Wanqing rose to her feet, holding Bai Shui in her arms. Bai Shui, cradled against Wanqing, glared at Pei Wuqi with fury in her eyes. "Many thanks, junior sister." Pei Wuqi knew that nothing would be found from the search. He had come to understand deeply why she always carried a box of yellow powder rouge with her. The facts proved exactly as Pei Wuqi had expected, nothing was found. Pei Wuqi even learned that Wanqing had entered the Lingxu Sect at the age of 6. Because of his mediocre talent, he spent his early childhood living in the spirit fields at the foot of the mountain, tending the farmland. Only when he was a bit older was he recruited into the herb garden of the Shirong realm. He had only barely managed to build his foundation and enter the outer sect. No undercover demon cultivator would waste 10 years as a menial disciple just to make their identity legitimate. The others in the discipline hall stared at the pitch-black barrier, utterly baffled. What on earth is happening, that it's even blocking us from the outer sect? Could it be that the demon cultivator spy's cultivation is so high that the senior brother is afraid we'd go to our deaths? Although senior brother's expression was strange at the time, it wasn't like the expression he wore when encountering a demon cultivator. Indeed, that's true. Senior sisterly was still trying to find a way to open the barrier, but unfortunately, her cultivation was only at the early golden core stage, far inferior to Pei Wuqi's, and no matter what she did, she could not break it. Senior sisterly fumed in frustration. What are you all standing there for? Do you really intend to leave senior brother alone to face the demonic cultivator spy? Sect sister, you're too anxious. Our senior brother is decisive in killing. He's slain no fewer than 1,000 demon cultivators, if not 800. Nothing will happen to him. Senior sisterly stared at the barrier before her, her heart filled with anxiety. Though she had only caught a glimpse, Pei Wuqi's expression at that moment was utterly baffling to her. That was a look of shyness that could never possibly appear on Pei Wuqi's face. Thinking that the owner of this cave dwelling was a woman, Senior sisterly's heart burned with anxiety. This demonic cultivator truly had cunning methods. If Pei Wuqi actually fell into her trap, she would make sure that woman tasted the harsh severity of the disciplinary hall. Chapter 38. I Seek Immortality. Just as everyone was at a loss, the calm and undisturbed barrier suddenly began to surge, and Pei Wuqi slowly walked out from within it. Senior brother Pei. Senior brother Pei, what happened? Pei Wuqi said calmly, it's nothing. Go back. Senior sisterly felt something was off. Normally, the process of investigating demonic cultivator moles wasn't like this. She frowned and asked in confusion, what about the person inside? Are we going to check? Next time, make sure you have all the details straight before jumping to conclusions about whether someone is a demonic spy. Pei Wuqi's tone was somewhat cold, and he sighed inwardly. If Li Ziqing had been more thorough in her investigation and discovered that Wanqing had lived in the spiritual rice fields at the foot of the mountain since childhood, today's search would never have happened, and he wouldn't have so rudely intruded upon the lady. Li Ziqing was unconvinced. She widened her eyes and said loudly, let her come out. I want to confront her face to face. With all her suspicious behavior, what's wrong with me calling her a spy? Pei Wuqi frowned deeply and scolded. The disciplinary hall enforces the law impartially. Even if there are suspicious points, that is no reason for you to slander a fellow disciple of the sect. It's clearly you, who has been bewitched by that woman inside. Li Ziqing blurted out recklessly, turning a blind eye to that person's suspicious behavior. She's a demon cultivator. The others all drew in a sharp breath of cold air. They couldn't imagine that anyone would dare speak to senior brother Pei like this, and with such outrageous words at that. Unreasonable. Pei Wuqi's face darkened, and he flicked his sleeves before leaving. The traces of Wanqing's life at the Lingtian estate were easy to uncover, but Li Ziqing stopped investigating after finding out that the other party was a menial disciple. Now, still unrepentant, how could Pei Wuqi not be furious? Seeing Pei Wuqi leave, the crowd hastily swarmed after him, leaving only Li Ziqing behind. Seeing that everyone had gone, Li Ziqing furiously kicked the barrier. Come out. What sorcery did you use on senior brother Pei? Pray that I don't catch you slipping up. Otherwise, I'll make sure you taste the cruel punishments of the disciplinary hall. Wanqing leaned against the barrier, rolling her eyes in utter exasperation. She muttered to herself, wondering how the people from the disciplinary hall could bring her extra trouble while investigating her. She wanted to step out and explain the situation, but the thought of her current disheveled state made her fear that going out would only make things worse. Leaving Wanqing's cave dwelling, Pei Wuqi heard Li Linglong's clamoring outside. He raised his hand to restore the formation flags and barrier, and Li Ziqing, who had illegally intruded, was immediately detected by the formation flags and expelled. Finally, some peace and quiet. Wanqing let out a long sigh. I hope that senior brother named Pei Wuqi can handle this fervent admirer of his. But the name Pei Wuqi sounds very familiar. Finally, Wanqing managed to dig up some information about Pei Wuqi from the obscure corners of the original text. Pei Wuqi's first appearance in the original novel came in the latter half of the story, by which time the female lead, Lin Xiru, already had several men, including the young master of the demon clan, Song Ling. Sang Ling was utterly devoted to Lin Xiru, but because of the earlier incident where she was abducted to the demon palace, Lin Xiru had always been cold and distant toward him. Sang Ling pursued her with such fervor and grandeur that the entire cultivation world knew of the demon clan's young master's deep affection for Lin Xiru, the disciple of Immortal Lingxu. The Spirit Ruin sect naturally could not stand idly by, so they sent the discipline hall to have Lin Xiru placed under tighter surveillance, to prevent her from having too much contact with demonic cultivators. At that time, Pei Wuqi, who was already the head of the discipline hall, was the perfect person to take charge of this matter. However, the heroine's charm was irresistible. Under Lin Xiru's deliberate advances, even the ever-impartial Pei Wuqi could not escape the web of love, gradually losing his heart while keeping watch over her. Yet just as he was about to confess his feelings, Lin Xiru officially got together with Zhang Ling. The two became a perfect couple, a match made in heaven. Pei Wuqi, whose hometown had been slaughtered by demonic cultivators in his childhood, could not accept sharing a woman with a demonic cultivator. Thus, he cleanly cut off his romantic ties and resolutely returned to the discipline hall, once again becoming the impartial and incorruptible hallmaster Pei. That senior sister named Li Ziqing did not appear in the later stages of the plot. According to Lin Xiru's personality, any woman around the man by her side would be a target for her attacks. Li Ziqing should not be left without a role. The missions of the disciplinary hall were notoriously dangerous throughout the sect, as they invariably involved confronting the most vicious and heinous criminals. Li Linglong might have met her untimely end while carrying out a mission for the disciplinary hall. Meeting someone for the first time today, you already know she might die in the future. This inevitably left Wanqing feeling a sense of desolation. Then, recalling that the Lingxu Sect still faced a great calamity of a demon invasion, where no one knew how many would perish, Wanqing felt even more acutely the unpredictability of life. It is evident that in the world of cultivation, only one's cultivation level can ensure that they won't suddenly die somewhere. Only cultivation and magical power are the true supports of a cultivator. Romantic attachments are nothing but stumbling blocks on the long and arduous path of immortality. Having grasped the crux of the matter, Wanqing felt as if a sudden enlightenment had dawned upon her, and her recently stabilized cultivation level surged upward once more. This was the first time Wanqing had ever experienced such a moment of epiphany. Back when she had the fake 5-element spiritual roots, she never received such treatment. But now, possessing top-grade 5-element spiritual roots and a delicate jade-like bone structure, she has already surpassed ordinary favored children of heaven. Coupled with the farming space, she certainly won't stop here. As long as one diligently cultivates and refines themselves, achieving enlightenment and ascending is not impossible. Suddenly filled with confidence, Wanqing continued her secluded cultivation. Bai Shui, who had been confined for a long time, was unwilling to comply. She scratched at the array flag barrier, demanding that Wanqing let her out. Staying in the farming space was simply too boring, even more boring than being in the sun and moon's secret realm. Where do you plan to go? How about I entrust you to the place where spirit beasts are raised? Within the Spirit Ruin sect, there was a dedicated area for raising spirit beasts, where disciples who owned such creatures would go to buy food for them or board them. Bai Shui shook her head, straightened up, and mimed the posture of carrying a slanted basket on her back. You're going to find me, Yunxi? Oh. Bai Shui nodded happily. Fine. Wanqing took out a pouch of spirit stones and hung it around Bai Shui's neck. When you get to Senior Brother Mu's place, don't cause any trouble for him. Her current appearance had changed too drastically to go out. It would be best to wait until she formed her golden core, then she could attribute the reason for her transformation to the golden core before venturing outside. Wanqing opened the formation and let Bai Shui out. Bai Shui trotted away on her short little legs, quickly disappearing from Wanqing's sight. Bai Shui was more than familiar with the path from Wanqing's cave dwelling to Mu Yunxi's. Before long, she spotted the familiar structure. Mu Yunxi was at that moment tending to her spirit herbs. Bai Shui walked over and affectionately rubbed against Mu Yunxi's hand, signaling for him to take down the storage pouch hanging around her neck. Mu Yunxi took the spirit stone pouch and asked Bai Shui with a smile, "Did your master entrust you to bring this to me?" Bai Shui nodded. Shaking the bag and hearing the sound of spirit stones clinking inside, Mu Yunxi looked knowingly at Bai Shui, who had already run off impatiently to play with the other animals. Looks like this little one's future food expenses. Wanqing was willing to entrust Bai Shui to him during her seclusion, and this realization that she had complete trust in him filled Mu Yunxi with great joy. However, he would have been even happier if she hadn't sent the spirit stones. Chapter 39. Triple Thunder Tribulation. The Thunder Tribulation of Immortal Cultivation is a trial that every cultivator in the Immortal Cultivation world must undergo after establishing their foundation, with each subsequent advancement. Within the Spirit Ruin sect, there were many cultivators, and encountering a lightning tribulation had long become a routine occurrence for them. The sky suddenly darkened, and roiling black clouds, like a ferocious beast, devoured the entire sky. Deafening thunderclaps rang out, like the beast's roar, shaking the earth. All the disciples within the sect looked up at the sky. Which immortal venerable is advancing? Such a grand spectacle. Are you blind? This is clearly 3 thunder tribulations colliding into one. When tribulation lightning collides, its power is amplified. These 3 have the worst luck imaginable. Their tribulations all fell on the same day. 2 core formation tribulations and 1 nascent soul tribulation. It's over. Those 2 at core formation will likely perish, body and soul. In the Bamboo Sea, Mu Yunxi looked up at the sky thick with dark clouds, shaking the folding fan in his hand with a click of his tongue in wonder. This scene is truly a once-in-a-century sight. Bai Shui, who was playing nearby, caught an unusual scent and ran off in the direction of Wanqing's cave dwelling. Seeing Bai Shui's movements and carefully examining the approximate positions of the three lightning tribulations, the smile on Mu Yunxi's face vanished, replaced by a grave expression. Has Wanqing formed her golden core? Realizing the situation was dire, Mu Yunxi dashed toward the direction of Wanqing's lightning tribulation. Damn it, Pei Wuqi. Couldn't he have formed his nascent soul at any other time? Why did it have to coincide with Wanqing's? Wanqing had neither a family nor a master. Though he was a disciple of the Lingxu Sect, his life was no different from that of a rogue cultivator. It was already no small feat that he had managed to achieve foundation establishment by sheer luck, and now, having barely formed his golden core, he had run straight into a nascent soul tribulation. The lightning tribulation was perilous enough on its own, but now it had been amplified by the attraction of a nascent soul stage tribulation. With no one to help him, Wanqing was as good as dead. Mu Yunxi's brow was nearly twisted into a permanent knot. At the foot of Thousand Blade Mountain, the sect leader stroked his beard, worrying about his disciple. Tell me, why is Siyu so unlucky? He just had to run into Pei Wuqi. Alright, stop worrying. We've already given him all the protective artifacts we could. Siyu made it through the sword-like gale winds of Thousand Blade Mountain. There's no reason he can't get past a mere core formation tribulation. Life and death in the cultivation world are unpredictable. The tribulation is simply a trial imposed by the heavenly Tao upon cultivators. The only thing they can do is do their best and leave the rest to fate. If anything truly untoward should happen, we can only blame his ill fortune. The sect leader was displeased. After all, he is my disciple. How can you speak such discouraging words? As the sect leader's spouse, Elder Shin knew his temperament well and quickly comforted him. All right, Siyu will surely be safe this time. Siyu's fortune is not bad, so rest assured. The sect leader nodded. Fine, your linen-clad physiognomy is the most formidable. I trust you. The binding infant tribulation was immense in scale, causing those nearby to retreat hastily. If they encountered it before reaching that level of cultivation, they would surely be injured or killed. Dark clouds churned, lightning flashed, and thunder roared. Lightning, gathering strength amidst the churning clouds, illuminated the vast sky. Pei Wuqi stood atop the mountain peak, his figure flickering in and out of view amidst the raging storm. His dark robes flapped loudly in the wind, as if merging with the heavens and the earth. He stood unmoving in the wind and rain, long spear in hand, his gaze firm and calm as spiritual energy surged around him. He had not expected that someone else would undergo their tribulation on the same day as him, but this was not the time to dwell on such thoughts. What mattered most now was the thunder tribulation looming above his head. Wanqing sat cross-legged on the mountaintop. She had been meditating here for nearly a year, all for this day, yet what she now saw made her scalp tingle. At first, she had thought that if she failed to form her golden core this time, she would spend over a decade nursing her injuries and consolidating her cultivation before trying again. After all, she was still young and had time. But looking at the current situation, she might only have this one chance. If this attempt fails, it will mean death, the end of her cultivation, and the complete annihilation of her soul. Wanqing formed hand seals, chanting incantations under her breath as a massive spirit summoning array materialized above her head, radiating a golden glow. Let's stack the buffs first. Wanqing tossed a storage pouch into the array disc above her head, which contained all the spirit plants she had grown in her farming space. The sacrificial spirit array instantly devoured the storage pouch, converting it into spiritual energy that dissipated into the heavens and earth, and Wanqing received the array's feedback in return. A layer of golden light enveloped Wanqing's entire body. He actually gave me a protective shield, though I have no idea how many lightning tribulations it can withstand. Wanqing's expression was grave. A shout was somewhat blurred by the howling wind, but Wanqing still heard it. Turning around, she saw Mu Yunxi and Bai Shui standing not far away, watching her with anxious expressions. The green robe on Mu Yunxi was tousled by the fierce wind as he pulled several jade bottles from his sleeve and tossed them over. Wanqing caught them, finding they were all healing and restorative pills. Wanqing accepted the pills and flashed a bright smile at Mu Yunxi, signaling him not to worry, then focused her attention on awaiting the descent of the thunder tribulation. Mu Yunxi could not help but worry. He cast spells to intercept the tribulation clouds in the sky, attempting to minimize the impact of the other two thunder tribulations on Wanqing's azure thunder tribulation. The winds and clouds shifted at the three sites of the tribulations, and under the gaze of the multitude, the first thunderbolt descended simultaneously. 3 dazzling bolts of lightning descended from the sky with lightning speed, as if heaven and earth itself were trembling. The purple bamboo sword hovered above Wanqing's head, charging toward the descending thunder tribulation. The two collided like meteors crashing together, sending powerful shockwaves spreading in all directions. After blocking the lightning tribulation for only a few seconds, the purple bamboo sword was sent flying backward, unable to withstand the tribulation's power, and the gradually intensifying lightning came crashing down. Spiritual energy gathered in her palm, and the ever-blooming flower tree by the cliff, stirred by the wood element's spiritual energy, formed a barrier above Wanqing, becoming her last line of defense against the lightning tribulation. Lightning struck the wooden shield, and the freshly sprouted branches instantly turned to ash, as the first thunder tribulation was successfully blocked. From this high vantage point, Wanqing could clearly see the other two thunder tribulations. At one side, sword light gleamed fiercely and sword energy crisscrossed, clearly indicating a sword cultivator undergoing their tribulation. The most imposing of all, the infant-forming thunder tribulation saw a pitch-black dragon formed of battle intent guarding the tribulation transcender, its crimson eyes fixed on the thunder tribulation in the sky, lightning flickering across its body. Clearly it had already blocked one strike of the tribulation. The onlookers marveled endlessly, as expected of senior brother Pei Wu, turning battle intent into a dragon unrivaled and peerless. That sword cultivator's swordsmanship is also extraordinary. He seems to be Qin Siyu, the new disciple taken in by the sect leader. The second thunder tribulation descended from the clouds as well. Wanqing used the spiritual energy around her to resist, and the lightning struck the protective barrier generated by the sacrificial spirit array before vanishing. Wanqing touched the protective barrier, not expecting the sacrificial spirit technique to be so effective this time, remaining completely intact after blocking a thunder tribulation. The protective barrier finally shattered directly during the fourth thunder tribulation, and Wanqing channeled the mountain spring within the cave dwelling to transform into a water form, directing the thunder tribulation into the ground. Bolts of heavenly tribulation fell one after another. Wanqing was also surrounded by quite a few outer sect disciples. As an outer sect disciple, to undergo tribulation alongside two inner sect disciples, this person's luck is truly poor. Being able to hold out until now is already quite impressive. Under normal circumstances, with this senior sister's abilities, after successfully forming her golden core and participating in the outer sect competition, she would have a great chance of being noticed by an inner sect elder and taken as a disciple. Though not as close as a personal disciple, it would at least count as having a backer. Now, I fear it's hard to say whether she'll live or die. Chapter 40, Entering the Golden Core Stage. Having forcibly withstood the seventh thunder tribulation, Wanqing was utterly exhausted. Wanqing's hair was disheveled, as if thoroughly tousled by the wind, her face etched with exhaustion, carrying a beauty on the verge of shattering. Her clothes were also tattered from the lightning tribulation, stained with dust and blood. Yet beneath this disheveled exterior, her skin was covered with blue-purple bruises left by lightning strikes, like a single crack appearing on delicate porcelain. Muyunshi, who had been standing closest to the thunder tribulation, could not make out Wanqing's expression, yet she caught every trace of determination and unwillingness in her eyes. In Muyunshi's heart, what attracted him most to Wanqing was her eyes, clear and bright, with a light in them that could illuminate his entire being. Wanqing had once told him that she possessed only the aptitude of 5 spiritual roots, yet she had spent 10 years rising from a menial disciple to the outer sect, and now, in just a few short years, had entered the core formation stage. The sweat and peril she had endured along the way were beyond the telling of outsiders. Even he could only see the tip of the iceberg. Earlier, he had complained to Wanqing about her constantly neglecting him. Perhaps at that time, she might even silently criticize him in her heart for being an armchair critic. Wanqing wiped the bloodstain from the corner of her mouth. Her lightning tribulation had been continuously increasing in power due to the influence of the nascent soul lightning tribulation. The calamity clouds above Thousand Blade Mountain, due to the unique environment of the mountain, had already separated and were no longer under the control of other lightning tribulations. Only Wanqing, the lightning tribulation farthest away, remained unable to break free from the influence of the nascent soul lightning tribulation. Wanqing ground her teeth. If she ever found out who had crossed into the nascent soul stage today, she would. But what could she really do? Once someone crossed into the nascent soul stage, they became a great nascent soul cultivator, while she didn't even know if she could make it to the golden core stage. The 8th thunder tribulation crashed down with a roar, leaving Wanqing with no choice but to unveil her final trump card. She took a deep breath, her brows and eyes resolute, her sleeves billowing as if stirred by a gust of wind. Sleeve Universe, collect. The sleeve universe, capable of containing all things in the world, Wanqing actually intended to use it to collect the thunder tribulation. The thunder tribulation aimed at Wanqing seemed to be drawn by a special attraction, hurtling straight toward her sleeve. Gritting her teeth, Wanqing struggled to maintain the space within her sleeve, preventing it from being shattered by the tribulation lightning. Finally, the world darkened, and Wanqing's billowing sleeve fell limp. The eighth thunder tribulation had vanished without a trace. The people around were greatly shocked. What's happening? What kind of divine power is this? It seems like the sleeve universe technique. Isn't that a portable storage pouch? Bullshit. The sleeve universe can contain all things in the world, and once perfected, it can even become a small world of its own. Very few people can master the sleeve universe technique. How could she possibly have obtained it from the library? Not only that, she just used the water escape technique, and she also took it from the library. Comparisons are odious. It seems she used some kind of spell at first, but I didn't get a clear look. Wanqing herself found it hard to believe that she had actually absorbed the thunder tribulation. Hearing the murmurs around her, she let out a bitter laugh. She had exhausted all her hidden cards to survive this tribulation. Worse still, because of the triple thunder tribulation, countless people had come to witness it, and from now on, her secrets would likely be known to all. Spirit summoning arts, escape techniques, and the sleeve universe. Though this girl is an outer disciple, her fortune is truly remarkable. If she can grow to maturity, she'll become a major asset. With the triple thunder tribulation being such a momentous event, how could the higher-ups of Lingxu Sect not pay attention? Several inner sect elders observing in secret all praised Wanqing's performance in glowing terms. Elder Shen slowly sipped his tea and said to the others, "I cannot see through her fate." The others' expressions turned solemn. There was someone even Elder Shen, the master of physiognomy, could not see through. Could it be that this woman's fate is unusual? Not at all. Elder Shen's lips curled into a kindly smile. The masters of Ma-yi physiognomy do not practice divination for themselves, nor for those of the same lineage. I suspect she has studied Ma-yi physiognomy. The elders were all shrewd individuals. How could they fail to grasp Elder Shen's meaning? Elder Shen possessed a unique divine ability, the art of the hemp robe physiognomy. It was precisely because Elder Shen saw Lin Xiru at a glance and deemed her a person of profound fortune that he recommended her to the sect leader, who then entrusted Lin Xiru to Immortal Lord Lingyuan for personal instruction. All along, she had yearned to find a suitable disciple to inherit her legacy. However, the art of physiognomy is difficult to master. Even though the Tao Companion, as the sect leader, has searched through many disciples within the sect, they have yet to find a satisfactory apprentice. Now that they have finally encountered a candidate who pleases Elder Shen, they will surely cherish and protect him like a precious treasure. The Outer Sect Grand Competition hasn't even begun yet, and Elder Shen already has his heart set on someone. Ha ha. Then let us offer our congratulations in advance to Elder Shen for finding a worthy disciple. Ha 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 ha. It's still too early to say that. Let's see if she can safely survive today's ordeal. Elder Shen replied with a slightly restrained smile. Wanqing was completely unaware of the secret discussions the inner sect elders were having about her, nor did she know that after the outer sect grand competition, she might well gain a master. At present, she was wholeheartedly preparing to face the ninth tribulation thunder, for among the thunder tribulations, the ninth was the most unique. It requires the cultivator to withstand it with their physical body. If they cannot endure it, their Tao foundation will be damaged and their core formation will fail. If they survive it, the lightning tribulation will heal the injuries sustained by the tribulation crosser, using the power of the tribulation to nourish the cultivator in return. Wanqing took out the healing pills and rejuvenation pills that Mu Yunxi had given her, swallowing them all in one gulp with a boldness that made it seem as if she hadn't eaten in 3 days. But she really hadn't eaten in a long time. The final thunder tribulation arrived as promised. Mu Yunxi clutched tightly at Bai Shue's fur, even pulling out a few strands. He had never been this nervous even when facing his own tribulation. Wanqing stood atop the mountain peak, filthy all over, her clothes tattered and stained with blood, her face smeared with ash. Her body trembled slightly, as fragile as a dying candle in the wind. After a long while, Wanqing finally made a move. She slowly turned around, offered a faint smile to Mu Yunxi, then raised her hand, extending 2 fingers in a victory sign. Although Mu Yunxi had no idea what Wanqing's gesture actually meant, he clearly understood her intention. He quickly scooped up the leaping white snow and brought it back, saying softly, "Your master's most urgent need right now is to strengthen his foundation and nurture his vitality. He has no time to play with you." Though the words that came out of his mouth were reproachful, the smile at the corner of Mu Yunxi's lips did not diminish in the slightest. "Be good now. Once your master has recovered, he will naturally play with you again." Ha ha, good. It was a close call in the end. The other intersect elders cupped their hands in congratulations to Elder Shen. This woman has an extraordinary temperament, facing danger without fear. If Elder Shen hadn't spoken up, I would definitely have competed for her. In the shadows, Elder Shin grew more pleased with Wanqing the longer he watched, feeling she was a fine disciple bestowed upon him by heaven. Wanqing's tribulation clouds gradually dissipated, but the onlookers did not leave, for the nascent soul stage lightning tribulation had not yet concluded. Chapter 41. The Heart-Questioning Tribulation. The final stage of the nascent soul thunder tribulation is the heart-questioning tribulation. If one fails to pass it, there is a high chance of falling into demonic possession. Pei Wuqi, holding a long spear, stepped into the illusion. Before him stretched an endless darkness, like a bottomless abyss. Yet, on the horizon, a strange blood-red fiery cloud appeared, adding a touch of mystery and an ominous atmosphere to the entire scene. In this illusion, the village of rammed earth houses was eerily quiet, with no trace of human presence, yet it exuded a sense of peace and tranquility. Young Pei, time to eat. Where have you run off to play again? Suddenly, a warm voice rang out, breaking the village's silence. The sounds of water, wind, chickens, ducks, fish, geese, and birds rose and fell in succession, while wisps of cooking smoke drifted up from every chimney. Pei Wuqi turned his head and saw a kindly auntie standing not far away, smiling at him. Pei Wuqi did not move, but a small child ran over, holding a lively, jumping fish in his hands. Though the child's clothes were tattered, he did not appear frail. "Auntie, these are the fish I caught. They're for you." He handed the fish to his aunt, his eyes filled with sincerity and gratitude. Auntie smiled and shook her head, saying, "What would I do with something from a child like you? Keep it and raise it yourself at home. Put it away properly and come straight to my house for dinner." Xiaodong nodded a little sheepishly. "Thank you, Auntie," he said softly, his eyes reddening. Auntie patted his head and said gently, "You're such a child who thinks too much, always being so considerate. That brat of mine, when he hears it's time to eat, he's like a pig runs faster than anyone else. Only you're still dawdling. Go on now, remember to come to my place for dinner." Xiaodong nodded vigorously. Pei Wuqi lost both parents in childhood and was raised on the kindness of the entire village, where every person was family to him. "Jinx, come out and play." A clear, crisp shout shattered the village's tranquility. A sturdy, spirited boy stood at the village entrance, yelling loudly at the dilapidated door. "You little brat, where did you learn that word? Haven't had a beating in days, and your skin's itching for it." A furious shout rang out, followed by a middle-aged man stepping out of the house, holding a wooden stick with a blackened tip, likely one used for stoking the fire. Dad, I was wrong. I heard it from the folks in town. That kid Pei doesn't have a name, so I just thought I'd give him a nickname." The boy begged for mercy in terror. "You think a brat like you, still wet behind the ears, gets to take a number? I say you're just asking for a beating." The middle-aged man raised a wooden stick and brought it down on the boy's bottom. Don't hit me. Boo-hoo, I'm sorry, boo-hoo-hoo." The boy cried his eyes out, enough to stir pity in anyone's heart. Seeing this, the middle-aged man had no choice but to put down the wooden stick and said helplessly, "All right, go play." Pei Wuqi, standing nearby, heard someone speaking in his ear. "Hatred? They have wronged no one. It is heaven that is unjust. It is the skies that are blind. It's you, the lone star of doom. You killed them. You killed them." His village was a mortal settlement nestled within the cultivation world, where no cultivators lived, and its safety relied entirely on the surrounding sect. On the night the demonic cultivators slaughtered the village, that sect, fearing the demonic cultivators, did not come. After that night, he often thought that if only his village had been built in the mortal world, he would have been willing to grow up ordinary in an ordinary village. "Father, Mother, where are you? Don't kill me, I'm just a mortal. It is your blessing to be used as sacrifices for the venerable nether abyss. Please, don't kill me." No one knew that this memory had been lurking deep within his heart, following him like a shadow. A pitch-black figure clung to Pei Wuqi. "Save us, with your current cultivation, save us. Kill them all." His nostalgic gaze swept over every brick and tile in the village. Pei Wuqi tightened his grip on the spear in his hand. "This blood feud I will never forget in this lifetime. I swear by demonic cultivation to honor my fellow villagers. Dwelling on the past will not last forever." As Pei Wuqi's voice faded, the surrounding scenery began to blur. His tone grew heavy. "I will come to pay my respects to you all." The illusion fell back into darkness. Pei Wuqi's gaze was resolute as he awaited the continuation of the heart-questioning tribulation. The scene shifted once more. A cliff abruptly appeared, and Pei Wuqi stood at its base. Petals from the flowering tree atop the cliff drifted down, scattering across the ground. What was once an ordinary tree now shed a carpet of petals, rendering the entire scene dreamlike and hazy. Looking at this familiar scene, Pei Wuqi's body stiffened. He instinctively stepped back, then remembered that this was the heart-questioning tribulation of the nascent infant stage, and stopped. Pei Wuqi stood motionless at the foot of the mountain for a long time. The illusion, aside from scattering flower petals, made no further move. Pei Wuqi understood that the illusion wanted him to go over there himself. Pei Wuqi's expression was somewhat tense as he entered that familiar cave dwelling. He knew what lay inside, and he knew the effect she had on him, but he had to face it. Passing through the familiar mountain path, Pei Wuqi once again heard the pattering sound of water. He stopped in his tracks once more. This isn't right. Pei Wuqi tried to reason with the illusion. It's not that I'm afraid I won't be able to endure it. But I have already offended that young lady once. Pei Wuqi's ears reddened as he spoke, evidently recalling what had happened before. Now, still being in this illusion, indulging in fantasies, that is not the conduct of a gentleman. In any case, you are ultimately not her. If you truly wish to test me, you could take on someone else's form. If I were to offend her again, how could I face her once we leave? The sound of water in the cave stopped. Pei Wuqi let out a long sigh of relief. He was serious. Miss Yu carried yellow powder on her person, clearly unwilling for others to notice her appearance. He had merely caught a glimpse of a beauty bathing by chance, and now he was about to relive it in a fantasy, truly shameless beyond measure. Haha, you're quite an interesting one. A light laugh interrupted Pei Wuqi's thoughts. A seductive beauty in red robes, with a naturally alluring charm, spoke. If she won't do, then how about this humble one, young master? Pei Wuqi matched each disciple in the sect one by one, and upon finding that none of them bore a resemblance to the woman, he nodded. Agreed. The seductive beauty's enchanting smile cracked for an instant before reappearing. The enchanting beauty idly toyed with her hair, a seductive sweetness wafting through the air. She approached with graceful, captivating movements, every gesture dripping with allure. Yet Pei Wuqi remained unmoved. The seductive beauty inwardly complained, trying to seduce a man who already had someone in his heart, and being told not to use the appearance of his lover, with constant talk about how it would be offensive. Wasn't he just afraid he couldn't control himself? Just now he didn't even dare to come in, and now that he's changed his appearance, he's acting like a man of unwavering virtue, untouched by temptation. It was born with a bewitching charm, and during the heart trial tribulation, it had tested all kinds of cultivators under heaven, yet this was the first time it had encountered someone like this. Chapter 42. The Seductress Questions Love. The seductress leaned against Pei Wuqi, pressing down with force, directly pinning him to the ground. The moment Pei Wuqi fell, the surrounding scene shifted, and the mountain spring pool, now growing familiar from his memories, enveloped him. The demon had also transformed into Wanqing's appearance, just as he had looked when they first met. Senior brother, why have you barged in again? The seductress, pressing down on Pei Wuqi, wore Wanqing's appearance, clad only in a disheveled white robe that had been splashed with water into a translucent state, vaguely outlining her graceful figure. Wanqing sat atop Pei Wuqi, laughing with a vivid, alluring charm, and Pei Wuqi's mind went instantly blank. Her jade-like fingers traced from Pei Wuqi's cheek down to his Adam's apple, whispering in his ear, "You've done this once before, and now again. Could it be that senior brother has become addicted? How about I show senior brother a thing or two?" Wanqing's voice was full of temptation, impossible to resist. Pei Wuqi knew clearly that the person before him was not her, merely an illusion, yet as the scene replayed, he still couldn't help being utterly captivated by the figure in the water. Watching Pei Wuqi's distracted demeanor, the seductive demoness chuckled smugly, leaning closer while reaching out to loosen the already loosely tied sash around her waist. Pei Wuqi tightened his grip on her sash, his tone resolute and his expression determined. "If I desire something, I will claim it myself. I will not indulge in illusions." As his voice faded, Pei Wuqi found the scene before him empty. Where was the illusion now? Before him lay a vast mountain ridge. He had returned to reality. Pei Wuqi only felt a slight dampness in his palms. He secretly counted himself lucky. Had the illusion continued any longer, he feared he truly would have been deceived. Pei Wuqi successfully advanced to the nascent soul stage, and the sect leader's disciple, Qin Siyu, also smoothly reached the golden core stage. In comparison, an outer disciple's advancement was like a fish slipping into water, not a single ripple stirred. "Master, why can't I form my golden core even now?" Lin Xiru crouched at the feet of Immortal Lord Lingyuan, acting spoiled. During his meditation practice, Immortal Lord Lingyuan slightly parted his thin lips and said, "Temper the mind." Lin Xiru did not care about the answer she received from her master. She simply wanted to act coquettishly with him. Moreover, having cultivated the harmony heart technique in the sun and moon's secret realm, she could achieve advancement with ease as long as she found the right man. In Lin Xiru's view, the most suitable man was none other than her master. Ever since becoming a disciple of Spirit Abyss Immortal Lord, she had heard countless legends about her master from her senior fellow apprentices in the sect. What number one handsome man in the cultivation world? the cultivator most desired for dual cultivation in the cultivation world. Moreover, from these legends she also learned one thing: her master had already reached the Mahayana stage, yet his primordial yang remained intact. That was the primordial yang of the Mahayana stage. Lin Xiru couldn't believe how many levels she would advance if she were to obtain it. Nevertheless, in Lin Xiru's view, seducing her master's primordial yang was merely a bonus. Dragging someone like him down from his pedestal and making him utterly infatuated with her from then on was already enough to bring her joy. Lin Xiru sidled closer to Lord Lingyuan, only to be driven back by the terrifying chill emanating from him. Master, when exactly will I be allowed to leave? My confinement period ended long ago, and it's so boring up on the mountain. There's no need to rush in winning over the master. With fellow cultivators of the same generation advancing, Lin Xiru, who had always been lax in her cultivation attitude, began to feel anxious. Once she fell behind in her practice, those who envied her would surely gossip about her behind her back in ways she couldn't imagine. She wouldn't give those people the chance to tarnish her reputation. So Lin Xiru planned to go out and find a suitable man to resolve this issue. To a cultivator like Ji Lingyuan, who had lived for 10,000 years without noticing the passage of time, Lin Xiru's confinement was nothing more than the blink of an eye. Really? Lin Xiru ran out joyfully. Back when he first entered the world of cultivation, his master never kept him confined, allowing him to roam freely across the lands, and his teaching relied entirely on the disciple's own comprehension. In Ji Lingyuan's view, even those mental techniques and divine abilities were something he could grasp at a glance. What could there possibly be to find puzzling? Thus, even though Immortal Lord Lingyuan had clearly seen that Lin Xiru's temperament still needed refinement, he did not stop her from going out. Lin Xiru set her sights on the nascent soul stage. Cultivators at the golden core stage were of little use to her, who had already reached the late foundation establishment stage. Moreover, a man who loses his primal yang before reaching the nascent soul stage will have his future cultivation affected. Many cultivators who pursue the great Tao only consider finding a Tao partner after reaching the nascent soul stage. However, most people do not take the harm of losing primal yang to heart. In their view, this harm can be compensated for by dual cultivating a few more times. Dying beneath the peony blossoms is a romantic fate even as a ghost. A long life spent walking alone is far too lonely. The discipline hall was brightly lit at this hour, with many people gathered to congratulate Pei Wuqi on his advancement to the nascent soul stage. After this promotion, Pei Wuqi was all but guaranteed to become the future head of the discipline hall. His status was now far above that of ordinary elders, and the sect's disciples could no longer address him as senior brother. A black crow flew out of the precepts hall, a letter tied to its leg, and soared all the way to the bamboo sea of the outer sect. After finally forming your golden core, the first thing you do is come here for a rest. How has junior sister Yu, once such a dedicated ascetic, grown so lax? Mu Yunxi emerged from the bamboo pavilion, carrying a pot of spirit tea. Wanqing lay sprawled on a lounge chair by the bamboo grove stream, eyes closed in repose. Snow White was curled up on her stomach, and she idly stroked the cat's thick tail. She drawled lazily in agreement. Yeah, I've given up. Slacking off? That's an interesting term, and quite fitting too. Mu Yunxi set down the teapot. But I don't quite believe it. He had seen Wanqing's obsessive dedication to cultivation. Even most sword cultivators could hardly match it. Anyway, I won't be going into seclusion anytime soon. The existence of the exquisite jade bones greatly alleviated Wanqing's cultivation pressure, yet Wanqing, who had not taken a break in over 20 years since her transmigration, planned to slack off for a while. But unfortunately, just as you're coming out of seclusion, I'm about to go into mine. Mu Yunxi sat down beside Wanqing and dropped this bombshell without warning. Wanqing quickly sat up straight and looked at Mu Yunxi. You're about to form your nascent soul. Mu Yunxi nodded. About a year. Having said that, Mu Yunxi took a sip of tea, his eyelids drooping. Wanqing has grown increasingly captivating, and who knows how many hearts she will stir in the future. His cultivation has not yet reached the nascent soul stage, so he cannot seek a Tao companion. If you keep working in fits and starts, you'll only end up watching Wanqing end up with someone else. Then I'll use tea in place of wine, and wish my senior brother a triumphant victory. Wanqing raised her teacup and clinked it against Mu Yunxi's. The teacups clinked with a strange sound. The two of them looked up in unison, and saw a black crow perched on the bamboo in front of Mu Yunxi's door. That looks like a crow from the precept hall, Wanqing said uncertainly. Mu Yunxi opened the barrier, and the black crow flew over to land on his arm. He took out the note tied to its leg, opened it to read, then released the crow. It's a friend of mine who wants me to attend his promotion banquet. It couldn't be that nascent soul cultivator who went through the tribulation with me, could it? Chapter 43. Preparing for the outer sect competition. His name is Pei Wuqi. Since he works in the discipline hall and often gets injured, he's also a regular customer of mine. After a few visits back and forth, we got to know each other. Mu Yunxi destroyed the note. Pei Wuqi. Mentioning him made Yuanqing recall the time he barged into her cave dwelling. Mu Yunxi noticed Yuanqing's unusual expression. Has junior sister had dealings with him? Not long ago, he came to my cave dwelling to search it. The yellow powder I used to wipe my face fell off, and he picked it up. It seemed he suspected I was a demonic cultivator, but he didn't find anything and left. Yuanqing concealed the minor incident and recounted the events to Mu Yunxi. I see. But Mu Yunxi's eyes told him that it was not merely that. Originally, I planned to stay and keep Wanqing company, but now it seems I have to go and meet our newly appointed Hall Master Pei. Mu Yunxi looked at Yuanqing with a beaming smile and asked, Wanqing, would you like to come with me? Yuanqing felt a prickling sensation on her scalp, unable to understand why Mu Yunxi was smiling so strangely. She shook her head and said, no, there are too many people at the banquet, and I don't like it. Moreover, although this wasn't in the plot, she was certain the female lead would definitely go. With her current shoddy disguise, it was better not to show up in front of the female lead. Only after hearing Yuanqing's refusal did Mu Yunxi's smile become much more genuine. Then what are your plans, junior sister? You wouldn't go off and have fun without me after I leave, would you? I don't have that kind of leisure. Yuanqing said seriously, the outer sect competition is in a year, and I plan to give it a try. Mu Yunxi laughed heartily. Who was it just now who said they were going to slack off? The grand competition is in a year, so you're probably going to be running around like crazy this year. Yuanqing sighed. Outer disciples who had reached the late stage of foundation establishment could participate in the outer sect competition, and those who performed exceptionally well would be noticed by inner sect elders and taken on as disciples. In truth, with Wanqing's cultivation at the golden core stage, she already possessed the strength to serve as a guest elder in other sections. To a certain extent, cultivators who had reached the golden core level no longer needed a master. In the distant past, outer disciples of the Spirit Void sect who reached the golden core stage had only 3 choices. First, they could go to a relatively weaker sect to serve as a guest elder. Such individuals would typically gradually sever ties with the Spirit Void sect over time, eventually completely separating from it. Accepting an assignment from the Spirit Void sect to guard a certain location usually meant being sent to places overrun by demonic beasts, barren and perilous, where one would endure hardship and toil and might even lose their life. Third, becoming an outer sect elder responsible for teaching and managing outer sect disciples. This was undoubtedly a good path, but how many people could it actually accommodate? Thus, most outer disciples chose the first path upon reaching the golden core stage, directly leading to a severe drain of the outer sect's main combat strength. The once renowned Lingxu Sect's outer sect has become a blood bank for other sects. It was also to avoid the wasteful loss of talents among the outer disciples that the Spirit Void sect regularly held the outer sect grand competition. This allowed the inner sect elders to look among the late foundation establishment and already golden core disciples to see if there was anyone they fancied, keeping as many as they could. Those who enter the inner sect through the outer gate competition can enjoy the same resources and treatment as inner sect disciples and may even, like Pei Wuqi, become high-ranking officials in the Lingxu Sect in the future. This is far more comfortable than serving as a guest elder in other sects. The only downside might be that the bond with his nominal master was not particularly close. The outer disciples who chose to participate in the outer sect competition did not care which inner sect elder their master was, but instead placed their bets more on the Lingxu Sect itself. Over time, the inner sect elders also tasted the sweetness. Not only did they gain a nearly fully grown disciple for free, but it also provided assistance to their own cherished personal disciples. It could be described as killing 2 birds with 1 stone. However, participating in the outer sect grand competition also had its requirements. First, you needed to have enough task points in the task hall, proving that you hadn't been idling away in the Lingxu Sect's outer sect, but were genuinely committed to staying in the sect. Similarly, Yuanqing's desire to join the grand competition wasn't because she had set her sights on becoming that elder's disciple at all costs. She was also placing her bet on that group of people in the Lingxu Sect. The glory of the Lingxu Sect was already evident in the original text, with wave after wave of people ascending to immortality. Moreover, even if an outer disciple entered the inner sect, they could still serve as a guest elder in other sects and receive offerings. However, such a disciple could no longer serve as a guest elder while being completely separated from the Lingxu Sect. Because you have a master right here. Yuanqing covered her face with her hands. I thought that after reaching the golden core stage I could rest for a while, but it turns out I'm just born to be a workhorse. She had only done the Sun and Moon's Secret Realm mission once, so her mission points were definitely insufficient. She would probably have to work nonstop at the mission hall for the next year. It seemed that Wanqing wouldn't be considering the matter of a cultivation partner anytime soon. Most cultivators her age were just beginning to experience the stirrings of love, so why did Wanqing act like a block of wood? Mu Yunxi felt both relieved and exhausted. If you're really going on a mission, you absolutely must come on the day I form my nascent soul and undergo my tribulation. Mu Yunxi's expression was serious. Wanqing nodded. All right. If you don't come, Mu Yunxi threatened, then when you return, you'll see a pastor senior brother who failed his heart tribulation and fell into demonic cultivation, constantly muttering in your ear about why you didn't come, why you didn't come. Mu Yunxi drew closer and closer, his expression mournful like a ghost. Wanqing quickly raised 2 fingers to swear. I swear to heaven, as long as you give me a reminder when you send the letter, I'll definitely be there. Mu Yunxi tapped Wanqing on the head. I'll send you a letter when the time comes. You must come. All right, I'll head to the discipline hall first. It wouldn't be polite to keep them waiting. After Mu Yunxi left, Wanqing actually encountered a black crow from the discipline hall on her way back. It had come looking for her. It turned out to be an invitation to attend today's banquet at the discipline hall, but Wanqing had no interest in banquets. She accepted the note, released the black crow, and left. She had no intention of going whatsoever. The usually somber and oppressive hall of precepts was brightly lit today. Pushing open the door, a faint scent of blood mixed with sandalwood wafted toward them. The group entered the room together, only to see several exquisitely carved black wooden round tables arranged in a row in the center, surrounded by a few antique chairs. Black curtains hung on the walls, adding a touch of martial severity. An exquisite chandelier descended from the ceiling, casting a cold, sharp light. I never imagined that one day I would see the disciplinary hall decorated like this. Pei Wuqi's stewardship of the disciplinary hall is widely anticipated, and now that he has successfully reached the nascent soul stage, he is no longer on the same level as us. In the dignified and ancient hall, candlelight flickered and incense filled the air as cultivators, adorned in resplendent attire, took their seats beside a banquet laden with delicacies. The musicians gently plucked the strings, producing melodious tunes, while the dancers gracefully twirled in the center, their lithe figures a breathtaking sight. Senior Sisterly has truly arranged Senior Brother's banquet so splendidly, she must have put great thought into it. Even the members of the discipline hall were full of praise for the event. Li Ziqing smiled modestly. I often host these events in my family. It's just a small effort on my part. She sent a black crow to invite Wanqing, knowing that if she dared to come, an outer disciple would only humiliate herself at the banquet. After that day, Li Ziqing also conducted a thorough investigation into Wanqing, only to find that she was a legitimate member of the Lingxu Sect, having grown up under its protection since childhood. Having become a traitor himself, there was no way Wanqing could be an undercover agent. Li Ziqing inwardly cursed herself for her recklessness, which had ruined the good impression she had made on Pei Wuqi. She was also wary of Pei Wuqi's special treatment toward Wanqing and decided to teach her a lesson today. Chapter 44, From Friend to Rival in Love. What a rare sight. I thought you'd stay lazy forever, never expecting you'd actually want to go into seclusion for cultivation. Pei Wuqi looked at Mu Yunxi, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. I never expected that after not seeing him for a while, this person would have changed so much. Am I that rare? Then you must be even rarer. Look at the scene, you've even thrown a banquet. That's really not like your usual style. Anyone who didn't know might think you're looking for a cultivation partner. Mu Yunxi's lips curled slightly, a faint, ambiguous smile playing on her face as she spoke. Noticing the fleeting unnatural expression on Pei Wuqi's face, Mu Yunxi raised an eyebrow slightly. It was suggested by my colleagues from the disciplinary hall. Since we'll be working together in the future, it wouldn't be appropriate to refuse outright, Pei Wuqi explained lightly. All right, since that's the case, let's hurry up and go, so we don't keep them waiting anxiously. The two of them walked together toward the banquet hall. Amid the eager anticipation of the crowd, the protagonists of the banquet finally appeared. 2 handsome and dashing cultivators slowly approached, like 2 beams of bright light, illuminating the entire indoor venue. Huh, who's that person behind Senior Brother Pei? I've never seen him before, someone asked curiously. You don't know him? You're really lucky then, which means you've never suffered any serious injuries. Senior Brother Mu is the best medical cultivator in the entire Lingxu Sect. He usually lives a reclusive life among the outer disciples and isn't well known, but with his medical skills that can bring the dead back to life and regrow flesh from bones, even the inner disciples hold him in great respect. Then why doesn't he come to the inner gate? To each his own, I suppose. Many elders within the sect wanted to keep him, and it was even said that one elder introduced him to his own daughter, hoping to pair them as cultivation partners. But this man had his sights set too high, and it didn't work out. The crowd murmured among themselves, and the level of discussion about Mu Yunxi was surprisingly no less than that about Pei Wuqi. Unexpectedly, this Mu Yunxi actually had some real skill. Having finally been allowed down the mountain by her master, and upon hearing that Pei Wuqi was hosting a nascent soul feast, Lin Sairu simply couldn't miss it and arrived early. Dressed to the nines as she made her entrance, everyone present began to flock around her. Confirming that her charm remained undiminished, not even slightly dulled by her confinement, Lin Sairu beamed with a radiant smile. Having cultivated the art of union, Lin Sairu now exuded an extra touch of allure compared to before. Congratulations on your successful advancement, senior brother Pei. I have come specially to offer my congratulations. Lin Sairu approached gracefully. You. Pei Wuqi still had some recollection of Lin Sairu. Now that your confinement is over, do you recognize your mistakes? A faint smile froze on Lin Sairu's face. Even her master hadn't asked if she knew she was wrong. Why was this person so meddlesome? Thanks to my senior brother's guidance, this junior sister already knows her mistake. Lin Sairu pouted, feigning pitifulness. She had come to the banquet fully confident she could win over Pei Wuqi, but his single remark left her feeling uncertain. This seems like a blockhead who hasn't woken up yet. Pei Wuqi's voice was low and flat. It's good that you know your mistake. Don't do it again next time. Li Ziqing hadn't expected that Wanqing would fail to show up, foiling her plans. Yet she soon discovered that, even without Wanqing, there was still Lin Sairu. Lin Sairu's reputation was well known to her, a famed beauty within the inner sect. In the past, she had been too busy with matters of the discipline hall to pay attention, but now it seemed Lin Sairu had been playing her cards quite shrewdly. I won't dare, I won't dare. Lin Sairu waved her hands repeatedly, lowering her head to fiddle with the ornament at her waist. Master finally agreed to let me out. I wouldn't dare to offend again. Lin Sairu's mention of master caused the anger that had already risen in Li Ziqing to subside. Lin Sairu's master was the immortal Lord Lingyuan. As long as the immortal Lord Lingyuan stood behind her, no one in the Lingxu Sect dared to openly oppose her. Li Ziqing bit her fingernails. It's fine. As long as senior brother Pei remains unmoved, even if she looks like a celestial beauty, it's useless. Thinking of this, Li Ziqing was reminded of the woman who had made Pei Wuqi act out of character. If I can't handle Lin Sairu, can't I still handle you? The first person to step forward was met with a cold reception, and the others, who had initially thought Pei Wuqi would be in a good mood after his advancement, exchanged a few pleasantries before taking their seats. Mu Yunxi sat behind the table, watching Li Ziqing bustle around Pei Wuqi, who remained completely unmoved. All her flirtatious glances were wasted on a blind man. He didn't even notice that two beauties were vying to show him favor. So who was it that caused the wavering in his heart when he mentioned the Dao companion earlier? Brother Wuqi. Mu Yunxi picked up his teacup. For this seclusion of mine, I hope Brother Wuqi could do me a favor. Just say the word. The banquet was crowded and full of watchful eyes. Pei Wuqi understood Mu Yunxi's concerns and cast a soundproof barrier around the two of them. I've recently come to know a junior sister with a rather unique personality. Mu Yunxi's ears gradually turned red. Pei Wuqi, who also had someone in his heart, immediately understood the relationship between Mu Yunxi and the shimmy she mentioned. Her? She seems aloof, but she's actually someone who can't stand being idle. I'm afraid something might happen to her while I'm in seclusion, so I was hoping Brother Wuqi could help look after her a bit. Mu Yunxi's face flushed red, looking rather embarrassed. Pei Wuqi frowned in thought for a moment before refusing. Since she's your beloved, you should take care of her yourself. If you're truly worried, you can ask a senior sister for help. Pei Wuqi was now eager to pursue love, and had no time to look after a woman for his friend. Oh right, I haven't mentioned it yet. Mu Yunxi looked at Pei Wuqi with eyes like lightning. Her name is Wanqing. Those 3 words struck Pei Wuqi's heart like a heavy hammer, a thunderbolt from a clear sky that shattered his reason into pieces, leaving his eyes vacant and lifeless as he stood there in a daze, utterly stunned. The wine glass in his hand began to tremble, cracks forming on its surface. Pei Wuqi's expression was completely laid bare in Mu Yunxi's eyes, bewildered, bitter, and utterly incredulous. Mu Yunxi lowered his head to drink tea, relieved that he had acted first to solidify his relationship with Wanqing in front of Pei Wuqi. That way, he wouldn't dare to covet his friend's woman. Pei Wuqi sat motionless there, and it was a long while before Mu Yunxi heard him speak in a hoarse voice. When did you, junior brother Mu, come to know that woman? He had only just spoken his name, and already his address had become so distant. Junior brother Mu? It seems that Wanqing holds a significant place in his heart. But from what Wanqing said, the two should have only met once. What exactly happened during that encounter? Thinking this way did not prevent Mu Yunxi from putting on a deeply devoted act in front of Pei Wuqi. The first time I met Wanqing was on the day she first entered the outer sect. At that time, she had just come out of the Shirong realm and, aside from her cultivation, couldn't even use the light body technique properly. She fell off the mountain. I happened to be at the foot of the mountain and caught her. Thinking back on it now, it was truly heaven's way of granting a wish. Listening to Mu Yunxi's words, Pei Wuqi struggled to restrain himself, trying to calm his emotions, but it only made him more restless and uneasy, as if a heavy stone was pressing on his chest, making it hard to breathe. Mu Yunxi actually had a prior connection with junior sister Yu. Should I just give up? Chapter 45. Meeting under the moon. I suddenly remembered I have something to attend to, so I'll take my leave now. With that, Pei Wuqi stood up, his movements crisp and decisive, as if turning and leaving without a trace of reluctance. Yet, the silhouette of his departing figure betrayed an indescribable loneliness. Everyone at the banquet watched helplessly as Pei Wuqi departed, exchanging bewildered glances with faces full of surprise and confusion. How could the host leave in the middle of the banquet? What on earth was going on? Everyone couldn't help but feel a surge of various speculations in their hearts. Mu Yunxi silently watched Pei Wuqi's gradually receding figure, a hint of regret flickering in his eyes. He knew well that Pei Wuqi was not the kind of person who would be easily crushed by emotions, but at the same time, he understood that this blow was indeed significant for Pei Wuqi. He sincerely hoped that Pei Wuqi could pull himself together again and find his own happiness. Even so, Mu Yunxi couldn't help but sigh inwardly. It would probably be difficult for anyone else to surpass Wanqing. At this moment, Li Ziqing was also gazing at Pei Wuqi's retreating figure, her heart filled with astonishment. She simply could not understand why senior brother Pei, who was usually so composed and courteous, would behave so rudely today. Filled with questions, Li Ziqing followed without hesitation, also leaving the banquet hall. The night grew deeper, and a chill gradually crept through the air, as if it could pierce through clothing and seep into the skin. Pei Wuqi stood silently at the edge of the corridor outside the discipline hall, his throat feeling as if blocked by an invisible mass, making it difficult for him to breathe smoothly. A surge of irritation welled up in his heart like a tide, leaving him feeling unusually restless and uneasy. Why? Pei Wuqi murmured to himself, his voice tinged with a bitterness that betrayed his inability to comprehend. His gaze grew deep and somber, concealing endless sorrow and confusion. He couldn't help but recall the events that had transpired before, his heart filled with regret and self-reproach. If only he could have done it a little earlier. Yet reality mercilessly pushed him into a dilemma, leaving him at a complete loss. He really didn't want to give up. After a brief moment of thought, Pei Wuqi's figure suddenly vanished, as if melting into the night. Arriving a step too late, Li Ziqing could only watch helplessly as Pei Wuqi disappeared before her eyes. All that remained in her line of sight was the empty outer corridor. She bit her lip tightly, her heart filled with unease. Could he have gone to see that woman? Li Ziqing couldn't help but wonder. After all this time of her relentless pursuit of him, could it really be that she still couldn't compare to the bond he shared with that woman from just a single encounter? In truth, Li Ziqing knew full well that Pei Wuqi had only ever regarded her as a colleague working alongside him. It was her own persistent efforts to show him favor, combined with her vigilant guarding against anyone else who might approach him, that had created the illusion that everyone in the discipline hall saw them as a pair. Li Ziqing summoned her flying sword and sped toward the place she had long since memorized. At the same time, she silently prayed in her heart, hoping that she would not see Pei Wuqi's figure there. Otherwise, she would truly be unable to withstand such a blow and would completely collapse. What was Wanqing doing at this moment? She was admiring herself in the mirror within her own cave dwelling, a rare moment of vanity. Even now, she had not fully adapted to the changes the farming space had wrought upon her appearance, though she clearly knew that this face of hers was likely to cause her trouble in the future. Yet Wanqing couldn't help but admire it. All the world flocks to beauty, and who wouldn't wish to be more attractive? Wanqing considered herself just an ordinary person, but she still yearned for beauty. But this longing had to give way to her path of immortality. Looking at the face before her now, Wanqing felt that she might develop a new hobby for grooming and dressing up in the future. Suddenly, the formation flag emitted a chime indicating someone had arrived. Wanqing wondered to herself, who would come looking for her when it was already this late? Could it be Brother Mu? Thinking this, Wanqing did not apply yellow powder to her freshly cleansed face and simply got up and went out. Actually, she had already figured it out, whether she wore makeup or not made no difference in Mu Yunxi's eyes. After they became close, she had gone without makeup several times, and Mu Yunxi never said a word, as if he already knew she looked like this naturally. She had no idea how he could tell. Pastor brother, why have you come at night? Only after clearly seeing the visitor's face did Wanqing realize it wasn't Mu Yunxi. Though the features looked somewhat familiar, she must have seen him before. Under the moonlight, Wanqing's skin radiated a soft glow, as pure and bright as the moonlight itself. Her hair drifted gently in the wind, shimmering under the moon's illumination. Pei Wuqi, dazed by the beautiful scene, heard Wanqing's voice and let out a bitter laugh in his heart. He had paced back and forth before her cave dwelling, finally mustering the resolve to see her, only to hear her calling out someone else's name. Wanqing studied him carefully before finally recognizing who he was. So it's senior brother Pei from the disciplinary hall. May I ask what brings you here late at night? Pei Wuqi took out a pure white mask and a black cloak from his sleeve and handed them to Wanqing. Because of what happened before, I've always felt I owe you an apology, junior sister Yu. After much thought, I've come specifically to make amends. Wanqing took the mask. What is this? This mask is a magical artifact that can change one's appearance at will. I noticed you seemed troubled by your looks, so I specially sought it out for you, junior sister. Wanqing looked at the pure white mask in her hand, suddenly recalling that this item seemed to be given to the female lead, Lingxu, by Pei Wuqi in the later stages. Later, the female lead used it to disguise herself and went to the demon clan to seduce a renowned dragon demon king who disliked women. Now, Pei Wuqi had given it to her as an apology. Wanqing was truly tempted by the effect of this mask, thinking that Lingxu wouldn't mind losing one man without a mask anyway, since she had plenty of men to spare. Furthermore, this cloak is a defensive artifact, impervious to water and fire, and can also conceal one's cultivation level and hide one's tracks. Earlier, I heard Mu Yunxi say that you, junior sister, are interested in going out on a mission, so this can be used for self-defense. Thank you, senior brother Pei. I truly like both gifts, so I'll shamelessly accept them. However, Wanqing felt puzzled in her heart. How did you know I was planning to go on a mission? She had only mentioned this matter to Mu Yunxi. Earlier at the banquet, Mu Yunxi said he was going into seclusion and entrusted me to take care of you, Pei Wuqi said, watching Wanqing closely, not wanting to miss a single flicker of expression on her face. Wanqing nodded slightly, her expression calm as she replied, Senior brother Mu did mention earlier that he and senior brother Pei are close friends, but there's no need for you to look after me, I can take care of myself. Watching Wanqing's behavior, Pei Wuqi understood in his heart that between Mu Yunxi and Wanqing, it was merely Mu Yunxi's unrequited feelings. There was no difference between himself and him when it came to junior sister Yu. Pei Wuqi smiled, softening his usually rigid expression. It's nothing, just what I ought to do. In that case, why couldn't he allow himself to hope that he would be the one to emerge victorious? He would not let go of Wanqing, nor did he want to. Watching the pair of lovers who seemed like celestial beings under the moonlight, Li Ziqing, hiding behind the tree, twisted her face with jealousy. No wonder she could unsettle senior brother Pei's mind. Turns out she has the face of a seductive fox. She's lured him into neglecting even his own conception ceremony to meet her in secret. Chapter 46. Meeting Qin Siyu again. After delivering the items, Pei Wuqi left. Although she didn't know why, Wanqing felt that he seemed quite happy when he left. Wanqing adjusted the mask to match her former appearance and put it on. It indeed looked more natural than her previous disguise with yellow powder. 3 days later, Mu Yunxi officially entered seclusion, and Wanqing prepared to go to the mission hall to take on a task. I feel like I'm just a worker who took a vacation and then came back to work. Wanqing held Bai Shui in her arms as they flew on their sword. Bai Shui nestled comfortably in Wanqing's arms, taking a leisurely nap. Other cultivators sit around discussing the Tao, seeking immortals and visiting friends. Only I am always busy as a dog, I might as well be a demon like you, Bai Shui, and live more comfortably. Because the Outer Sect Grand Competition was approaching, the mission hall was crowded, and even the missions were far more dangerous than usual. Some are short-term, some are long-term, and there are even urgent ones with time limits. Wanqing first looked at the time-limited tasks. These tasks not only offered generous rewards from the task issuers, but also granted many task points from the sect. The highest reward was for the investigation mission regarding the missing rogue cultivators in Lone Mountain City, offering 1,000 high-grade spirit stones per person. In recent years, rogue cultivators in Lone Mountain City have been disappearing one after another, their whereabouts and causes of death unknown. The city lord of Lone Mountain City reported this to the Spirit Ruin sect, hoping the sect would send someone to get to the bottom of the matter. Ordinarily, missing person investigations wouldn't offer such high rewards and mission points, but earlier, when the sect didn't take this task seriously, they sent a team of ordinary Foundation establishment disciples. A team of over a dozen Foundation establishment disciples all perished in Lone Mountain City, with not a single one returning. This was no longer a simple case of a missing rogue cultivator, it was an incident involving the murder of a disciple from the Spirit Void sect. Naturally, the reward for this mission was increased, and even the cultivation requirement was explicitly raised from the previous Foundation establishment stage to a minimum of late-stage Foundation establishment. Wanqing picked up a token for a missing persons case in Gushan City. The token was made of jade, similar to a jade slip, with the details of the Gushan City incident and the departure time for this mission inscribed on it. Wanqing, who had originally planned to take on a few more tasks to avoid having to return later, suddenly spotted a long-term beast tide mission. According to the news sent back by the elders stationed by the Lingxu Sect in the Beast Spirit Forest, the demon beasts there are gradually gathering. Small-scale beast tides have already begun to assault the surrounding villages. It is expected that the scale will expand in a month and the duration will be very long. Beast-tide missions are quite common in the cultivation world. To protect their territories, cultivators would clash with demonic beasts over land disputes. As humans grew stronger, the living areas of demonic beasts were gradually confined to specific regions. Moreover, members of each sect were tasked with guarding these demonic beasts to prevent them from wreaking havoc in the cultivation world. As time goes on, more and more demonic beasts are confined to a single area, eventually forming a beast-tide that surges into the cultivation world to fight for greater living space. To protect the homes they have painstakingly built, cultivators naturally have to intercept and strike against these demonic beasts. Since it was a task issued by the Spirit Ruins sect itself, there was no reward, but the task points were given generously. The more demon beasts you killed, the more task points you received. Moreover, the demon cores from the beasts you slayed were yours to keep. For Wanqing, demon cores served only one purpose, to be sold for spirit stones. However, the demon core is very important to Bai Shui, as it can greatly accelerate her growth rate. Moreover, this mission will last for a very long time. An ordinary beast-tide is difficult to control without 3 to 5 years, so Wanqing can spend all her subsequent time there. After some deliberation, Wanqing decided to take on this mission. A total of 12 people accepted the Gushan City mission, including 5 at the Golden Core stage and 7 at the Late Foundation Establishment stage. Several people used their mission tokens to arrange a meeting at the sect gate on the day of departure, then set off together for Lone Mountain City. On the day of the mission, Wanqing packed her things early and set out with Bai Shui, flying on her sword to the sect gate, where she found 3 or 4 people had already arrived. You've also taken on the Lone Mountain City mission? Wanqing nodded. I am Wanqing at the early Golden Core stage. So it's senior sister Yu. I'm Zhang Wen and these are Li Shi, Lu Ji, and Wang He. We came together, all at the Late Foundation Establishment stage. The group clearly consisted of friends who got along well with each other. Whenever she had to speak with strangers, Wanqing felt a bit at a loss for words. After nodding, she simply said, "Greetings, fellow disciples," and left it at that. The air fell silent for a moment. Finally, the female cultivator named Li Shi, unable to contain her impatience, asked Wanqing, "May I take the liberty of asking when you, senior sister, advanced to the Golden Core stage? It's not that I have any ulterior motives. It's just that the 4 of us friends have been cultivating arduously for years, and only now, with our lifespans nearly at an end, do we have a chance to break through to the Golden Core. But since it's our first time, we're all a bit uncertain, so I wanted to ask you, senior sister, for some guidance. Is the lightning tribulation terrifying? Can cultivators like us survive it?" Several of them appeared to be in the prime of youth. Could it be that their lifespans were already nearing their end? Wanqing was astonished in her heart. It was indeed somewhat rude to ask about the time of a cultivator's advancement, but Wanqing was not the type to put on airs of lofty self-regard. Besides, since they would be undertaking missions together later, it wouldn't hurt to know a bit more. She really wanted to say that if you cower and face the thunder tribulation with an attitude of fearing you won't survive it, then you definitely won't make it through. But those who cultivate the way are wary of speaking too deeply with those they barely know, so he did not say much, merely giving a brief answer to her question. Not long ago. Li Shi opened her mouth in shock and said, "Could you be that outer sect senior sister who went through the tribulation with the nascent soul cultivator?" Li Shi's tone was filled with disbelief. After hearing this question, a flicker of doubt arose in Wanqing's heart. Was this something truly worth being proud of? She didn't quite understand, but still nodded and admitted, "That's right." Li Shi's face immediately showed an expression of admiration, and she exclaimed, "Senior sister is truly amazing. Facing such a terrifying thunder tribulation and still staying calm under pressure, if it were me, I would have been scared to death." The others nodded in agreement, and one of them chimed in, "Yes, that thunder tribulation was truly terrifying to witness." It was only then that Wanqing finally understood. It turned out that these people, having been unable to break through their cultivation bottlenecks for a long time, had developed an intense longing for advancement. Yet it was precisely this longing that made them fear trials like the lightning tribulation, terrified that their expectations would come to nothing and all their efforts would be in vain. He didn't know whether he should take a gamble and push forward, or idly waste away enjoying these final moments. A bunch of cowards, and you still dare to dream of the great path? You might as well pack up your things and go back to the mortal world to farm. The young man's words rang out with the vigor of youth as he leaped down from his spirit sword, clad in brocade robes. "If any of you utter such words again, don't claim to be disciples of the Lingxu Sect from now on." The young man appeared to be of tender years, with delicate features, bright eyes, red lips, and fair skin. Wanqing also felt that Li Shi and her group were not in the right state of mind to continue cultivation at present, but she had also tasted the hardships of immortal cultivation. Their concerns were entirely understandable. But the young man was clearly an inner disciple of exceptional talent, so it was only natural that he didn't understand the thoughts of outer disciples. Wanqing was just about to speak up and say something nice on their behalf to save them from embarrassment, when unexpectedly the young man had sharp eyes. Before Wanqing could even speak, a sharp glare shot over. What, you want to argue with me? Enough. Xia, and if you keep this up, go back. Qin Xiu, who had long since become vastly different from before, now exuded a much more restrained temperament than in the past. Gone was the feigned maturity of youth, replaced instead by a genuine sense of grown-up composure. Given his current demeanor, who would ever guess that in the original novel, he was a Yandra with an extremely possessive streak? My junior disciple has a stubborn and unruly nature. Please forgive him. Chapter 47. Discord Between Brothers. Wanqing did not notice Qin Xiu's change. After all, including today, she had only met him 3 times in total, and each time was just a brief encounter. Her deepest impression of Qin Xiu remained the original novel's portrayal of him as someone madly in love, consumed by obsession, as if he couldn't survive without romance. The arrogant young man crossed his arms over his chest. My name is Xian. Fine, another male lead. And a loyal little puppy who falls for Lin Xiru at first sight. As the son of the sect leader, Xian had seen Lin Xiru when she first arrived at Lingxu Sect and fell in love with her at first sight, considering himself her loyal devotee. Xian had been unruly and rebellious since childhood, sweet-faced but ruthless at heart. Anyone he learned harbored ill intentions toward Lin Xiru would be severely punished and tormented by him. There were even quite a few people they had cruelly killed. Having to go on a mission with someone like this, Wanqing sighed inwardly at her bad luck, hoping he wouldn't cause any trouble along the way. Upon hearing Xian's name, the others also realized who he was. The son of the sect leader was not someone they, as ordinary disciples, could afford to provoke, so they could only shut their mouths resentfully and stand aside in silence. Perhaps because of the high status of inner disciples, everyone tacitly accepted Qin Xiu as the team leader, but in reality, they had merely agreed to set out together. Wanqing cooperated calmly, praying that this team formation would go more smoothly. Once the group had assembled, they set off toward Gushan City. Gushan City was built against the mountain, with houses perched on its slopes. The entire town encircled a solitary peak that soared into the clouds, and cloud boats shuttled back and forth, a clear sign of thriving commerce and trade. Gushan City is most famous for its spiritual tea. Senior brother Qin, do you have time to come and try some with me? Xian flew on his sword, still elegantly holding a fan. It was only because he was young. If he were older, he might have seemed a bit ostentatious. This mountain expedition is a critical mission. Qin Xiu frowned, unable to understand why his master's son, who had always been upright and devoted to the sect, possessed such a flippant and carefree temperament. Senior brother, you're so rigid. Well, I don't want to go alone either. Xian looked at the others. So, is anyone willing to come with me? I'll cover all the expenses on the road. Xian's wealth and boldness made everyone's heart stir. I've long wanted to taste the Ling tea of Gushan City. It's just the time for a cup of tea, no big deal. I'm going to. I heard that the spirit tea from Lone Mountain City also has beauty-enhancing effects. Can't miss out on that. That's right. Of the dozen or so people, everyone except Wanqing, Qin Xiu, and Zhang Wen's group of 4 raised their hands to go. Xian's eyes flickered between Wanqing and Zhang Wen's group of 4. Aren't you going? You're not still holding a grudge over what I said just now, are you? That would be far too petty. Zhang Wen and the other 3 were angry, but dared not offend the sect leader's son. After hesitating for a moment, they too chose to follow. The expression on Xian's face gradually turned satisfied as he looked at Wanqing. Aren't you going? I don't like drinking tea. Wanqing wasn't lying either. During her time as a menial disciple after entering the cultivation world, she had always drunk spring water. The habit of drinking tea was only cultivated after meeting Muyunshi. But she didn't particularly like it. If there was one drink Wanqing truly enjoyed, it was the happy water of the couch potato from her past life. It was a pity Wanqing didn't know how to make it, or else she would have definitely recreated it in the cultivation world. Don't like tea? Xian sneered dismissively, convinced that Wanqing looked down on him. He had offered to treat, yet this person dared to refuse. He originally disliked these mediocre people quite a bit. This time, he was forced to go on the mission by his father. But compared to mediocre people, he disliked Qin Xiu even more. He disliked how everyone else seemed to tacitly defer to him. Why did everyone look at this man differently? His parents were like that, and even Lin Xiru was the same. He clearly wanted to contend with Qin Xiu, who among those present couldn't see that. Yet this woman insisted on being different. A glance at Wanqing's unremarkable face. Not much to look at and blind to boot. As a town within the cultivation world, it naturally had its own protective city barrier. Except for special personnel holding tokens, everyone else had to land and enter through the city gates. The group landed outside the city gates. After registering their names and entering the city, they split into 2 groups. A large crowd, brimming with excitement, rushed toward the streets, following Xian as they went off to explore and have fun. Qin Siyu and Wanqing were left isolated. Wanqing really wanted to ask Qin Siyu just how he had offended Xian. They were fellow disciples, yet on the very first day of their mission, Xian had given him a show of force. The two prepared to head to the city lord's mansion first to learn the detailed course of events. They walked the entire way in silence, the atmosphere unbearably heavy. To lighten the mood, Wanqing asked, "Senior brother Qin, is there some discord between you and the sect leader's son?" Qin Siyu shook his head. "Not at all. Today was the first time I met junior brother Xia. Why do you ask this question?" When no one else had noticed, directly stating that he felt Xia and seemed to dislike you would risk sounding like sowing discord. Wanqing said tactfully, "It was just a sudden thought, senior brother Qin. Please don't take it to heart." She discovered that this original male lead, hailed as a genius sword cultivator, Qin Siyu, was actually quite naive and sweet. Although Wanqing said not to take it to heart, Qin Siyu wasn't stupid. He could sense from her words that she seemed to think he wasn't close with his fellow disciple Xian. But this was only natural. He and Xian were meeting for the first time today, so it was normal that they weren't as close as the other fellow disciples. Given time, things would improve. The neighborhood near the city gate they had dropped seemed to be an entertainment district, with neon lights and a heavy atmosphere of rouge and powder along the way. "Don't stop me, let me in. Do you know who I am? If you dare touch my hand again, I'll cripple you." At the entrance of what was clearly a brothel, the madam and a guard were blocking a woman from entering. "No matter who you are, women are not allowed in here." The woman pointed aggressively at the madam's nose and cursed, "Old hag, I'm asking you, is Su Jingheng here or not?" "Well, we run a business here. It's not proper to disclose information about our guests." The madam was sweating profusely at her temples from anxiety. Upon hearing the name Su Jingheng, Wanqing, who had originally not wanted to join the commotion, turned her head to look. After all, this was Su Jingheng. He was the biggest sponsor of her breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage. Her sugar daddy. "I am the esteemed eldest daughter of the Yi family, Yi Hongling, the fiancée of Su Jingheng, the future mistress of the Golden Jade Pavilion." "Don't stop me, this is a family matter. Let me go up and find him." Yi Hongling rolled up her sleeves aggressively, ready to barge in. "I'll go ask him, a man whose whole family is dead. Marrying into our Yi family is already a blessing from his ancestors, so how dare he come to a place like this?" Others might not know, but as a subordinate, how could the madam be unaware of the affairs in her master's household? The Yi family, with their vast influence and numerous members, was forcing the master to marry this woman before him, all because they coveted the master's golden jade pavilion and the Su family's wealth. The master is not foolish either. The Yi family absolutely had a hand in the Su family's massacre. Though he agreed publicly, in truth he had been secretly gathering evidence all along, waiting for the moment to bring down the Yi family in one fell swoop. The madam, who knew the full story, showed no mercy when dealing with Yi Hongling, sending her flying with a single palm strike. Wanqing sidestepped to dodge Yi Hongling, who was flying backward, and silently retreated. The madam's face was as cold as ice, her aura as a mid-stage golden core cultivator imposing. "I've said it many times already, the Wanqing Pavilion does not admit women. If the eldest Miss Yi wishes to enter, please sell yourself first." Chapter 48. The Su family's past affairs. The madam was firm in her stance, clearly no small figure herself. Wanqing silently walked past and caught up with Qin Siyu, leaving the farce behind her. The plot of Yi's family never mentioned it, but the portrayal of Su Jingheng was done with great effort. As one of the male leads, he wouldn't do anything out of line before meeting the female lead, unless it was to throw people off the scent. For instance, to evade his so-called fiancée, Yi Hongling. Inside the Wanqing Pavilion, a lively clamor filled the air, laughter, songs, and zither melodies interwoven, yet this was no ordinary pleasure house known to mortals. Compared to common brothels, the Wanqing Pavilion had a unique distinction. Every woman here was a cultivator practicing the way of union. These female cultivators, perhaps unable to enter the orthodox joyous union sect for various reasons, chose to forge their own path and continue their cultivation in this manner. In this special place, interactions between men and women are not forced or coerced, but are built on a foundation of mutual consent. The women seek to enhance their cultivation and achieve breakthroughs, while the men seek to enjoy pleasure. At this moment, Su Jingheng was seated upright in the private room on the top floor, gently plucking the strings of his zither. Beside him was a graceful and lithe woman, who danced lightly to the melody, as if a celestial maiden had descended to the mortal world. A short knock came from outside the door. Su Jingheng's slender, fair fingers gently pressed against the strings, producing a pleasant sound. Stopping his piano playing, Su Jingheng turned to look at the woman standing nearby and said calmly, "Go open the door." The woman bowed respectfully to Su Jingheng, then turned and walked toward the door. She gently opened the door, only to find a heavily made-up middle-aged woman standing outside, the very madam who had blocked Yi Hongling from entering downstairs. Su Jingheng's gaze did not turn toward the madam at the door. Instead, he continued to stare at the distant lone mountain city outside the window, as if something there captivated him. His voice was gentle yet carried a hint of barely perceptible coldness as he asked, "Have they been driven away?" The madam hurried into the room, lowered her head, and replied, "Reporting to my lord, they have been driven away." A faint, sardonic smile curled at the corners of Su Jingheng's lips. A complex glimmer flickered in his eyes, as if he were pondering something. He murmured to himself, "The Yi family has been arrogant for so many years. Now it's finally their turn to grow restless. And they've set their sights on me. I originally thought they'd kidnap me along with them at the right time to feed me to their precious son for alchemy." Su Jingheng's brows arched slightly, and the smile at the corners of his mouth rippled outward like gentle waves, as if carrying boundless tenderness. The madam said with a hint of sarcasm, "Last time, I originally planned to set a trap to swindle them, but I never expected those fellows to have such an enormous appetite. They ended up swallowing everyone sent by the Lingxu Sect. When they later came to their senses and realized it was the Lingxu Sect's people, they started running around like ants on a hot pan, completely losing their composure. They relied on their numbers to pressure the master into marrying their daughter, but they never considered that with the master's wealth and status, he could have any woman he wanted. Why would he care about their eldest young lady?" The madam continued. Su Jingheng interrupted the madam's words, unwilling to dwell further on the topic of a wife. In his eyes, no woman in this world could earn his special regard, let alone become his spouse. "Has the latest investigator from the Spirit Void Sect arrived to look into the disappearance?" Su Jingheng asked. "To answer you, my lord, the guards at the city gate sent word that a group of disciples from the Spirit Ruins sect entered the city together today, likely to investigate this matter. However, they said that after entering the city, these people split into two groups. One went to the city lord's mansion, while the other is wandering around the town enjoying themselves." The madam replied respectfully. Hearing this, Su Jingheng couldn't help but frown. "Why is that?" The madam quickly explained, "When that group heading to the city lord's mansion passed by the Wanqing pavilion, I made a point to take note. The one leading them seemed to be the sect leader's disciple, Qin Siu." "Oh? The sect leader's disciple?" A flicker of surprise crossed Su Jingheng's eyes. He had some recollection of that name, rumored to be a prodigious sword cultivator, but he wasn't familiar with the specifics. Then the madam added, "As for the other group, according to the intelligence sent back by our spies, their leader seems to be Xian, the son of the sect leader." "The son of the sect leader?" Su Jingheng murmured to himself. "Interesting. It seems there might be some trouble brewing within their ranks. Forget it. I never really expected these people to help me bring down the Yi family anyway. But if they can actually uncover some clues, it might give me a bit more leverage." Thinking of this, Su Jingheng felt a flicker of anticipation in his heart. A genius disciple of the Lingxu Sect, hopefully not like that previous batch, all fame-seeking frauds. Though he possessed boundless wealth, he also stood at the crest of the storm, liable at any moment to be pushed off the cliff. Moreover, aside from himself, the only person around him with even a hint of combat capability was the madam, making his position truly precarious. Therefore, he had to tread carefully, advancing all matters in the shadows with patience and never acting rashly. "Which of these two factions is more reliable?" Su Jingheng asked with a furrowed brow. The madam pondered for a long moment before speaking slowly. "Only 2 people went to the city lord's mansion, but there are over a dozen still in the city. In the end, the numbers are greater here. Besides, it's quite possible they aren't just playing around as they appear to be on the surface." Su Jingheng nodded, indicating his agreement with the madam's view. He began to play the zither again, the melody flowing melodiously, as if he were lost in thought. After a moment, Su Jingheng paused his movements and said softly, "In that case, let's find a way to secretly pass on what we know about the Yi family to those two." The madam nodded slightly and replied yes. She didn't say anything more, turned around, and withdrew to carry out the task Su Jingheng had assigned. Su Jingheng watched the madam's retreating figure, silently praying in his heart that everything would go smoothly. The Su family's blood feud leaves no room for the slightest misstep. Originally, although he and the Yi family had some grudges, they were far from the point of irreconcilable conflict. At that time, the Golden Jade Pavilion run by Su Jingheng became renowned throughout the world, and the Su family's status rose accordingly. At that time, he was busy with the affairs of Wanqing Tower and had been operating within the sphere of influence of the Lingxu Sect during that period. Yet one day, a sudden rumor spread through Lone Mountain City. The entire Su family, Nearly 100 people had been poisoned to death in a single night. And Su Jingheng, who prided himself on his unmatched intelligence, had been kept completely in the dark from start to finish. The carefree and unrestrained Su Jingheng vanished, leaving behind nothing but a hollow shell driven by vengeance. Su Jingheng deliberately pretended to be deeply devastated and indulged in sensual pleasures, using this to throw others off the scent. At the same time, he conducted a secret investigation and finally vaguely discovered a connection between the Yi family's massacre and the Su family's annihilation. That was precisely why, after Yifeng was attacked back then, Su Jingheng struck ruthlessly and mercilessly crippled Yifeng's foundation. Chapter 49. The City Lord's Mansion. The City Lord's Mansion was built against the mountain, situated halfway up Solitary Mountain, surrounded by a tranquil and serene environment. For two cultivators like Wanqing and Qin Siyu, climbing such a perilous peak was as easy as turning over their hand. Compared to the Spirit Void Sect, the architectural style of the City Lord's Mansion was clearly more ornate and extravagant. The entire complex was grand in scale, scattered in a well-arranged manner across the mountainside, with every detail showcasing the status, rank, and wealth of its owner. A pair of massive stone lions stood before the mansion gate, so lifelike they seemed ready to spring to life at any moment. The vermilion gate was tightly shut, its steps crafted from white marble and adorned with exquisite carvings, evoking a sense of solemn grandeur. This mansion was clearly newly built. It seemed the spirit tea trade had brought immense profits to this city lord. Wanqing pondered as she gazed at the building before her. The doormen stood on either side of the main gate, their expressions stern. When the doormen of the city lord's mansion saw someone approaching, they were also very respectful in manner, showing none of the arrogance and bullying typical of mortal doormen. Might I ask what business the two immortal masters have at the City Lord's Mansion? Seeing no sign of Qin Siyu speaking, Wanqing had to address the gatekeeper herself. We are disciples of the Lingxu Sect, having taken on the mission regarding the missing cultivators of Gushan City. We wish to speak with your city lord to understand the details of the incident. Please trouble the gatekeeper to report this. Wanqing also found it rare, never expecting that one day she would be responsible for the task of socializing with outsiders. The gatekeeper nodded repeatedly. Please wait a moment, both of you. Before long, the gatekeeper who had gone in to report returned, and with him came the steward of the city lord's manor. The steward wore a genial smile and carried himself with great humility and courtesy. Two immortal masters grace us with your presence, and I failed to come out to welcome you in time. Please forgive my negligence. I am Steward Zhao of the city lord's manor. It is truly an honor to behold the true visages of two immortal masters today. Please do come in. We are indebted to Steward Zhao for guiding the way. Steward Zhao led the two of them all the way to a side hall and explained, I truly apologize, but our city lord is currently meeting with a guest. I must trouble you two immortal masters to wait here for a moment. Wanqing nodded slightly to show her understanding. It's no matter. Her tone was very calm, and she wore a smile. Without the slightest hint of discontent or impatience, he put on a flawless social mask. Steward Zhao instructed the maids to serve Wanqing and Qin Siyu some fine wine and dishes. Wanqing intended to decline, but unable to withstand Steward Zhao's enthusiasm, she had no choice but to accept. Though fine wine and good food had been served, neither of them touched it. Sect cultivators were different from family cultivators and rogue cultivators. Family cultivators and rogue cultivators did not restrain their appetites for food or worldly desires. In the eyes of family cultivators, if they had worked so hard to build such a large family only to live like ascetics in a sect, they might as well have joined a sect directly. As for rogue cultivators, they are even more unrestricted in this regard, with no small number of them even practicing both orthodox cultivation and demonic cultivation techniques simultaneously. At the same time, they are also less rigorous in their cultivation compared to sect disciples, as many family cultivators have their cultivation levels forcibly elevated through the use of pills and elixirs. In a sect like Lingxu Sect, such matters are absolutely forbidden. Furthermore, the sect rarely provides its disciples with any type of pill other than healing medicines, and even pills that aid in breaking through cultivation levels are scarce. In the cultivation world outside the sect, breakthrough pills of different grades were absolutely rare treasures that were incredibly hard to come by. To smooth their own path of advancement, some people would even kill relatives and deceive friends without hesitation. Although Wanqing did not eat, she still used pure gold element spiritual power to condense a pair of iron chopsticks, picking and choosing through the food. Qin Siyu gave Wanqing a strange look and asked, You want to eat? In the sect, the first lesson of cultivation was to draw in qi, and the second was to abstain from grains, so he was very puzzled by the way Wanqing was pawing at the food. Wanqing shook his head. Just in case. In case of what? This Qin Siyu was nothing like the impression she had of him. Well, to be fair, she never had much of an impression of Qin Siyu to begin with at most, some conjectures based on the plot. Just in case someone tries to poison us. Qin Siyu suddenly realized, I see. So you think someone will go to great lengths to stop us from investigating this disappearance? Wanqing nodded in acknowledgement. Exactly. For someone to brazenly abduct rogue cultivators and disciples of the Lingxu Sect on such a large scale in Gushan City, there are only two possibilities. First, this person has just arrived in Gushan City, acting with a grab-and-run mentality, not caring at all whether the matter is exposed. Once the truth comes to light, he can simply wash his hands of the matter and slip away, vanishing without a trace. Secondly, his roots run deep in Lone Mountain City, and his influence is vast enough that he considers himself infallible. Even if the scheme is exposed, he has scapegoats ready to take the fall, ensuring that no investigation will ever trace back to him. So if it's the former, we need to guard against him slipping away while we're investigating. If it's the latter, we must be wary of him manipulating things behind the scenes and throwing a wrench in our work. In any case, the enemy is in the shadows while we're in the open. It's always better to err on the side of caution. Qin Siyu felt that Wanqing's reasoning was very sound. Do you always carry out missions like this? Not really. Wanqing's gaze wavered a little, mainly because she had read quite a few novels in her past life. Wanqing had already inspected the entire table of dishes, but found nothing unusual. Wanqing rested her chin on her hand, deep in thought. They had swaggered all the way from the city gate to the Lord's manor. There was no way those lurking in the shadows hadn't received word. Could it be that these people were not kidnapped by the permanent residents of Lone Mountain City? But if they weren't permanent residents, how could they have mustered enough power to capture all the sect disciples who came in the first wave? Perhaps it was because the city lord's mansion was so heavily guarded that they couldn't resort to any underhanded tactics. If everything is fine on our end, then wouldn't it be dangerous for junior brother over there? Qin Siyu realized, grabbing his sword and preparing to head out. When he left the sect, the master specifically instructed him to be careful and not let Xia and take any risks. Wanqing only felt a headache coming on and quickly stopped Qin Siyu. Was he going to leave her alone here to deal with the lord of the city? With over a dozen of them, all at the late foundation establishment stage or even the golden core stage, they could plow through Lone Mountain City several times over, as long as they don't provoke those old established families. They have the advantage in numbers. They wouldn't dare make a move. After much persuasion, she managed to calm Qin Siyu down. Wanqing felt a throbbing pain at her temples. In the past, handling such matters had never been her initiative. Now that it was just the two of them, and Qin Siyu was clearly not one for conversation, she had to make do with the best of a bad lot and step up. Yet Qin Siyu only added to her troubles. After just a few hours together, Wanqing felt that she would never like Qin Siyu, nor would she become friends with him. She hated those who forced her to socialize, even if Qin Siyu was a passive participant. However, as Qin Siyu was one of the male leads, even if the two could get along well, Wanqing would still choose to keep her distance. Chapter 50. The Disappearance Incident in Gushan City. The two waited for a while before Steward Zhao appeared and told them that the guest had already left, and now the city lord wanted to see them. Before going to see the city lord, Wanqing asked Steward Zhao, may I be so bold as to ask who else has come to see the city lord this time? Steward Zhao said nonchalantly, there's no reason I can't tell you. They're all from the Gushan City Merchant Guild, people from the Yi, Qi, and Wang families, all here to discuss the spirit herb trade. The Yi family? Wanqing felt a faint sense of familiarity with the surname. Steward Zhao, do you know the Yi family, Immortal Master? Wanqing remembered that this seemed to be the surname of the person who had harassed Mu Yunxi and been beaten up a few years ago. An old acquaintance. Speaking of the Yi family, they've been rising like the sun at noon lately. Not only did the young master of the Yi family successfully form his nascent soul, but he also gained the master of the Golden Jade Pavilion as a son-in-law. The Yi family's ascent is just around the corner now. Many established families in Lone Mountain City have to steer clear of their momentum. Steward Zhao's tone carried a note of admiration. The once renowned Su family had been wiped out overnight, while an originally insignificant minor family was gradually rising to prominence. The inheritance of families in the cultivation world is truly no easy feat, and the difficulties involved are enough to evoke sighs of lament. Mastery has a baby? Wanqing asked uncertainly. How many young masters does the Yi family have? Steward Zhao was taken aback, not understanding why Wanqing would ask such a question. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, the head of the Yi family should only have one son, named Yi Feng. Wanqing couldn't figure it out. This can't be possible? Has it really only been a few years? That dandy young master, who couldn't even defeat Mu Yunxi back then, has actually entered the nascent soul stage ahead of Mu Yunxi. Although Mu Yunxi never appeared in the original novel, his talent and abilities were known to everyone in the Lingxu Sect. Wanqing simply looked down on that Yifeng. She didn't believe he had the capability to surpass Mu Yunxi. Could it be that he used some underhanded method? Otherwise, how could he possibly deserve it? Though it's not good to speculate about others like this, Wanqing still felt that Yifeng's nascent soul must be somewhat inflated. Alright, once the audience with the city lord is over and we're outside, the first thing to do is look into this Yifeng. Before even meeting the city lord, Wanqing had already planned out her next moves. The city lord of Gushan City didn't look like a cultivator at all. He was portly, with a round face and thick ears, smiling like a Maitreya Buddha and decked out in gold and silver like a nouveau riche. Both immortal masters must be weary from your long journey. Please, do try the spirit tea unique to our Gushan City. Wanqing had come to realize that no matter who arrived in Gushan City, the first thing they would be recommended was always the city's spirit tea. Is it really that good? Wanqing wondered if she should bring some back for Mu Yunxi. Lord of the city, the purpose of our visit this time is to inquire about the specific details of the disappearance incident in Gushan City. Of course, that's no problem. However, the city lord's smile faded. Has the Lingxu Sect only sent the two of you? Of course not. Time is of the essence, after all. The others are already scattered throughout the city gathering information. To avoid angering the city lord, Wanqing slightly embellished her wording. You scared me half to death. I thought only the two of you had come. This band of thieves is utterly despicable. If it were just the two of you, I fear you wouldn't hold up. I was this close to advising you to turn back. The city lord of Gushan City patted his chest, relieved. The lord of Lone Mountain City began to recount the full story of the city's disappearance incident to them. 2 years ago, a pale-faced woman with a haggard expression suddenly arrived at the lord's mansion, weeping and complaining that her husband had not returned for an entire month. It was common for cultivators to go missing for a year or half a year, so the city lord initially paid no heed to the matter. However, the woman, her face streaked with tears, said, "My husband may only be a rogue cultivator, but he cares deeply for his family. There's no way he would stay away for so long without returning. He must have met with misfortune. I begged the city lord's office to help me." In the world of cultivation, countless people met with misfortune every day, their fates unknown in some forgotten corner. Naturally, the city lord's office could not be bothered with such trivial matters, so they sent the woman away. However, unexpectedly, the number of missing people continued to grow, and the cultivation levels of the missing gradually rose from the initial chi refining stage to the foundation establishment stage. Even some sect disciples residing in Lone Mountain City vanished without a trace. With matters having escalated to such a point, the city lord could no longer sit idly by. Anyone with clear eyes could see that this was no longer a level of cultivator attrition that could be achieved through ordinary means. There must be demonic cultivators behind it, stirring up trouble. At first, the city lord sent his own people to investigate, and what they uncovered was simply astonishing. It turned out that rogue cultivators had been disappearing sporadically as early as 5 years ago, but those rogue cultivators were all outsiders with no friends or relatives in Lone Mountain City, so no one paid any attention to their disappearances. But rogue cultivators were not fools either. The news of large-scale disappearances among rogue cultivators in Lone Mountain City still spread through their unique channels. Gradually, no more rogue cultivators came to Lone Mountain City. Unable to find rogue cultivators to target, the person behind the scenes shifted their focus to the cultivators residing in Lone Mountain City. As a trade hub, Lone Mountain City was one of the most prosperous towns in the region, and many cultivators had settled there. So it wasn't until 2 years ago that they sensed something was wrong and began investigating. At first, Gushan City assigned the task to the sects within the city. After all, they had established their schools and sects there, so it was only right for them to serve Gushan City. But these small sects and minor schools were utterly lacking in cultivation, which directly led to heavy losses among the sects of Lone Mountain City. To prevent such an incident from happening again, the city lord of Lone Mountain City steeled his resolve and directly issued the mission to the foremost major sect, the Spirit Void Sect. What the city lord hadn't anticipated was that the mastermind behind the scenes wasn't even afraid of the Lingxu Sect, and had directly captured all the disciples who came from the sect, leaving not even a single trace behind. However, it could also be because these people had entered the city in secret, disguised as rogue cultivators, so aside from the city lord, no one knew they were members of the Lingxu Sect. That is why those behind the scenes dared to take them all away. Otherwise, the mere reputation of the Spirit Void Sect would have been enough to intimidate them into not acting rashly. But I suspect they must have grown afraid as well. After abducting the people from the Spirit Void Sect, no more cultivators have gone missing in Lone Mountain City. The city lord of Lone Mountain City wore a grave expression. They are likely busy covering their tracks now. In that case, we won't linger any longer. Getting down to business is what matters most. Wanqing said this aloud, but inwardly she was already impatient. The conversation just now had drained her limited social energy, and her mind was now filled with nothing but the urge to retreat quickly. Qin Xiu cast a curious glance at Wanqing. He found this fellow disciple very strange, her personality oscillating between proactive and passive, a type of person he had never encountered before. The Lord of Gushan City said in astonishment, "Leaving now? I was hoping to invite you both for a meal before you go." Qin Xiu and Wanqing together declined the Lord's kind offer, and with no other choice, the Lord of Gushan City could only let them leave. Leaving the city lord's mansion, Qin Xiu and Wanqing prepared to first meet up with the others. Chapter 51, The Yi Family and the Demonic Cultivator. At this moment, a cultivator clad in a black robe and wearing a ghost face mask appeared silently like a specter in the room of the Yi family head. The head of the Yi family, who was busy handling affairs, was startled when he saw the visitor and exclaimed, "Why are you here? Didn't I tell you long ago to keep a low profile during this time and not come looking for me again?" Yi Feng, who had been keeping a low profile in recent years due to his injuries, obediently followed behind his father, acting as a mere backdrop. But when he saw this man in black, his eyes revealed excitement and eagerness. The black-clad man's voice came through the mask, carrying a hint of muffledness. "Patriarch Yi, now that your wish has been fulfilled, do you no longer need this old friend of yours? Back then, it was you who personally promised that you would do anything I asked, as long as I was willing to lend a hand. Now that the Su family has been wiped out and your son has successfully advanced, have you already cast my conditions aside?" The black-clad man's tone was dangerous. "I didn't say I wouldn't help you. It's just that the situation is urgent now, so we're lying low for a while." The head of the Yi family stood up and walked over to the black-clad man. "A few disciples from the Spirit Ruins sect have already scared you out of your wits? I don't have time to wait for you." As he spoke, a mass of pitch-black demonic energy began to gather in the black-clad man's palm. Yi Feng, who had been standing perfectly fine just moments ago, suddenly felt the spiritual energy within him grow restless and turbulent, like a wild horse breaking free of its reins, rampaging chaotically through his limbs and bones. Could it be that he's been scared out of his wits by the Lingxu Sect? The spiritual power of this Lingxu Sect cultivator is all in your son now. Yi Feng felt nothing but agony. At first, he tried to grit his teeth and endure it, but the pain, surging like a tidal wave, relentless and unending, ultimately shattered his will. Having grown up with a silver spoon in his mouth, Yi Feng had never experienced such excruciating torment. His face twisted and contorted, he collapsed to the ground, letting out agonizing wails that were a pitiful sight to behold. "Father, save me." Fenger, the head of the Yi family, burning with anxiety, hurried forward to help Yi Feng up, his face full of distress and worry. "Prepare the 300 cultivators I need and hand them over within 3 days, or else." The black-clad man's tone was icy cold, his gaze piercing, demonic energy spilling from his hands as if it would devour the entire world. Yi Feng immediately let out another heart-wrenching scream of agony. "Just wait to collect your son's corpse." Hearing this, the head of the Yi family grew as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, drenched in sweat from head to toe, and repeatedly nodded in response. "Don't worry, I'll make sure it's prepared for you." The man in black withdrew the demonic energy from his hand, and Yi Feng, who had been lying on the ground, gradually regained steady breathing. "Remember what you said." Having said that, the man in black turned and left. Emotions flickered in Yi Feng's eyes as he forced himself to stand up from the ground. "Father, I'll see him off." At this moment, the head of the Yi family was troubled by the black-clad man's demands and, not paying attention to his son's little schemes, waved his hand and said, "Go on, go on." The black-clad man paced slowly outside the corridor, as if in no hurry to leave, as though he had long anticipated that someone would come chasing after him. "Sir, please wait." Yi Feng shot out of the room like an arrow from a bowstring, urgently calling out to the man in black. The man in black turned around leisurely, having anticipated that Yi Feng would chase after him. In a tone of unfathomable mystery, he said, "What business do you have in stopping me?" Yi Feng stood before the man in black, warily glancing left and right, then licked his lips, gathered his courage, and said, "I hope you, sir, will take me as your apprentice." "Take you as my apprentice?" The man in black's tone carried a hint of sarcasm. "Do you even know the state of your own body? What use would you be to me?" The moment he thought of his own injuries, a surge of intense hatred welled up in Yi Feng's heart. He had only teased that woman a little, never expecting her to be so ruthless and merciless, crippling him without hesitation. If he didn't avenge this wrong, he would not consider himself a man. "As long as you, master, are willing to take me in, once I take over the Yi family, the entire Yi family will be at your command." Yi Feng looked at the man in black with a resolute gaze, a flame of vengeance flickering in his eyes. "You take over the Yi family?" The man in black chuckled lightly. "I have no time to waste on matters 800 years from now. With that, the man in black turned to leave. Yifeng quickly stopped him, saying, "It's possible. Now that I'm a nascent soul cultivator, I can take over the Yi family at any time. As long as you help me." The man in black said nothing. Originally, the man in black had assumed that Yifeng would only think of keeping his father in the dark and making a deal with him, never expecting that he would actually set his sights on his father. Yifeng pleaded earnestly, "Father has already been scared out of his wits by the Lingxu Sect. The Yi family has already provoked the Lingxu Sect. Pushing further would only lead to mutual destruction. He simply doesn't dare. Only I dare." Yifeng's expression was wild and manic. After being injured, Ho Yifeng felt utterly despairing. He had once firmly believed that he was destined to become the future head of the Yi family. Although in the past he had indulged in eating, drinking, and pleasure-seeking, deep down he had never doubted this conviction. But now he has degenerated into a useless person, and as someone of no value in the family, he is bound to be abandoned. Even worse, though outsiders are unaware of it, he actually has an older brother, born of his father's first wife. It was just that his father had taken a dislike to him, leaving this elder brother in a state of neglect and abandonment. Within the family, even the maids and servants dared to speak to him coldly, with sarcasm and mockery. Yifeng truly could not bear the thought of living such a life in the future. If he was really going to have to endure such a miserable existence, he might as well just die. Just as he was contemplating ending his own life, his father eventually brought a gentleman. This gentleman claimed to possess a method to cure his illness, using special means to transfer the monk's cultivation to him, thereby replenishing his ever-dwindling spiritual energy. In their hearts, they were well aware that this was undoubtedly a demonic cultivation technique, but as cultivators seeking survival and the Tao, as long as they could still practice, they cared little for the distinction between righteous and demonic paths. They were not sect disciples, each one hating evil as if it were their personal enemy. With the gentleman's help, although his illness had not fully recovered, at least he no longer had to worry about his cultivation level being exposed. However, unexpectedly, half a month ago, his father actually joined forces with that mysterious man in black to attack the people of the Lingxu Sect. At first, they did not realize that the other party was actually a member of the Spirit Ruin Sect. By the time they noticed, it was already too late. Fortunately, relying on his cultivation as a disciple of the Spirit Ruin Sect, he successfully broke through to the nascent soul realm. Just as he was beside himself with joy, his father backed down. Simply out of fear of the Spirit Ruin Sect, he no longer intended to continue cooperating with the master. So, what should he do? And what would become of his cultivation? If I cannot cooperate with my husband, doesn't that mean I have to give him up? That is absolutely unacceptable. He absolutely could not become a useless person again. In this situation, a bold idea quietly sprouted in Yifeng's heart. He would take over his father's position as head of the family and continue to cooperate with the master. Chapter 52, The Young Master of the Demon Path, Ling. The demon cultivators, who feared nothing but chaos, naturally had no objection to Yifeng's proposal. Cultivators were driven mad by their pursuit of cultivation, and he awaited the day when the other would become a member of the demon path. Although Yifeng is now considered half of one. Yai Hongling, storming home in a fury, ran into the man in black as soon as she turned the corner. Bumped into, Yai Hongling was furious. "Who is it? Are you blind? I'll gouge your eyes out." Yi Hongling rubbed her nose, which was sore from the collision, feeling as if she had just run into a wall. Miss Yi is already at the age for marriage, so why is her temper still so fierce? The low voice was especially familiar. Yi Hongling looked up in surprise. "Master." Seeing that it was indeed her master, Yi Hongling happily threw herself into the black-clad man's arms, acting coquettishly. "Master hasn't come to my home for so long. Why the sudden visit today? Did you miss Hongling?" The man in black reached out and lifted Yi Hongling's chin, his tone ambiguous. "It's been many days since we last met, and now Hongling has reached the age for marriage." Yi Hongling's cheeks flushed crimson. The person before her was the one she had always admired, and now they were so close that she couldn't help but feel shy. Hearing the man in black mention marrying Yi Hongling, she ground her teeth in anger. The only person she had ever wanted to marry was her master. But her father's orders left her no room for defiance. Previously, she went to find Su Jingheng to make things clear. Because of her father's orders, she had to marry Su Jingheng, but she wanted to tell that guy outright. Marrying him was fine, but while he could have her body, he would never win her heart. Yet, to her surprise, not only did Su Jingheng fail to show any gratitude for their family's charity, but he also spent his days frequenting brothels and fooling around with other women. If it weren't for the fact that his face was quite handsome, I would have definitely broken all 3 of his legs. And when I went to settle the score with him, I was actually stopped by the madam at the door. What an utter disgrace. As a man, being so lacking in masculine virtue, he leaves her no choice but to act. With that thought, Hongling extended her snow-white finger and traced circles on the black-clad man's chest. Sir, you don't know yet, Hongling doesn't like that fellow at all. It's all my father's meddling, forcing a match. Miss Hongling's heart belongs only to you, master. As she spoke, Hongling pressed her crimson lips to his, her shy and timid demeanor a truly lovely sight. She could not decide for herself whom to marry, but could she not decide for herself to whom to give herself? As a demon cultivator, the man in black naturally accepted whatever came his way, and moreover, Hongling was not bad-looking at all. Compared to the women around him, she could rank as above average. The two entered Hongling's boudoir together, where fingers stained with red henna gently removed the man's mask. His features were chiseled and handsome, with a pair of deep, dark red eyes that held a mysterious, turbulent gaze as he wearily regarded the person before him. Are you satisfied with what you see? Without the mask to obscure it, the man's half-smiling voice drifted into Hongling's ears, enchanting her. Hongling could hardly believe she was about to spend the night with such a man, and she went limp against him, murmuring, "Hongling's heart delights in you, sir. I beg you to be gentle." The red gauze curtain fell, casting two intertwined silhouettes upon the screen. Candlelight flickered in the air, painting the chamber with the warmth of intimacy. The man, bearing the marks of passion with his robes hanging loosely open, sat in a chair and took a sip of spirit tea. Truly worthy of Lone Mountain City's spirit tea, the demon palace has nothing this fine. The man's gaze fell upon the woman's naked body within the gauze curtain, his eyes devoid of any emotion. For Ling, the young master of the demonic path, as the current leader of the demonic sect, women who threw themselves at him were countless, and he was more than happy to indulge. In recent years, the demonic cultivators have been lurking in the shadows, stirring up turmoil. In recent years, under the schemes of the demonic cultivators, many reputable families in the cultivation world have suffered. Either their younger generation's talents were damaged, or their founding ancestors met unexpected deaths. Although the massacre of the Su family in Gushan City was not their doing, the demon cultivators did indeed play a role in fueling the flames. Despite this, the demon cultivators had not made any major moves on the surface. Until some idle demonic cultivator elders in the Sun Moon's secret realm, with nothing better to do in the Eastern Sea, slapped their foreheads and hatched a plan for an attack on the major sects. This instantly drew the attention of the top cultivators in the Immortal Cultivation world back to the demonic cultivators. The major sects all realized that there were likely demonic cultivator spies within their own ranks, and began a purge operation against them, making it extremely difficult for many demonic cultivators currently carrying out espionage missions. Previously, Zhangling had been undercover in the Lingxu Sect, posing as an ordinary disciple and behaving obediently, while occasionally emerging to stir up trouble for other noble families. Now, to prevent the Spirit Void Sect from completely clearing out the few remaining nails, Zhangling had no choice but to stir up some major commotion outside, aiming to divert the sect's attention away from itself. Supporting the Yi family from Lone Mountain City was just one of these measures. The conditions previously stated to the head of the Yi family, asking for their help, were merely an excuse, all for the purpose of making the Yi family blow the matter out of proportion. As the young master of the demonic sect, Zhangling had long been in contact with the Yi family, though they had never engaged in deep cooperation before, only offering minor assistance. In recent years, the Yi family's small maneuvers have grown increasingly frequent, making them an excellent pawn to divert the attention of the Lingxu Sect. I heard that Xian, the son of the Lingxu Sect's leader, has also come this time. Should we stir things up a bit more and just detain Xian directly? It took Wanqing and Qin Siyu a long time to find Xian and his group within Gushan City. Seeing Qin Siyu and Wanqing following behind him, Xian's tone was dripping with sarcasm. Oh, so the senior brother has returned from the city lord's mansion. Did you manage to pick up any news? The city lord had chatted with them quite a bit, but it was all information already on the mission jade tokens. Facing his junior brother's question, Qin Siyu shook his head. No. Senior brother didn't find out. Xian was overjoyed, but I, junior brother, did indeed find out. I discovered the inn where the Lingxu Sect disciples stayed last time. They disappeared there as well. Xian slung his arm around Qin Siyu's shoulder like a close buddy. Come on, I'll take senior brother over to have a look. Wanqing gritted her teeth as she stared at Qin Siyu's back. She had exhausted herself socializing, while this man acted as if nothing was wrong, not uttering a single word from start to finish. Yet when he turned around, he claimed they had never inquired about any information. Isn't this implying that she wasted half the day talking and got nothing out of it? Although she didn't get anything out of the city lord, she did manage to pry some information from the steward. For now, the prime suspect in Wanqing's mind was already identified. The only problem was how to steer others into suspecting the Yi family and investigating them. Xia seemed to suddenly remember something and turned his head to look at Wanqing. He tossed a stack of wrapped gift boxes into Wanqing's arms. I had a great time playing with the other disciples today. Since you didn't come, I thought I'd bring you some gifts, just some rouge and powder and the like. When you have the time, you can doll yourself up. Wanqing raised an eyebrow. Is this guy implying that he's not good looking? Chapter 53. The Golden Jade Pavilion. Under Xia's lead, a large group made their way to the inn. Though disciples of the sect were not as wealthy as family cultivators, they were by no means short of spirit stones. With the backing of the Lingxu Sect's reputation, they would never stint themselves on a trip down the mountain. The inn they lodged at was called Yinkalai, a well-known establishment in Gushan City. It boasted an elegant environment, complete protective barriers, and even its spiritual energy was far richer than elsewhere. The innkeeper's assistant, upon seeing a group of over a dozen people enter, beamed like a blooming flower. Honored immortals, will you be stopping for a meal or lodging? Our chef was brought in from the mortal realm. They say his ancestors were imperial chefs for the human emperor. His cooking is absolutely divine. Wanqing walked in the middle of the group, surveying the inn's surroundings. Though she kept a low profile and spoke little, in her past life she had always preferred standing at the back of any formation, a habit she hadn't shaken even after entering the world of cultivation. But he also did not deliberately conceal his cultivation at the early stage of the Golden Core. Most of the people in the team were at the late stage of foundation establishment. Even though Wanqing preferred to walk at the back of the team, they dared not walk ahead of him. In the cultivation world, the deference shown to cultivators of different ranks is always reflected in every aspect. The inn's atmosphere was pleasant enough, but it was far too quiet, hardly what one would expect from a renowned establishment. Xia waved the folding fan in his hand and said, I've heard this is the best inn in Gushan City, so why is it so empty? The innkeeper sighed helplessly. Alas, it's all because of those missing cultivators. This matter has been dragging on for 4 or 5 years now. Everyone would rather rent cave dwellings than stay in inns anymore. Qin Xiu got straight to the point. The rooms where the disciples of the Lingxu Sect stayed are now vacant. The shop assistant came to his senses. You are immortal masters from the Lingxu Sect. The shop assistant's legs went weak with fear, worried they might blame him for the disappearances and cause trouble for his inn. He quickly spoke up. Yes, they're all vacant. Since the immortal masters of the Lingxu Sect met with an accident here, if it weren't for having to support my family, I would have closed the shop and waited for your arrival. How would I dare to let anyone stay inside? Yes. The rooms at Yinkalai were indeed well decorated. Though each room appeared small from the outside, once the door was pushed open, the interior contained a sitting room, bedroom, and bathroom, everything one could need. Xia was not very satisfied. As the son of the sect leader, what fine things hadn't he seen? Even for a brief stay, he looked down on such a room. This is where the previous immortal master stayed. After the city lord's people came to inspect it, we sealed it up. Aside from that, absolutely no one has been here. The shop assistant gave a solemn guarantee. The entire 3rd floor of Yinkalai was sealed off, appearing tightly closed, yet the shop assistant directly opened the barrier and let them in. Wanqing could only shake her head. Judging by the shop assistant's straightforward attitude, Wanqing felt that they probably wouldn't uncover any clues on this trip. A group of them suddenly appeared, claiming to be from the Spirit Ruin sect and wanting to inspect the room where the incident occurred. This innkeeper didn't even verify their identities before letting them in. Without even this basic caution, one can expect them to have been very thorough in protecting the crime scene. As Wanqing had expected, the entire room was spotless, not even a speck of dust, as clean as if it had just been renovated. This is too much, pushing people too far. Coming in to clean up traces is one thing, but not even bothering with any disguise and using a dust removal spell, that's clearly a blatant way of telling us they've come again and wiped all the clues clean. Wanqing touched the windowsill, which was as clean as new, and as she had expected, there wasn't a speck of dust. The barrier will stop people from entering, but it won't stop dust from coming in. How strange, was the person behind this set up by someone? In her view, it would have been sufficient for the person behind the scenes to simply cover their tracks. Such provocative behavior was completely unnecessary. Alternatively, it was possible that someone actually knew who the mastermind was, but due to various reasons could not step forward to identify them, and could only resort to seemingly foolish actions to throw obstacles in their way. Wanqing could hardly believe her own speculation. If someone had truly been deliberately sabotaging the mastermind behind the scenes, the arrival of the Lingxu Sect disciples would have been an excellent opportunity to overthrow that mastermind. Yet the fact was that the first wave of Lingxu Sect disciples who came had all died. With this level of cleanliness, I'm afraid the moment we step into the city, they'll be right behind us to clean up. They might have even cleaned up the traces long ago, then came back to wipe away the dust again, just to show us that they can come and go here anytime they want. Having committed such heinous acts without any sign of restraint, the mastermind behind this must be someone who can cover the sky with one hand in Lone Mountain City. The shop assistant stood to the side, sweating with anxiety. When we sealed it off, the tables and chairs were all smashed. It wasn't like this before. After hearing the innkeeper's words, Wanqing took a look at the tables and chairs. There was no trace of use at all. They were completely brand new, clearly added later. Wanqing then went to check a few other rooms, and each room had several new items. He called the waiter over. What questions does the Immortal Master have? Wanqing pointed at the tables and chairs in the room. These new tables and chairs were likely brought in by the murderer. Are they the same type as the ones used in your establishment? The shop assistant hadn't expected Wanqing to ask about such a thing. He hurried over to examine them, then answered Wanqing's question with a look of astonishment. Both the material and the carvings are identical. My eyes are sharp. They're definitely from the same maker, all crafted by a master's hand. Wanqing pressed further. Then where did your family source the materials for the renovation? The Golden Jade Pavilion. The shop assistant nodded with certainty and pointed to a mark for Wanqing to see. Take a look. The seal of the Gold and Jade Tower Merchant Guild is still right here. The Golden Jade Tower? Wanqing looked at the shop assistant's proud expression and asked, I know the reputation of the Golden Jade Pavilion. Is their influence very strong here? The shop assistant chuckled lightly and said, you wouldn't know this, but the master of the Golden Jade Pavilion, Su Jingheng, is from our Gushan City. The Golden Jade Pavilion rose to prominence right here in Gushan City. The shop assistant spoke while giving Su Jingheng a thumbs up. It was a pity that heaven was jealous of talent. The man who had once been the dream lover of every woman in Lone Mountain City became a solitary figure overnight after the Su family massacre. Since he single-handedly supported the operations of both the Su family and the Golden Jade Tower. A child holding gold in a bustling market. He became a hot commodity that everyone wanted a piece of. Wanqing really didn't know about this. She had originally thought Su Jingheng appeared in Gushan City because his fiancé was here, but it turned out he was a local. Wanqing recalled the Wanqing Tower, which stood at the market at the foot of Lingxu Sect's mountain. Let me ask you another question. Please, Immortal Master, speak your mind. The Golden Jade Tower holds great influence in Gushan City. Do they run an inn? If so, how does your establishment compare to theirs? If they are better, why did the previous group choose to stay at your place? Chapter 54. Treating to a meal. Senior Sister Yu, what are you hiding over there chatting about? Why have you cornered the waiter like this? Xia and swaggered over, clearly targeting Wanqing. Wanqing rolled her eyes internally. This guy was just mad that she hadn't given him face by going out with him. Clearly, he was up to no good, yet he acted as if he had every right to be indignant. Nothing, just asking him about a few things. What's going on? Let me hear it too. The shop assistant didn't want the two of them to start a fight in their establishment, so he quickly stepped in to mediate. This female immortal master was just asking me if there's a better inn in Lone Mountain City. Actually, there is. It's an inn under the Golden Jade Pavilion. Both the environment and the concentration of spiritual energy there are far beyond what we can offer. Elder sister, do you think this inn is no good? Before the waiter could finish speaking, Xia and interrupted, I think this inn is quite nice. Elder sister doesn't seem very wealthy. Xia An's gaze swept over Wanqing from head to toe, from her simple clothes to the only spiritual treasure at her waist, the purple bamboo sword, and clicked his tongue in admiration, saying, where did you pick up such wasteful habits? Watching Xia An put on an act, Wanqing felt a vain bulge on her forehead. For someone who liked to provoke others like this, the best approach was to ignore him. Wanqing didn't even glance at Xia An and said to the waiter, go on. The Golden Jade Pavilion owns many inns, catering to cultivators of all levels. Last time, when the disciples of the Spirit Void Sect came, they did mention staying at an inn under the Golden Jade Pavilion. However, during those days, the more upscale inns under the Golden Jade Pavilion were all closed, so they ended up choosing our small establishment. The shop assistant just wanted to explain everything clearly as quickly as possible so that these formidable figures would let him leave. As a mere chi refining stage cultivator, he truly didn't want to be caught in the middle and put in a difficult position. So they originally planned to stay somewhere else? The waiter nodded in agreement. Xia An's gaze darkened as he looked at Wanqing, not expecting that she had actually managed to pry out some clues. What he hated most were people who undermined him, and this woman had repeatedly gone against him, clearly siding with Qin Siyu. Qin Siyu had taken away his father, taken away Roro, and now even the sect disciples were siding with him. In the future, wouldn't he also try to take away his position as sect leader? The events in the Sun and Moon's secret realm made him realize that bringing down this promising senior brother was not a difficult task. Xia An's primary goal now was to make Qin Siyu utterly isolated, stripping him of any ability to compete with him. Wanqing ignored Xian, who was lost in thought beside her. Knowing his character, he was definitely not pondering anything good. After sharing the information they had gathered with the group, the team split up to take action, each member searching the city for anything suspicious according to their usual mission habits. Among them, Qin Xiu, who had the highest cultivation, and Xian, who held the highest status, were assigned the most important task, to gather intelligence at the Golden Jade Pavilion. This arrangement made Wanqing doubt whether they could actually extract the information they needed from the Golden Jade Pavilion. Surely these two wouldn't start fighting halfway, or would Xian simply sell Qin Xiu off to get him out of his sight? Not wanting to be caught in the middle and suffer the brunt of their tension, Wanqing tossed out a quick, "I'll go check the surroundings," and strode away with long, brisk steps. Xian, who had originally intended to keep Wanqing and take her along with them, withdrew his hand, finding it exceedingly strange. Hadn't this woman been a staunch supporter of Qin Xiu before? Why had she now abandoned him and left? With this thought, Xian couldn't help but feel elated, a flicker of disdain passing through her gaze as she looked at Qin Xiu. It seemed her senior brother's charm wasn't all that impressive after all. Moving alone, Wanqing felt the air around her had grown fresher. They say 3 women make a play, but I think Xian alone puts on quite a show. It was already evening in Lone Mountain City, yet the streets were gradually growing more crowded. Free from the need to toil over daily necessities, the towns of the cultivation world appeared far more leisurely than those of the mortal realm. There were no crowds rushing about in the hustle of making a living. The lives of cultivators could be spent racing against time, or they could be spent in leisurely ease. The only thing Wanqing hadn't expected was that in a town like this, quite a few beggars lived, and they had no spiritual energy fluctuations around them, clearly ordinary people. Occasionally 1 or 2 might have at most the cultivation level of the first or second layer of qi refining. Although Wanqing was investigating this kind of incident for the first time, her experience from watching TV shows and reading novels told her that these beggars, who often go unnoticed, usually know information that others don't. After wandering around the streets for a while, Wanqing crouched down in front of a group of children. These children were all dressed in rags, covered in mud. A slightly older child swallowed his saliva and asked Wanqing, "Immortal Master, is something the matter? While you were begging, did you hear or encounter anything strange?" The older child was about to speak when another child stopped him and said, "First, Immortal Master, you need to give spirit stones for gathering information." The childish voice was firm and clear, sounding quite adorable. Wanqing was about to take out some spirit stones when the older child pulled the younger one back and said to Wanqing, "No, we don't want any spirit stones. We don't want them." The child protested, "Why not? Everyone else takes them." The older child covered the younger one's mouth, his heart racing with anxiety. Of course, he knew they could ask for spirit stones, but what good would that do? Could a group of children like them really hold on to spirit stones? There's no need to be nervous. I'm not someone who goes back on my word. I can give you the spirit stones. Wanqing could well understand the wariness of the older child. He was just looking out for their little group. "You don't need to give us spirit stones. Just treat us to a meal, and that'll be enough." The child who had been fussing immediately quieted down upon hearing about dinner, their eyes sparkling like stars, while the other children also turned their eager gazes toward Wanqing. Wanqing agreed without a second thought. Seeing how ravenous these children were, Wanqing didn't make them work first, but instead took them to get something to eat. "Immortal Master, you're clearly making things difficult for us. Our shop opens its doors to do business with customers. If we let a bunch of filthy beggars in, how can we keep operating?" The innkeeper looked at the group of children behind Wanqing with a troubled expression. "It's all right, innkeeper. I won't make things difficult for you." Wanqing pointed to the steps outside the inn. "We won't dirty your place. We'll just eat outside. Just bring the food and dishes out to us. No need to let beggars into the main hall," the manager readily agreed. "No problem. Our food is guaranteed to be delicious and generous in portion. We'll definitely satisfy you, Immortal Master. Let me be clear from the start." Wanqing put on a stern face. "I've already made a concession, but don't you dare skimp on the bowls and utensils just because you think we're dirty." The shopkeeper nodded repeatedly. "No problem at all. You understand that we're just trying to make a living by keeping our doors open, and I know these beggars are pitiful too. I wouldn't do such a thing." "Then it's settled. Bring out all your finest food and drink. No need for the wine." In the evening, the isolated mountain city gained a peculiar spectacle. A group of beggars, whom people would not have deigned to glance at in the past, gathered in a circle at the entrance of a restaurant, feasting heartily on the food and dishes, while the waiter occasionally came out to replenish their meal with a few more courses. Beside these beggar children, a plain-looking female cultivator sipped her spirit tea, a smile never leaving her lips as she watched them devour their food with gusto. Su Jingheng, who was handling affairs from the second floor across the way, happened to catch the scene, his handsome brows rising high. Watching the heartwarming sight below, he felt that the tension that had gripped him since the Su family's downfall had eased considerably. Chapter 55. The eldest son of the family. It's right here. This place is remote. We used to live nearby. Starting 4 years ago, I often saw strange people coming and going, and I could faintly hear cries and shouts. Everyone was so scared that they moved away from here. Now over there, they can't even get enough to eat, so we've been secretly watching them, waiting for them to leave so we can come back. At the base of the wall, Wanqing cast a spell to conceal herself and the beggar child, watching the dilapidated wooden hut ahead. Although everyone had eaten their fill, for safety's sake, Wanqing only brought the slightly older child along with her. Did you get a look at what they looked like? The older beggar shook his head. They always wear masks when they come, but their clothes are very distinctive, the kind of fabric only the wealthy in the city would wear. A bunch of bloated, greasy bastards, their homes overflowing with plenty, yet they never forget to suck the marrow and gnaw the bones of others. Wanqing noticed the words coming from the big beggar's mouth. Bloated and greasy, overflowing with plenty, sucking marrow and gnawing bones? I didn't expect you, little one, to be quite cultured. Being praised made the big beggar a bit embarrassed. There's a private school here. Before I left, the teacher there always let us sit in on the lessons. That teacher of yours is a rare, kind-hearted person. The big beggar nodded. You are a truly good man. All right, this place is somewhat dangerous. You should go back first. The spell I cast on you will be enough to ensure you return safely. All right, immortal master, please stay safe. After the little one left, Wanqing transformed into an earth-form body, merged into the underground soil, and prepared to go check out that suspicious rune. After a rare hearty meal today, the big beggar was in a very good mood, humming a little tune as he walked back. Suddenly, he heard the sounds of pushing and arguing coming from ahead. Isn't this Master Yi? How have you fallen to such a state? That cousin of yours who runs the Chamber of Commerce, why hasn't he come to help you out? Being bullied around here, living a life worse than a dog or a pig. And now he's a cripple. The older beggar crept closer, hiding in the shadows to observe, and saw 4 or 5 people dressed as servants surrounding a young man in white, taunting him with cold sarcasm. The young man in white sat on the ground, his face so pale it seemed almost sickly, as if a single gust of wind could knock him over. He wore a plain white robe, cinched at the waist to reveal a frame even more slender than a woman's, but now it was stained with mud and grime, making him look rather disheveled and pitiful. His eyes were pitch black and deep, yet devoid of any vitality, like a stagnant pool of water. He gazed quietly at the people around him, as if long accustomed to their mockery and abuse. Beside the young man in white, a wooden wheelchair lay overturned on the ground, with a mud-stained foot resting on top, clearly knocked over by those servants. The young servant reached out and pinched the white-robed youth's chin, tilting his face upward, clicking his tongue as he said, "Tisk, TSK, TSK, come to think of it, it'd be a real shame to send this face off to be a male prostitute. Look at those eyes and brows, he's even more womanly than his own cousin." His ethereal and elegant features now appeared somewhat disheveled, with a few stray strands of hair falling across his forehead, making him seem all the more lonely and fragile. With his level of cultivation, he probably won't last even 1 round before being drained dry. Given young Master Yi Feng's habit of seeking pleasure and flirting with everyone, he probably won't let him off easily, right? Maybe he's already been taken by him. The young man, who had remained unmoved all along, finally stirred. He forcefully slapped away the hand gripping his chin, his delicate brows slightly furrowing as his fractured voice flowed like a babbling brook. Get lost. Oh ho, getting angry are we? The servant's teasing tone suddenly took on a hint of ambiguity. The surrounding crowd burst into loud laughter at the sight. The distant chief beggar, however, was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, scratching his head and ears incessantly. It turned out that the person being bullied was someone he knew, the very same private tutor he had mentioned to Wanqing before. In Big Beggar's heart, the tutor was a truly good person. He must never be allowed to be bullied. The big beggar wanted to turn back and find Wanqing, but then remembered that Immortal Master Yu had come here on business. Even if he went back, he might not be able to find him. What if something else happened here while he was away? The great beggar then remembered that the Immortal Master had placed a protective spell on him, so he could go up there himself if needed. Without further ado, the great beggar stood up, relying on the fact that others couldn't see him, and charged over fiercely to deliver a headbutt. Who hit me? Oh dear, this is downright spooky. I think you've lived long enough. These underlings were at most at the peak of chi refining, and their minor spells struck Wanqing's defenses like mere tickles. Seeing this, the big beggar gained a bit more confidence and struck even harder. Hurry, find him. Don't make me drag you out myself. The white-clad youth lying on the ground watched the flustered crowd, a faint smile blooming on his face like an epiphyllum flower opening for the first time in the night breeze. Damn it, nothing's going right today. Retreat. Let's go, let's go. You just wait, we won't let you off easy. These people, even as they fled in panic, didn't forget to hurl a few harsh words. The older beggar righted the wheelchair and quickly went to help the young man. Sir, let me help you up. Despite his physical disability, the gentleman had a strong-willed personality. The older beggar was somewhat afraid that the gentleman would scold him. Although he couldn't see anyone, the young man recognized the voice. Fugue? Weren't you and the others supposed to have left? The young man was a private tutor. Seeing how pitiful these beggar children were, he taught them to read and write, then let them choose their own names. The older beggar boy pondered for several days before giving himself a name that meant wealth and honor. He swore solemnly that he would definitely become wealthy and powerful in the future. A celestial master asked me to guide her, and the protection on me was specially added by her. It's incredibly powerful. Those spells just now hitting me felt like nothing more than a tickle. Fugue's tone carried a hint of smugness. The young man cautiously raised his hand, slowly approaching the transparent barrier before him. When his fingers touched it, a slight resistance could be felt. The young man couldn't help but ponder to himself, based on his years of cultivation experience, the person capable of setting up such a barrier must be a cultivator at the early stage of the golden core. With this thought, the young man's eyes dimmed once more. He slowly lowered his head, gazing at his numb, unfeeling legs, as waves of resentment and helplessness surged within his heart. If not for the poisoning by E and his wife, how could he have ended up in such a state? His mother was killed by those two people because she believed in that person's slanderous words. Those people mockingly called him the eldest son of the E family, but if not for the E family's scheming, he should not have borne the surname E at all. Now, not only has his cultivation stagnated, remaining stuck at the third layer of chi refining without any breakthrough, but he has also become a cripple with both legs disabled. All sorts of past events kept surfacing in his mind. The young man bit his lip hard, struggling to suppress the turbulent emotions within him. One day, he will have his revenge. Chapter 56. Hanging by a Thread. Wanqing transformed her body into an earth element form, then used the earth technique to enter that small hut. In this small cabin, she quickly discovered a secret passage leading deep underground. Wanqing did not immediately reveal herself and enter. Instead, she chose to continue using the earth technique, directly infiltrating to the end of the secret passage. When she reached the end of the secret passage, a massive stone chamber appeared before her. The chamber was filled with a mysterious and oppressive atmosphere. Intricate magical arrays were carved into the surrounding walls, and strange characters written in blood covered them, sending chills down one's spine. In the center of the stone chamber, there was a massive pool of dark red blood, exuding an exceptionally strong stench of gore. At the heart of the blood pool sat an enormous alchemy furnace, its size rare even across the entire cultivation world. All around the alchemy furnace, a vast number of such cultivators' corpses were piled up. Some had already turned into hollow skeletons. Even more were merely covered by a thin layer of skin stretched over their bones, reduced to desiccated mummies. The entire scene exuded an eerie and ominous atmosphere. Wanqing, who had always been single-mindedly devoted to cultivation, had never encountered such a scene before. If not for the fact that her body was now made of earth, she felt she might have vomited on the spot. Wanqing entered the stone chamber, her earth form reverting to its original appearance. She looked around and found that the traces of human use here were very evident. It should not have been abandoned yet. Just in case, Wanqing took out the cloak that Pei Wuqi had given her from her storage pouch and put it on. The cloak had the ability to conceal one's aura and hide one's tracks. If she were truly unlucky enough to encounter a rogue cultivator here, her chances of escape would be greater. Her purpose on this trip was merely to investigate suspicious areas. Finding the destination was purely an unexpected bonus. But if she were to truly confront the people here, relying on her alone would be far from enough. Wanqing suppressed her nausea and searched through hundreds of corpses, finally spotting a scrap of cloth on a mummy that was clearly identifiable as the uniform of the Lingxu Sect. To avoid being discovered by the owner of this place, she cut a piece of cloth from a relatively hidden spot. Given her influence, even if she brought back no evidence at all, simply claiming she had found the demonic cultivator's lair would never be believed. Given that this demonic cultivator had the strength to wipe out all the disciples who came last time, if she couldn't bring everyone at once to gang up on him, bringing only a few people would just be sending them to their deaths. She tucked the fragments bearing clear marks of the spirit ruins sect into her pouch. Just as Wanqing was about to leave, a wave of oppressive pressure spread through the stone chamber. If not for the cloak shielding her, this oppressive pressure would surely have detected her presence. A nascent soul cultivator, and a demonic cultivator at that. Wanqing felt a shudder run through her entire body, and she quickly transformed into an earth element form to escape via earth. Xing Ling leisurely walked into the stone chamber. He had come to clean up the scene. He planned to erase all traces of his own presence, highlight the marks left by the Yi family, and pin everything on them, to prevent the Lingxu Sect from targeting the demon cultivators again. Songling suddenly stopped in his tracks, and as he moved his foot away, a patch of yellow earth appeared before his eyes. In the originally clean stone chamber, where nothing but corpses and blood could be found, a patch of yellow soil suddenly appeared, suspicious no matter how you looked at it. Found me so quickly? But I have no intention of letting you discover me just yet. Then go ahead and die. Sangling's divine sense spread outward. A nascent soul stage cultivator's divine sense was powerful. If they deliberately sought out a cultivator whose cultivation was far lower than their own, even a spiritual treasure that concealed one's traces would be useless. Finally, he locked onto Wanqing, who was fleeing for her life. Found you. Sangling transformed into a wisp of black mist and vanished from the spot. The moment her spiritual sense locked onto him, Yuanqing sensed it. I knew it wouldn't be that easy to escape. Yuanqing couldn't help but feel sorry for her own luck. Sangling pursued Yuanqing like a shadow, locking onto her hiding place underground with his divine sense. Escape arts? Mere parlor tricks. Demonic energy continuously gathered in Sangling's hands, then surged like a tide toward the ground beneath him. Yuanqing could no longer hide underground and was forced to emerge, summoning the purple bamboo sword to attack Songling. Yet facing this demonic cultivator before him, whose cultivation far surpassed his own, this gap of a single tier could never be bridged by mere spells alone. A dazzling streak of golden light flashed by as Yuanqing traced a talisman in the void, causing a massive forbidden character to appear prominently in midair. Although she had long obtained the art of curse sealing from the library of the Lingxu Sect, it was only during her last seclusion that she truly mastered it. Different spells can achieve various forms of confinement against an enemy. 8 Extraordinary Meridians Seal. With a soft shout, the forbidden character shot forward with unstoppable force. Sangling had no time to dodge, and the demonic energy within him was instantly sealed. However, perhaps because Yuanqing's practice of the sealing technique was not yet perfected, Sangling's demonic energy was not completely sealed, only its circulation slowed down. Otherwise, at this moment, he would likely be unable to perform any spells at all. A mere trick. Sangling let out a light snort of disdain. Although he couldn't break the restraints on the person before him, Sangling felt that he could easily kill that person while still under the restraints himself. Knowing that her methods could not trap him, Yuanqing grew anxious inwardly. Her gaze darted around rapidly, searching for a place to hide. You're already at death's door, and you still think of running away? Sangling let out a cold laugh, his tone dripping with disdain and mockery. The purple bamboo sword was sent flying back by Sangling's palm strike, and the two immediately engaged in fierce combat. Yuanqing pulled out all the stops, unleashing spells of various elements that bloomed in the air like fireworks, but Sangling effortlessly deflected them with a casual flick of his sleeve. His carefree and unrestrained attacks, however, left Yuanqing in a sorry state. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, you've exhausted them all. For someone with 5 spiritual roots to cultivate to this level is truly rare. What a pity that today you will fall here. Sangling closed in, the demonic energy in his hand growing denser as he struck fiercely at Yuanqing. Yuanqing knew that this was a moment of life and death, and only a desperate fight could offer a glimmer of hope. Gritting her teeth, she resolved to adopt a strategy of trading wounds for wounds. Just as Sangling's attack was about to land on her, Yuanqing struck out abruptly, and a dazzling bolt of lightning shot from her sleeve, striking Sangling directly. This bolt of lightning was none other than the heavenly tribulation lightning that Yuanqing had taken into her sleeve during her tribulation. The power of the tribulation lightning was immense, and caught off guard, Sangling was knocked back and severely injured, a flicker of astonishment appearing on his face. The advancement of a demonic cultivator does not trigger the descent of a lightning tribulation. However, the lightning tribulation itself contains a powerful purifying force. If it strikes a demonic cultivator, the damage inflicted will far exceed that dealt to an ordinary cultivator. At this moment, because the demonic energy was sealed and thus flowing with abnormal slowness, Sangling, having lost the protection of demonic energy, was utterly unable to withstand the attack of the thunder tribulation. After being struck by the thunder tribulation without any defense, he was left nearly half-crippled. Yuanqing, who had also taken a palm strike from a nascent soul stage demon cultivator, was grievously wounded, making it impossible for her to take the final step of eliminating the root of the trouble. Fearing she might faint on the spot and fall into the hands of the demon cultivators, Yuanqing mustered her last shred of energy, turned around, and fled. Watching Yuanqing turn and flee, Sangling wanted to give chase, but was forced to stop as the movement pulled at his wound. The flash of that lightning tribulation just now would have definitely caught the attention of those with ulterior motives. Originally, pursuing this person was only to avoid premature exposure, but now anyone would know something unusual is happening here. Thinking of this, Zhang Ling could only return to the stone chamber to clean up any traces left by the demonic cultivator. As Wanqing left, she felt her mind gradually grow hazy. In the end, she could only find a place in the village that didn't look like a residence and hide there. Chapter 57. The Old Story of Yi and Su. Wanqing, the eldest son of the Yi family unknown to the world, whose mother was the former eldest daughter of the now-destroyed Su family. At that time, the Su family was large and prosperous, yet none of its descendants stood out in talent or cultivation. The only one who fared slightly better was Su Jingheng's mother, the seventh daughter of the Su family. The position of future family head of the Su family naturally fell upon the seventh daughter of the Su family. As the future heir of the Su family demanded that the seventh daughter of the Su family produce an heir as soon as possible, to prevent any unforeseen misfortune that would leave the family without a successor. The seventh daughter of the Su family went on a journey of wandering and returned home successfully pregnant, thus giving birth to Su Jingheng. Although the elders were all furious at the time that the seventh daughter of the Su family had acted on her own, refusing to heed their advice to marry for an alliance, what could they do when she was the future head of the Su family? But Wanqing's mother was a different case. Although as the eldest daughter of the Su family, her appearance and cultivation were both unremarkable, destined to rely on the family's support for life, she was undoubtedly the best candidate for a marriage alliance. The Su family's choice of marriage alliance for their eldest daughter was not with the Yi family at the time. The Yi family had just emerged on the scene, and the powerful Su family looked down on them. What they never expected was that Wanqing, the eldest daughter of the Su family, also became pregnant out of wedlock, and the father was unknown. This is truly something. You must understand that the Su family had originally planned to marry her off. The eldest daughter of the Su family insists she was forced, yet she refuses to have the child aborted. The seventh daughter asked her why. The eldest daughter said that although the man had forced himself upon her, it was not intentional. Moreover, the man was very handsome, and she wanted a child with a beautiful appearance. Unlike the seventh daughter, the eldest daughter had been plain-looking since childhood and was a sucker for good looks. Just as the Su family was in a frantic state of anxiety over their eldest daughter. It was at this moment that Yi Zhongying appeared, simply stating that he admired the Su family's eldest daughter and wished to marry her, and that the child in her womb could be claimed as his to outsiders. Although Yi's household was not large, the eldest daughter would become the mistress of the family. Though the seventh daughter found this man unsuitable, she could not withstand the elders in the family, who were eager to marry off the eldest daughter, and the eldest daughter herself had been deceived by Yi Zhongying's honeyed words, repeatedly claiming he would treat the child in her womb as his own. Since the marriage alliance between the Yi and Su families was settled. Later, the Yi family gradually rose to prominence, while the Su family, in contrast, declined as only the seventh daughter remained capable of standing on her own. Gradually, the true face of the Yi family was revealed. Not long after giving birth to Wanqing, the eldest daughter, who had already become the matriarch of the Yi family, died from a qi deviation, and the head of the Yi family married another woman. Wanqing also became a pitiful wretch subjected to relentless torment within the Yi family. The moment Wanqing drew qi into his body and awakened his bloodline, he plummeted completely into the abyss. It turns out that Wanqing's biological father was not human but a demon, specifically the legendary demon race of merfolk. Wanqing is the child of a half-demon. A long time ago, the Yi family once experienced an extraordinary encounter. They accidentally came into possession of an invaluable piece of merfolk bone. This fish bone possessed a special kind of sensory ability. It sensed that the fetus in the womb of the eldest daughter of the Su family was of the same kind as itself. Legend has it that the mermaids possessed astonishing abilities. Their tears turned into pearls, and they could also command the power of the ocean. Even more extreme rumors claim that the merfolk possess a mystical immortal bone within their bodies. If this immortal bone could be transferred to a human, that person would gain the merfolk's strength and talents. The very moment his bloodline was first awakened, the immortal bone within Wanqing's body was fully revealed. The Yi family head, who had waited many years for this moment, unhesitatingly stripped Wanqing of his immortal bone and claimed it for himself. Although Wanqing was fortunate enough to survive the loss of his immortal bone, he had been reduced to a cripple with disabled legs, unable to cultivate ever again. Abandoned in the wilderness to fend for himself, the Su family remained completely in the dark, believing that despite being harshly treated by the Yi family, Wanqing still had food and clothing. If not for Su Jingheng of the Su family gradually rising to power, Wanqing would have been killed by the Yi family long ago. Although Wanqing had broken away from the Yi family, he never truly left their sight, for he was taken in by an old man in a village on the outskirts of Gushan City out of pity. After the old man passed away, Wanqing took over his private school and became a teacher there. The Yi family servants, acting on someone's instructions, would come from time to cause trouble for him. After taking over the old gentleman's private school, Wanqing lived in the school itself. After being sent back to the private school by Fugue also knew that Wanqing had difficulty moving but was unwilling to let others help, and then he left. In the vast courtyard of the private school, aside from the occasional passing bird, only Wanqing lived there alone. Although the place felt somewhat empty, Wanqing did not feel lonely or bored. He was accustomed to this way of life and regarded it as a normal state. When it was time for dinner, Wanqing slowly pushed his wheelchair into the kitchen. He made himself a bowl of plain, watery vegetarian noodles. This was his meal for the evening. Though it looked extremely simple, it was more than enough for Wanqing. After finishing dinner, Wanqing slumped in his chair like a corpse, his eyes vacant and lifeless as he stared into the distance. His hands also hung limply on the armrests of the wheelchair as if his entire body had lost all support. Yet even so, his face still showed not the slightest trace of pain or sorrow. On the contrary, behind that calm and indifferent expression seemed to hide a deep weariness and helplessness. How would he die? Would he be killed ruthlessly by the Yi family? Or will one day fall and never get up again? Or perhaps die in obscurity within the academy, full of resentment and unfulfilled ambition? Why not just use this face to seduce a few people and see if they'd be willing to give alms, to take revenge for herself and her mother? A sudden noise from the backyard interrupted Wanqing's thoughts. After a moment's hesitation, Wanqing decided to go check it out. The old gentleman had planted a row of slender bamboo in the backyard, which had grown quite lush, appearing only as a patch of black in the night. Wanqing carefully carried the oil lamp, peering inside. Under the dim yellow light, he saw a person lying there quietly, covered in blood and demonic energy, clearly severely wounded. What rotten luck. Wanqing's face was unusually calm as he softly uttered just 3 syllables. He thought it would be best to leave this place quickly, so as not to get dragged into it. But just as Ihan was about to turn and leave, he suddenly stopped. Forget it, too much trouble. We're all going to die sooner or later anyway. He muttered to himself, having someone to die with isn't so bad. Wanqing looked again at the person lying inside, scrutinizing them carefully. This attire and style, it does resemble a sect disciple. Should we bring her into the house? But on second thought, he changed his mind. The bamboo grove is muddy, and it would be a hassle to go in there. Let her just lie here. Wanqing seemed quite pleased with his own decision, even nodding in approval. Wanqing was only at the 2nd layer of qi refining, and didn't even know any spells. Aside from having a slightly better physique, such a person was no different from an ordinary mortal. It's a bit too much to ask a cripple like him, with his legs disabled, to go in and get the person out. Chapter 58. The Decadent Soft Bun. Having been unconscious for an entire night, Wanqing was awakened by the dewdrops on the bamboo leaves. Wanqing opened her eyes and gazed at the bamboo leaves above her line of sight, recalling her earlier ordeal. During her investigation, she encountered a demonic cultivator, and the two fought. The demonic cultivator's cultivation was profound. She only managed to escape by a stroke of luck, relying on the lightning tribulation that had previously been stored in her sleeve universe. It was unclear whether that demonic cultivator was a practitioner who had fallen into depravity through qi deviation, or someone from the demon palace. If it turned out to be a demonic cultivator from the demon palace, this matter would be far from simple. Just as Wanqing tried to sit up, the movement pulled at the wound on her chest, causing her to wince in pain. The commotion in the bamboo grove caught the attention of those outside. Though the voice was pleasant to the ear, it was weak and feeble, giving the impression of someone who, knowing their days were numbered, had abandoned all hope. Wanqing looked up and saw a young man sitting outside the bamboo grove. He was tall and slender, with a gaunt, pallid face devoid of any color. His features bore an unmistakable air of illness, and he wore a lazy, weary expression. Last night you passed out in my place. I can't move around easily, so there was no way for me to help you. I could only watch from here. I've troubled you. Wanqing nodded at the person. Wanqing lowered his eyes with a faint smile. No need to trouble yourself. May I ask if you can leave now? What I mean is that this place is a private school with many eyes and ears, hardly suitable for you to recover from illness. Please leave first. The host showed no mercy in driving her away, and Wanqing had nothing left to say. She couldn't exactly count on running into a kind person, could she? Besides, back then she had deliberately sought out a place that seemed uninhabited to hide, only she hadn't expected someone to actually be living there. Unfortunately, Wanqing had overestimated her own body. The moment she stepped out of the bamboo grove, she felt dizzy and lightheaded, her vision going dark as she collapsed once more. Wanqing quickly reached out to catch her, looking down at the person now completely unconscious in his arms. What if I can't drive her away? Then stay. It's not like a cultivator needs me to prepare her meals. Placing the person in his arms, Wanqing turned his wheelchair and settled them in his own room. There was no other choice. This private school consisted only of the children's classroom, the kitchen, the woodshed, and Wanqing's own room. Although this female cultivator was not low in cultivation, he could hardly arrange for a young lady to stay in the woodshed. Wanqing remained unconscious until the afternoon, when she was roused by the sound of children reciting their lessons. She then found herself lying in a bedroom, its furnishings as sparse and simple as those in her own cave dwelling. Realizing there was no need to rush off, Wanqing took out all the healing pills that Mu Yunxi had prepared for her from her storage pouch and swallowed them. Then he sat cross-legged in meditation to expel the demonic energy from his body. While healing her injuries, Wanqing pondered that since the demonic cultivator hadn't come after her, he would surely go to destroy the stone chamber. Later, even if she brought the other disciples there, they would likely find no useful evidence. Thinking about this gave Wanqing a headache that came in waves, but at least she hadn't ended up losing herself in the process. That was already a good outcome. Wanqing didn't force anything. For now, she could only focus on recovering from her injuries while praying that the others might find some useful clues. Sir, we're heading off now. Goodbye, sir. In the village, children, especially boys, were already considered part of the household labor force, so Wanqing had little time to teach. The villagers sent their children to study only so that, if they were noticed and taken away by a sect, they wouldn't fall behind in their learning there. Thus, Wanqing's lessons were very simple, consisting only of basic literacy and writing. Right here. Back then, the old gentleman took him in and let him live here, but the private school was for the whole village's use. Now the village head wants to tear it down and build a memorial archway. There's no problem with that at all. Still, the village head's family has truly prospered. With the elder brother taken into the sect and now returning home as a Foundation establishment grandmaster to honor his ancestors, how could we not even have a ceremonial arch? 3 or 4 people appeared outside the private school, pointing at the nearby building and saying, "Village head, look at this place, fine mountains and fine waters. How fitting it would be to build a ceremonial arch here." The old man called the village head was already over 70, with a flowing white beard over a foot long. "Now that my brother is returning this time, the village must throw a grand banquet for him. I think it's perfect to tear this down and build a memorial archway here." "But, village head," the companion hesitated. He had a son at home who had become well-educated and sensible under this teacher's guidance, so he held a very good impression of Wanqing. "If this gets pushed through, where will Mr. E live in the future?" The village head shot the man a glare. "Humph. Where an outsider like him lives has nothing to do with me. Go tell him the village is going to demolish this tomorrow, and tell him to leave quickly." "But..." The man hesitated, reluctant. If Mr. E left, where would his child go to learn to read and write? Kuli had long held great authority in the village, and now that his elder brother was a formidable Foundation establishment cultivator, even if he felt resentment in his heart, what could he do about it? "Let's go. I'll go with you." After the group of people had walked away, 4 or 5 children emerged from the nearby fields. By the small ditch at the edge of the field, some children who had just finished school had been catching fish and shrimp. When they saw adults approaching, they quickly hid, afraid of being scolded, and ended up overhearing the entire conversation. They want to drive Mystery away. This is too much, and they even want to tear down the private school. Come on, let's go call the others and fight them. Right, we can't drive Mystery away. The door of the private school had not yet been closed since the children had just left, so the others barged straight in. "Mr. E, we have something to discuss with you. Please come out for a moment." Han maneuvered his wheelchair out from behind the house. "Village head, what business do you have with me?" "Mr. E, everyone calls you sir out of respect, but in truth, we all know you're nothing but an outsider." Li's tone was outwardly genial, but his words were far from polite. Seeing that the newcomer meant trouble, Wanqing, already dispirited, instantly shrank like a shelled quail. Having grown accustomed to being bullied, he couldn't even manage a word. "This private school has been around for a long time. The village plans to tear it down and build a memorial archway for my brother, who has reached the Foundation establishment stage. I wonder if you have any objections." Everyone in the village knew Wanqing's character, a complete coward with only his face to show for it. Usually, he managed to maintain a graceful demeanor that didn't give him away, but the moment you pressured him, he'd immediately cave. "It's not that we're trying to make things difficult for you, but Brother Lingxu is coming back to honor our ancestors, so we have to give him face, don't we?" The others also pleaded earnestly. Yet everyone knew that given Hanqing's temperament, he would surely agree. I have no objections, but what about the children in the village? Hanqing knew he had no power to resist, and he wouldn't bother with thankless tasks anyway. He was fine with whatever happened. But even if he left without issue, what would become of the children in the village? Li Zheng said sternly, "This is none of your business, outsider. Mr. Yi, you'd better pack your things and leave quickly." With that, Li Zheng gestured for someone to push Hanqing away. "Don't go." A group of children rushed out, standing between Hanqing and the village head. Mr. Yi has always lived here, and with his disability, where could he possibly go? You're all bullies. Chapter 59. The village head causes trouble. His own child was actually siding with an outsider, which made the village head furious, so angry that he nearly passed out. "You little scatterbrains. Where are your families? All of you, go home this instant," the village head roared furiously. "No, we won't leave." "If we go, Mr. E will leave too," the children answered in unison. "That's right, we absolutely won't leave," the other children chimed in one after another. "And we absolutely can't do without the school," the children continued. "Are you doing this on purpose, trying to keep us from going to school?" At that moment, Wanqing, who was resting and recuperating indoors, had not yet fully recovered, but her 5 senses were exceptionally sharp. She heard everything happening outside with perfect clarity. At first, when she heard that Hanqing had not given any response, Wanqing thought he might have already found another way out and wouldn't care about this small private school. Yet the more she listened, the more she felt that this was not the case, and when she realized that this sensible man was actually bullying the weak and even wanted to forcibly demolish the private school, Wanqing decided to no longer stand idly by. However, Wanqing also chose not to appear directly, as a cultivator showing up in a village full of mortals would often cause fear and intimidation. He raised his hand and cast a barrier, covering the entire private school. "I'm telling you, Hanqing, for an outsider like you, our village has already done more than enough by taking you in all these years. Today, whether you like it or not, you have to move out." The barrier, expanding from the inside out, directly repelled the village head and his group. Out of consideration for the village head being an elderly man, Wanqing did not use any harsh measures, and the force used to send them out was relatively gentle. "What is this?" The village head, having been pushed back, touched the barrier in front of him. "Immortal techniques?" The village head was so furious that righteous indignation filled his chest, and he kept striking the ground with his walking stick. I knew it. This fellow is nothing but a scoundrel. He must have used that face of his to seduce some immortal into backing him up. Shameless." Li Zheng was outside hurling insults, but Hanqing, sitting in his wheelchair, hung his head in silence, as if completely indifferent to the words of others. "All right, village head, enough talk. What do we do now?" The village head snorted with a cold laugh. "Does he think I'm out of options? My brother will be back tomorrow, and he'll surely be able to resolve such tricks with ease." A group of people left grumbling, while the children in the private school cheered joyfully at the sudden appearance of the barrier. "What is this? It's amazing! With this big dome, can we still get out?" Some children were afraid they might never leave, as their mothers were waiting for them to come home for dinner. Hanqing glanced toward the inner room and said to the children, "We won't be stuck here. You all go back for now. Also, take tomorrow off, don't come. A whole day to play." "Awesome. What if the village head comes again?" "I'll handle it." Hanqing patted the child's head. "Now hurry home, all of you." After sending all the children away, Han silently bolted the private school's main gate, looked up at the barrier that enveloped the entire school, and let out an ambiguous sigh. How wonderful. The sound of the door being pushed open interrupted Wanqing's healing. Hanqing sat in his wheelchair, stopping just outside the door without entering, and said to Wanqing, "Thank you for earlier. If there's anything you need my help with, please don't hesitate to ask." Wanqing opened her eyes. Just as those people had said, Hanqing was physically disabled and had trouble moving around. She wasn't in such a desperate rush that she had to trouble someone like him. What would be the point? Besides, Hanqing was borrowing her place to heal his wounds, so it was only right for her to lend a hand. It was nothing more than a barrier, after all. "I just find them too noisy." Having said that, Wanqing closed his eyes again. If it weren't because he found it noisy, why would he help himself? Hanqing's eyes dimmed. He had known since childhood that no one in this world would ever help him. Not even those who pity him would exist. After all, he himself is nothing but a lump of mud. Wanqing, who had originally planned to rest for a day and then leave, learned that the village head's elder brother, who had already reached the foundation establishment stage, would return tomorrow. She decided to see the matter through to the end, helping the people completely. She would wait until that foundation establishment cultivator was dealt with before anything else. By the second day, the lingering demonic energy on Wanqing's body had been mostly purged. Though her injuries had not yet healed, they no longer hindered her from leaving to seek out her fellow sect members. The villages in the cultivation world were no different from those in the mortal realm, only the life there was more leisurely. No one here would covet the grain they grew or demand that they pay all sorts of exorbitant taxes. The grain seeds they sow will all be theirs come harvest time. The only thing they fear is that passing cultivators might casually crush them underfoot. Thus, they treat all cultivators with great reverence, yet if a cultivator were to emerge from their own household, it would be an unparalleled honor that glorifies their ancestors. The villagers, who once worked at sunrise and rested at sunset, were now all gathered in the village head's home, with several large tables of feast filling the entire room. The house was filled with laughter and lively chatter, the noise of voices rising in a joyful clamor. The village head, who was over 70 years old, sat drinking and chatting with a middle-aged man who looked no older than 30. Elder brother, back then you left and never returned. Mother wept every day, and on her deathbed, she still murmured your name, worried that you might be suffering hardships among the immortals. You must perform the ancestral rites when you return today. This is a major matter to report to our ancestors. The middle-aged man felt no discomfort at being called Big Brother by a septuagenarian elder. He had returned today to sever his worldly ties, having entered the Immortal Sect only after the age of 16, leaving him deeply entangled in mortal karma. I came back today precisely to understand this matter. Grant some benefits to ordinary family members, settle karmic ties, and achieve clarity of the six senses. He hadn't expected that this return would still stir so many emotions within him. His birth parents, who had given him life, had passed away years ago, and even his younger brother, who used to follow him around everywhere, was now gray-haired. It's rare for me to come back this time, so today I'll follow my younger brother's arrangements and do as he says. Upon hearing his elder brother's words, the village head's face crinkled into a broad smile, all wrinkles spreading wide. Exactly. I was even planning to erect a memorial archway for you, brother, so everyone knows our family has produced a foundation establishment grandmaster. The cultivator, who was in the middle of drinking, nearly spat out his wine. He had returned to settle karmic debts, not to create new ones. With this memorial arch, he would be bound to the villagers for good. It's just that the position I've set my sights on, someone refuses to move out obediently. Isn't that a slap in the face to me, the village head? And slapping my face is no different from slapping yours, brother, the village head said to himself. The monk quickly interrupted, there's no need for a memorial archway. Just tell me what you need, brother. The village head had been waiting for exactly those words. There's an outsider in the village who, relying on his good looks, seduced a cultivator into backing him up, and now he's running amok and bullying everyone. Just yesterday, he even beat me up. If I weren't still pretty tough, it'd be hard to say whether I'd even live to see you again, brother. Naturally, the monk would not refuse his younger brother's request. Moreover, with nearly the entire village heading to Wanqing's private school today, the crowd from the village chief's house set off in a grand procession. Chapter 60. The Reforged Spine. As he approached the private school and looked at the barrier enveloping it, the cultivator immediately sensed something amiss. Neither the operation nor the structure of this barrier resembled anything an ordinary rogue cultivator could have created. Brother, it's right here. What do you think about having a memorial arch built for you at this spot? The village head smiled obsequiously. His elder brother is truly formidable. He will surely help support the family. When the time comes, he can have him take his eldest grandson away to cultivate immortality as well. Then, in the village, he would be an absolute, unchallenged local tyrant. That would be far more comfortable than being a village head, dealing with trivial disputes between neighbors every day. The cultivator shook off the village head's grip on his arm, clasped his hands toward the private school, and declared in a clear voice, "May I ask which sect's fellow cultivator is here? I, Zhang Dashan, an elder of the Iron Hand sect, have come specially to pay a visit." Wanqing, who had long heard someone approaching, emerged from her room. Wanqing, who had difficulty moving, fell a step behind her. Almost instinctively, Wanqing walked behind Wanqing and helped push his wheelchair. Wanqing hadn't expected that Wanqing, as a cultivator, would condescend to help him. He was stunned as Wanqing pushed him away. The tightly shut door of the private school suddenly swung open, and the cultivators waiting outside saw two people emerge from within. The man sat in a wheelchair, his sickly frame unable to conceal his condition. Judging by his aura and the fluctuations of spiritual energy around him, he had only just reached the chi refining stage. But the woman behind him, he only needed one glance to know she was absolutely extraordinary. Her spiritual energy fluctuations and imposing pressure far surpassed his own. She was undoubtedly a cultivator at the golden core stage. At first, she might have come with ill intentions, wanting to stand up for her younger brother, but now the cultivator had completely abandoned that idea. "You planning to pick a fight?" Yu Wanqing looked at the cultivator, who was merely at the early stage of foundation establishment. Such strength was only slightly better than that of a menial disciple in the Lingxu Sect. Unexpectedly, he could already become an elder in a minor sect outside. How utterly childish. The middle-aged cultivator flatly denied it. This junior would not dare. I merely heard that a cultivator from the clan had settled here and came specifically to pay a visit. Yu Wanqing glanced at the middle-aged cultivator, then at the villagers behind him, who had been completely silenced by his attitude. Among them was the child who had defended Yi Hanqing yesterday, now firmly held in their family's arms, their gaze not daring to meet Yi Hanqing's at all. Yu Wanqing said, "I'll leave after a few days of rest. If you're not here to cause trouble, then go." Having said that, Yu Wanqing pushed Yi Hanqing and was about to leave. "Senior, please wait a moment. I wonder if the senior would like to visit the Iron Hand sect as a guest. Our sect will receive you with the highest honors." The middle-aged cultivator had every intention of inviting Yu Wanqing back to serve as an elder of the sect. Even if only as a guest elder, it would still be a tremendous asset. "I have come out only to attend to business, so please return." Business? The middle-aged cultivator suddenly recalled that in recent days, a group of disciples from the Lingxu Sect had arrived in the city to carry out a mission, among whom were several golden core masters. Could this person be one of them as well? Thinking of this, the middle-aged cultivator's expression turned stern. The Lingxu Sect was an entity far beyond their reach. It was said that someone of his cultivation level would only be fit to serve tea and water there. Watching the private school's gate close completely, the village head, whose arrogance had greatly diminished, still couldn't give up. "Brother, is this it? What? Did you expect me to get into a fight for you?" Although the cultivation world was often filled with violence and bloodshed, people still valued their lives, and cultivators were no exception. Except when facing demonic cultivators, or when conflicts of interest arise. Everyone actually tries their best to avoid taking action. Because once a move is made, it will likely be a fight to the death. Having understood that the family no longer mattered in his elder brother's heart, Rizheng stopped making trouble, only hoping that his brother could fulfill his wish and take away his beloved eldest grandson. Yi Hanqing, who had never imagined that someone would actually step forward to defend him, was now in a state of utter turmoil. He couldn't figure out why the other party had done so. Could it be that she had also seen through him as a half-demon and wanted to gain some benefit from him? Yi Hanqing watched Yu Wanqing's retreating figure, truly unable to discern what her motives might be. If she truly wants to take it, then let her take it. After all, there's nothing left that he can't afford to lose. Yu Wanqing had already planned to leave. She had stayed for 2 days to help this person who was, in a way, the savior of her reluctant lifesaver, and she had no idea how Qin Si's investigation was going, or whether he had obtained any useful information from the Golden Jade Pavilion. But before leaving, Yu Wanqing still wanted to lend a hand to this village schoolteacher from the countryside. Indeed, after 2 days together, Yu Wanqing and Yi Hanqing had not even exchanged names. Neither knew what the other was called. Sealing the door to the room, Yu Wanqing slipped into the farming space. Since Yu Wanqing's golden elixir farming space had undergone a major transformation, the distant rolling green mountains had opened up to her, and she felt they could be used for planting trees. Now Yu Wanqing no longer cared for ordinary spiritual plants, and the land in her farming space was temporarily left empty. She planned to find some innate spiritual plants to cultivate. Even the lowest grade of innate spiritual plants required several hundred years to bloom and several thousand years to bear fruit. The rewards brought by such spiritual plants were certainly not comparable to ordinary ones. As soon as Yu Wanqing entered the space, Bai Shui noticed her. Bai Shui was very angry. Although staying in the farming space was comfortable, it was also very boring. All right, I understand what you mean, but the town really isn't a suitable place to let you out. Yu Wanqing stroked Bai Shui's leopard head to comfort her. Once we reach the demon beast forest, I'll let you out, and then you can play as much as you like. Humph. Bai Shui let out a dissatisfied snort. Yu Wanqing lifted Bai Shui into her arms, and only when Bai Shui caught the pleasant, faint fragrance on Yu Wanqing did she finally stop fussing. Yu Wanqing walked into the room and took out the Linglong bone. It really is still here. I almost thought I had sacrificed it to the spirit summoning array during my last tribulation. The Linglong bone can be used to heal internal injuries and completely transform one's physique, making it a miraculous cure. It is more than enough to cure Yi Hanqing's illness. In truth, if one were to weigh it properly, Yu Wanqing had already driven away those who came to cause trouble for Yi Hanqing, and the two of them were now even with each other. But Yu Wanqing still wanted to leave the Linglong bone for him, probably because his decadent appearance was truly unbearable to witness. Or perhaps it was Yu Wanqing's unprecedented bout of face fetishism suddenly acting up. In any case, Yu Wanqing always felt that this seemingly ordinary private tutor harbored pride deep within, just waiting for an opportunity. Yu Wanqing planned to become an angel investor. For a long time, there was no movement from inside the house and no one came out even after dark. Wanqing, who had been waiting for a verdict, finally realized belatedly that the person might have already left. Wanqing carefully pushed open the door. The room was indeed empty. Wanqing lowered his eyelids, a sudden wave of grievance welling up in his heart, reddening his eyes. Why? Why didn't it hurt me? Wanqing, who was completely at a loss as to why he was so dazed and dejected, suddenly froze in place upon seeing the Linglong bone placed on the table. The exquisite bone is a rare treasure that appears once in 10,000 years. It is said to be able to regenerate flesh and bone, allowing the user to heal hidden injuries and undergo a complete transformation, a divine medicine that grants them new life. It is the only medicine that can repair the immortal bones on his body. Wanqing's pupils suddenly contracted as he meticulously compared the exquisite bone before him with the illustration in the book, inch by inch, terrified of making a mistake. He stood frozen like a wooden statue, his heart pounding violently, an expression of disbelief spreading across his pale face. Hoji took the exquisite bone in his hand. Wanqing, who had never cried before, let tears fall like pearls, rolling away on the ground with a soft clatter. Why? Through his tears, Wanqing laughed again. Sure enough, he was still unwilling to accept it, unwilling to be humiliated and bullied for a lifetime, unwilling to not even have the ability to take revenge. Chapter 61. The Art of Observing Qi in Hemp Garments. After leaving the Linglong bone behind, Wanqing departed. As soon as she arrived in the city, someone called out to Wanqing. Senior Sister Yu. Wanqing looked over and saw that it was Li Shi from the group of 4. Junior Sister Li. Where have you been these past few days, Senior Sister? Li Shi asked with a worried expression. You haven't been back for several days. Everyone thought something had happened to you. If even a core formation stage senior sister could run into trouble, then they, as foundation establishment stage cultivators, would surely face grave danger if they encountered the same. So everyone was very worried, even though Xian insisted that it was Wanqing who hadn't mastered her skills well. But if even a senior sister at the golden core stage hadn't mastered her skills, then they themselves were even less likely to succeed. Now that he had seen Senior Sister Yu again, Li Shi's anxious heart finally settled. Where is everyone now? Senior Brother Qin took some people out to look for you. The others are all at the inn. Let's hurry back, everyone's been worried for a long time. The two of them went together to the inn where the group was staying. It was an inn under the name of the Golden Jade Tower. It was said that when Xian and Qin Siyu went to the Golden Jade Tower to inquire for information, the staff there refused them on the grounds that they couldn't disclose guest information to outsiders. The two of them hit a dead end. In a fit of pique, Xian, flaunting his wealth, booked a room for every disciple of the Lingxu Sect at the inn under the Golden Jade Tower's name. The inn under Jin Yulo's name is called Cloud River Lodge, with over 100 rooms occupying an entire street. Li Shi sent word that Senior Sister Yu has been found. Sister Yu has returned. That's truly wonderful. If even a golden core stage senior sister can't defeat them, we might as well turn back and go home. Xian, sipping his tea slowly, heard the other disciples say that Wanqing had returned. He couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Not dead? He had thought Wanqing was already dead. They've had no leads at all for days here, and since Wanqing has been delayed for so long, she must have found something. Taking advantage of Qin Siyu not being back yet, he needs to intercept this first-hand information. As soon as Wanqing arrived at the Cloud River Pavilion, she saw Xian leaning against the doorway, waiting for her. Senior Sister Yu, it's been a few days, have you found any leads? Wanqing tried to push past him to get inside, but Xian blocked her way. Before this, aside from hearing Xian call Qin Siyu Senior Brother Qin, she had never heard him address anyone else as Senior Brother or Senior Sister. Clearly, he was only at the late stage of foundation establishment, and by cultivation level, many in the queue could be considered his seniors. It seemed it was for the information in her hands. Wanqing handed him the torn fragments of the Lingxu Sect disciples' robes she had cut from her storage pouch. Gazing at the cloth remnants in his hand, Xian's expression suddenly turned solemn, even though he cared little for the disciples of Lingxu Sect. But as the son of the sect leader, he cared deeply about the Spirit Void Sect. To willfully harm a disciple of the Spirit Void Sect was to slap the sect's face, and slapping the sect's face was to slap his own. Xian had never tolerated anyone hitting his face since he was a child. Where did Senior Sister Yu find it? The disciples all gathered around. Wanqing looked around and said, there are still a few people outside. Li Shi quickly said, all the foundation establishment late-stage disciples are here. Senior Brother Qin thought that even Senior Sister at the Golden Core stage might run into trouble, so he took all the Golden Core stage senior brothers and sisters out to look for you, just in case. Only foundation establishment late-stage cultivators are here. If that demonic cultivator is still there, we simply can't defeat him. Despite being severely injured by the heavenly tribulation, a nascent soul stage demon cultivator is still not someone a few mere late foundation establishment cultivators can defeat. Then let's wait until everyone has arrived before discussing it further. Xian fell silent, his face darkening. He had originally thought that even if the mastermind behind the scenes captured the disciples of the sect, they wouldn't dare to do anything drastic. After all, the Lingxu Sect was renowned far and wide, and they wouldn't act recklessly. But he never expected that they would actually dare to kill them. Are they demon cultivators from the demon palace? Wanqing shook her head uncertainly. They're demon cultivators, but I'm not sure if they're from the demon palace. I think it's more likely that the faction from Lone Mountain City has gone astray and started practicing demonic arts. Wanqing still felt that this matter was inseparable from the family. If it's not the demon cultivators from the demon palace, what other faction's demon cultivators would dare to lay a hand on a disciple of the Lingxu Sect? Xian still had a better understanding of the demon palace. A disciple from the sect sent a message summoning Qin Xiu and the others back, and Wanqing told them the location of the stone chamber. The group set off immediately. Wanqing originally wanted to go along as well, but everyone knew she was seriously injured and insisted she stay at the inn to recuperate. Wanqing knew she couldn't fight against the majority alone, so she had no choice but to stay behind. Although the Cloud River Pavilion of the Golden Jade Tower was not located at the highest point of Lone Mountain City, it still offered an unobstructed view. At night, Wanqing came to the rooftop of the Cloud River Pavilion. In the Ma'i divine physiognomy, there is the art of observing qi, which allows one to perceive wealth qi, spiritual qi, purple qi, demonic qi, resentment qi, mundane qi, and killing qi. At its advanced levels, observing the qi of fortune and causality becomes as easy as reaching out one's hand. By nightfall, when the crowds gathered and most people stayed in their own homes, Wanqing climbed to a high vantage point, intending to use the terrain of Yunchuan Tower to observe the qi of Gushan City. Open the qi sight. Wanqing let out a soft shout, her spiritual power surging rapidly as a hazy purple aura swiftly spread from her pupils. In the blink of an eye, the world in her eyes underwent a earth-shattering transformation. Above the sky, clouds of various colors intertwined and coiled together, forming a splendid and multicolored scene. At this moment, the entire Lone Mountain City was covered by a faint layer of golden cloud energy, which was precisely the fortune energy symbolizing wealth. Clearly, the prosperity of this city was owed to its unique spirit tea trade, and the spirit tea trade also brought a thick aura of wealth to Lone Mountain City. And this dense aura of wealth would bless Lone Mountain City, ensuring its continued good fortune. However, Wanqing's gaze was drawn to another place. That was precisely the destination where Qin Xiu and the others were heading at that moment, the same area she had previously scouted. That place was thick with suffocating demonic energy and the aura of slaughter. Like a mass of pitch-black clouds, lingering for a long time without dispersing. At this moment, a thread of righteous energy was weaving through the black clouds, likely brought by the disciples of the Lingxu Sect. At the same time, this demonic aura was closely connected to multiple locations. Among them, the connection with a mansion in the northern part of the city was the most intimate. Anyone could see that they were inseparable. What was even more astonishing was that this demonic aura had a faint connection to the Golden Jade Chambers Merchant Guild, and Wanqing suddenly understood. No wonder Qin Xiu and Xia had been refused when they went to the Golden Jade Chamber to inquire for information earlier. Just as Wanqing was about to retract her qi-gazing technique, she suddenly noticed a dense aura of slaughter outside the city slowly approaching the city walls. Within this aura of slaughter, there was a faint trace of demonic energy, but even more intense was a powerful sense of resentment. This meant a wronged party had come to seek vengeance. It is a pity that the way of heaven imposes restrictions on physiognomy, the most important of which is, just keep it to yourself, don't speak of it to others, and don't meddle. Otherwise, it could trigger a backlash, the severity of which depends on the heavenly secrets he has revealed. It could be minor or major. For trivial matters, it might be fine, but for something as serious as a vendetta, Wanqing had no desire to get involved, not even to watch the excitement. Chapter 62, Rebirth from the Flames. I really don't know what the clan head is thinking, suddenly having us kidnap rogue cultivators, the person hiding in the alley muttered while complaining, scanning around for potential targets. The people around him chimed in, exactly, there aren't any rogue cultivators left in Lone Mountain City now. It's all because of those disappearances that happened before. Huh? Could it be that the incident was the clan head? Alright, stop talking. Don't gossip about the clan head behind his back. This task won't be easy to pull off. The speaker sighed helplessly, thrusting both hands into his sleeves. But this kidnapping doesn't require any cultivation level, or else it wouldn't be our turn to handle it, the servant muttered under his breath. Yeah, all we can do is this kind of dirty, exhausting work. The servant glanced around suspiciously, then lowered his voice and said, I've heard that someone's already come to investigate this matter. Yeah, I'm just afraid we'll end up dragging the brothers into this mess. Shoot, don't say another word, everyone quiet down. The people nearby quickly stopped them from continuing the discussion. We are the head of the family's trusted confidants. Surely we can't even handle such a small matter? If we can't even handle such a trivial task, then what value do we hold in the eyes of the head of the family? So no matter what, we must complete the task the head of the family has entrusted to us. After hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. So they stopped discussing the matter and began to carry out their task in earnest. A group of people dressed in servants' clothing were stealthily searching for their target within Lone Mountain City. Hey, doesn't that person over there look familiar? A household servant asked, pointing at a figure not far away. The other servants followed the direction of his finger and saw a man in a wheelchair, dressed in a white robe, his face as pale as paper, looking extremely frail. Oh, so it's him, a household servant said with sudden realization. Isn't that our exiled eldest young master, E? Why would he show up here? The family head forbade him from entering the city, another servant asked curiously. Who cares? Since we've run into it, we might as well go take a look, someone suggested. Yeah, we can't find a suitable target anyway, so we might as well go have some fun with this loser. Thus, this group of servants walked toward Wanqing with laughter and chatter. Seeing a crowd of people in familiar attire approaching him, Han remained as expressionless as ever, but this time he had no intention of turning away. Instead, he quietly waited for them to approach. Why has the eldest young master left the village and come to the city instead of staying put? Have you not learned your lesson yet? The servant controlled Wanqing's wheelchair and pushed him into an alley. Then came the sound of a wheelchair toppling over and a person's scream. The pitch-black night enveloped the alley and finally, all fell silent. And finally, a person emerged from the alley. Wanqing's steps were slightly unsteady, showing that after not walking for so long, he was still somewhat unfamiliar with the sensation of walking. The pristine white garment he wore was adorned with splashes of blood, like blooming plum blossoms. In the narrow alley behind him, the bodies of Yi's household servants lay scattered in disarray, the gashes on their necks so deep that bone was visible. Wanqing's face was brimming with a satisfied smile, a smile as enchanting and dangerous as a poppy flower. Gently raising his hand, he wiped the blood splattered on his face with the back of it. On his pale, slender fingers, long nails were stained with fresh red flesh, sending a chill down one's spine. At this moment, his mind was clouded by the exhilaration of revenge. Reason had completely vanished. After activating his bloodline, his eyes turned a sinister, terrifying blue, and the tear mole at the corner of his eye seemed stained red with blood. The gentle, soft aura that once emanated from him had been completely devoured by the darkness of the alley, leaving behind nothing but endless coldness and cruelty. Perhaps even Wanqing herself never anticipated that the man she had wanted to help out of kindness had actually long since collapsed into a madman. If no one helps him, he will eventually rot in the dust. But now he has risen from the ashes reborn. After the Qi observation concluded, Wanqing returned to her room to heal her injuries, planning to visit the Golden Jade Pavilion tomorrow. It wasn't until the dead of night that the others who had gone to investigate the stone chamber returned, each wearing a sorrowful expression, and even Xian fell silent. Returning with them were the bodies of the disciples who had come to Lone Mountain City in the previous batch. Qin Xiu set down the only relatively intact corpse he carried on his back, gazing at it with a look of pity. A corpse that has been mummified like this must have been formed through the practice of harvesting vitality, a disciple speculated. I suspect it's very likely the work of a depraved disciple from the Joyous Union Sect. Moreover, disciples of the Joyous Union Sect are always more likely to become demonic cultivators. Wanqing had never delved into the practice of dual cultivation and harvesting, so she could only stand aside and exchange blank looks with others who were equally inexperienced. It's obviously impossible to think otherwise. Over-harvesting a cultivator to death would take at least a few years, but how long have these people been missing? Besides, there are so many corpses in the stone chamber, what kind of person could have drained them all to death through cultivation absorption? In my view, they must have died after having their cultivation forcibly drained by a demonic cultivator using some devious method. Wanqing agreed with this person's words, as this was precisely what Wanqing suspected. So we should investigate whether anyone in Gushan City has experienced an abnormal increase in cultivation in recent years. Wanqing pointed her directly at the Yi family. I recall once seeing the Yi family's eldest son, Yi Feng, at the market at the foot of Lingxu Sect. At that time, he was only at the early golden core stage. Now, just 4 or 5 years later, I heard from the steward of Gushan City that he has smoothly reached the nascent soul stage. I know of this man as well. Xia nodded. Yi Feng is a spoiled playboy. A few years ago, he seemed to have been injured, and his cultivation level ran into trouble, so he stayed at home all along. Speaking of which, he and I are practically friends. Why don't I use that as an excuse to visit Yi's place during the day? Wanqing also shared her plan with the group, then I'll go check out the Golden Jade Pavilion again tomorrow. Lingxu asked Wanqing with concern, "Senior sister, are your injuries not serious?" "It's nothing. I may not be able to scout around, but I can still manage to ask for information. Let junior sisterly go with you, so you can look out for each other if anything happens." Qin Siu stood with his sword in his arms, his eyes fixed on Wanqing with unconcealed unease. It was all thanks to Wanqing that they had found the bodies of the disciples ahead today. Even if she spent the rest of this journey recuperating, no one else would say a word. Allowing an injured person to gather information made Qin Siu somewhat uneasy. Xia En, who was watching from the side, found it quite strange. Over the past few years, Lin Xiru had been chasing after Qin Siu, even neglecting him in the process. But Qin Siu had always been cold and indifferent toward Lin Xiru. Xia En had always thought he was just pretending, playing hard to get. But now Qin Siu, who could give a cold shoulder to a beauty like Lin Xiru, was actually showing a hint of tenderness toward a female cultivator of ordinary appearance. Could it be that Qin Siu himself didn't actually like women who were good-looking? Xia En, feeling as though he had uncovered a huge secret, looked at Qin Siu with an increasingly strange expression, his gaze constantly shifting between Qin Siu and Wanqing. Chapter 63, Deja Vu. Xia En took some people to the Yi family, while Qin Siu and the others searched the city for places that seemed suspicious. Wanqing and Lingxu went to the Gold and Jade Tower Merchant Guild together. Wanqing, of course, had not come to the Gold and Jade Tower empty-handed. After all, she still had the jade pendant that Su Jingheng had given her at the Wanjiang Tower. At the time, the other party said that with this jade pendant, she could eat and drink for free at Wanjiang Tower, but she had never gone there even once. She wondered if she could use this jade pendant to bluff her way through and fool the people at their establishment, passing the message along to them. "Senior sister? Why aren't you going in?" Lingxu looked at Wanqing with a strange expression, as Wanqing had been doing mental preparation at the entrance of the Jinyu Tower Merchant Association for quite a while. Acting and deceiving others was still a bit difficult for her. "It's fine, let's go inside." Standing at the entrance of the Chamber of Commerce for too long was indeed somewhat conspicuous. But what Wanqing and the others failed to notice was that the window of the room on the left side of the second floor of the Gold and Jade Tower Chamber of Commerce was open. Sunlight streamed in through the window. Su Jingheng leaned casually by the window as incensed smoke curled upward. He held a music score in his hands, his gaze inadvertently sweeping past the window just in time to catch sight of two people hesitating at the entrance of the Merchant Guild. "From the Lingxu Sect?" he murmured to himself. "It appears so, Your Excellency." The subordinate standing nearby had also noticed Wanqing and Lingxu and replied with utmost respect. People from the Lingxu Sect always carry a unique aura that others lack. Su Jingheng smiled and joked with his subordinate. "Yes, they're always somewhat simple, single-minded, and devoted solely to cultivation," the subordinate echoed. "Unlike us, who are troubled by worldly trivialities and rarely find peace," Su Jingheng remarked with a sigh. At that moment, he suddenly recalled the scene he had inadvertently witnessed earlier, a person treating a beggar to a meal outside the inn. In this lone mountain city, there were countless wealthy individuals, but those who would open their purses so generously were few and far between. And that person also seemed to be a disciple of the Spirit Void Sect. The people from the Spirit Void Sect had already come once. Although it would be a blow to the face of the Lingxu Sect to do so, he had no intention of informing them about the Yi family in the name of the Golden Jade Tower. In his plan, it would be best if the Golden Jade Tower and the Yi family were completely separated without any connection whatsoever. It was also because he had been busy gathering clues and improving his strength recently, relaxing his control over the Golden Jade Tower. Unexpectedly, he allowed the Yi family to take quite a few things under the guise of being his future in-laws. It was only when someone from the Spirit Void Sect came to investigate that he noticed the furniture the Yi family used to reconstruct the scene had actually been taken from the Golden Jade Pavilion. Wanqing walked into the Golden Jade Pavilion Merchant Association, gently placed the jade pendant in her hand on the counter, then smiled slightly at the shopkeeper and said, "I'd like to ask about something." "Would you be available, shopkeeper?" "Of course it's inconvenient." Under the guidance of the building master Su Jingheng, the Golden Jade Tower flourished, with business booming and wealth pouring in. Countless people came every day seeking business opportunities, hoping to get a piece of the pie. And the woman before him was clearly one of them. For someone like this, the shopkeeper had long grown accustomed. He didn't even bother to look directly at Wanqing, merely casting a casual glance at the jade pendant she had placed on the counter. Yet, the moment the shopkeeper made out the inscription on the jade pendant, his eyes suddenly widened, and a look of astonishment spread across his face. This jade pendant was only half the size of a palm, its entire surface warm and smooth like mutton fat, crystal clear and translucent, with a fine texture, truly a top-grade piece of jade. More importantly, the pendant was clearly engraved with the 3 characters Su Jingheng. That was the name of their building master. He had once seen the jade pendant worn by the sect leader, but it hadn't been seen for a long time afterward. Word had it that it was given away as a gift. Could it be that it was given to the young woman before him? The shopkeeper looked at Wanqing's disguised appearance, utterly baffled. But that didn't stop him from treating the two well. Miss, the jade pendant you brought is extremely valuable. I dare not make a decision on my own. How about I call the manager over and you can ask him about it? Wanqing nodded, as long as she wasn't called to confront Su Jingheng face to face. The shopkeeper, holding the jade pendant, respectfully went upstairs and knocked on the door of Su Jingheng's room. The subordinate opened the door to let the shopkeeper in. The shopkeeper placed the jade pendant in front of Su Jingheng. Master, someone downstairs is holding this jade pendant and wants to inquire about information. Su Jingheng exchanged a glance with his trusted subordinate. It was the 2 disciples of the Lingxu Sect they had just seen. Su Jingheng picked up the jade pendant and recognized it as the one he had given away. He still remembered the young girl he had given the gift to, intelligent and perceptive, with a brilliant literary talent. Back then, she was only at the peak of qi refining, and as a menial disciple of the Lingxu Sect, she looked no different from an ordinary farm girl. Now, she had already become a formal disciple of the Lingxu Sect. How true it is that times change and the seas turn into mulberry fields. Watching their master hold the jade pendant with such deep emotion, the steward and the subordinate exchanged a glance, both feeling that this matter was no simple affair. Their master, who had always been indifferent to women, was actually showing such feelings. Since she asked, go ahead and tell her. Shihuan, go entertain our guest. Su Jingheng handed the jade pendant to a subordinate named Shihuan. Shihuan was about to leave together with the shopkeeper. Wait a moment. Su Jingheng seemed to be pondering something. Invite her here to entertain her. It just so happens I'd like to take a look as well. The shopkeeper went upstairs and came back down shortly, followed by another person. A handsome young man clasped his hands in greeting. I am Shihuan, the steward of the Merchant Guild. Shihuan handed the jade pendant to Wanqing. This must be your jade pendant, miss. Wanqing took the jade pendant. I wonder if the steward has a moment. Of course I have time, of course. Shihuan led Wanqing upstairs. How about we first go to a private room upstairs for a chat, miss? Wanqing naturally had no objection. Lingxu also prepared to follow along, but the shopkeeper quickly stopped her. Miss, please wait downstairs for now. If you'd like anything to eat or drink, I'll have someone prepare it for you. Lingxu had no choice but to wait downstairs. Shihuan pushed open the door, and a faint scent of wood wafted toward him. The room was decorated in an antique style, with an intricately carved screen dividing the space into different areas. By the window stood a guqin, its strings shimmering brilliantly as sunlight streamed through the window. Several landscape scrolls hung on the walls, adding a touch of elegance. A bronze incense burner sat on the table, its thin smoke curling upward, exuding an air of tranquility. The entire room was filled with tranquility and elegance, as if it could make one forget the troubles of the world. Yet, anyone with a discerning eye who stepped inside would recognize that every ornament in this room was worth a fortune. Unfortunately, Wanqing was precisely that person without such discernment. However, Wanqing, having been educated at the Lingxu Sect, could tell that the room was furnished with quite a few protective spiritual treasures. No matter how Wanqing looked at it, this room didn't seem like a guest room. Instead, it felt more like someone's permanent residence. A folding screen divided the room into an inner and outer chamber. Su Jingheng, seated in the inner room, recognized the woman the moment Wanqing entered. She was the one who had invited the beggars to eat outside the restaurant before. Chapter 64. An Unseen Reunion. Su Jingheng never expected that the only 2 women he found somewhat special were actually the same person. Shihuan gestured for Wanqing to sit down. I haven't yet asked for the young lady's name. I am Wanqing, a disciple of the Lingxu Sect. Wanqing made no attempt to hide it. I came to the Golden Jade Pavilion this time to inquire about some matters with the steward. The name is quite pleasant to the ear. Su Jingheng leaned back on the imperial concubine's couch, carefully studying Wanqing through the screen. I'd like to ask, Miss Yu, how did you come by this jade pendant? Shihuan was brimming with curiosity about the gossip between his own master and Wanqing, but he couldn't show it too obviously. Afraid that his master might fly into a rage out of humiliation and come after him later. Of course, the host gave it to me. The host? I'm not familiar with the owner of the jade pendant. To be honest, I don't even know why he gave it to me. Wanqing chose to tell the truth, as this person would surely report the matter to Su Jingheng afterward, and lying was clearly not a good option. Not familiar? Shihuan's voice rose, filled with surprise. Su Jingheng nodded slightly from behind the screen. It was indeed the truth, but for some reason, he felt a vague unease in his heart. The building master would never give away the jade pendant he wore for no reason. Shihuan was certain that the woman before him held some special place in the master's heart. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been sent to receive her. He could have simply been dismissed. The woman treated so rudely by the thread starter is not just one or two. Yes. Wanqing nodded with absolute certainty. Su Jingheng's personality was also mentioned in the original novel. Before meeting Lin Xiru, he had absolutely no interest in women. Although she didn't know why Su Jingheng had given her the jade pendant, she was aware that the only woman who could be close to Su Jingheng was Lin Xiru. We came here a few days ago, and you turned us away, so I thought I'd give this a try. The steward won't go back on his word and refuse to tell me now, will he? Shihuan waved his hand. Of course not. Miss Yu, please go ahead and ask. I will tell you everything I know without holding anything back. Although there were some twists and turns along the way, Wanqing still obtained the information she wanted. Those items had been taken by members of the Yi family. Jin Yulo hadn't wanted to tell them before. He was afraid that because of the marriage alliance between the Yi family and Su Jingheng, they would suspect the Jin Yulo Merchant Association. If an ordinary merchant association caught the attention of a major sect, it would truly be not far from shutting its doors for good. Incidentally, Shihuan also told Wanqing a piece of news. When he and Su Jingheng had once visited the Yi family, they saw a demonic cultivator there who was dressed very securely from head to toe. From Shihuan's description, everything matched up with the black-clad figure Wanqing had encountered in the stone chamber that day. Wanqing felt that the black-robed cultivator, having failed to capture her, had likely already fled by now. She just didn't know if he had notified the Yi family before leaving. Furthermore, she wondered whether the Yi family or the cultivator was the true mastermind. On the way back with Li Shi, Wanqing was also discussing this matter with her. Li Shi, however, had some understanding of demon cultivators. She knew that demon cultivators were nowhere near as principled as this. The demonic cultivator has betrayed our trust. If he had told the Yi family about such a major matter, they would have come to fight us to the death by now, not remained completely silent. I think that demonic cultivator will use the Yi family as cannon fodder to hold off the pressure from Lingxu Sect, buying himself time to escape. Two people were walking down the street when they suddenly overheard the scheming of someone nearby. How long has it been peaceful? How could something like this happen again? Yes, another cultivator has gone missing. If this keeps up, how are we supposed to do business? Damn it all, why hasn't someone like that been struck dead by a lightning tribulation? Haha, maybe someone like that doesn't even have a lightning tribulation? You mean a demon cultivator? Wanqing and Li Shi exchanged a glance. Another cultivator had gone missing. These demon cultivators are far too audacious. They're treacherous and ruthless. They all deserve to be killed. Li Shi said, his voice filled with righteous indignation. Wanqing also gave a slight nod in agreement. He didn't notice at all that someone beside her was watching him nod, then his expression turned pained, his body stiff as wood. Among demon cultivators, those who become demon cultivators due to chi deviation are ultimately a minority. Most people voluntarily become demon cultivators by practicing evil arts for a shortcut to cultivation. People like this deserve to die. The sights in the stone chamber made Wanqing fully understand the ruthless cruelty of demon cultivators. Let's go. Find out which rogue cultivators have gone missing. After the two had walked far away, a certain someone who had been serving as mere background scenery on the street directly removed the bamboo hat from their head, revealing a face of breathtaking beauty. This person's features were exquisitely refined, every detail flawlessly perfect, as if they were a work of art meticulously crafted by the heavens. Washed clean of all worldly adornment, clad in robes as white as snow, he stood amidst the crowd like a lotus flower rising gracefully from the water, pure, refined, untouched by dust. Yet if anyone looked closely, they would notice that he possessed eyes unlike those of ordinary people. Those were eyes as blue as the deep sea, profound and mysterious. At that moment, black demonic energy swirled within those eyes, flickering in and out of sight, a clear sign of losing control to inner demons. An experienced cultivator could tell at a glance that such a person was not far from falling into demonic corruption. Wanqing stood there quietly, exuding a unique aura that combined the ethereal grace of one untouched by worldly filth with a hint of sinister mystery. This contradictory feeling made him appear exceptionally charming, drawing the attention of many around him. Death would be no great loss. After taking the Linglong bone, Wanqing packed his things and headed into the city, shedding his previous despondency and gaining a new lease on life. After killing the Yi family servant, he had been constantly seeking an opportunity to sneak into the Yi residence for revenge. Beyond that, Wanqing also harbored a secret hope, yearning to see her again. Walking down the street, running into her was a real surprise for Wanqing. But what he hadn't expected was that before he could even greet her, her words nailed him to the spot. She had been injured by a demon cultivator before, so she definitely wouldn't like them. If he were to truly become a demonic cultivator, he would likely never be worthy of approaching her again in this lifetime. Hanqing's appearance stunned everyone on the entire street. The little girl beside him flushed bright red, and finally, unable to hold it in any longer, she glanced down at the items she had bought from her stall. Summoning his courage, he struck up a conversation. "Young master, why not buy a mirror? One look and your heart will be refreshed." Gazing at the mirror that suddenly appeared before him, it clearly reflected the demonic aura swirling in his eyes, that dark, lingering presence that refused to fade away. Hanqing felt a sting in his nose, an uncontrollable sense of grievance welling up inside him. Really ugly. The little girl at the stall was stunned, unable to believe her ears. Was that young gentleman just calling himself ugly? The little girl looked at the mirror in her hand, then glanced at the man who was as pure and elegant as a lotus. Absolutely impossible. They're probably just dissatisfied with how ugly their own mirror is. The little girl had to admit that her mirror was indeed not as pretty as others. Chapter 65. The Secret Art of the Demon Cultivator. This is the place where he disappeared. We had originally agreed to set off together for the secret realm, but today we waited and he never showed up. So we went to his place to look for him, and ended up finding his storage pouch in the alley behind his residence. Everything inside was gone. His cultivation level is low, and he rarely offends people. No one would target him except for those deranged lunatics. The signs of the alley fight were very clear, and Wanqing could even deduce from the remaining traces that the kidnapper's highest cultivation level was no more than early Foundation establishment. Even Lingxu found it crude. Are these really the same group? Based on our previous investigations, their methods of capture have always been clean and efficient. Moreover, the few people who went missing this time were all Qi refining stage cultivators. Previously, they hadn't set their sights on these individuals, as the lowest cultivation level among their targets was Foundation establishment. Wanqing sighed. We can't rule out the possibility that those people did this deliberately to confuse us. The stone chamber has been exposed, and they must already be clear about it. What matters most to them now is how to prevent the stone chamber incident from implicating them. Lingxu caught on immediately, so they plan to frame someone else. Wanqing nodded. The possibility of imitation can't be ruled out, but it's very unlikely. After arriving in Gushan City, they made no effort to conceal their movements. This meant that anyone in the city with even a modest network of connections would know that disciples of the Lingxu Sect had come to investigate the matter. In such a situation, anyone with even a shred of common sense would not choose to stir up trouble or engage in petty maneuvers at this time. Therefore, the most likely scenario is still that the same group of people took matters into their own hands. Ever since entering Gushan City, Wanqing had felt that this mission was extremely peculiar. She could clearly sense that the person behind the scenes was experienced and meticulous, leaving no loose ends, yet always displayed an astonishingly foolish side in certain small details. It was as if an invisible force was holding them back. Why is it only a Qi refining stage cultivator? What use is such a level of cultivation to me? Yifeng flew into a rage in the Yi family's secret chamber. Because of his physical condition, if he failed to replenish enough spiritual energy in time, his cultivation would gradually deteriorate. The person he was berating was not a member of the Yi family. After entering the nascent soul stage, he secretly became the supreme elder of the Iron Hand sect, and for this abduction of cultivators, he used the Iron Hand sect's personnel. The disciples of the Spirit Ruins sect are still in the city. We're afraid. The Iron Hand sect disciple said nervously. You're all afraid of those disciples who haven't even reached the golden core stage. Aren't you afraid of me instead? The oppressive aura of a nascent soul cultivator spread through the dark chamber, growing heavier and heavier. Senior, please calm your anger. The Iron Hand sect disciple thudded to his knees, his face filled with terror. They knew Yifeng's strength and methods. If they failed to satisfy him, they feared they wouldn't live much longer. Humph. Yifeng snorted coldly. Useless trash. He deserves to die 1,000 deaths. Sang Ling, clad in a black robe, opened the door to the secret chamber and, upon entering, witnessed the scene before him. Why is young Master Yi so hot-tempered? The already distressed disciples of the Iron Hand sect grew even more terrified upon seeing Sang Ling enter. They had never imagined that Yifeng, as the heir of the Yi family, would practice demonic arts, let alone have a demonic cultivator by his side. Had they known this would happen, the Iron Hand sect would never have honored Yifeng as their supreme elder. Seeing Sang Ling Yifeng was like seeing a savior. How is it on father's side? Sang Ling's expression was mocking. Your father said the men he sent out were killed, and they didn't capture any cultivators. He's asking me to extend the deadline by 2 days. Are you kidding me? Yifeng refused to believe it. He just wants to give up on me. I advanced to the nascent soul stage and earned him great face, and now he wants to abandon me? I won't allow it. Sang Ling found a chair and sat down, watching Yifeng's furious outburst. In his current state, it shouldn't be long before he completely falls to demonic influence. When that happens, I can pin this whole incident on him and extricate myself cleanly to return to Lingxu Sect and continue my undercover work. Let's finish our business first. Your cultivation shouldn't be able to hold out much longer. One sentence from Sung Ling made Yifeng calm down. Then let's begin. Sang Ling's eyes shifted slightly. How about I teach you today instead? Really? Yifeng could hardly believe that Sang Ling was willing to teach him the secret technique for extracting spiritual energy from cultivators' bodies. After all, you're under my command now, there's no need to hide a single secret manual from you. With that, Sang Ling pulled a jade slip from his sleeve and tossed it to Yifeng. Overjoyed, Yifeng caught it. Thank you, master. Figure it out yourself. I won't disturb you any further. Sang Ling waved a hand and walked out. Once outside the dark chamber, Sung Ling's expression suddenly turned grave. He pressed a hand against his chest. TCH, damn spirit ruin sect. They even possess secret arts like Sleeve Universe and absurdly manage to contain a bolt of heavenly tribulation. After going undercover in the Spirit Ruin sect, he had visited the library a few times, whether for the inner or outer sect, but each time he was fobbed off with some low-level spells. Sooner or later, he would tear down that damned building. Sir. Yi Hongling appeared suddenly. Where's my brother? Sang Ling glanced at the dark chamber. He's not available right now. Yi Hongling followed Sang Ling's gaze, fully aware of what her brother was up to and feeling nothing but disdain for it. It was nothing more than the futile death throes of a waste. Given his current physical state, no matter how much spiritual energy he possesses, it will eventually run out. When that day comes, he will surely do something terrifying for the sake of that energy. Yi Hongling had already made up her mind to stay far away from him. Whether she married into the Su family or eloped with her husband, she would never choose to stay with the Yi family. What should we do then? Someone from the Lingxu Sect came to visit brother, claiming to be his friend and saying they haven't seen him in a long time, so they came to check on him. Then I'll go meet them myself. Sang Ling removed his hood and suddenly transformed into the likeness of Yifeng. In the dark chamber, Yifeng sat cross-legged before a massive alchemy furnace, studying the jade slip while attempting to work with his hands. The spiritual energy from the rogue cultivator, brought by Iron Hand Sect, had already been drained by him, coalescing into a small cluster of qi. These are still far too few. Yifeng was quite dissatisfied with the size of the spiritual energy clusters. In the end, his gaze fell upon the disciples of the Iron Hand Sect. The disciples of the Iron Hand Sect felt a chill run through their bodies and quickly knelt to the ground. Spare us, Supreme Elder. We will go find someone for you right away. We beg the Supreme Elder to show us mercy. Yifeng had no intention of listening to what they were saying. He raised his hand, and the power of a nascent soul cultivator instantly enveloped the disciples. These disciples were horrified to discover that they could not move, their bodies bound by an invisible force. They struggled desperately, but it was to no avail. Yifeng watched them coldly, a glint of greed flickering in his eyes. He began to extract the spiritual energy from their bodies one by one, drawing it into the alchemy furnace. As time passed, the disciples' breaths grew fainter and fainter, while the spiritual energy in the furnace gathered more and more, finally condensing into a pill of mottled aura. He was swallowed whole by Yifeng. Chapter 66, On the Eve of Action. Wanqing and Li Shi investigated all the missing rogue cultivators in the vicinity and found that they were all qi refining stage cultivators. Afterwards, the two returned to the inn to wait for the others to come back. Sitting in the hall, Li Shi looked at Wanqing as if she wanted to say something but held back. What's wrong? Wanqing asked, somewhat puzzled by Li Shi's hesitant demeanor. Li Shi bit her lip, hesitated for a moment, and then finally spoke. I just wanted to ask, how long has the senior sister been cultivating? How did you get through the lightning tribulation? Wanqing could tell at a glance that Li Shi was extremely anxious, even at a loss, about being stuck at the late stage of foundation establishment for years. She had no idea at all whether she should undergo the lightning tribulation now. Wanqing was not the type who enjoyed playing the mentor, but she found interacting with Li Shi quite pleasant, so she didn't mind having a chat with her. Most cultivators face the lightning tribulation with eager anticipation. Even if they don't harbor thoughts of competing with the heavens, they won't be scared off by a trial. Thus, Wanqing took the initiative to ask, Junior Sisterly, how long has it been since you joined the sect? After hearing Wanqing's words, Li Shi replied truthfully, I've been in the sect for nearly 300 years, and I've been diligent in my cultivation, but I don't know why I've been stuck at the late foundation establishment stage. Wanqing raised an eyebrow and then asked softly, do you really not know why, Junior Sister? After hearing Wanqing's words, Li Shi was stunned. It was a moment before she let out a bitter laugh and said, actually, there used to be 5 of us. There was an older sister, a bit older than the rest of us. She had better talent than us, a 3 spirit root, and formed her foundation earlier than everyone else. But when she was crossing the Golden Core tribulation, she died because she wasn't prepared well enough. Senior sister, can you understand what it's like to watch the person you admire and take the most pride in turn to ashes right before your eyes? Lingxu's eyes glistened with tears, the heartbreak and pain within them beyond words. Wanqing shook her head and said softly, I don't know. Everyone's experiences are different. No one can truly empathize with another. And you're lucky, you still have 3 companions. Wanqing gently patted Lingxu on the shoulder. Lingxu nodded, crying and laughing at the same time. Yes, without them I might have already fallen into demonic possession. Her voice was filled with gratitude and relief. I think they feel the same way too. Wanqing smiled comfortingly. But now we've reached the age where we must consider crossing the tribulation. So, is the senior sister's tribulation really that terrifying? Lingxu lifted her tear-filled eyes to look at Wanqing, her gaze flickering with fear and unease. Wanqing was silent for a moment, then slowly recalled what she had looked like during her own tribulation. When I went through my tribulation, I just charged in headfirst. She gave a faint smile, as if mocking herself. Ming. Lingxu's eyes widened as she stared at Wanqing in disbelief. Wanqing thought about how to phrase things without scaring the other person, or perhaps just feed her a bowl of chicken soup for the soul. At the time, I didn't think about any other issues. It was simply that my tribulation was due, so I went for it. In my view, if you end up in the cultivation world and still accomplish nothing in the end, you might as well just be immortal. To cultivate immortality and achieve eternal life, to overturn clouds and rain with a wave of the hand, to pluck stars from the sky though they be at the edge of the world. What a wonderful thing that would be. Wanqing's brows and eyes revealed an undisguised longing. She was truly grateful for her farming space, which gave her the possibility of cultivating immortality, rather than being nothing more than a menial disciple for a lifetime. Lingxu also nodded in agreement. Cultivating immortality is truly wonderful. While Wanqing and Lingxu were chatting idly, Qin Xiu had already returned with a group of people. Another cultivator has gone missing today. Hearing Qin Xiu's words, Wanqing chimed in. That's right. We heard about it too when we came back from the Golden Jade Pavilion today. Qin Xiu produced a token. This is what we found at the scene, a token belonging to the Iron Hand Sect. Why does the Iron Hand Sect have to be involved again? Wanqing was baffled. We've pretty much finished our investigation. Recently, the Iron Hand Sect has been loudly proclaiming that they've gained a new nascent soul stage Supreme Elder, but they haven't specified who it is. Who do you suspect? Qin Xiu said with certainty, other than Yifeng of the Yi family, I can't think of anyone else. The Yi family has plenty of people. There's no reason to use outsiders over their own. Wanqing frowned in thought. Unless he has no one left to use. Could it be that he's drained them all dry? Qin Xiu boldly speculated. Maybe it won't be long before he shows up in person to make an arrest. Wanqing's brow furrowed even tighter. She felt that this matter was growing increasingly complicated, as if many secrets had yet to be uncovered. What do we do now? Wanqing asked. Let's continue investigating for now, see if we can find more clues, Qin Xiu said. Or wait for junior brother Xia to return. Some of the other disciples were timid, but that's a nascent soul stage cultivator. Can we really handle it with just us? Maybe we should call for a nascent soul elder from the sect. It is only natural to have doubts when facing a nascent soul cultivator. If we truly need to summon someone, we must first clarify the matter ourselves. We cannot afford to call the wrong person and make the sect elders come all this way for nothing. Qin Xiu dared not be overconfident even when facing a nascent soul cultivator, let alone on their home turf. If anything went wrong, he would be the one to suffer. Rather than worrying about that, you might as well worry about whether Xia and can get out of the Yi family safely, and not end up being kept there because Yifeng has taken a liking to him. Wanqing teased with a smile. What are you saying, senior sister you? Taken a fancy to? You're giving me goosebumps. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Xia appeared at the doorway, leading a few people, a look of disdain on his face. Junior brother Xia is back. I hope you didn't alert the enemy, Wanqing said, changing the subject. The snakes that should have been startled were already startled after they made their move against the disciples of the Spirit Void sect. Xia and let out a cold snort. Senior sister, you speak strangely too. What do you mean by taken a fancy to? He sat on the stool, taking a couple of sips of cold tea. That person hasn't even seen me at all. How could that be? Everyone was astonished. It's not that I never saw him. He had someone transform into his likeness to fob me off, as if I wouldn't notice. Xia grinned, revealing 2 canine teeth, which made him look unusually endearing. The Yi family must be inextricably linked to this matter. They might even be the masterminds. We'll just nab them all in today's operation. Xia declared with conviction. Should we wait for the elder of the sect? After all, he's at the nascent soul stage. That's a nascent soul stage propped up by pills and evil arts. With cultivation like that, he probably can't even beat a mid-stage golden core disciple of our sect. What are you afraid of? Since no one dared to defy the sect leader's son, the group conferred briefly and decided to act that very night, conducting a nocturnal reconnaissance of the residents, ideally to capture them all in one fell swoop. Chapter 67. Night Raid on the Mansion. Several disciples at the Golden Core stage each led other disciples to infiltrate the household, then regrouped after finding suspicious locations within the mansion. Yuanqing led Zhangwen, Li Shi, and Xia in through the back door. Yuanqing glanced at Xia, puzzled as to why he had chosen to come along with her. Xia also knew that Yuanqing found him strange. The two of them could be said to be somewhat at odds, and now that Yuanqing was still injured, it was indeed odd for him to be traveling with her. He looked at the sky and the ground, but not at Yuanqing. Could he say that after all these days together, he found Yuanqing to be the most reliable person? Qin Xiu is diligent enough, but his mind is as dull as a block of wood. He tried to pick a fight with this person several times, but the man remained completely indifferent, not noticing a thing. After a long time, even he himself found it boring. On the contrary, many people in Yuanqing's team trusted her deeply. The only pity was that after spending time together, he could tell that Yuanqing was a complete lone wolf. Xia, who had originally been thinking about whether he could win her over, also gave up on the idea. Watching Yuanqing skillfully knock out the servants emerging from the back door and transform into their likeness. Day after day, he barely spoke a few words, and his whereabouts were nowhere to be seen. She definitely has no friends in the sect. Xia was full of resentment. Here stood the dignified son of the sect leader right before you, and you didn't even think to curry favor? After a simple disguise, the group sneaked into a mansion. Inside a mansion, carved beams and painted rafters abounded, with scenery shifting at every step. Perhaps due to their state of mind, no matter how the group looked at it, they found the mansion eerily strange. Yuanqing knew this was because the aura of the residents was being suppressed and devoured by demonic and resentful energy. Open the gaze of aura. A hazy purple aura appeared around Yuanqing's eyes. The art of the cloth diviner, Xian murmured, stunned that Yuanqing actually knew a technique that only his mother possessed. He had begged his mother to teach him the spell when he was a child, thinking such eyes would look especially cool, but as soon as he started learning, the backlash struck, and he was bedridden for half a month. His mother had even consoled him by saying it was because he held weight in the heavenly Tao, and thus the heavenly Tao would not permit him to learn such secret arts. The younger version of myself was fooled by this rhetoric and was happy for quite a while. It wasn't until he grew up and his mother still hadn't found anyone who could master the mystical physiognomy that he understood what truly mattered. It was simply a lack of talent. Unaware of Xia's turbulent emotions, Yuanqing's violet eyes clearly perceived the aura of the residence. In a secluded courtyard at the northeastern corner of the residence's backyard, demonic energy and resentment converged, with even faint silhouettes visible writhing within the black clouds of vapor. Yuanqing guided the group, pointing the way as they advanced toward the small courtyard. Though the courtyard was remote, it was kept very clean, yet beneath the cleanliness, the desolation of the yard was hard to conceal. Even though autumn had not yet arrived, the leaves of the old tree in the yard had already fallen completely, carpeting the ground. It looks like it fell off only recently. In the courtyard, a well was covered by a stone. Zhangwen took the lead in lifting the stone off the well, and then saw that the dried-up well was filled with corpses that had been drained into mummies. Damned demon cultivator. Li Shi covered her mouth and nose as she looked into the well. Why are all these people here wearing the clothes of mansion servants and Iron Hand sect's disciples? Do you even need to think about it? Lone Mountain City has no more rogue cultivators left for them to capture, and with us here, they don't dare make a move, so they have to use their own people. Xia's expression was disdainful. He had expected a tough nut to crack, but instead found a bully who only picks on the weak. Yuanqing blocked her sense of smell. How is cultivating demonic arts like a bottomless pit? Can't so many people satisfy him yet? Zhangwen chuckled. Maybe he finds himself disgusting, sucking in and spitting out at the same time. Yuanqing took out the formation plate, on which the scene of manor appeared. She marked her current location on the formation plate. This is a type of magical artifact used by the Spirit Ruins sect to mark locations, allowing real-time observation of where others are. Yuanqing marked it to let the others know they had found the problematic area, so the others could come and join them. Several people pushed the door open, never expecting the room to be so neatly arranged, looking comfortable and cozy. Who would have thought that outside this room, the well was piled high with corpses? Didn't father send you out to capture people? Why are you back so soon? Yifeng appeared behind the group, his expression unfriendly. Young master, the head of the family ordered us to come. Yuanqing bowed her head in greeting. Xia glanced at Yuanqing again and followed suit. Yifeng snorted lightly. I knew that old bastard wouldn't dare to go out and provoke the Spirit Void sect. If I am where I am today, it's all thanks to that wretch from the Spirit Void sect. For my sake, they didn't even dare to confront the Spirit Void sect. Yifeng muttered incessantly, his hands flailing wildly, his eyes bloodshot, a clear sign of demonic possession. Does Yifeng hold a grudge against the people of Lingxu Sect? Could it be Mu Yunxi? Wanqing remembered very clearly that at the time, Mu Yunxi had done nothing else besides sealing his meridians. All beautiful people deserve to die. Yifeng let out a furious roar. He, who had been brimming with pride over his advancement to the nascent soul stage, was now consumed by rage, because of his father, because of the Spirit Void Sect, because of the irreversible descent into demonic cultivation. Now he's running around like a headless chicken. Wanqing now confirmed that the person Yifeng mentioned was Mu Yunxi. However, what exactly happened in between remains to be seen. Only after venting his anger thoroughly did Yifeng calm down and say, "Since it was father who sent you, then come inside with me." Yifeng opened a hidden door. "Go on in." No one knew what the situation was like inside there, and Yifeng was clearly acting off. Going in would likely lead to trouble. Yifeng was adamant, forcing everyone else inside. Wanqing didn't want to go inside, nor did she want to put others in danger. Recalling Yifeng's hatred for beautiful women, Wanqing shed her servant disguise and removed the mask behind him. The situation was urgent, so she could only conjure onto herself the clothes that Mu Yunxi had been wearing. The woman who appeared abruptly in the room had shoulders as if carved and a waist as if cinched, her phoenix tail skirt layered and flowing. In her red dress with ink-black hair, she was breathtakingly beautiful beyond compare. Wanqing's deliberately lowered voice seemed to drift down from the clouds. Yifeng turned his head and saw a familiar figure standing before him, breathtakingly elegant. "Unexpectedly, after all these years, you're still just the same as before." Wanqing curled her lips into a smile. Before Wanqing could finish, Yifeng erupted with demonic aura from his entire body. Seeing this, Wanqing immediately turned and fled. Yifeng, driven directly into demonic madness by Wanqing's provocation, howled in agony, "It's you. How dare you show your face again?" Yifeng, already consumed by demonic possession, failed to notice that the person now standing before him had a different appearance from the previous one. In his mind, that figure in red robes had become his ultimate obsession. He was determined to flay the skin, pull the sinews, grind the bones, and scatter the ashes. What's going on? Li Shi, who had already been forced into the secret passage, had no clear view of the sudden turn of events. Xia'an, who had only caught a fleeting glimpse of Wanqing's appearance at the very end, was somewhat distracted and muttered blankly, "Wanqing, so that we wouldn't be forced into the stone chamber." Transformed into a stunning beauty to lure Yifeng away. Li Shi nodded knowingly. Just now, Yifeng did seem to show a strong aversion to good-looking people. Xia'an continued to wander beyond the clouds. I never expected Wanqing's illusionary arts to be this impressive. Chapter 68. Battle at Peak. Zhang, go check the dark room. Li Shi and I will go out to help senior sister you. Xia'an snapped back to reality, realizing this was not the time to praise his fellow disciples' illusionary arts. Zhang nodded and entered the dark room. Xia'an hurried out after him, with Li Shi close behind. Wanqing swept across the sky above the Yi residence, her graceful figure even more radiant than the crescent moon hanging in the heavens. Her presence drew the gaze of many servants bustling about the Yi household. "What fairy has descended from the heavens?" a servant exclaimed in awe. Could it be that the young master brought her back by force? Another servant speculated. Hasn't the young master long since given up women? Someone asked in confusion. Ever since his health declined, he hasn't touched a woman at all. "Oh, a dog can't change its habit of eating shit," the servant replied dismissively. "That's true." Everyone nodded in agreement. In the back courtyard, a group of household servants escorted several rogue cultivators over. Among them, a thin, pale-faced rogue cultivator in a coma quietly lifted his head to observe the surroundings while the others were not paying attention. Just at that moment, Wanqing's figure happened to pass overhead. At first, the rogue cultivator showed no interest in her, merely casting a quick glance before lowering his head. Yet he suddenly realized that the figure that had just flown past seemed quite familiar, resembling someone from his memory. Immediately after, he saw Yifeng, shrouded in demonic aura, chasing after Wanqing, and only then did the rogue cultivator's expression turn serious. On the summit of Lone Mountain City, Zhang stood with a host of demonic cultivators behind him. Zhang stood with his hands behind his back, gazing in the direction of the Yi manor. "How goes it with the Spirit Void Sect?" The demon cultivator standing behind Zhang said, "Recently, the cultivation world has been in chaos. Right now, they have no time to spare for the other demon cultivator spies within their sections. What about the beasts tied in the beast forest? The demon beasts there have also gradually gathered, enough to hold off the main force of the Spirit Ruins sect for at least 2 or 3 years. Zhang nodded. "Good. By then, the inner sect will be empty, leaving only the outer sect disciples. Attacking the Spirit Ruins sect will be as easy as reaching into our pocket." The other demon cultivators were stirred with excitement. At that time, rescuing the demon lord will be within reach. Every demon cultivator imprisoned in the Eastern Sea yearned for the demon lord to break free from the seal and once again lead the demon palace to rise. Zhang Ling didn't quite understand the reverence that the demon cultivators of the demon palace held for the demon lord. In this world, although Zhang Ling was titled the young master of the demon clan, in reality, he was not the true son of the demon lord. Zhang Ling's background was actually quite ordinary. He was originally just the child of a fishing family on the coast of the Eastern Sea. The demon race was exiled to the Eastern Sea by the cultivation world, making the already dangerous Eastern Sea even more treacherous. Those who lived there had no choice but to pledge allegiance to the demon palace, seeking its protection. Just as the demon palace was recruiting, they unexpectedly discovered that Zhang Ling possessed the rare Dao fetus demon seed, a constitution that meant he could cultivate both immortal and demonic arts. The sealed demon lord possessed exactly this kind of constitution. During that period, the demon palace was in a state of fragmentation and urgently needed to stabilize the situation. Thus, they placed their hopes on Zhang Ling. The demonic seeds and vital blood left behind by the demon lord in the demon palace were originally prepared to create an external incarnation. The people of the demon palace infused these demonic blood essences into the young Zhang Ling's body, allowing him to successfully inherit a power that shared the same origin as the demon lord's. And so, Zhang Ling became the young master of the demon clan. Although he was not the demon lord's biological son, he still shouldered the heavy responsibility of reviving the demon race and freeing the demon lord. Yet when all of this happened, no one ever asked Zhang Ling for his opinion. Zhang Ling himself was actually not interested in reviving the demon race. But he knew that if he showed even the slightest hint of such a tendency, he would lose everything he had now. Having grown up in the demon palace, Zhang Ling was addicted to pleasure, and he had no intention of letting such a thing happen. At the same time, he also knew that if the demon lord truly returned, his own status would plummet. Thus, Zhang Ling had no interest in rescuing the demon lord either. Sooner or later, he would take control of the demon palace himself and become the new generation of demon lord. Burying all his calculations deep in his heart, Zhang Ling began to observe the situation at the Yi mansion. The Yi family is doomed this time. I had intended to drag the Golden Jade Tower into this as well, but I never expected that Su Jingheng would be such a clever man. It turns out that the Su family's annihilation is connected to the Yi family. Suddenly, Zhang Ling's eyes narrowed slightly, and a playful smile curled at the corner of his mouth. I recall there have been rumors lately that the Lingxu Sect has gained an unparalleled beauty. Do you know anything about this? The group exchanged glances, all knowing what their young master was thinking. There is indeed one, and I hear she is a disciple of the Spirit Abyss Immortal Lord, named Lin Xiru. Lin Xiru. 3 words rolled between Zhang Ling's lips and teeth. She does deserve to be called a peerless beauty. Where do you think you're running off to? Now that you're in the Yi family, where else could you possibly escape to? Yifeng chased after Wanqing. Seeing that the other sect members were not far away, Wanqing stopped and summoned her purple bamboo sword, turning around to face him. Yifeng turned his palm over, gathering a ball of demonic energy and hurling it at Wanqing. Having been struck by demonic energy once before, Wanqing cast a spell to defend herself. Unexpectedly, this time the demonic energy felt as light and fluffy as cotton compared to before, completely lacking any lethal force. Wanqing was stunned, pondering whether the injuries from the lightning tribulation he had suffered earlier had not yet healed. Wanqing had originally thought that the demon cultivator she encountered in the stone chamber was Yifeng, but now, sensing 2 completely different types of attacks, she found it rather suspicious. Her lips moved slightly as she chanted an incantation, and the binding spell appeared once more, trapping Yifeng. He plummeted directly from midair to the ground. Wanqing once again sensed Yifeng's emptiness, further confirming her suspicions. By this time, the others had also arrived. The Foundation establishment disciples held back the rest, while the other Golden Core cultivators joined forces to block the Yi family head. Qin Xiu asked Xia'an, "What's going on?" After we entered, we found Yifeng's lair and unexpectedly ran into him in person. Yifeng had already fallen into demonic possession and was about to attack us, but senior sister Yu managed to lure him away. Qin Xiu looked at Wanqing in the sky. "You're saying that's Wanqing?" Xia'an said with great certainty. Yifeng, for some reason, harbors a deep hatred for beautiful people. That's why senior sister Yu transformed into this appearance to attract his attention. The more Qin Xiu looked, the more he felt that the current Wanqing bore a striking resemblance to the figure he had encountered in the Sun and Moon's secret realm. He shook his head to dispel this sudden thought. That person was clearly already dead. Although Yifeng was weak, he was ultimately a nascent soul-stage demon cultivator. Demonic qi exploded outward in all directions, and Wanqing was blown away. Qin Xiu leaped forward, caught the person, and set them down before charging at Yifeng. Xia and dawdled over to Wanqing's side. Who is this that you've transformed into, senior sister? Wanqing hadn't expected that, even after she had decided to reveal herself, someone would still cover for her. I've forgotten too, it was just a brief encounter. Chapter 69. A mermaid? No, a grass carp turned spirit. Having said that, Wanqing attacked once more. Yi Zhongging was surrounded by other disciples at the Golden Core stage, and could only watch his son with a heart burning with anxiety. Yifeng's body was like a punctured leather ball. The more he used his spiritual energy, the faster it leaked from within. If this continues, Yifeng will sooner or later be unable to hold on, and will be killed by the people of Lingxu Sect. Yi Zhongging wanted to help, but was attacked by spells from other disciples and could not move an inch. Seeing the others already in motion, Xia and also charged forward to join the siege on Yifeng, but before he could even steady himself, he was sent flying by a single blow from Yifeng. Xia and, however, unhurriedly pulled a stack of talismans from his sleeve. While his cultivation level was indeed unimpressive, his storage pouch seemed bottomless. These talismans are no ordinary goods, each one is equivalent to a full-force strike from a golden core cultivator. Although the sect leader and his wife doted on Xia and they had no intention of spoiling him into uselessness. They never gave him powerful magical artifacts, nor did they provide even a single pill. Boom, boom, boom. The talisman exploded rapidly after being thrown, producing a deafening roar, accompanied by blinding light and violent spiritual energy. For a moment, the entire scene descended into chaos. Broken stones and shattered branches flew through the air, while a pungent haze of smoke and dust filled the atmosphere. Yifeng was struck by a wave of talismans, spitting blood as his body swayed several times, nearly collapsing. At that moment, Qin Xiu also made his move. His figure was as swift as lightning, and the long sword in his hand cut through the void, carrying a fierce sword aura like a silver rainbow, charging straight toward Yifeng. The sword aura swept forth with the momentum of 1,000 armies, making it impossible for anyone to look away. Qin Xiu's swordsmanship was exceptionally fierce, each strike imbued with boundless sword intent, a biting aura surging forth. Yifeng swiftly summoned demonic energy to defend himself, a faint layer of black mist enveloping his body. In an instant, Yifeng vanished from his spot, and Qin Xiu's sword energy struck nothing but air. Meanwhile, Yifeng appeared silently behind Wanqing. Feeling a chill at her back, Wanqing quickly dodged aside, her figure as nimble as a ghost as she constantly shifted and evaded, the illusory red robe on her body always capturing Yifeng's attention. The purple bamboo sword in her hand glimmered with a cold light as she struck toward Yifeng. At this moment, in Yifeng's eyes, there was no one else but Wanqing in her red attire, constantly drawing his hatred. Everywhere Wanqing set foot, spells would inevitably explode. Under the siege of the three, Yifeng gradually fell into a disadvantage. Multiple wounds had appeared on his body, and blood continuously flowed out. The originally orderly stone brick ground had now become completely unrecognizable, with bricks shattered into pieces. The flowers, grass, and trees planted in the courtyard had suffered greatly, first withered and shed leaves after being contaminated by demonic energy, and now were blasted apart by talismans or chopped in two by sword chi, lying fallen on the ground. The night that had seemed so peaceful was suddenly torn apart by a fierce gale, sweeping in dark clouds and pouring rain. In an instant, a violent storm engulfed the entire lone mountain city. This guy is like someone puffing up his cheeks to look fat, getting weaker by the minute. Xia and wiped the rain from his face. Be careful. I remember he used to wield a long spear, Wanqing warned. No sooner had Wanqing finished speaking than she realized her guess had been correct. A red-tasseled long spear, inlaid with pearls and carved with dragons, suddenly appeared in Yifeng's hand. The spear was so heavy and powerful that merely landing on the ground could grind the bricks beneath it into powder, and, when swung, it even produced sonic booms. A bunch of ants, all of you, go die. At this moment, Yifeng had completely lost his reason. He swung the long spear in his hand, instantly sending dozens of people flying. Among these people were both disciples of the Lingxu Sect and servants from the Yi family who had come to help. Dragon-breaking spear. Xia and recognized the name of this long spear at a glance. He furrowed his brow and said, I remember this spear was supposed to be in the Su family's collection. How did it end up here? Could it be? Xia and suddenly thought of a possibility and let out a cold laugh. It seems the Su family's massacre is inextricably linked to the Yi family. With the enhancement of the dragon-breaking spear, Yifeng charged about like a ferocious beast, rampaging wildly. Many people had been severely injured by his hand, and some had even died on the spot. However, at this moment, Yifeng had completely fallen into a demonic trance. His eyes saw only enemies, and he could no longer distinguish friend from foe. Even the servants and maids in Yi's household were not spared. Many were beaten black and blue by him, a sight too miserable to behold. Seeing this, the servants trembled with fear, their legs shaking, and were on the verge of fleeing. Maybe we should leave. If the head of the family finds out, we'll be in big trouble. These are all disciples of the Spirit Void Sect. No matter how large the Yi family is, can they really stand against a behemoth like the Spirit Void Sect? Then shall we leave? Seeing the situation turn dire, the servants fled in all directions. In an instant, only Yi's direct lineage remained present, and not even the collateral branches of the Yi family made any move to help. Yi Zhongying has certainly gone to great lengths for that son of his. This matter has nothing to do with us. As long as we don't go over there, the Lingxu Sect won't do anything to us. We'd better focus on choosing a new head of the family now. Ha ha ha. Zhang Wen, who had been sent by Xian into the Dark Chamber, also returned to the battlefield. In the Dark Chamber, Zhang Wen saw a blood pool and alchemy furnace identical to those in the Stone Chamber earlier. At the same time, there was also a jade slip left by Zhangling for Yifeng. The evidence of Yi's family's crime has been found. Now all that remains is to deal with the members of Yi's household. Zhang Wen had just rejoined the group, jade's slip in hand, when he heard a mournful wail. It turned out that with the combined efforts of Yu Wanqing, Qin Xiu, and Xian, they had ultimately ended Yifeng's life. Yifeng lay in the center of the arena, demonic energy swirling around him without dissipating, his skin already turned a bluish purple. Anyone could see that this was a demon cultivator. Who cares about that? Cried Yi Zhongying, doting on his son. It was me. I found the way for him. I turned him into what he is now. Why kill him? Kill me instead. Ha 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 ha. The torrential rain in the sky continued to pour without pause, now relentlessly pelting down upon people's bodies, as if summoned by some mysterious force. The rainwater swept in like a whirlwind, tightly enveloping Yi Zhongying within a massive sphere of water. Yi Zhongying, originally of unremarkable appearance, underwent a startling transformation within the water mass. His ordinary tied-up hair instantly lengthened, trailing all the way to the ground, while his skin turned pale with a blue tint, becoming crystalline and translucent. And in that moment, the clothes on his body tore apart completely, revealing a fish tail nearly 2 meters long from his lower body, with scales shimmering with a glossy sheen. A mermaid. Xian exclaimed in astonishment. The head of the Yi family is actually a mermaid. Yu Wanqing's expression turned strange as she stared at Yi Zhongying's lower body, a mermaid tail colored exactly like an ordinary grass carp. An indescribable feeling surged within her. So this is a merperson? My illusions are shattered. Could this be some grass carp that's turned into a spirit from who knows where? Yu Wanqing exclaimed, her eyes wide with shock and disbelief. Yi Hanqing, who had been secretly waiting for this moment all along, couldn't help but curl his lips into a smile upon hearing Yu Wanqing's words, a glimmer of starlight rippling in his eyes. Chapter 70. The Real and Fake Merfolk. Although Yi Zhongying's appearance was a world apart from that of a merperson, his abilities were by no means weak. The aura emanating from Yi Zhongying surged step by step, rising from the original late golden core stage all the way to mid-nascent soul. Coupled with the mermaid's ability to summon wind and rain, he was no longer someone they could contend with. Even with their combined strength, they could only barely hold him back. Fortunately, the commotion stirred up by the Yi family grew louder, and reinforcements from the city lord's mansion had already arrived. Otherwise, they would likely suffer heavy losses. What do we do now? I've never heard that the Yi family are merfolk. It could also be that they borrowed the power of the merfolk through some method. Someone spoke the truth in a single sentence. What is borrowed can never truly be one's own. Hanqing could feel the immortal bone of the merfolk within Yi Zhongying calling out to him at every moment. But with his current meager abilities, if he couldn't strike with a single, decisive blow, then it would be his own death. Of course, he could also give up this bone for now, leave first, and come back when he was strong enough. After all, this bone was now useless to Yi Hanqing. Given Yi Hanqing's personality, he would normally choose the option most beneficial to himself, but the situation was different now. Yu Wanqing hid in a secluded spot, dispelling the illusionary clothes on her body and putting her disguise mask back on. As she looked up, Yu Wanqing caught a glimpse of a dazzling, brilliant fishtail flashing through the pond, which had already been ravaged down to nothing but withered flowers and scattered leaves. Yu Wanqing was startled. The tail that had just flashed by was exactly what matched the legendary descriptions of merfolk in her memory. The pond, like a sheet of jade, was rippled open layer by the rain. Suddenly, the water's surface churned. Yu Wanqing watched wide-eyed as a merperson of indescribable charm emerged from the water. The merperson's upper body was male, while the lower half was a fishtail, its scales displaying a unique gradient of colors, transitioning from a sky-like pale blue-white at the top to a peacock blue at the tip, like a gem from the depths of the ocean. The joint at the waist showed a faint pink, scales shimmering with iridescent hues, the tail's shape graceful and fluid, broad and powerful, fanning out at the end like a blooming flower in the water. His ink-black hair, tinged with hints of blue, cascaded down his back like a waterfall, water droplets sliding from the tips, sparkling like pearls. The mermaid swam lightly to the shore, gave a gentle leap and emerged from the water, landing on the bank. The droplets of water slid down his fishtail, dripping onto the ground and splashing into tiny blossoms. It's you. Although the person before her had changed dramatically, Wanqing still recognized him. She never expected that a disabled village tutor would turn out to be the legendary merperson. The merperson swam gracefully closer to Wanqing, his fishtail gently swaying, every movement brimming with strength and beauty. Wanqing stopped by the pond. After being brought in by the family servants as a rogue cultivator, he found an opportunity to hide here. Are you ready? Wanqing asked uncertainly. Wanqing nodded gently, his voice like striking jade, sending a tingling sensation down one's spine. I've recovered now, and I have you to thank. Then what are you doing here? Wanqing remembered very clearly that the merperson before her had a cultivation level of only the first layer of qi refining. Wanqing looked at Zhongging, hatred evident in his eyes. He has my bones in him. I want them back. Wanqing understood instantly. So that's how he became what he is now. And that's why you're sitting in a wheelchair like a cripple. Do you have a way to get your bones back? The situation was urgent, so Wanqing quickly brought Wanqing along. Xian looked at Wanqing, who had returned with the others. Who is he? With such low cultivation, are you sending him to his death? Mermaids were exceedingly precious, and their identity could not be widely publicized. Among these people, Wanqing felt that the only one who was still somewhat upright was Qin Siyu. In the original novel, even though Qin Siyu went into a demonic frenzy for Lin Sairu, in the end, he only hurt himself. He is worthy of trust. Wanqing went to find Qin Siyu to explain the situation. Xian, who had been unintentionally neglected by Wanqing, felt somewhat displeased as he watched Wanqing following behind her. At this moment, Wanqing was already in human form, looking no different from an ordinary person. Why did you bring a pretty boy back from a fight? Wanqing heard Xian's words, turned back and smiled at him, as if in agreement. How strange, Xian muttered. Just take the bones out of his body? I can take them out myself, but I need your help to hold him down. Wanqing, Qin Siyu, and Wanqing discussed the matter together. And with me here, I can suppress his water-controlling ability, making it easier for you to act. The three of them finalized their plan and prepared to take action. Wanqing secretly manipulated the water, causing the rain to slip from Zhongging's control, while Wanqing and Qin Siyu were tasked with subduing him. Cursed arts and sword aura erupted together, weaving dazzling light in the darkness. Zhongging was forced back step by step, his figure flickering constantly in the shadows as he tried to evade the attacks. Wanqing seized the moment, gathering water into a claw and turning it toward Zhongging's lumbar spine. The water claw, like a sharp blade, gleamed with cold light and struck at Zhongging with boundless killing intent. Zhongging sensed the danger. He intended to dodge, but Qin Siyu sealed his escape route with a flash of sword light. He failed to evade Wanqing's attack. However, Wanqing's attack was not over. With a flick of his fingertip, a drop of blood dissolved into the water. Blood spread rapidly through the water, forming a crimson whirlpool. The immortal bones within Zhongging stirred restlessly under the influence of the mermaid's blood, struggling to break free from his body. Zhongging's face drastically changed as he sensed the movement of the immortal bones within him. The movement of the immortal bone within his body naturally alarmed Zhongging. Though he hadn't seen the person himself, how could Zhongging not know who was behind the tampering? Wanqing, how dare you lay a hand on me? Zhongging roared in fury. How dare you? His voice echoed in the darkness, brimming with boundless fury and murderous intent. I should have just killed you from the start. Get the hell out here. Your mother is a wanton, unfaithful woman, and you're a bastard without a father or mother. Half demon. Mongrel. Because he was terrified of losing the immortal bone within him, Zhongging manipulated the rain to attack everywhere, trying to kill Wanqing, who was hiding in the shadows. Wanqing's eyes were bloodshot. If not for his current lack of power, he would have wanted nothing more than to kill this arrogant fool right then and there. Fearing that Wanqing might act impulsively and do something foolish, Wanqing offered words of comfort. That scoundrel is just spouting nonsense. Once he's done for, you can deal with him however you like. Wanqing remained silent, only nodding at last. Looking at Wanqing's reddened eyes, Wanqing silently thought to herself, how pitiful. She had clearly heard that the person before her was surnamed yet Jiangwei insisted over and over that he had no parents. As his immortal bone was about to leave his body, Zhongging's control over water grew weaker and weaker, and his aura dropped to the peak of the golden core stage. Damn bastard. Wanqing was furious. She stepped forward and channeled her earth element's spiritual power, causing a clump of soil to explode in Zhongging's mouth. Fuck, even cultivating immortality and abstaining from grains can't stop you from spewing shit from your mouth. Chapter 71. The dust settles. With the attraction of the mermaid's blood, the immortal bone within Zhongging ultimately could not withstand the strain and completely detached, flying out of Zhongging's body and hurtling straight toward Hanqing. Hanqing let out a soft laugh, reached out to catch the immortal bone, a flicker of cold ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, he squeezed hard, and the bone instantly crumbled to dust. At that moment, Zhongging's face turned as pale as paper, his breath instantly wilting to its lowest point, as if all the strength had been drained from his entire body. This all happened too fast and too suddenly. The people around simply had no time to react. Everyone assumed that Hanqing had destroyed some spiritual treasure on Zhongging that could control water, never imagining it had anything to do with the merfolk. Without the support of the merfolk bone, Zhongging's cultivation rapidly fell back to the early golden core stage. In truth, for scions of noble families like Zhongging, relying heavily on pills to boost cultivation in the early stages indeed allowed for rapid progress, but it made further advancement extremely difficult in the later stages. Because one's foundation is unstable, it is common for half a lifetime of cultivation to stagnate. Zhongging was actually not present, so it was time for others to strike back. Without the mermaid bone's enhancement, Zhongging's fists were no match for so many hands, and in the end he was defeated and had no choice but to surrender. The demonic cultivator has been executed. The bodies of the injured rogue cultivators are in the stone chamber outside the city and in the residence, respectively. Once the matter was concluded, Qin Siu reported the situation to the city lord. Many disciples had been injured in the battle, and everyone was healing on the spot. The city lord brought others to take charge of detaining the surviving members of the Yi family, namely Zhongging, the head of the Yi family, Hongling, the eldest daughter of the Yi family, and the matriarch of the Yi family. The matriarch of the Yi family had already fallen into a half-mad state due to her son's death. Having lost the merfolk, Hui Zhonggung was listless and no longer resisted. Everyone felt he had given up on himself and had no intention of fighting back. Yet, unexpectedly, at the last moment, Zhongging broke free from the city lord's guards and fled outside the city. This is terrible, Patriarch Yi has escaped. What are you standing around for? Go after him. Watching Zhongging escape, Hanqing quickly sent a message to Su Jingheng, instructing him to send people to intercept. Hanqing had originally planned to carry out his revenge alone, but after clearly hearing Wanqing's dislike for demon cultivators, he chose to abandon that plan and instead join forces with others. Although he harbored some feelings for his biological older brother Hanqing, because they had never met, those feelings were not strong. But this was also the only person he could choose. Wanqing and the others had originally intended to give chase, but the city lord stopped them. You've all been through enough. Rest assured, I've left people outside who will definitely be able to stop him. A few people were half believing, half doubting. Hanqing tugged at Wanqing's sleeve. Wanqing was puzzled. What's wrong? Hanqing, who had been looking down, happened to meet Wanqing's gaze. We haven't exchanged names yet. Wanqing only then remembered that during those days at the private school courtyard, they had indeed never exchanged names. Although by now they had learned enough about each other from other people, a formal introduction would still be better. My name is Wanqing. Yu as in the Yu of Yu Mei Ren the beauty Yu, and Wanqing from the old saying long hair bound in green silk, but only with a devoted heart to grow old together. Hanqing laughed cheerfully. My name is Hanqing. Then he lowered his brows and eyes, looking quite pitiful. Just Hanqing, nothing more. It's okay. People give meaning to names. It's because of you that your name has meaning. Hanqing was stunned, then nodded. Yeah, if it weren't for you, even the most beautiful name would hold no meaning. While the others waited at Manor, Zhongging, who had fled outside the city, finally encountered the person who had come to intercept him. Where is the head of the Yi family off to? Su Jingheng blocked Zhongging's path with a group of people. I thought I'd have to go to the city lord's prison to find you. Didn't expect you to come right to my doorstep. Su Jingheng. It's actually you. Zhongging never expected that Su Jingheng, who had always been groveling and submissive in front of him, could have such a side. Let me ask you, besides you, who else was behind the massacre of the Su family? Su Jingheng's face darkened, like a storm about to break. You brat, you don't know your place. A lesson or two is exactly what you deserve. Zhongging let out a cold snort. Su Jingheng's eyes had lost all warmth, a storm brewing within them, still running your mouth even at death's door. Then I'll ask again when you're on your deathbed. Before long, the group waiting at Manor saw a procession return, carrying the unconscious Zhongging. Wanqing recognized one of them as Shi Huan, who had received them at the Golden Jade Pavilion last time. That meant the leader was Su Jingheng. City Lord, I have fulfilled my mission. Su Jingheng handed the person over to the City Lord. Thank you for your hard work, Sect Leader Su. Everyone busied themselves, all beginning to pack up their belongings and return. The disciples of Lingxu Sect planned to rest for a day at the Cloud River Inn before returning to Lingxu Sect. Su Jingheng waved his hand grandly and said, "You are all benefactors of our Gushan city, so your expenses at the Cloud River Inn will be fully covered." Haha, Master Su is so generous. The City Lord laughed heartily, accepting on behalf of the Lingxu Sect disciples. I'll have the rewards delivered to Cloud River residents shortly. Ha ha ha. Su Jingheng, having pried the truth about the Su family massacre and the murderer from Yizhonggeng's mouth, was in high spirits, laughing and joking with the others. Then he saw Yihanqing following behind Wanqing. The two stood together in a harmonious atmosphere, complementing each other perfectly. The man's eyes were full of tenderness, while a faint smile graced the woman's face. Su Jingheng had no idea how his younger brother, whom he had met for the first time only that day, had come to know Wanqing, but at that moment, he felt as if his previously cheerful mood had been doused with a bucket of cold water, suddenly turning icy. It was as uncomfortable as hearing someone play a wrong note on a string. Yet he couldn't understand why. It couldn't be that, as an older brother, he disliked seeing Yihanqing being close with others. Yihanqing introduced them. This is my cousin Su Jingheng. This is Wanqing, my lifesaver. Wanqing never expected that Yihanqing and Su Jingheng were actually brothers. Patriarch Su, I've long admired your reputation. Wanqing nodded politely. Since their cultivation levels were similar, there was no need for her to bow to him. Miss you, it's been a while. Su Jingheng's tone carried a hint of inexplicable familiarity. Hearing this, Wanqing was slightly taken aback. Miss you, have you forgotten? Didn't you come to the Golden Jade Pavilion looking for me with that jade pendant before? Su Jingheng's eyes widened slightly, looking quite innocent. If I remember correctly, I went to the Golden Jade Pavilion to investigate. Wanqing was utterly bewildered. Hearing their conversation, Yihanqing's smile faded, and he looked at Su Jingheng with a hostile gaze. In his eyes, Wanqing was gentle and kind, so it was only natural that someone would like her. But taking it out on Wanqing out of jealousy is going too far. Wanqing couldn't quite understand why Su Jingheng seemed to harbor some hostility toward her, or perhaps she had unknowingly done something to upset him. Wanqing disliked dealing with people who were moody and unpredictable. Already averse to socializing, she found such individuals especially draining. Su Jingheng was also surprised by his own inexplicable temper. Having been in business since childhood, he had cultivated remarkable composure. This was the first time something like this had happened. Fortunately, no such issues arose afterward. Wanqing breathed a quiet sigh of relief. If Su Jingheng kept up that sarcastic tone, she would have found an excuse to make a run for it. Chapter 72. Whose surname do you want to take? Your top priority right now is to catch up on your cultivation. Now that I'm the only one left in the Su family, you can consider this your home. Changing your surname and entering the Su family registry is no problem. Su Jingheng made plans for Yihanqing's future, as Yihanqing was his only blood relative, and Su Jingheng valued him greatly. Yihanqing originally had his own plans. Having grown up orphaned and alone, he felt that aside from being by Wanqing's side, there was no place for him in this world. He had only heard fragments about his mother and her clan from the Yi family. In fact, when he was young, he even heard from his mother's maidservant that she was deeply dissatisfied with her maternal family. At the time, Mother felt that if the Su family hadn't pressured her to marry, even if they had abandoned her to fend for herself, she wouldn't have been so desperate as to marry Yizhonggeng. That maidservant was also brutally killed by the Yi family after they confirmed his merfolk bloodline. If his feelings toward the Yi family were hatred, then toward the Su family, they were more a matter of resentment. If the Su family had truly cared about him and his mother, she would not have died so inexplicably, and the Yi family would never have dared to make a move against him while the Su family was still in power. He had originally planned to take revenge on the Yi family, then set off for the gathering place of the merfolk in the sea to cultivate properly. Once his cultivation level caught up, he would go to Lingxu Sect to find Wanqing. He would ask her if she was willing to accept him. Going to Su Jingheng was also because without demonic qi, his power was insufficient, leaving him no choice. He just never expected that Su Jingheng would actually be willing to accept him. This was something Yihanqing had never anticipated at all. Su Jingheng's words suddenly reminded Yihanqing, who then ran off excitedly to find Wanqing. Since many of their fellow disciples were injured, Wanqing was currently lending a hand by helping bandage them. Wanqing watched Yihanqing's bright, sunlit smile that was like golden fur, never expecting that the avenger Yihanqing could have such a cheerful side. What's wrong? Yizhonggeng tricked my mother into marriage and gave me the surname Yi. But in truth, I am not of E blood, and I bear a blood feud against them. I don't plan to keep the surname E. Wanqing's eyes sparkled brightly, completely devoid of the dejection Wanqing had seen when she first met him. That's good then. Sharing a surname with his mother's murderer must have been quite stifling for Wanqing. Wanqing leaned closer to Wanqing. So, Wanqing, what surname do you think I should take? Isn't this something I shouldn't meddle in? Wanqing set down the wound medicine in her hand and looked at Su Jingheng standing behind Wanqing. Su Jingheng, however, remained expressionless, as if he cared little about Wanqing's choice. Having grown up in hardship, Wanqing was cold and detached by nature. With the Yi family's downfall and his mother's revenge fulfilled, now he only wanted to hold tightly to the one person he truly cared about. You have shown me great kindness. May I take your surname? In truth, Wanqing wished even more to say that he would become Wanqing's Dao partner and then take his wife's surname. But Wanqing was not confident that Wanqing would agree to become his Dao partner. If Wanqing refused, then forget taking her surname. He might as well just go and die. Wanqing was taken aback. Are you kidding me? Are you serious? The others also heard Wanqing's words, and their astonished gazes shot over, nearly piercing through both Wanqing and Wanqing. Pairs of melon-eating eyes gleamed brightly. You must understand that even in the realm of immortal cultivation, there are still some ancient customs. After marriage, women typically adopt their husband's surname, a cultural tradition intended to signify that the woman becomes a member of the husband's family. The specific practice involves placing the husband's surname before the woman's own given name. In the cultivation world, only those at the bottom, or large families with strict clan rules, still observe such customs. Most cultivation couples are far more independent. Rather than being husband and wife, they are better described as fellow travelers on the path of cultivation. It was clear just how great an impact Wanqing's words had on the other cultivators. Moreover, Wanqing wasn't just adding a surname before his original one, he was genuinely changing his surname outright. Li Shi, who had sustained minor injuries in the recent battle, opened his mouth into a perfect circle. This man, who had appeared abruptly during the fight with Zhongying, possessed a countenance that could only be described as utterly unique. Within the Lingxu Sect, only the lofty and exalted Lingyuan Immortal Lord could barely surpass him in appearance. Now he actually has to pay senior sister Yu, which is truly hard to believe. Wanqing's cheeks flushed slightly. I'm serious. As long as you agree, it's fine. Wow, some people couldn't help but let out a series of exclamations. Wanqing was almost amused into anger. Giving someone a surname without any familial connection felt far too strange. I won't agree to that. Wanqing rejected Wanqing's proposal. Those who share the same surname are naturally bound by karma, which is why many cultivators who emerge from the mortal world later return home to sever their earthly ties. The karmic ties between parents and children are inherently unbreakable, yet the harm caused by these ties is also the smallest. This is similar to the karmic bond between master and disciple. The worldly ties that need to be severed are often those between siblings of the same clan and surname. And causality was something Wanqing paid close attention to after mastering the mystic physiognomy of hemp robes. Because of the Linglong bone matter, Wanqing owed her a debt in terms of causality. Now that he came to ask for her surname, it meant the surname was something he had sought from her. Thus, Wanqing owed her another debt, which would make his future cultivation difficult. Moreover, Wanqing disliked owing karmic debts, and she also disliked others owing her. In her view, it was best to keep her interpersonal relationships clean and unentangled. Li Shi bit her handkerchief behind Wanqing, resentful that senior sister Yu was as dense as a block of wood, unable to see something so glaringly obvious, and even went and rejected him. What's the problem with having a lower cultivation level? It can definitely be cultivated. Master-disciple romances are everywhere in the cultivation world. Xian, lost in thought, crossed his arms and let out a light snort. At least he hasn't lost his head. This man's origins were murky and unclear. Giving him a surname would tie them to his fate. If he went around stirring up trouble and the victims came knocking, Wanqing would have nowhere to cry. Su Jingheng finally understood. His brother had just found his heart, and it had already flown away. And it was flying toward the woman he found somewhat extraordinary. Seeing Wanqing's solemn expression, Wanqing dejectedly lowered his head and sat down beside her, looking utterly gloomy and dispirited. It seemed he would have to wait until they became cultivation partners and directly take his wife's surname. By that time, Wanqing would have no reason to refuse. Su Jingheng called Wanqing aside. Your cultivation level is still low right now. Staying by her side would only hold her back. Besides, you're not a disciple of the Lingxu Sect either. Wanqing was also aware of his own situation. Taking advantage of Wanqing's inattention, he kissed her hair and left behind a single phrase, "Wait for me." Then his face flushed bright red. He strode away with large steps. Ooh! The others jeered even more boisterously. Xia and was completely unaware that his face had darkened the moment he saw Wanqing's lips brush against Wanqing's hair. Although Wanqing was obsessed with cultivation, she was no fool, and now she understood what had happened, slapping a hand to her forehead. Tisk, I've stirred up some romantic trouble. Chapter 73. The Buddha, son of the Brahma Heaven Sect. After a day of rest and recuperation, everyone was mostly recovered. Some disciples with severe injuries could not receive proper treatment here and needed to return to the Spirit Void Sect as soon as possible for medical care. Sister Yu, aren't you coming back with us? No, I've taken on another mission that I need to complete. During this time, Wanqing's standing among these disciples had steadily risen. Whether it was the discovery of the stone chamber or her performance in yesterday's battle, they all looked at this plain-looking senior sister with newfound respect. If Qin Siyu and Xia and were recognized because of their status and position, then Wanqing earned their respect through her own abilities and personal charisma. Senior sister, where did you pick up that mission? If I get bored in the sect, I'll take the same mission and come find you. When that happens, you'll have to let me cling to your coattails. The playful remark drew many good-natured laughs. It's the Beast Tide mission in the demonic beast forest. Wanqing didn't hide anything and told them directly. A beast tide. That mission is very dangerous and many disciples die every time. Senior sister, you must be careful. The long-missed concern warmed Wanqing's heart. I will. Li Shi walked over with graceful steps. Junior sister Li? Li Shi looked at Wanqing with a solemn expression. Senior sister Yu, I've already decided to attempt the Thunder Tribulation. If all goes well, by the time you return, I'll be a golden core stage cultivator, just like you. May you have smooth sailing, junior sister Zhu, and achieve all that you desire. And you as well, senior sister. Safe travels. Watching the others chatting and laughing with Wanqing, Xia uncurled his lips. Seriously, did they have that much to talk about? Wanqing hadn't even said goodbye to him yet. I am the sect leader's son, surely she hasn't forgotten that. Ignoring me is going too far. Qin Siyu sat to the side, silently wiping his sword, watching Wanqing not far away, lost in thought about something. During yesterday's great battle, the more he looked, the more he felt that Wanqing resembled the figure he had encountered in the Sun and Moon's secret realm. But even if they were truly the same person, so what? Qin Siyu hadn't figured it out yet. After seeing off the other disciples of Lingxu Sect, Wanqing silently wiped the cold sweat from her forehead, truly at a loss as to why they had suddenly become so enthusiastic toward her, leaving her somewhat flattered and overwhelmed. Wanqing's injuries had not yet fully healed, and venturing into the beast-infested demon beast forest in such a condition would be far too dangerous. She planned to stay in Lone Mountain City for a few days before setting off for the demon beast forest. As a rare trade town in the cultivation world, Lone Mountain City was exceptionally well-connected in terms of news dissemination. The news of the Yi family being besieged at night had already spread far and wide before dawn. In Wanqing's eyes, Lone Mountain City, which already seemed bustling with people, was even more crowded during the daytime today. Shops that had been closed were opening one after another, and even half of Yun Chuanju's rooms were sold out overnight. With official business concluded and the city lord having already sent over the reward, 100 top-grade spirit stones, Wanqing, now with money in hand, decided to take a stroll through the vast Gushan city. In Lone Mountain City, even the city lord's mansion is situated halfway up the mountain, while at the summit stands a temple called Changing Temple. It is said that Changing Temple existed even before Lone Mountain City was established. The specialty spirit tea of Gushan City was also cultivated long ago by a great Buddhist master from the Changing Temple. Spirit tea brought prosperity to Gushan City. Although that great Buddhist master has since passed away, and the Changing Temple was subsequently absorbed by the current foremost Buddhist sect, the Brahma Heaven Sect, with all its monks relocating there. Although the monks of Changing Temple were gone, its status in Gushan City had not diminished in the slightest. To this day, Changing Temple remained the only temple in Gushan City. The people of Gushan City all enjoyed going to Changing Temple to burn incense and worship the Buddha. Because the Brahma Heaven Sect had once forcibly taken monks from the Changing Temple, the people of Gushan City still harbored considerable resentment toward the sect to this day. This is also why, despite the Brahma Heaven Sect being closer to Gushan City, the city lord instead turned to the more distant Lingxu Sect for help. In her previous life as a college student, she had always wanted to travel, but unfortunately, that wish never came true before she transmigrated. Now, she finally had a chance. As the most famous temple in Gushan City, and situated at such a special location atop Gushan Mountain, Wanqing naturally had to go and see it. At the towering, cloud-piercing summit of Gushan, mist and fog swirled around, as if one were in a fairyland. The cold wind on the mountaintop brushed past, carrying waves of the fresh scent of grass and trees, refreshing the mind and lifting the spirits. A narrow flagstone path, wide enough for only one person, stretches from the mountaintop all the way down to the mountainside, where it widens into a broader road. I really don't understand why the abbot insisted we come here. It's clearly a long-abandoned Buddhist temple, and they say there isn't even a single orthodox cultivator left here now. Little Maitreya grumbled as he walked. It's really inconvenient that we have to go on foot. People passing by would take notice, feeling that this little Maitreya didn't seem like a member of the Buddhist order, but rather an ordinary mortal full of greed, anger, and ignorance. The monk traveling with little Maitreya was called a Buddha's disciple by him. He wore a yellow cloth monk's robe, draped in a white kasaya, and had a long string of prayer beads hanging around his neck. With lowered brows and downcast eyes, his jade-like face bore a compassionate expression, yet when he occasionally lifted his gaze, one could sense a hidden sharpness within. His steps were calm and serene, not stirring a single speck of dust as he moved, clearly a monk of profound Buddhist attainment. Though the young Maitreya chattered incessantly, he showed great respect for this seemingly young monk, addressing him as son of the Buddha as he spoke. The Buddha disciple of the Brahma Heaven sect, whose dharma name is Shinshyo, is not yet 1,000 years old and has already reached half a step into the deity transformation stage. He is a leading figure among the younger generation, regarded in the cultivation world as being on the same level as the young Lingyuan Immortal Lord. However, he usually stays within the Brahma Heaven sect to contemplate Buddhist teachings and rarely appears in public, so most people only know of Shinshyo's extraordinary talent without being familiar with his appearance. This trip out of the mountain was prompted by a recent anomaly in the Fantian sect's divine artifact, the demon-subduing pestle, whose source pointed directly to the Changjing Temple. The abbot had requested Shinshyo to investigate the situation at Changjing Temple. At this time, Shinshyo was practicing the vow of silence, and his dwelling, perhaps to temper his mind, had been assigned a newly enlightened young Maitreya. The young Maitreya never stopped chattering all day long, his six senses still unrefined and impure. The abbot even euphemistically claimed this was to attend to Shinshyo's daily needs. But in reality, ever since entering the Brahma Heaven sect, Shinshyo had never let anyone else take care of him. The legendary Changjing Temple truly lived up to its reputation. Outside the temple, pine and cypress trees stood tall, with birds singing and flowers fragrant. A gentle breeze rustled the pine and cypress branches, while the scents of sandalwood and wildflowers intertwined in the air, evoking a sense of harmony with nature. Wanqing had not felt so refreshed and carefree in a long time. It was as if the exhaustion from the earlier fight had been swept away, and even the wounds on her body had healed considerably. Upon stepping into the temple, the first thing that catches the eye is the towering ancient tree draped in red silk, its old architecture solemn and dignified, while the air around is filled with a faint scent of incense. Inside the main hall, the golden statue of the Buddha gleams, its compassionate countenance bringing a sense of peace to the soul. Yet, compared to the long-aged Buddhist cultivator, what truly caught everyone's attention was the monk kneeling devoutly before the Buddha in worship. Though his movements were simple, they captivated the gaze of everyone present. Chapter 74. The Buddhist and Taoist Secret Realm. With just one glance, Wanqing roughly guessed who the monk was who was worshipping the Buddha in the treasure hall. Divine child Shinshyo of the Brahma Heaven sect. In the original novel, a charmer who could rival the female lead Lin Sairu. Unlike Lin Sairu, who was a traditional heartthrob surrounded by admirers like stars around the moon, Shinshyo's charisma carried a bewitching, almost demonic allure. Everyone who came into contact with Shinshyo would gradually become infatuated with him the longer and closer they spent time together. Such a constitution meant that Shinshyo could only find some peace within the Buddhist sect. It was strikingly similar to the female protagonist Kawakami Tomi from a manga that Wanqing had once read, though not to the extent of killing out of unrequited love. However, in a few scattered words from the original text, it was mentioned that Shinshyo had indeed experienced the small dark room a few times. It was precisely this charm that caused Shinshyo, despite being a man, to not enter Lin Sairu's harem. Instead, it made Lin Sairu harbor great hostility toward him, even greater than her hostility toward other women who competed with her for men. Knowing that Shinshyo possessed that demonic charm, Wanqing forced herself to look away. She had read the Tomi manga. The people in it who became obsessed with Tomi were nothing short of terrifying, and Wanqing had no desire to end up like that. Shinshyo grew up in the Brahma Heaven sect and rarely left the sect in ordinary times. At this stage, Shinshyo should still be completely unaware of his own constitution, at most thinking that he has an unusually large number of supporters. You must understand that in the later period, Shinshyo had been holed up in the Fantian sect, never stepping out its gates. Originally, Wanqing hadn't come to Changjing Temple to worship Buddha. She had simply come with the mindset of visiting a scenic spot, and there was no need for her to stay in the main hall. Now, everyone in the hall, whether pilgrims or the temple's ordinary monks, gazed at Xinxiu with starry eyes, their infatuation unconcealed. The young novice marveled at the scene in the hall, having long known that senior master Xinxiu possessed an extraordinary bearing, a born child of Buddha, before whom all who saw him would bow in reverence. Now it seems that what was said was indeed true. But since everyone was so focused on watching the uncle worship the Buddha, he found himself rather bored. The young novice monk looked around and naturally spotted the figure moving against the flow of the crowd. "Aren't you here to worship the Buddha, benefactor?" Before Wanqing could step out the door, she heard someone calling after her from behind, a youthful voice that sounded quite young. Turning to look, it was indeed a young novice monk, with shallow cultivation and little mastery of Buddhist teachings, who couldn't even manage a proper amitabha when opening his mouth. It should be a monk from Changing Temple. Although it's not good to reject someone's offer, Wanqing, who had never traveled far in her past life but knew a thing or two about tourist traps, was afraid that this young novice monk would try to sell her something. Then he said very sincerely, "I truly did not come to worship the Buddha." The young novice monk found it strange and asked, "You don't worship the Buddha? Why? Who in this world does not wish to seek the Buddha? Because there is nothing to seek, because there is nothing to be ashamed of. Thus, there is no need to bow to the Buddha for psychological comfort." Of course, the world of immortal cultivation might have Buddhas, but these Buddhas were likely different from the ones she knew in her past life. To be precise, it wasn't that she had no desires, but what she sought was the great path of longevity, and that was not something one could obtain simply by making wishes to Buddhist cultivators. The young novice still didn't understand. Then why does the benefactor come to the temple? Wanqing let out a soft laugh. If everyone who came to the hall had no requests and no regrets, even your Buddha would be pleased. As soon as the words fell, before the young novice could react, the golden statue of the Buddha seated on the lotus in the hall suddenly radiated a brilliant golden light. Xinxiu, who had been kneeling steadily on the cushion in worship, slowly rose to his feet and gazed at the Buddha statue before him. If everyone who comes to the hall has no desires and no regrets, your Buddha would be pleased as well. The Changing Temple, which had shown no response despite half a day of his Buddhist worship, actually reacted to the words of the benefactor, "Your Highness." Xinxiu turned to look at the people of the palace, his gaze sweeping across a series of frenzied faces before settling on Wanqing. The woman standing outside the hall carried an air of detachment, as if separated from others by a vast distance of mountains and rivers. The sudden burst of golden light from the Buddha statue's gilded body caught Wanqing's attention. Originally, her vision had been filled only with the magnificent sight of the statue's golden form. But as Xinxiu stood up, her field of vision inevitably included a figure draped in a crescent-white kasaya. Xinxiu lowered his brows and cast his eyes downward, his drooping lashes casting a shadow on his face, while the corners of his lips curved into a faint, elusive arc, making him seem like the earthly incarnation of the Buddha statue behind him. But when he looked up and met Wanqing's gaze, he inexplicably exuded a seductive, almost demonic charm. His eyes were deep and mysterious, as if they could see into the depths of one's soul. In that instant, a strange feeling surged within Wanqing's heart, as if the monk before her must be a demon disguised as a true monk. With just a crook of her finger, she could force this demon disguised as a monk to reveal its true form, then obediently lie beneath her, preening and posing. Wanqing slapped her hand against her face. In the original novel, it was said that Xinxiu was absolutely a true monk devoted to Buddhism. Countless men and women, like swarms of bees and butterflies, threw themselves at him without ever moving him. Even the female lead was initially tempted by Xinxiu's charm, but when her attempts to win him over failed and reason returned, her love turned to hatred, and she came to see Xinxiu as a great enemy on her path to being universally adored. Xinxiu was absolutely a true monk, truer than true. Yet, even with this understanding, when Wanqing turned her gaze back to him, she still felt that this guy must be a demon in disguise. Wanqing steeled her resolve and shifted her gaze to the golden statue of the Buddha. As the golden light intensified, a vortex gradually coalesced before the Buddha statue, within which a resplendent golden palace faintly appeared. It's actually a secret realm. It looks like it's even a Buddhist secret realm. The crowd suddenly erupted. Xinxiu's charisma was now no match for the ecstatic joy people felt at encountering the secret realm. While the secret realm hasn't opened yet, hurry and call people over. Just as everyone was trying to find a way to send word out, the secret realm entrance, originally only as tall as a person, suddenly expanded to encompass the entire Changing Temple. Wanqing only felt a flash of light before her eyes, and then she found herself in a vast plaza paved with white jade. Everyone realized they had entered the secret realm. The crowd looked around, finding nothing else besides the mysterious white jade square. Just then, a heavenly ladder quietly appeared before everyone. The ladder was completely transparent. If not for the faint golden glow emanating around it, everyone might have overlooked its existence. In this hidden realm, the entire sky takes on a faint golden hue, and the clouds on the horizon are tinged with a layer of golden radiance. The whole world seems immersed in a golden atmosphere, evoking a sense of sacred solemnity. The end of the heavenly ladder reaches the summit of the clouds, where a resplendent golden palace stands. This palace, like a brilliant pearl set atop the clouds, radiates dazzling golden light. Behind the treasure hall, a towering, faint silhouette of a Buddha statue could be vaguely seen. The Buddha's expression was solemn and dignified, as if waiting for everyone to ascend the heavenly ladder and come to pay homage to him. Chapter 75. The Cloud-High Palace. In the Spirit Ruin Sect, there was also a similar stairway to heaven. When Wanqing first arrived at the outer sect, she had once gone to pay her respects. But because it was a test for new disciples, what was called the heavenly stairway was actually just a flight of steps leading straight to the mountaintop. Yet those tens of thousands of steps were already no different from reaching the heavens for the new disciples. Although this hidden realm appeared small, it was. Wanqing circulated the spiritual energy throughout her body, only to find that its flow was sluggish and her strength had been suppressed to the foundation establishment stage. Although this secret realm allows people of different levels to enter freely, it suppresses the cultivator's cultivation upon entry. It is evident that the master of this secret realm is absolutely a great cultivator with profound mastery. Although their cultivation was suppressed, this could not dampen the cultivator's longing for the new secret realm. This was a secret realm they had never heard of before, which meant everything inside was untouched, and it was highly likely to conceal hidden treasures. That treasure hall must be the core of the secret realm. There's definitely plenty of good stuff inside. Let's go up quickly. The treasure was right before their eyes, and now they were the only ones in the secret realm. It seemed no one else would be coming in. With the secret treasure within reach, their rise to the top was imminent. How could they not be impulsive? A group of people rushed up the stairs. Move aside, I'm the one who's first. What gives you the right? Based on your cultivation, that doesn't even need the secret realm suppression. A flash of cold light swept by, and of the two men charging at the front, only one remained in an instant. With profit right before their eyes, even blood brothers would settle accounts openly, let alone a group of unfamiliar cultivators who had only happened to meet at Wanqing Temple. When it comes to fighting, they show absolutely no mercy. Wanqing followed at the back of the group, steering clear of the heavy casualty zone ahead where they were going at each other with lethal intent. Coming to climb the mountain and stumbling upon a hidden gem was purely an unexpected delight. As for how much she might gain, Wanqing didn't really care. Seeing Wanqing start to climb the ladder, the young novice who had been obediently following Xinxiu since entering the secret realm began to grow restless. He still remembered that before entering the realm, this person had claimed to have no desires. Why was it that now that his own master had opened the secret realm, she had shown her true colors? Didn't the benefactor claim to have no desires? Why are you climbing the ladder now? If not for the fact that Xinxiu was standing right behind this little novice monk, Wanqing would have absolutely kicked the brat down the ladder. I do not seek the Buddha, only eternal life. If your Buddha could grant eternal life, what harm would there be in a single bow? It's a pity that your Buddha does not ferry the immortal, only the suffering. Otherwise, why would you need to come here? You could just kneel before the Buddha. The myriad paths of Tao are spoken of in lofty and grandiose terms. In truth, in the end, they all come down to the pursuit of immortality alone. In this world of cultivation, do the Buddhist sects truly believe in the Buddha? Wanqing did not believe so. If someone in the mortal world claimed to believe in Buddhism, she might believe them to some extent. In the cultivation world, was that really believing in Buddhism? Clearly, he wants to become a Buddha. Although Wanqing did not want to provoke Xinxiu, that did not mean she was afraid of him. After all, everyone's cultivation is now suppressed to the foundation establishment stage. If it really comes to a fight, the outcome is still uncertain. The young novice wanted to speak further, but a hand with distinct knuckles pressed down on the back of his head. The young novice instantly understood that his own uncle was stopping him from continuing. Uncle Xinxiu practiced the vow of silence, using this method to stop him throughout the journey. The young novice felt wronged. The woman before him did not bow to the Buddha and even spoke such words in front of the statue, clearly blaspheming against the Buddha. Xinxiu cast a deep glance at Wanqing. Although this female devotee does not practice the Dharma, she possesses great spiritual insight. Within Wanqing Temple, a few brief words captured all that the Buddha seeks. Such enlightenment is rare even among monks who have cultivated in the Lingxu Sect for many years. Even Xinxiu found nothing wrong with what had just been said. He had never bowed to the Buddha, but to the way of the Buddha. Xinxiu pressed his palms together and bowed his head slightly to Wanqing. Xinxiu was truly practicing the vow of silence, so he could only use such gestures to express his apology to Wanqing. Wanqing returned the courtesy in kind. Knowing that Xinxiu was wholeheartedly devoted to Buddhism, she realized that her earlier remarks must have been quite offensive to him, yet Xinxiu was able to accept them calmly. As expected of the Buddha, son of the Brahma Heaven Sect. After a brief exchange, both sides began ascending the ladder. Though Xinxiu walked steadily, his pace was swift. He moved across the ladder as if on level ground, quickly surpassing the others. Without Xinxiu, the little novice knew his own strength well, so he stayed at the very back of the group to guard against any sneak attacks. The uncle master also spared some attention to protect himself. Wanqing appeared relatively at ease. As a Buddhist and Taoist secret realm, with the Buddha's son Xinxiu of the Brahma Heaven Sect ahead, no matter how she thought about it, the benefits wouldn't fall to her. Thus, Wanqing climbed the ladder with a very zen-like attitude. Upon reaching the 100th step, Wanqing sensed something amiss. This celestial staircase was imposing additional weight upon her. Had she not been walking slowly, she might not have noticed it at all. They would only think that they themselves are tired. The towering ladder that reaches into the clouds, as people climb quickly, they gradually notice the uniqueness of this ladder. After more than 100 steps, the ladder itself begins to exert gravity on the climber, increasing the difficulty of the ascent. At first, no one paid much attention to these first few hundred steps because the gravity exerted was relatively light, and coupled with everyone still being immersed in excitement, they unconsciously overlooked it. However, as time passed and the climb progressed, the pull of gravity gradually increased. The initial excitement slowly subsided, replaced by a solemn and tense atmosphere. Even the underhanded tricks against one another ceased entirely. Looking up at the towering, cloud-piercing steps that stretched endlessly into the sky. At this moment, the cultivators finally understood that this heavenly stairway was not as easy to conquer as they had imagined. Some of them even began to doubt whether they could truly make it to the end of this heavenly ladder. The once lively atmosphere grew quiet as everyone silently continued climbing the steps, struggling against their own inner fatigue and the weight on their bodies. As the journey progressed, Wanqing realized that only Xinxiu remained ahead of her. Although the other cultivators were still persevering, they had already been left far behind by her. At this moment, Wanqing, a magic cultivator who usually only practiced spells, deeply understood the hardships of being a physical cultivator. At this moment, Wanqing felt as if she were carrying a heavy mountain on her back, each step appearing exceptionally difficult, almost crushing her. She thought to herself about stopping to rest for a while, but worried that once she sat down, she would never have the strength to stand up again. Meanwhile, Xinxiu, walking ahead, still had a straight and upright back, his steps steady and orderly, as if unaffected by gravity. He looks so refined and gentle, but I never expected this guy to be a body cultivator. Wanqing couldn't help but complain, a hint of confusion stirring in her heart. This was completely at odds with the aloof, ascetic monk she had imagined. But if this guy really is a body cultivator, how could those creeps in the original story who coveted him have almost succeeded several times? A thought flashed through Wanqing's mind. Perhaps it was out of compassion, unwilling to strike heavily at someone who admired him. Or perhaps it was simply to temper his own spiritual resolve. In the cultivation world, there are indeed those who go out of their way to seek trouble for themselves in order to temper their skills, believing that only by enduring various hardships can they achieve better breakthroughs. What am I even thinking? Wanqing suddenly realized that her thoughts had drifted too far and quickly shook her head to toss out these messy ideas. How could anyone use a dark room as a way to train themselves? She felt that her guess just now was really too far-fetched. Chapter 76. Deliberate Seduction. The process of climbing the heavenly ladder was tedious and monotonous, each step demanding a great deal of physical strength and mental energy. Persisting has become extraordinarily difficult, while giving up, on the contrary, is an easy thing to do. To be honest, that magnificent Buddhist and Taoist treasure hall above held little appeal for Wanqing, yet she still persevered in climbing upward. This is because from the moment she stepped into the world of cultivation, she had always told herself never to give up easily. It was not because she firmly believed that persistence leads to victory, but because she deeply understood the weaknesses within her own heart. Having grown up in the peaceful and tranquil environment of her previous life, she harbored an intense longing for a life of ease and comfort. Lying flat was all the rage in her previous life. She too had once been a believer in those two words. Yet now, dwelling in the realm of immortal cultivation, her sole focus was on ceaselessly enhancing her strength and pursuing higher realms. Lying flat became a term that absolutely could not be mentioned. After successfully advancing to the golden core stage, she had repeatedly claimed to want a vacation to relax both body and mind, but immediately afterwards she unhesitatingly arranged for herself the upcoming outer sect competition. The thought of waiting for the next term never even crossed her mind. because she knew clearly that if she truly chose to lie low, she would very likely sink into prolonged comfort and never be able to pull herself together again. Haha. Consider this making up for my regret of not climbing the heavenly stairway when I entered the Spirit Void Sect. Back when I was young with 5 spiritual roots, I was directly taken in as a menial disciple. I didn't even know what the heavenly stairway looked like until I reached the foundation establishment stage and entered the outer sect. Wanqing took each step with heavy effort, sweat pouring down her face and body like rain. Since she began cultivating immortality through chi refinement, not even the ordeal of the Lingxu immortal bone had made her sweat this much. Wanqing could no longer remember how long she had been climbing, from the initial ease and confidence to the final desperate exertion, until even her consciousness began to blur. Finally, Wanqing saw the gates of the Buddha Hall. At this moment, Wanqing was quite pleased with her own performance. No matter how formidable the disciple of Brahma Heaven Sect was, wasn't he also crawling to the hall just like her? Upon arriving at the Buddha statue hall, Wanqing instinctively understood the composition of this secret realm. This secret realm was a purely welfare-oriented realm built by a great Buddhist cultivator of Changing Temple solely to bless future generations before their fall. The heavenly ladder is the only trial within this secret realm. Logically speaking, a Buddhist monastery that once housed a great cultivator should have grown even more prosperous after the Great One's fall, eventually becoming a major sect. Following this vision, the Great Power established this secret realm to bless future generations and strengthen Changing Temple. Basically, all notable sects in the cultivation world possess such blessed secret realms. The Spirit Ruins sect has 5 welfare secret realms specifically for the 5 spiritual roots of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, as well as the Sword Tomb secret realm for sword cultivators. Although these secret realms have some minor dangers and trials, compared to other secret realms, they are purely handed-out benefits. Yet what the great master of Changing Temple never expected was that, after his fall, a rising star from Fantion sect emerged, and in the process, poached everyone from Changing Temple. The secret realm prepared by the Great Power instantly became useless. Years shifted, time flowed on. The seal of the secret realm had deteriorated from years of neglect, and it was sensed by the Buddhist treasures of the Brahma Heaven Sect. It even resonated with a single sentence from Wanqing, causing it to open directly. Anyone who enters only needs to pass through the heavenly stairway to reach the treasure hall and take away the treasures within. How much can be taken depends on one's performance on the heavenly ladder. Because Xinxiu arrived first and had already entered, the doors of the divine statue hall were tightly shut and would not open until Xinxiu came out from inside. Wanqing sat cross-legged in meditation to recover her strength, then began to wander around this Buddhist and Taoist treasure hall. The resplendent hall had no entrance other than the main door. Aside from the 2 green plants by the doorway serving as decoration, there was nothing left but gold. Wanqing looked at the 2 short trees standing before the palace pillars like guardian lions. These trees were about half a person's height, their leaves a verdant green like the finest jade. Plucking a leaf from the short tree, Wanqing examined it closely, then placed it in her mouth. The slightly bitter taste that gives way to a lingering sweetness stirs Wanqing's memory. It seems these are 2 tea plants. Thinking of the most famous spirit tea trade in Lone Mountain City, he also recalled that Changing Temple seemed to be the first to cultivate spirit tea. Wanqing's eyes lit up, and with a wave of her hands, she stored the 2 tea plants into the farming space. Looking at the now bare flower pot, Wanqing's brows furrowed. She took out the tea plants one by one, snapped off 2 branches, and replanted them back into the pot before putting the tea plants away again. Looking at the 2 small tea saplings in the flower pot, Wanqing nodded. There's a saying about sustainable development, draining the pond to catch all the fish is not advisable. Having done everything, Wanqing waited at the door for only a short while before the treasure shop's door creaked open. Xinxiu walked out from the treasure hall, clad in his monk's robe, with an ethereal bearing like a celestial being descended to the mortal world. His expression was perpetually calm, his demeanor gentle, his eyes clear and profound, as if they could embrace all things in the world. Such a divine grace brings peace to the heart, making one unable to resist drawing close to him, to feel the warmth radiating from his presence. He himself seems to say that no matter what others do to him, he will not get angry or resist. When Xinxiu saw Wanqing sitting blankly at the doorway, his steps faltered slightly, but he quickly regained his composure. He pressed his palms together and offered a Buddhist greeting to Wanqing. Wanqing quickly stood up, dusting off her clothes in slight fluster before returning the greeting. She couldn't help but sigh inwardly every time she saw the Buddha's face head-on. She felt as if he belonged to her, that she could do whatever she pleased with him. Fortunately, he had never been particularly interested in that kind of unbridled indulgence, or else he might not have been able to resist such temptation. Xinxiu's charm as a heartthrob was far more potent than Lin Sairu's. To avoid being truly dazzled by this aura, Wanqing immediately left after a polite bow, as if someone were chasing her. Watching Wanqing hurry away, Xinxiu's usually calm expression flickered with an almost imperceptible hint of surprise for a second. In truth, Xinxiu had always been well aware of his own constitution. He was born with keen intelligence and had known of his uniqueness since childhood. It was only after arriving at the Brahma Heaven sect that the situation began to change. After learning the Dharma, Xinxiu only felt that his physical condition was a hardship imposed upon him by heaven, and that once he overcame this trial, he would achieve great enlightenment in the Buddhist path. Thus, Xinxiu never tried to conceal his peculiarity. Instead, at opportune moments, he would deliberately play along with his condition and do small things that could easily be misunderstood, to help oneself get through this difficulty sooner. Wanqing's avoidance, as if fleeing from snakes and scorpions, and the suddenly clear eyes after several moments of chaos, were something Xinxiu had encountered for the first time. Xinxiu learned for the first time that there were people besides those in the Buddhist and Taoist paths who could resist his constitution. Those in the Buddhist and Taoist paths would ignore his constitution, as if he were no different from an ordinary person, and this situation only made Xinxiu believe even more that his constitution was meant by the Buddhist and Taoist paths to temper him. Unlike Foxiu, who remained completely unaware, this female devotee truly regained her clarity after being drawn to him. In nearly 1,000 years, this was the only one Xinxiu had ever encountered. Chapter 77. The Innate Bitter Bamboo. Wanqing took a deep breath and stepped into the treasure hall. Xinxiu's gaze, however, fell upon the 2 tea trees in the flower pot that had suddenly shrunk. Xinxiu was slightly surprised by Wanqing's idea. If they were going to take it, why bother sticking 2 tea tree branches back in to keep up appearances? And this flower pot, originally meant to hold a meter-tall tree, now has 2 branches awkwardly stuck in it, looking rather incongruous. Yet there was an inexplicable cuteness about it. As Wanqing entered the treasure hall, a rich scent of sandalwood rushed toward her. She looked around and discovered that the interior of this hall was a 5- or 6-story circular building, with furnishings of extreme luxury. Everything glittered with gold, fully displaying the opulence of a Buddhist shrine. The second-place winner may select 2 items from the hall to take out. Wanqing swept her gaze roughly across the area and noticed that it housed Buddhist scriptures, elixirs, magical artifacts, spiritual plants, and all sorts of bizarre items she couldn't even identify. She was well aware that she was not a Buddhist cultivator, so she absolutely could not choose any Buddhist scriptures. Otherwise, with the slightest carelessness, even a single extra glance, she might trigger a conflict with the spiritual energy already within her body, leading to a demonic deviation. Although it is a Buddhist Taoist secret realm, only the Buddhist scriptures here are purely Buddhist. The rest are not entirely related to Buddhism. Thus, Wanqing unhesitatingly walked toward the area where the magical artifacts and elixirs were placed. The first thing that caught Wanqing's eye was an umbrella-shaped artifact, for no other reason than that it stood out here with its unique beauty, so much so that even Wanqing couldn't help but be drawn to it. The canopy was made of mist blue celestial silk, its color as hazy as smoke, yet as pure as the sky, clean and immaculate, leaving no trace of dirt on its surface no matter how the user moved, while long tassels hung from the ribs of the umbrella. Wanqing lightly touched the tip of the umbrella, which was exceptionally sharp. This was a magical artifact that could serve as both a sword and an umbrella. Beside the magical artifact lay a jade slip bearing its name, Yaoguang Celestial Net. When opened, its canopy became the Yaoguang umbrella, capable of absorbing and rebounding spell damage. The spells devoured by the canopy could also nourish the umbrella's body. The more spells it consumed, the more powerful it grew. When closed, it becomes the heaven-encompassing umbrella, its blade sharp and keen, an exceptional spiritual sword even finer than the purple bamboo sword. Even the blue-feathered umbrella tassels, which seem merely decorative, possess the power to calm the mind and steady the spirit. Whenever the umbrella is opened, these tassels will spontaneously defend their master against spiritual attacks. It could even heal the damage to its master's divine sense after the master was attacked by a divine sense. One must understand that for cultivators, ordinary injuries were manageable, but damage to the divine sense always took centuries to recover from. Wanqing marveled at the wondrous design and formidable capabilities of this treasure. The Yaoguang Tianluo was not only exquisite in appearance, but also powerful in function. Both the Yaoguang umbrella and the Tianluo sword forms suited her perfectly. But such beauty made it impossible for Wanqing to put it down. Holding the Yaoguang Tianluo in her hand, she turned and went to the place where the spirit plants were stored. The spirit plants here were all finished products that had already been harvested, carefully placed in wooden boxes. As Wanqing wandered in front of the spirit plant cabinet, a sudden wave of sorrow surged into her heart like a tide, instantly engulfing her entire being. That sorrow was so intense, as if it would completely devour Wanqing, making her feel immense pain and despair. The feeling of utter despair made Wanqing feel as if everything in the world had lost its meaning, leaving life not worth living. After a long moment, Wanqing snapped out of it and quickly composed herself, focusing her mind to resist this sudden wave of sorrow. She took a deep breath, striving to steady her mind, and cautiously stepped forward, attempting to trace the source of this sorrowful feeling. With each step, she could feel the sorrowful feeling growing ever stronger. As Wanqing's steps continued to move, she finally arrived at a certain spirit plant cabinet and then looked directly above it. There, placed horizontally, was a slender wooden box 2 meters tall, exuding waves of a sorrowful aura. Wanqing reached out, took down the wooden box, and gently opened it. Inside the box lay a complete, verdant bamboo branch, resting in silence. That bamboo branch appeared utterly ordinary, indistinguishable from any common bamboo. Yet when a single drop of water fell upon the green bamboo, Wanqing suddenly felt her tears uncontrollably welling up in her eyes, streaming down her cheeks. Only at this moment did Wanqing realize that she had, without even noticing, begun to cry. This seemingly ordinary green bamboo can evoke the deepest, heaviest emotions buried within one's heart. Apart from the sorrow it exudes, this bamboo looks just like an ordinary one, with not a trace of spiritual energy rippling through its entire body. If it hadn't been set apart on its own, Wanqing might not have been able to find it at all. Could it be bitter bamboo? It was a primordial spiritual plant born when the way of heaven first opened, a treasure on the same level as Shirong. Its appearance is indistinguishable from an ordinary green bamboo, yet it is enveloped in an endless aura of sorrow. No matter who is touched by the mournful intent of this bitter bamboo, they will be overcome by a desire for death, their hopes utterly shattered, and they will take their own lives before it. Though this bitter bamboo is perilous, if one can endure its mournful intent, it offers immense aid to cultivation. From then on, the inner demons were completely dispelled, the 6 senses purified, greatly aiding his cultivation. The innate bitter bamboo fell into the hands of the Buddhist path during the primordial chaos, hence it is also known as the 6 senses purifying bamboo, one of the supreme treasures of Buddhism. In later ages, the world was turbulent, and the cultivation realm rose and fell several times. The sects from the chaotic era had long since vanished, and the innate bitter bamboo, along with all innate spiritual plants, had disappeared from the cultivation world. Even if occasional rumors surfaced, they were like the moon in water or flowers in a mirror. She had mentioned earlier that she would look into the whereabouts of innate spiritual plants, but now, unexpectedly, one had been delivered right into Wanqing's hands. This innate bitter bamboo in Wanqing's hands was certainly not the one from the dawn of heaven and earth, but rather a later cultivated strain that had fallen into the hands of a great Buddhist cultivator from the Changing Temple. This bitter bamboo had already been processed into material, only awaiting a refiner to forge it into shape. Wanqing wanted to find a primordial spiritual plant to cultivate, and she would have to put in the effort herself. No, Shinshio didn't take the bitter bamboo when he came in. Then what did he take here for half a day? Is there anything more precious than the bitter bamboo? Wanqing couldn't figure out why the primordial bitter bamboo, hailed as a supreme treasure of Buddhism, had fallen into her hands by sheer luck, especially when a Buddhist disciple had already entered before her. The filter of Shinshio as a Buddhist prodigy in Wanqing's eyes shattered instantly, transforming instead into the image of a neglected gem cast aside. In truth, this couldn't be blamed on Shinshio. As a Buddhist cultivator, entering here would naturally lead him to seek out Buddhist scriptures first. Every Buddhist cultivator has a collecting obsession with Buddhist scriptures, wishing they could gather every single sutra for their own sect, let alone a Buddhist disciple bearing the weight of an entire Buddhist school. The first place winner could take 3 items from the treasure hall. Shinshio, who had gone straight to the scripture repository upon entering, happened to find 3 Buddhist sutras there that the Brahma sect did not possess. How could he not take them away? Chapter 78. Distribution of the Secret Realm. After putting the bitter bamboo and Yaguangtian Luo into her storage pouch respectively, Wanqing walked out of the treasure hall. Some time had passed, and a third person had already arrived at the hall. Shinshio, who had come out long ago, did not leave. Instead, he sat cross-legged on the heavenly staircase, cultivating, letting gravity temper his body and refine his physique. Because the gravity exerted on a person on the heavenly staircase made it a perfect place for body refinement. Wanqing also found a spot to sit down, assuming the lotus position to cultivate. The Buddha-Dao treasure hall had a total of 10 spots. The remaining people could only take 1 treasure from the hall, and once all 10 spots were filled, everyone else would be pushed out. At this moment, due to the appearance of the secret realm, forces from all directions were about to gather outside Changing Temple, with the Wanqing Sect and Lingxu Sect prominently among them. Secret realms have always been rare resources in the cultivation world. In the past, the opening of a secret realm would often trigger a great battle. Today, if not for the fact that the secret realm had already closed, blood would likewise flow like a river outside. As the forces in the cultivation world gradually stabilized, the allocation of resources within the secret realms also came to follow certain overt rules. Of course, these rules had nothing to do with the independent cultivators. All of these are aimed at the various sect forces. If a sect disciple is among the discoverers of a secret realm, that sect can subsequently send people in to explore it. The towns and sects around the location of the secret realm will also receive entry quotas. Other sects would only choose to relinquish or cede some benefits to the leading sects after careful deliberation, thereby earning the right to enter the secret realm. Huang Zonglin was an elder specifically responsible for the secret realm affairs within the Lingxu Sect. Since he was an inner sect elder, he usually did not need to personally lead teams into the secret realm. He only steps forward to take charge of matters in this area when a new secret realm appears. Have any disciples from our sect come to Lone Mountain City recently? Could there be any of our people inside the secret realm? Elder Huang asked, clasping his hands behind his back as he gazed at the now sealed entrance of the secret realm before him. The Brahma Heaven sect has already spread the word that their sect's Buddha son will be visiting Changing Temple today to pay homage to the Buddha, and it is highly likely that this secret realm was triggered by the Buddha son, Xinxiu. Elder Huang also thought so. A secret realm located within a temple was clearly a Buddhist path secret realm. Who else could have opened it if not the Buddha son, Xinxiu? Now he could only hope that among those who entered, there were disciples from their Spirit Void sect. Yes, the sect had sent people to investigate the earlier disappearances in Lone Mountain City, but this morning they sent word back to the sect that the matter had been resolved and they were returning. You mean that the moment our people left the Lone Mountain City's secret realm, it opened right after? Elder Huang fumed. They couldn't have done it on purpose, could they? Afraid we'd compete with them for the spoils, so they waited until our people were gone before triggering it. Elder Huang sank into a deep conspiracy theory. Others responsible for this matter also found it highly likely. Targeting us? Elder Huang let out a heavy snort. But there was nothing to be done, after all. The Spirit Void sect was a large and powerful clan, with so many secret realms that one couldn't count them all on both hands. Every time something like this happened, the other sects wanted to impose some restrictions. Although each had their own hidden agendas, the scene of waiting at Changing Temple was quite harmonious. The temple was small, allowing only 3 or 4 people from each sect to enter, while the rest remained outside, ready to negotiate at any moment. Suddenly, a disturbance stirred within the secret realm. The secret realm has opened. How could it be so fast? Is this a small secret realm? Elder Huang, with his extensive knowledge of secret realms, immediately understood that this must be a trial realm. He recalled that in the legends of Changing Temple, there was a great Buddhist master. His eyes instantly lit up. The trial secret realms usually stop at a certain point, and those who enter face no threat to their lives. Moreover, the rewards from such secret realms are extremely generous, not to mention that this one was specially built by an ancient great being to bless future generations. If the Spirit Void sect doesn't get a share of this, he'll have no appetite for spirit wine when he returns. It was easy to imagine that outside the secret realm, it was now a sea of people. Fearing that someone might act as the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind, Wanqing had originally planned to use an escape technique to flee as soon as she came out. With a single glance, he noticed the group standing at the very front, all wearing the uniform of the Lingxu Sect. At that moment, Xinxiu stood before his own abbot, who held Xinxiu's hand and smiled like a Maitreya Buddha. The others, with slightly flushed faces, gazed at this handsome and distinguished Buddhist disciple of the Fantian sect. The few scattered sect disciples also returned to their own sect's formation. Seeing their own disciples emerging from the secret realm within, the sect elders were grinning from ear to ear. Only rogue cultivators or disciples from sects that hadn't arrived chose to flee immediately like him, without any hesitation. With so many people from our Lingxu sect, there can't really be none, can there? Elder Huang's expression was anxious. He truly didn't want to miss the welfare secret realm left by the Buddhist and Taoist great masters. Suddenly realizing that sect disciples were actually different from rogue cultivators, Wanqing quickly appeared in the arena and walked toward where the Lingxu sect members were gathered. Although Elder Huang did not know Wanqing, the moment he saw her approaching the Lingxu sect, Wanqing in his eyes became dearer to him than even his own direct disciple. Wanqing, an outer disciple of the Lingxu sect, pays respects to the elder. Wanqing walked up to Elder Huang, whose spiritual energy fluctuations indicated he was at the mid-nascent soul stage, clearly marking him as an inner sect member. Wanqing suddenly thought of Mu Yunxi, wondering how senior brother Mu would choose after his advancement to the nascent soul stage. Mu Yunxi was purely an outer disciple. If he remained in the outer sect even after his promotion, the resources there would be far from sufficient for his cultivation. In the future, to secure cultivation resources, Mu Yunxi would likely leave the Lingxu Sect. Thinking about it, Wanqing felt she was worrying over nothing. Mu Yunxi is a rare medical cultivator, and his alchemy skills are outstanding within the sect. The Lingxu Sect would never let such talent slip away. Ha ha ha. Elder Huang looked at Wanqing and clapped his hands with a laugh. The prodigies of my Lingxu Sect still carry themselves with the same brilliance as ever. The abbot of the Brahma sect watched Huang Zonglin grinning from ear to ear, abandoning even the decorum of a monk as he rolled his eyes and said sarcastically, "This old Taoist still doesn't know when to hold back." As someone also in charge of sect secret realm affairs, he had dealt with Huang Zonglin quite a bit, and naturally, they had crossed swords more than once. It was only because our sect's Buddha disciple picked up the leftovers. Shinshio raised a hand to stop his own abbot. It was not he who had opened the secret realm, and Shinshio would not steal another's glory. The host hadn't expected Shinshio to stop him, and looked at him with surprise in his eyes, lowering his voice. Wasn't this secret realm opened by the Buddha's chosen one? Shinshio honestly shook his head. Earlier, when he was worshipping the Buddha in this hall, the secret realm hadn't shown any sign of activity at all. Which one is that? Shinshio looked at Wanqing, who was standing among the Lingxu Sect's group. The host followed Shinshio's gaze and realized that the person who had opened the secret realm was actually standing in his old rival's team, and immediately fell silent. The young novice who had been following behind Shinshio was also stunned. He had previously thought it was his uncle who had opened the secret realm, never expecting it to be that female benefactor who had argued with him. He had still been upset about arguing with the female benefactor again inside the secret realm. No wonder his uncle later stopped him. So it turns out they were the ones who got in by riding on someone else's coattails. Chapter 79. Lingxu Sect Branch. Wanqing had no say in matters of secret realm allocation. After staying in Gushan City for a few days, she prepared to set off for the Beast Forest. During this time, Wanqing came to find her, saying he was preparing to leave the Su family and embark on a long journey to the North Sea in search of the merfolk. Once his strength caught up, he would return to find Wanqing. Faced with Wanqing didn't know what to do. She had the urge to tell him to give up his intentions, as she had no mind to focus on matters of love. But he also felt that doing so would be too cruel to someone who had once lost everything. The Demon Beast Forest, located on the border between the demon race and the cultivation world, is a special and dangerous region. Here lies a vast and boundless land, covering nearly 10 million square kilometers and encompassing a wide variety of terrains and environments. Not only are there dense forests, but also special landscapes such as red volcanoes, blizzard plains, dense jungle swamps, and stormy seas, each inhabited by different kinds of demonic beasts. The Demonic Beast Forest also contains a Dragon God Mountain range, which legend says was formed from the fall of a powerful dragon clan elder among the. This mountain range is imbued with dense draconic energy, granting the demonic beasts that cultivate here the blessing of dragon attributes. Over the past 10,000 years, as the cultivation world has continuously expanded, a vast number of demon beasts have been driven into the Demon Beast Forest. At the same time, the demon race on the other side of the Demon Beast Forest, believing themselves to have attained intelligence, refuse to associate with the demon beasts. Moreover, due to their low level of strength, many demonic beasts were unable to transform into human form and were driven into the beast forest. Under the combined influence of these two factors, the number of demonic beasts in the beast forest increased dramatically. The already dangerous beast forest has become even more perilous, with deadly threats lurking everywhere. Here, every step may bring a trial. It is a place where life is cut short, with death striking every 10 paces. The existence of the Demon Beast Forest gave both cultivators and the demon race a major headache, yet at the same time it ensured that demons and humans would not encroach upon each other. Because of the Demon Beast Forest's unique location, all sects in the cultivation world were required to station personnel there on a permanent basis. Moreover, for other minor sects, if you do not send people to garrison here, major sects in the cultivation world like Lingxu Sect will not recognize your sect status. They will only consider you a heretical sect. Although they will not personally cause you trouble, those minor sects that have sent people will attack you. There is no other reason. They have been toiling to guard the border, while you enjoy a life of ease behind them and even snatch their resources. If not you, then who else would they attack? Moreover, other major sects would not interfere with such an attack. Thus, no matter how unwilling they were, those sects would at least send one person, and such a person was usually a cannon fodder abandoned by their sect. Large sects usually establish a mansion here to maintain a long-term garrison over the Beast Forest. The mansion of the Spirit Ruins sect in this area often takes in children from the borderlands, teaching them the path of cultivation and the pursuit of immortality. But unlike the Spirit Void sect, the disciples here live a more dangerous life, having grown up fighting and surviving among demonic beasts. Following the guidance of the mission token, Wanqing flew on her sword to the Spirit Void Sect's outpost in the Beast Forest. The station was surrounded by a sea of green mountains, with peaks stretching endlessly. The main gate was made of ancient, gray-white stone, bearing 2 plaques, one large and one small. The larger plaque read Lingxu Sect. The small one bore the inscription Frontier Hall. May I ask if you are the senior sister from Lingxu Sect? The disciple guarding the mountain gate trotted over to Wanqing. Wanqing handed over the mission token. I'm here to support the Beast Tide mission. Where should I report? The mountain guarding disciple, dressed in a short tunic with a beast hide wrapped around his waist, glanced at the mission token and returned it to Wanqing. The hall master is in the main hall. Senior sister, you can head over there. Wanqing nodded. Thank you. Having said that, Wanqing was about to leave. He was stopped by the mountain guarding disciple. Senior sister, please don't leave. Wanqing asked, puzzled, when else? Well, I kindly showed you the way, senior sister. Don't you have anything to give me? Even if it's just a greeting gift. The mountain guarding disciple extended his hand with a mercenary smile. Wanqing never expected that she would be asked for a tip in the cultivation world, and on such a pretext at that. This kind of thing is usually only given when disciples under the same master meet for the first time, and even then, it's acceptable only if the master or senior uncle is lenient with the rules. And what if I refuse to give it? The disciple guarding the mountain withdrew his hand, his smile fading. Senior sister, with your profound cultivation, I naturally cannot do anything to you. However, since you have just arrived at the border guard hall, I'm afraid it won't be easy for you to move about within the hall. Wanqing understood what the other party meant. It was a form of exclusion, after all. Wanqing came here to hunt demonic beasts. This journey was fraught with danger, and Wanqing truly did not want to guard against sneak attacks from demonic beasts, while also having to watch out for betrayal from fellow disciples. Wanqing really did not want to submit to this threat. But she's a junior sister from Lingxu Sect. Just as Wanqing hesitated, 2 people stepped out from within the gate, a man and a woman, both wearing the uniform of Lingxu Sect. One look, and it was clear they came from the Lingxu Sect just like Wanqing, not disciples of the border guard hall itself. Both had spiritual energy fluctuations slightly higher than Wanqing's, likely at the mid-golden core stage of cultivation. Wanqing nodded. Exactly. Junior sister, don't let him fool you. Now that there are many disciples from the Lingxu Sect in the border guard hall, if you have any questions, just ask them directly. There's no need to use the people from the border guard hall. Junior sister, you should hurry to the main hall and report in. Wanqing glanced at the disciple guarding the mountain, not expecting that here, Lingxu Sect and the border guard hall would have such deep animosity. She had originally thought this place was the Lingxu Sect's branch sect for the Beast Forest. It now seems highly likely to be a separate case. Wanqing entered together with a man and a woman. I must thank you too, senior apprentice brother and sister, for earlier. It's nothing. We're all from the Spirit Ruin Sect, so helping each other is only natural. The 2 senior brothers and sisters were a Taoist couple. The woman was named Xiangling, and the man was called Qinxiang. Both were inner disciples under the same master, and this trip was made on their master's orders specifically to support the Beast Forest. When we first arrived, we were surrounded by a whole bunch of border guard hall disciples. If the hall master hadn't shown up, I would have fought them. Xiangling was still fuming as she recalled their initial arrival at the border guard hall. Although these border guard hall disciples share the same origins as the Lingxu Sect, they are extremely jealous of Lingxu Sect disciples. They envy the ease of our cultivation, envy our techniques and weapons, and even envy the Lingxu Sect uniforms we wear. But they don't stop to think that if the Spirit Void Sect hadn't come here to guard the border, they'd all just be ordinary people living in fear on the outskirts of the Beast Forest. And now they're actually ostracizing us. Moreover, it's common for disciples of the border guard hall to make things difficult for disciples of the Spirit Void Sect like us. Qinxiang and Xiangling were also fuming, venting their grievances to Wanqing the entire way. They were determined to make Wanqing see the true face of the border guard hall disciples in the shortest possible time. Chapter 80, Hall Master Lu He and I. Because of the issue with the border guard hall disciples, the Lingxu Sect disciples who had come to the Beast Spirit Forest actually abandoned the distinction between inner and outer sects, uniting their front to guard against the people of the border guard hall. The master of the border guard hall was a female elder at the nascent soul stage named Lu Henny. She had a dashing and spirited appearance, clad in striking red robes that exuded an extraordinary presence, with a wine gourd hanging at her waist. She would take a sip of wine after every 3 sentences, clearly revealing her as a heavy drinker. As soon as Wanqing arrived at the border guard hall and entered the main hall to report in, she received a warm invitation from the hall master, Lu Henny, who insisted on treating her to a feast. Wanqing was utterly bewildered. With the beast tide approaching, how could Lu Henning, as the hall master, have the mind to attend a feast? But recalling the situation in the border guard hall, She realized that Lu Henning, as the newly appointed hallmaster, probably couldn't command those people, and so she felt relieved. Although Lu Henii was the master of the border guard hall, she had only recently arrived at the beast spirit forest. Her authority over the hall was insufficient, which led to the border guard hall disciples banding together to ostracize the disciples of the Lingxu Sect. The border guard hall's exclusivity had always been a long-standing issue. It was just that when the hall master's authority was deeply established, they dared not take any action, at most only voicing their opinions verbally. Only during the transfer of the hall master, when the new hall master had just arrived, would they become a bit more unruly. At ordinary times, they wouldn't dare to cause trouble with the disciples from Lingxu Sect. Upon arriving at the place, Wanqing realized this was far from a simple invitation to a meal. It was clearly a banquet. Except for the disciples currently on patrol, nearly all of the Spirit Void Sect disciples who came to the Demon Beast Forest are gathered here. Half of them are disciples who, after arriving at the Border Guard Hall from the Spirit Void Sect, are responsible for long-term garrison duty in the Demon Beast Forest, while the other part, like Wanqing, are simply here to support this Demon Beast tide. At the banquet, Lu Henny kept loudly complaining about the people from the Border Guard Hall. A brazen usurpation of another's nest, utter shamelessness. Lu Honi's words resonated with everyone present, and they responded in succession. That's right, exactly. I'm totally speechless. My disciple token accidentally fell off while I was sparring with my senior brothers, and they picked it up and refused to give it back. They even insisted it was theirs, and I had to go back to the Spirit Void Sect to get a replacement. I simply can't understand, what do they want with my disciple token? A harsh environment breeds unruly people. Lu Henning continued speaking while drinking. The reason they're making such a big fuss this time is entirely because among these disciples, there's one with considerable talent, a personal disciple of the previous hallmaster, now already a nascent soul stage cultivator. They all want that disciple to take command of the border defense hall. They say that a master's disciple inheriting the position is only natural and right. But the border guard hall is merely an office of the Spirit Void Sect, not the sect itself. I've never heard that one could monopolize the position of hall master within the Spirit Void Sect. It has always been held by the capable, and besides, the border guard hall was originally ours. Lu Henny reeked of alcohol as she staggered over, plopping heavily into a chair. Her eyes, clouded with drunkenness and anger, she raised the gourd at her waist and drained it in one go. Think about it, the Lingxu Sect established the border guard hall to give disciples from the sect a place to stay while maintaining the beast forest. Taking in extra disciples was merely because I couldn't bear to see them struggling in hardship, but now they're relying on their numbers to try and take over the place. It's absolutely infuriating. Lu Henny grew more agitated as she spoke, and downed another glass of wine. These people are just too much. Not only do they show no gratitude for our hospitality, but they even seek to seize our power. This is sheer ingratitude. Lu Henny's face flushed red with anger, the wine gourd in her hand clenched tightly. Behind me stands the Lingxu Sect, you know. I really don't know where they get the nerve to treat us like this. Lu Henny gritted her teeth as she spoke, sparks of anger flickering in her eyes. If it weren't for not wanting to disappoint the sect, not wanting them to think I can't even handle these little things, I would have reported to the sect long ago and had them driven away. Sister Lu, don't be angry. As long as we stand united, they won't be able to stir up any trouble. The junior apprentice beside him offered words of comfort. They have no idea what gratitude means. They only think about their own interests. I'll make them understand that the moment I set foot in the border guard hall, it became mine. Lu Heniai's tone was resolute, and with that, she drained the fine wine from her gourd in one go. Hallmaster, please don't drink anymore. Excessive drinking is bad for your health. Everyone knew Lu Henny's difficulties and urged her in turn. The problems of the border guard hall had accumulated over generations. It was just that by Lu Henny's time, they had become even more intractable. The appearance of a nascent soul disciple made them think they could take over the border defense hall. Why don't they just break away and establish their own sect? I'm not stopping them from leaving. Lu Henny hugged her wine gourd, looking particularly aggrieved. Originally, when she came to the beast forest, she thought all she had to do was keep the beasts contained within it, slaying any god or Buddha that stood in her way along the way. She was never one to enjoy using her brain, which was precisely why she chose to come to the border guard hall, a place others avoided like the plague. Yet, to her surprise, ever since arriving here, her already sluggish mind had become so tangled it felt like a ball of twine. Wanqing hadn't expected such major problems to exist within the modest border garrison hall. Fortunately, she was only here to hunt down magical beasts. Now I don't dare send you out without having you act together, for fear they might stab you in the back. I can't even imagine what they'll do when the beast tide starts and everyone is too busy looking out for themselves. Lu Henii eventually got drunk and fell asleep, while the others gathered in small groups to discuss the affairs of the border guard hall. Xiangling and Xinxiang also sat beside Yuanqing, their faces filled with worry as they said, what if they really rebel? These disciples of the Border Guard Hall were also nurtured by the Lingxu Sect. The Spirit Void Sect valued their fellow disciples and truly did not wish to fight them. Yuanqing shook her head and gently reassured, no, they won't. No matter how bold these people are, they wouldn't dare to oppose the Spirit Void Sect. Xiangling nodded in profound agreement, sharing the same opinion. After all, the Lingxu Sect was the largest sect in the Immortal Cultivation world. Who would dare to provoke it lightly? Qinxiang looked thoughtful and said slowly, actually, aside from pulling some disgusting little tricks, they haven't done anything too outrageous. Xiangling immediately refused, retorting indignantly, how much more absurd can you get? Her face full of resentment, she said, I've never been treated like this even on someone else's turf. Yuanqing nodded in agreement. This was indeed the truth. The Lingxu Sect was renowned far and wide. No matter how powerful a faction, they would show deference to the disciples of the Lingxu Sect, and would never treat them with such discourtesy as those disciples of the Border Guard Hall had done. And they're practically fellow disciples in a way. What could possibly drive them to risk offending the Spirit Void Sect and cause such a commotion? Yuanqing furrowed her brows slightly, lost in thought. Could it be that someone is deliberately sowing discord, trying to use these disciples to target the Spirit Void Sect?